Vhumad God Chapter 796 to Chapter 877. The golden-feathered condor trembled as if it was about to kneel down. It's been a long time since I've eaten a roasted condor wing. The crimson dragon was drooling. The golden-feathered condor trembled even more and almost fainted. Woogie Woogie the snow-white monkey jumped over and looked at it curiously. Then, it jumped onto the condor's body with a swoosh, looking very happy. However, the golden-feathered condor was scared half to death. It crawled on the ground and didn't dare to move. "Alright, you two, stop scaring it," Xianxia said helplessly. "Silly bird, listen carefully. You're our little brother from now on. Ben Huang will help you if anyone dares to bully you." The crimson dragon waved its dragon claws and said. The golden-feathered condor nodded carefully. It no longer had the heroic appearance from before. It was like a docile little chick. Next, Xianxia rested for 2 days before he went out again. After putting the golden-feathered condor into the demonic beast pouch, Xianxia turned into a young scholar again. He waved the folding fan and appeared in the city. This time, he went to a tea house and ordered a pot of spiritual tea. He slowly tasted it. There were martial artists from all over the place gathered together and chatting with each other. "I heard that there are many good things in the Wanxiang auction this time. There's even a half-earth rank artifact. Of course, I heard it's called the Lone Star Sword. Many swordsmen came this time for this sword. In addition, there was also a rare refining material like the phoenix blood copper." Everyone was discussing excitedly. However, what they talked about the most was still the matters within the city. "Have you heard? A few days ago, someone caused a ruckus in the Divine Wind Warbeast Castle and won the golden-feathered condor." Golden-feathered condor? The beast that's ranked 97th on the Earth ranking? Someone was shocked. "Yes, although it's just a beast now, it'll definitely be terrifying when it grows up in the future." "What's going on? How could the Divine Wind Warbeast Castle be willing to let such a beast out?" "There's nothing they can do. I heard that it's a young scholar who's very strong. Although his cultivation was suppressed, he still has the strength of a venerable. That's why he won the beast." Everyone was discussing fervently. "I'm guessing that this scholar must be from some great power. He might also be a genius. Yeah, I heard that even the students of Senma College are no match for him." Many people began to guess the other party's identity. Thud. 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 At this moment, a loud sound echoed in the tea house like a bell and drum. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly, as if he was right beside them. However, in the next moment, some people began to tremble, because that voice became extremely demonic. It was as if a lightning hammer smashed into their hearts, making them tremble. Many of the weaker martial artists had flushed faces, as if they had suffered internal injuries. Soon, there was a voice at the top of the stairs. This was a youth dressed in red. His black hair was like a waterfall, and his eyes were long and narrow. They were extremely bright, like sword radiance, incomparably fierce. He was like a sword god, standing there, giving people a sense of oppression. "What genius scholar? That's because he hasn't seen me yet. If he does, I'll suppress him with one hand." The youth had a handsome face and a tall figure, but his words were very sharp, making people frown. Behind him were 6 beautiful women. Each of them was holding a sword in their arms. Some were simple and unadorned, while others were luxurious. Obviously, those 6 treasured swords were all famed swords. At this moment, an oval-faced girl walked out from behind him. She came to the nearest table and said coldly, "My young master has requisitioned this table. Leave quickly." The girl's voice was cold. Then, she threw out a bag of spirit stones. F***CK, what do you take us for? Beggars? Do you really think we're pushovers? Those people were originally heroes of the pugilistic world and had fierce temperaments. Now that they encountered such a situation, they were naturally furious. Clang. Clang, a few of them drew their swords. Their eyes were ferocious as they looked at the oval-faced girl. "You overestimate yourselves." The oval-faced girl sneered. Then, she waved her jade-like hand and struck out a series of mysterious palm shadows in the air. They were like floating lights, extremely mysterious. Bang bang bang, in an instant, the three people in front of the table screamed and flew out of the window. The whole process was very fast. In the blink of an eye, the table was emptied. Then, two more youths came from behind. They formed hand seals and formed a cloud of mist to clean the entire table. Then, they took out handkerchiefs and carefully wiped the table. "Young master, please sit." "Okay." The red-clothed young man grunted and then slowly sat down. The 6 girls began to get busy. One took out spirit tea, one took out spirit liquid, and one took out a high-quality purple teapot and began to brew tea. The teapot was not big, but it emitted a purple light. It was actually a treasure. Looking at the extravagant and domineering red-clothed young man, many people's eyelids twitched. Needless to say, this was another genius from a large faction. Lin Xian sat in the corner and looked at this scene. He frowned slightly. He did not expect to see this group of people again. The red-clothed young man's ostentation shocked many people, but there were some who were not convinced. They sneered and said, "You're too arrogant. As far as I know, there are very few martial artists in the spirit-detecting realm who can exert the strength of a venerable. That scholar is definitely a genius. I don't know what kind of ability you have to say such words. How dare you speak to my young master like that?" The oval-faced girl, Xianxia, shouted coldly. "What, am I wrong?" The martial artist sneered. "Do you think you're strong just because you're ostentatious?" "Humph." The red-clothed young man snorted coldly. It was like a clap of thunder that made many people's blood boil, especially the martial artist who spoke. His body was trembling and his face was full of shock. "It's just a cross-realm battle. What's the big deal? You're really a frog at the bottom of a well. I could have easily won a battle like this 3 years ago. Now, one hand is enough to beat him." The red-clothed young man was very confident and domineering. "What big words. That scholar is very young and looks like he's not even 20 years old. His strength is probably at the 2nd level of the venerable realm. He's not invincible among the younger generation, but he's probably a top expert. How can you suppress such a person? Ignorant. How can you guess my strength?" The red-clothed young man, Hong Wuji, said disdainfully. "I can still suppress a 2nd-level venerable realm." Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Looking at the red-clothed young man, it didn't seem like he was pretending. Could it be that he really had such ability? "May I ask which faction you're from?" someone asked. "Trash like you don't deserve to know," the red-clothed young man said arrogantly. "You." That person was furious, and his face alternated between green and red. Obviously, he didn't expect the other party to be so arrogant and directly humiliate him. Such big words at such a young age. You have to know that only a genius who grows up will be a powerhouse in the future. An old man snorted. He was very dissatisfied with the red-clothed young man's attitude. "You don't have the right to judge whether I can grow up or not," Hong Wuji said disdainfully. "But I know that at least I won't be like you, living for so long and only being a 1st-level venerable realm. If I were you, I would have killed myself." Hong Wuji's words made the elder tremble in anger. He had lived for 200 years, but his cultivation was only at 1st-level honorable realm. That was indeed his pain. But now, it was actually exposed in public. This was a slap to his face. Moreover, it was an arrogant junior. "Humph, let me see what right you have to be arrogant." The elder snorted and stretched out his palm, forming a mountain that pressed down quickly. The entire space cracked as if it was about to crack. The mountain formed by the palm was real and terrifying. Its power was even heavier than the real mountain. Thousands of waves surged and pressed down on Hong Wuji. "Clown, I'll let you know what it means to be a young genius today," Hong Wuji sneered. He sat there and continued to drink tea, but his left hand was like a sword that stabbed upward. A ray of sword chi was as bright as a divine light. It was sharp and terrifying, and it instantly slashed the mountain. Crack crack crack, a low rumbling sound spread out. Countless cracks appeared on the huge mountain-like palm, and they rapidly spread out like a python web. Bang! In the end, the mountain exploded and turned into spiritual chi that disappeared. The elder snorted and took a few steps back, his face full of shock. His right palm had been deformed, and blood kept flowing out as if it had been cut by a divine sword. The surrounding martial artists were even more shocked. A casual attack had seriously injured a first-level honorable realm. The red-clothed youth's strength was too terrifying. He was at least a second-level honorable realm, or even stronger. Now, do you believe that I can suppress any scholar with one hand? Hong Wuji said confidently. This guy is really arrogant. The crimson dragon in his sleeve was furious. Kid, I can't take it anymore. Its body changed shape, turning into a palm-sized snake that quickly slithered away. You're really shameless. You think you're invincible after injuring a first-level honorable realm? A disdainful voice was heard. I think you're the frog at the bottom of the well. Everyone was shocked when they heard that. The red-clothed youth had already proven his strength, but now he dared to speak rudely to him. He must be an expert. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a blue-clothed youth drinking tea alone with his back facing them. Although it was only his back view, his calm and steady aura showed that he was extraordinary. Injuring a first-heaven venerable realm cultivator is nothing. It's just that there aren't any more powerful cultivators here. Otherwise, we could all suppress them together. Hong Wuji was still as arrogant as ever. As for you, if you're not convinced, then feel free to attack. I will let you know the definition of a genius. Insolent, too insolent. Lin Xian's face was also gloomy. This guy was really arrogant. He really wanted to walk over and kick him in the face. The crimson dragon that was coiled around Lin Xian's hair howled in anger. F***ck, Ben Huang is so angry. Despite living for so long, he had never seen such an arrogant fellow before. At this moment, someone asked, "May I know your name?" This was a young man who had also reached the first level of the honorable realm. Furthermore, he was at the peak of the first level of the honorable realm. It could be said that he was also a young genius. Yes, you are qualified to know. The red-clothed young man nodded slightly. Remember my name, Hong Wuji. Hong Wuji. Is he from the Red Leaf Valley? Everyone was shocked, but then they came to a realization. No wonder he's so arrogant and powerful. So he's from the Red Leaf Valley. At the same time, everyone was even more shocked. A peak first level of the honorable realm was only qualified to know his name. Just how powerful was this red-clothed young man? Hong Wuji? The crimson dragon snorted coldly. Never heard of him. As for the Red Leaf Valley, I've even less heard of it. Judging from the name, could it be some kind of tourist attraction? Hey, red-clothed young man, how much is the ticket to your house? A mocking and teasing voice echoed in the tea house. This voice was strange, but no one dared to laugh. Someone actually dared to joke about the Red Leaf Valley. How arrogant. As expected, Hong Wuji's face darkened as soon as this was said. His entire body emitted a terrifying murderous aura. Countless sword rays formed in the air, densely packed and filling the entire space. The terrifying aura made one's scalp tingle and tremble. The maid also shouted angrily, "How dare you insult the Red Leaf Valley? You're courting death." The oval-faced girl and the round-faced girl dashed out at the same time. Their bodies were like lightning as they rushed toward Lin Xian. The aura on their bodies was powerful, and they carried the power of their martial souls. Everyone was shocked. They had thought that these 6 girls were ordinary maids, but they did not expect them to be martial arts experts. Their cultivation had definitely reached the first level of the honorable realm. To have 6 first-level honorable realm maids as maids, this red-clothed young man was really generous. In the blink of an eye, the 2 girls arrived behind Lin Xian. They waved their jade-like hands, striking out dazzling palm shadows. The terrifying aura made everyone tremble. However, Lin Xian did not turn around. He struck back, and his terrifying spiritual energy turned into a golden mountain peak that quickly pushed out. The void trembled as if thousands of beasts were galloping. The terrifying golden mountain peak carried a huge force and collided with the countless palm shadows. This attack made the entire tea house tremble as if it was about to split open. There were countless experts in Wind-Seeking City, and the owner of this tea house was also a martial arts expert. Naturally, he had defensive measures. Rays of colorful light surged out and quickly formed a defense to protect the tea house. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief and looked up to watch the battle in front of them. The Golden Mountain Peak was extremely powerful. It was like a giant beast that had appeared. When the terrifying and mysterious palm shadows hit it, they did not cause any impact. Instead, the rebounding force scattered the palm shadows that filled the sky. In the blink of an eye, the oval-faced girl and the other girl were pushed back by a huge force. Boom boom boom, the two of them kept retreating. Every step they took could crack the ground. However, at this moment, mysterious patterns appeared on the ground, forming a screen of light. The terrifying power was negated, and the entire tea house was preserved. The oval-faced girl and the other girl stopped with difficulty. Then, they looked up and their eyes were filled with shock. Although they were just maids, they were definitely first-level honorable realm experts in terms of strength. Furthermore, they were the strongest among first-level honorable realm experts. When the two of them joined forces, they were able to fight against a second-level honorable realm expert. However, they could not block a single attack from the other party. This was simply too unbelievable. The crowd gasped. They were originally mourning for that person, but they did not expect that person to not even move his body. He only struck back and forced the two experts to retreat. Now, the crowd could not even see his face. They could only see his back view. However, at this moment, his back view was like a boundless mountain that the crowd could only look up to. Set up the sword formation. The oval-faced girl and the other girl wanted to join forces with the other six to set up the sword formation. Hong Wuji did not stop them. He stared coldly at the other party's back view. Countless sword shadows appeared in the sky, emitting a terrifying aura. It was as if they would fall at any time. At this moment, the six girls drew their swords from their waists and quickly formed a sword formation, enveloping the area. Lin Xian's expression darkened as well. He had held back in that attack just now. However, the other party did not repent and even gathered 6 people to form a sword formation to kill him. Did they really think that he was a pushover? The Crimson Dragon also howled, 6 little girls, how shameless. Are you trying to bully me with numbers? Come, come, come. Ben Huang will keep you company. If you can make Ben Huang turn around, you win. The voice was very strange, like the roar of a 1,000-year-old demon, making one's scalp tingle. Lin Xian's mouth twitched. This Ruzalong was too provocative, but he did not stop them. The other party was so arrogant, saying that they would suppress him with one hand. How arrogant, even a clay figurine had a temper, not to mention Lin Xian was not someone who would be bullied. So this time, he planned to knock the other party down and extinguish the arrogance of the Red Leaf Valley. You're courting death. When the 6 girls heard the Crimson Dragon's mockery, their faces darkened and their delicate bodies trembled. Of course, they did not notice the existence of the Crimson Dragon, so they could only vent their anger on Lin Xian. The 6 girls' bodies swayed, like a divine light, and quickly struck out 6 rays of sword qi, slashing towards Lin Xian. The 6 rays of sword qi were extremely sharp, like divine light in the sky, shining with a terrifying brilliance. Everyone gasped. This attack was too terrifying, definitely able to split mountains and rivers. Even a second-level venerable would not be able to block it. However, Lin Xian still did not turn around. He formed a seal with his right hand and quickly swept it out, drawing an arc in the air. Seal of mountains and rivers, he had the dragon sword soul, which could simulate all offensive saint techniques. This seal of mountains and rivers was stimulated by the power of the dragon sword soul. The air fluctuated like a scroll rolling, forming a huge golden mountain, spinning out and suppressing all directions. Boom, the golden mountain fell, and the terrifying power sent the 6 rays of sword qi flying. Humph. Seeing the sword qi shatter, the oval-faced girl coldly harumphed. She led the other 5 to attack again. Sword qi flashed and intertwined in the air to form a green lotus, which quickly descended. The terrifying green lotus sword qi slashed at the golden mountain peak and actually cracked it. However, in the next moment, a silver river appeared in the sky and swept out in all directions. A gentle force cleverly dispelled the sword qi. The Milky Way flickered, emitting a hazy mist in the void. It was like a dream, enveloping Lin Xian. This Milky Way was very strange. It stood in the void, giving people the feeling that it was so close yet so far away. The oval-faced girl gritted her teeth as shock appeared in her eyes. Their green lotus sword formation was extremely powerful. Even a second-level honorable realm cultivator would not be a match for the 6 of them. But now, they were unable to take down the person in front of them. They didn't even have the qualifications to make him turn around. Green lotus filling the sky. The oval-faced girl shouted. Then, she quickly turned around. The 6 of them were like ghosts as they flew through the air. 6 streaks of sword chi condensed into the shape of a green lotus in the air, instantly tearing the void apart. 36 streaks of sword chi filled the sky, emitting a terrifying aura that stirred up the wind and clouds in all directions. Slash, with a shout, the 6 girls carried the green lotus sword chi and formed the green lotus in the sky. They quickly rotated and cooperated with each other to form a huge green lotus, which quickly pressed down. The entire tea house shook again, emitting creaking sounds. Countless transparent inscriptions surged in the surroundings, forming a light barrier. The surrounding martial artists quickly retreated, distancing themselves from the green lotus sword chi. It was too terrifying. Just the aftershock was enough to make their hearts tremble. They felt as if they were being cut apart. One could only imagine how much pressure the young man in the middle was under. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He did not intend to be in a stalemate any longer. The great dragon sword soul surged and quickly poured into the golden mountain in the sky. The huge golden mountain rotated rapidly and became more solid. Mysterious runes appeared on it, forming a mysterious force. In the next moment, the void exploded. The golden mountain was like a demonic mountain, pressing down quickly and violently on the green lotus sword chi. When the two collided, a violent air current swept out in all directions. The tables, chairs, windows, and doors were instantly turned into dust. Even more energy slammed on the energy barrier, causing it to vibrate violently. It was really terrifying. Crack, 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 the green lotus sword chi in the sky could not hold on any longer and shattered like glass. The 6 girls were terrified. Blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths. Their delicate bodies flew out and fell to the ground. Lin Xian waved his sleeve and put away the golden mountain and the silver river in the sky. He picked up a cup of spiritual tea and took a sip. His back was still facing the crowd. Hong Wuji frowned even more. His opponent could easily break the green lotus sword formation. He was definitely a powerful martial artist. "Who are you?" he asked coldly. "Haha, red-robed kid, you don't have the right to know." Before Lin Xian could speak, the dark red dragon had already roared out. As soon as the words came out, Hong Wuji's face darkened. Murderous intent appeared in his eyes. In the void, tens of thousands of sword radiances appeared, making a loud noise. The terrifying aura was like a violent tsunami, shocking everyone. Sun Moon Seal, Lin Xian formed another seal and shot out a sun. The void vibrated, forming a red sun. It was extremely dazzling, just like a real sun. The dazzling sunlight also turned into tens of thousands of golden swords, piercing out fiercely. Clang clang, bam. Bam, the 2 types of sword chi fought in the void, causing a large crack to appear in the void. It was a shocking and terrifying sight. In the end, the 2 types of sword chi disappeared at the same time and turned into spiritual chi. He withstood it. The crowd was shocked. They had not expected the young man to withstand Hong Wuji's attack. This was unbelievable. Hong Wuji could injure a martial artist at the peak of first-level honorable realm with a casual attack. This meant that Hong Wuji's strength was above that of a second-level honorable realm. He might even be stronger. Now, the young man with the back view had also displayed powerful strength. He did not seem to be any weaker than Hong Wuji. This young man is also a supreme talent. I wonder which superpower he is from. The crowd was shocked. They were familiar with this situation. After all, the Vientiane auction had attracted many supreme talents. Countless powerful martial artists would enter Windy City. However, they had not expected 2 supreme talents to fight so quickly. "Who are you?" Hong Wuji's voice was cold and his expression was solemn. The fact that the young man could withstand his attack was enough to show that he was not an ordinary person. He was at least as powerful as Hong Wuji. This person was definitely not a nameless person. As long as you have the ability to turn me around, you will know who I am. Lin Xian said flatly. You are courting death. Hong Wuji's eyes darkened and he was ready to attack again. However, at that moment, a crisp laughter rang out in the void like wind chimes. Aya, it's so lively here. A gentle voice rang out, causing the hearts of those who heard it to tremble. Many people raised their heads and looked over. Another figure appeared at the top of the stairs. She was an extremely flirtatious lady. She wore a fiery red dress and her chest revealed her snow-white flesh. Her long slender legs were faintly discernible under the light veil. Her peach blossom eyes were captivating as if they could mesmerize anyone. There was also a faint layer of crimson radiance on her delicate body that enveloped her. She was like a demoness. Huang Xiaoxiao. Everyone's heart trembled. She was a disciple of the Huang family and a top genius among the younger generation of the Huang family. She was extremely famous in Wind-Seeking City. Many people swallowed their saliva and forcefully shifted their gazes away. They had no choice. Although Huang Xiaoxiao was flirtatious, she was vicious and merciless. She was definitely a ruthless character. Moreover, this lady's cultivation was at least at the second-level honorable realm. She was extremely powerful and was the reason why no one dared to provoke her. Huang Xiaoxiao's gaze turned and quickly swept past the crowd. Then, she looked at the figure with his back facing the crowd. Her beautiful eyes shone brightly. Huang Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes looked at the figure with his back facing the crowd and revealed a trace of surprise. She realized that she could not see through the other party's cultivation. If she looked carefully, there was a mysterious force that blocked her view. She had never encountered such a situation before, so she took a few more glances. However, in the end, she placed her gaze on Hong Wuji. It was clear that he was more interested in the young master of Red Leaf Valley compared to the rest. I've long heard of the great name of the Red Leaf Valley. After meeting you today, the disciples of the Red Leaf Valley are indeed extraordinary. Huang Xiaoxiao said with a smile. Who are you? Hong Wuji asked in a deep voice. He could naturally feel the powerful aura from the other party. I'm Huang Xiaoxiao. Huang Xiaoxiao smiled charmingly. Her voice was sweet and pleasant, causing many people's blood to boil and their bodies to heat up. You're also here for the white-robed scholar? Hong Wuji asked coldly. I'm not interested in the white-robed scholar. I'm more interested in the golden-feathered divine eagle in his hands. In that case, you're going to compete with me? Hong Wuji's eyes darkened. You're thinking too much. Huang Xiaoxiao smiled. How would I dare to compete with you? However, the young master of the Red Leaf Valley will definitely not be interested in the golden-feathered divine eagle. How about you give it to me? The two of them chatted as if the white-cloaked scholar and the golden-feathered divine eagle were already fish on their chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. The Crimson Dragon was tired of hearing this. He asked, Damn, Ben Huang is so angry. Kid, are you still not going to make a move? These fellows are too despicable. They don't put you in their eyes at all. Ben Huang has a toothache just looking at it. Lin Xian's face was also gloomy. He also transmitted his voice, Don't be hasty. Now is not the time to act. If we're going to play this time, let's play big. Wouldn't it be better to shock everyone? F*CK, this kid has guts. I like it. The Crimson Dragon narrowed its eyes, ready to watch a good show. Dong. Dong. Dong, another powerful voice rang out. Needless to say, another expert had arrived. Sure enough, it didn't take long before another figure appeared at the staircase. He was dressed in yellow and had a handsome face. His temperament was extraordinary. When he opened and closed his eyes, there was a sharp glint in them. So it's Brother Lung Feng. I didn't expect you to come too. Huang Xiaoxiao smiled softly. This young man was also a young expert from Wind-Seeking City. His cultivation had reached the second sky of the honorable realm. He was also one of the top experts among the younger generation of the Lung clan. He was much stronger than Ling Yu. It seems that everyone is here for the golden-feathered divine eagle. Lung Feng directly said what everyone was concerned about. That white-robed scholar insulted our Lung clan's war beast castle and took away our Lung clan's exotic beast by force. So this time, I must kill him and bring the exotic beast back. Lung Feng's voice was cold and there was a strong murderous intent in his words. It seemed that he wouldn't stop until he achieved his goal. The Crimson Dragon was overjoyed. Another expert had arrived. It seemed that there would be a good show to watch this time. Hong Wuji looked at Ling Feng with a serious look in his eyes. However, he still said in a deep voice, "No matter how many people come, the white-robed scholar is mine. I want to suppress him with my own hands." His voice was full of confidence. Damn it, this guy is too arrogant. Even Ben Huang wants to beat him up. The Crimson Dragon was furious. Lin Xian frowned. This guy was too arrogant. He didn't take him seriously at all. It seemed that he had to find a chance to teach him a lesson. At this moment, Huang Xiaoxiao sighed. But it seems that the white-robed scholar doesn't dare to come out. Otherwise, with our power, we would have found him long ago. Humph. Useless trash. So many people admire him. What a joke. Lung Feng sneered in disdain. If he dares to come out, I'll kill him with a slash. Most legends can't be trusted. What genius scholar. In my eyes, he's just an ant. Hong Wuji sneered. He got the golden-feathered divine eagle by pure luck. If any of us were here, he wouldn't have succeeded that day. The three of them talked among themselves. They didn't take the white-robed scholar seriously at all. However, the discussion of the three fell into the hearts of the crowd, which immediately caused many people to be dissatisfied. They were the martial artists who saw the white-robed scholar with their own eyes. That scene was unforgettable. Since then, many of them idolized the white-robed scholar. Now, someone dared to ridicule their idol. They were trembling with anger. Although you're powerful, the white-robed scholar isn't weak either. His strength is comparable to yours. It's impossible for any of you to defeat him alone. That's right. I saw him break the blue array of the Ling family's war beast castle effortlessly with my own eyes. He's definitely stronger than those elders. Many people shared what they saw. The crowd was in a heated discussion. They all felt that the white-robed youth was indeed a genius. Even the disciples of Senma College were no match for him. How can someone like him be weak? A cute girl with big eyes said. Who dares to insult the reputation of Senma College? At this moment, a cold voice was heard. It was like a sharp blade that shook the void. Immediately after, a light flashed and a black figure appeared in the tea house. It was a tall man with a cold face. He stood there like a demon. He didn't move, but the aura he emitted was like that of a wild beast. It intimidated everyone. An expert. An absolute expert, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect another young expert to appear at this time. The demon-like black-robed youth's eyes were like lightning. He scanned the surroundings and finally stared at the cute girl with big eyes. Are you the one insulting the reputation of Senma College? The voice was cold and sharp. It cut the air mercilessly. Everyone was shocked. It seemed that the black-robed youth was a young expert from Senma College. The big-eyed girl's body trembled slightly. Her fair face was filled with fear, but she still stubbornly said, I saw it with my own eyes. That white-robed scholar defeated your Senma College's disciple. Nonsense. The black-robed youth shouted coldly. Suddenly, the surrounding tables, chairs, and windows turned into powder. It also caused the defensive light screen to vibrate. Boom, the terrifying sound wave was like a sharp spear that quickly pierced towards the cute girl. This attack was very terrifying. It could tear apart mountains and rivers. If the cute girl was hit, she would probably die immediately. Everyone was shocked. The terrifying shockwave blew them away. No one dared to step forward. In an instant, the formless sound wave spear was in front of the cute girl. The next moment, it was about to pierce her. The cute girl was so scared that her face turned pale. She sat on the ground, tears in her eyes. She looked very pitiful. Finally, she screamed and closed her eyes. Bang, a low sound was heard. It was like thunder exploding in the void. A strong wind swept across, blowing on everyone's body and causing them pain. Everyone was shocked. They quickly turned their heads and exclaimed. The formless sound wave spear did not pierce the cute girl. Instead, it was blocked by a cold moon. The two were in a stalemate. In the void. The cute girl, Vivian, opened her eyes and was stunned when she saw the scene in front of her. She thought that she was going to die, but she did not expect someone to save her at the last moment. Everyone was stunned. They were extremely shocked. They did not expect someone to help at the last moment. Huang Xiaoxiao and the others were also shocked. She wanted to watch a good show, but she did not expect to be interrupted. Hong Wuji frowned. He stared at the figure with his back to everyone. His eyes were flickering. The black-robed youth was the most angry. He was here to clear the name of the college. As a disciple of Senma College, he would not allow anyone to insult the college's reputation. So he did not hold back in the attack just now. He wanted to use blood to intimidate everyone, however, he did not expect that someone would dare to stop him. In his opinion, it was unforgivable. Who dares to stop me? Come out. The black-robed youth's voice was cold and thunderous. You can't even tell who did it. What's there to be arrogant about? The Crimson Dragon sneered. He couldn't stand this kind of behavior that bullied the weak. Hiding your head but showing your tail, I can tell at a glance that you're a cowardly rat. The black-cloaked youth remained unmoved, and his cold gaze once again stared at the cute girl. How dare you insult the reputation of Senma College? You can only atone for your crimes with your death. The cute girl's body trembled and curled into a ball like a kitten. Her large eyes were filled with terror and her entire body was trembling non-stop. Lin Xian coldly snorted. His expression was abnormally cold, and a hint of killing intent surfaced in his eyes. If the other party was targeting him, then he had nothing to say. However, the other party had bullied a weak girl right from the start, and even wanted to kill her. He didn't dare to do that. Could it be that just because the girl spoke the truth, she had to suffer the punishment of death? Lin Xian couldn't bear it. He wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Moreover, the girl had said those words to protect him. Lin Xian couldn't just sit by and watch. If someone died because of him, he would never be at ease for the rest of his life. Therefore, Lin Xian decided to step in and save the cute girl. With a wave of his sleeve, an invisible force surged out and transformed into an invisible ribbon. It enveloped the cute girl and pulled her back. You're courting death. The black-cloaked youth was furious. Someone actually dared to touch the person he wanted to kill. He sneered and pointed a finger. Light circled his fingertip like a divine light and quickly flew out. Whoosh, this finger rushed towards the cute girl's heart. If she was pierced, she would probably die immediately. Lin Xian's expression was gloomy. The other party actually wanted to kill a weak girl. Did they have no humanity at all? He quickly formed a seal with his palm and struck out. Spiritual power surged out, and a dazzling silver river hung upside down in the void like 3,000 waterfalls. A ray of light intercepted the finger beam. The other ray quickly enveloped the cute girl to protect her. Bam! An earth-shattering sound rang out again. The dazzling finger beam collided with the silver river, creating a torrent of energy. On the other side, the cute girl safely arrived at Lin Xian's side. You blocked it? The black-cloaked youth's expression was gloomy. He pointed his finger beam again. The light was as bright as the stars. The power of this finger beam was several times stronger than before. The finger beam flickered like a dragon. It roared ferociously out of the sea and quickly rampaged through the void. Lin Xian still used the sun and moon seal. A silver moon hung in the void and rotated gently. The moonlight flowed like water waves and quickly strangled the dragon. The terrifying energy of the finger beam was vast. It transformed into a dragon that roared and bared its fangs and claws, tearing the void apart. The silver moon vibrated and scattered its moonlight. It was like a crystal-clear silver light. The two collided with a sonorous sound that shook one's soul. However, no matter how the dragon roared, it could not break free from the moonlight. Not only that, the more it struggled, the tighter the moonlight ribbon became. In the end, it completely wrapped around it. The cold moonlight was like a transparent ribbon that destroyed the dragon. What? It's destroyed. The black-cloaked youth's pupils constricted. He knew the power of this attack. It was terrifying, but it was easily destroyed by the other party, for a moment, he could not accept it. Huang Xiaoxiao, Leng Feng, and the others also frowned and stared at the back of the figure. This person's strength was far beyond their expectations. The black-clothed youth took a deep breath and his eyes turned gloomy. "Brat, how dare you meddle in my business? You're dead meat." His eyes were full of killing intent. In the next moment, a powerful aura burst out. He quickly swung his fist and punched at Lin Xian. Crack, 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 the void trembled as if it was about to split open. A powerful force surged like an Archean ferocious beast that pounced at Lin Xian. In the void, the moon rotated again. The moonlight swept in all directions like a sword beam and quickly slashed at the fist. Dong, dong. Dong, the two collided. The terrifying fist was incomparably powerful and scattered the moonlight. However, more moonlight poured in like water ripples. It was densely packed and covered the sky. All of them quickly slashed down. Thousands of rays of moonlight gathered and formed a moonlight divine sword that swept in all directions. In the end, the terrifying fist could not withstand it and was sent flying. The black-clothed youth also took 3 steps back with a look of shock on his face. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was too terrifying. Huang Xiaoxiao, Leng Feng, and the others frowned even more. The black-clothed martial artist's strength was on par with theirs, but he could not defeat a young man with his back facing them. This made them uneasy. If that was the case, the two of them were no match for him. "Who are you? Why are you meddling in my business?" The youth's expression was ugly. "You won't have a good ending if you offend Senma College." "Senma College?" Lin Xian sneered. "Do you think you can represent the college? Don't flatter yourself. If Senma College was filled with scum like you, it would have closed down a long time ago. Using the name of the college to bully the weak. How shameless." You, the young man in black, was at a loss for words. He trembled with anger. At the side, the adorable girl with big eyes looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and her eyes were full of excitement. She wanted to exclaim. "Shoo!" Lin Xian shook his head gently, indicating for her not to speak. The girl with big eyes nodded desperately, then sat down beside Lin Xian with an excited expression. "Hee, you're really skilled, young master. I'm impressed." Huang Xiaoxiao smiled. "How should I address you, young master? Where are you from?" Then, she smiled coquettishly. "Why don't you give me some face and stop fighting?" The young man in black snorted. His gaze was cold, but he did not speak. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. "Do I know you? Why should I give you face?" Hearing this, Huang Xiaoxiao's charming face stiffened. She could not believe what she had just heard. The martial artists around them exclaimed, their minds blank. Huang Xiaoxiao had been in Wenfeng City for a long time, and no one dared to disrespect her. Moreover, an unknown young man dared to scold her to her face. Her seductive face darkened at that thought. This little brother has a bad temper. I wonder what makes him so daring to speak to me like that. Huang Xiaoxiao's voice was cold. "You should know that you'll regret it for the rest of your life if you say something like that." Leng Feng also stepped forward. "You're arrogant, kid. It looks like you're not going to give us face. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are?" Lin Xian shouted coldly. These people had mercilessly mocked him and treated him like a fish on a chopping board. How could he be nice to them now? Lin Xian did not have a good impression of the Huang and Ling families to begin with. He was already giving them face by not attacking them immediately. Now, these people still wanted to get close to him. Was this even possible? The surrounding people were so shocked that their minds went blank. This young man was too valiant. He actually scolded the young top experts of the Leng and Huang families at the same time. Did he not want to live anymore? "You're courting death." Leng Feng's face darkened as killing intent filled his eyes. Huang Xiaoxiao's face was also taut as she said softly, "Let me see what makes you so arrogant." Lin Xian and Lin Xian were like 2 streaks of starlight, moving at incredible speed. In an instant, they arrived in front of Lin Xian. Huang Xiaoxiao used a pair of short swords that were like the fangs of a viper. They were dark green and ghastly, and they carried dense poison. Even an Exalt Realm martial artist would be poisoned if they encountered them. Surrounded by green light and thin mist, it quickly pierced towards Lin Xian. It was extremely dangerous. On the other side, Lung Feng also attacked, his killing intent shocking. He used a scimitar that was shaped like a crescent moon. It drew an astonishing arc as it slashed towards Lin Xian's neck. Boundless killing intent erupted like a river of stars pouring down. It was extremely cold. Along with the cold blade, all of it surged towards Lin Xian. The two experts attacked fiercely. Even a second-rank Exalt would be severely injured in an instant. Therefore, they were confident that they could take down Lin Xian immediately. Lin Xian formed hand seals with both hands. He used the Mountain River seal in his left hand and the Sun Moon seal in his right hand. He struck out with both hands towards the two of them. Boom, the void trembled as a silver river hung in the sky like a divine river, blocking the dark green poison outside. At the same time, the golden mountain spun and blazed with divine light. It rushed into the clouds and smashed towards Huang Xiaoxiao with terrifying force. On the other side, the cold moonlight formed an invisible ribbon that quickly wrapped around the opponent. The dazzling sun evolved into countless flaming divine swords that pierced through the void. Every sword light carried with it a fiery glow, burning everything in its path. Boom, there was a shocking explosion as Lin Xian fought against two opponents by himself. Whoosh! Boom, along with the terrifying sound, the crowd saw two figures retreat from the energy tide. They were Huang Xiaoxiao and Lung Feng. What? He repelled them. Everyone was shocked. That mysterious young man had repelled two young experts by himself. This was too shocking. Huang Xiaoxiao and Lung Feng were even more shocked. They could easily kill a second-rank Exalt if they joined forces, but they were repelled at this moment. Could he be a third-rank Exalt? The two of them were shocked as soon as they thought of this. However, the two of them quickly shook their heads. If he was a third-rank Exalt, they would not only be repelled, but they would also be severely injured. Even so, the two of them were still very wary. The two of them looked at each other and wanted to attack again. However, at this moment, a cold light suddenly appeared and stabbed towards Lin Xian. This unforeseen event was extremely shocking, causing everyone to cry out in alarm. In fact, from the moment Lin Xian attacked to the moment Huang Xiaoxiao and Lung Feng were repelled, only an instant had passed. The cold light in the void also appeared in an instant. This cold light was shocking. It was as fast as lightning and arrived in front of them in an instant. Ordinary martial artists could not see it clearly. Only Hong Wuji and a few other experts could see it clearly. It was a thin sword that was only 2 fingers wide and 1 meter long. It was like a cold light that pierced towards Lin Xian's back. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. Sneak attack? He was not afraid, however, he despised the other party's actions. Moreover, he felt that such a person was not worthy of being a disciple of Senma College. That's right, the person who suddenly attacked was the young man in black who claimed to be from Senma College. He could not defeat Lin Xian, so he could only think of such a sinister attack. However, he still underestimated Lin Xian. Boom, in the next moment, a bloody light spread out behind Lin Xian, and a terrifying and violent aura erupted. The void was dyed red, and a monstrous sea of blood appeared. It carried a murderous aura and blasted in all directions. Poof, the bloody sea surged and formed a wave that slammed into the young man in black, sending him flying. That was not the end. A bloody sword condensed in the sea of blood and stood in the void. It then slashed down. The young man in black was sent flying. He felt that all the bones in his body had cracked. However, before he could recover, a bloody sword light rushed towards him. The sword light was too terrifying. The murderous aura on it was shocking. Before the sword light arrived, the aura was already enough to make people tremble. Oh no! His expression changed drastically, and a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. In his current state, he could not withstand the sword at all. Gritting his teeth, the young man in black used a life-saving technique. A ball of black light appeared under his feet. It suddenly exploded, causing his speed to increase exponentially. Only then did he manage to dodge the sword. Huff! Huff! The young man in black came to the side, panting. Although it was only a few moves, it was as if he had experienced the cycle of life and death. Let's attack together. I don't believe that the three of us can't take him down. Huang Xiaoxiao shouted. She wanted to combine the strength of the three to kill Lin Xian. Let's attack together. The three of us will kill him. Huang Xiaoxiao shouted and moved quickly. Lung Feng followed behind and gripped the crescent blade in his hand tightly. The young man in black gritted his teeth and attacked as well. He had to kill his opponent to prove himself. Otherwise, today's battle would become his inner demon and obstruct his future path in the martial Dao. The three of them attacked Lin Xian from three different directions. Everyone held their breaths and watched with wide eyes. This was a scene that they would never see again. Hong Wuji's expression was similarly solemn. These three people were all second-level venerables, and each of them was extremely powerful and could suppress an entire region. Now that the three of them had joined forces, their aura was absolutely terrifying. Even he was not confident of winning. Hence, in his opinion, Lin Xian would not be able to handle it. Lin Xian frowned. The three second-level honorables had indeed given him a lot of pressure. However, since he had chosen to attack, he did not plan to lose. Not only that, but he also wanted to teach this person a lesson. In the next instant, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the blood sword in the sky. He then swept it out. Boom, the blood sword chi surged and drew an arc in the sky. It carried a violent murderous aura and tore the void apart. The power of this sword was terrifying and the murderous aura was shocking. It was like a vast ocean, surging violently. Lin Xian's combat power was shocking. When he swung his sword, the entire space turned blood red. Boom, the blood sword chi finally collided with the three of them, and the energy exploded instantly. The tea house was protected by a powerful array and was not damaged. However, everything in the tea house was turned into ashes. Some of the weaker martial artists were swept by the energy shockwaves and immediately vomited blood. He blocked it again? Hong Wuji's sword chi surrounded him and shattered the energy around him. Hence, he continued to sit there. However, his expression did not look very good. That was because he realized that Lin Xian had blocked the three of them. Huang Xiaoxiao and the other two looked even worse. They were all shocked and could not believe it. The other party was actually able to contend against them all by himself? Perhaps even those powerful older generation ancient martial art practitioners would not be able to do so. Were they shocked? Lin Xian sneered. You think you are powerful, but you are just frogs at the bottom of a well. Then, he swung his sword again and turned around at the same time. Sky-splitting blood sword. This sword came from the inheritance of the blood-colored killing sword in the Kingstone statue. Bang, the three of them were sent flying by the sword, and the entire space was annihilated. Shock, absolute shock. Everyone was shocked by the mysterious youth's battle prowess, but they were also very curious about what he looked like. Therefore, many people looked over with rapt attention. Even Huang Xiaoxiao and the other two, who had retreated far away, looked up. Then, someone exclaimed, "What? It's him, the genius scholar. It's him, it's him. I told you, that scholar is definitely a genius." Haha, I was right. Many people in the crowd cheered excitedly. As for Huang Xiaoxiao and the other two, their expressions became extremely ugly. From the discussions of the crowd, they understood that this mysterious expert was the scholar they were looking for. However, the ironic thing was that not long ago, they had been chatting merrily before the crowd, completely disregarding the white-cloaked scholar. But now, even with the three of them joining hands, they were still unable to defeat him. A slap in the face, a blatant slap in the face. Hong Wuji was also watching with rapt attention. He did not expect that the mysterious youth was the person he was looking for. Staring at the other party, Hong Wuji's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. However, he did not act rashly. The other party's battle just now was too shocking. His strength was definitely not inferior to his. Lin Xian looked at the shocked expressions of Huang Xiaoxiao and the other two and immediately sneered. He said coldly, "The three of you were very arrogant before. Didn't you say that you wanted to kill me? Why aren't you coming now?" He sneered, then waved his sleeve and summoned the golden-feathered divine eagle. "Come, the thing you want is here." Lin Xian held the blood sword in his hand and looked around disdainfully. His gaze was like a sword as he stared at the three people in front of him. Huang Xiaoxiao and the other two's expressions were ugly. They glared at him angrily and trembled with anger. Shameful, too shameful, who would dare to provoke the three of them? They were usually high and mighty existences. But now, they were actually suppressed by the same person to the point that they could not raise their heads. Kid, don't go too far. Lung Feng looked at the golden-feathered divine eagle in the distance, his eyes burning with anger. That was the mutated beast of his family. Now that it was being used, he was being humiliated in public. Going too far? Lin Xian laughed. I'm bullying you. Are you unhappy? If you're unhappy, you can fight. I'll take you on any time. Lin Xian stepped forward and said loudly. The surrounding people were shocked. This young man was too domineering. He did not give the Ling family any face at all, however, most of them agreed and were excited. They imagined that Lin Xian was them. Damn it, the Ling family won't let you off. Lung Feng roared angrily. How is it? You feel terrible, right? Lin Xian sneered. When you were so arrogant and wanted to kill me, did you think about my feelings? Now you can't take it anymore. Where's your arrogance from before? I thought you were some kind of expert or genius. Now it seems that you're just trash. Three trash. Lin Xian's voice was cold. His words were sharp and merciless. Indeed, three trash. Hong Wuji snorted disdainfully. You, Lung Feng and the other two trembled in anger. They almost vomited blood. Their faces were ferocious. They wanted to fight with their lives, but they did not have the courage to do so. Not only are they trash, but they're also three cowards. Lin Xian sneered. Kid, ignore them. Why don't we fight? Hong Wuji's eyes shone brightly. No hurry. Let's get rid of the three of them first. Lin Xian walked over slowly with the blood sword in his hand. You, what are you trying to do? Lung Feng and Huang Xiaoxiao panicked. Kill. Lin Xian's voice was cold. You're here to kill me. Do you think I'll let you go? Hearing this, Lung Feng and the other two's pupils shrank. Their faces were filled with fear. You dare to kill me? You don't want to live anymore. They were indeed stunned and exclaimed in shock. That's right, they had lost face, but they had never been worried about their own safety. The three of them had extraordinary identities. Two of them were disciples of big families in Wind-Seeking City, while the other was a disciple of Senma College. Their identities were noble, and no one dared to offend them. Not to mention, no one dared to kill them. But now, a young man wanted to kill all three of them at the same time. How audacious. Kid, if you dare to touch a hair of mine, there will be no place for you in Wind-Seeking City. Huang Xiaoxiao said in a sharp voice. You're dead. The Lung family will not let you go. Lung Feng roared with hatred. If you dare to touch me, you'll be hunted down endlessly. You're dead. The Lung family will not let you off. Lung Feng roared. How dare you touch me? You'll be hunted down endlessly. Poof, before Lung Feng could finish his sentence, the blood-red sword slashed down and Ling Feng's head flew into the air. What? Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to kill Lung Feng so decisively. Huang Xiaoxiao and the black-cloaked youth were stunned as well. They stood rooted to the ground. Lung Feng's head flew into the air and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He could not believe that Lin Xian dared to kill him. Was he not afraid of the Ling family's revenge? Lung Feng's head fell to the ground with disbelief and unwillingness. Poof, poof, Lung Feng's headless body fell to the ground and his blood flowed like a river. However, something even stranger happened. All the blood was attracted by the blood sword in Lin Xian's hand and absorbed. A hazy blood diagram appeared behind Lin Xian's back. It was extremely mysterious. At that moment, Lin Xian felt that his understanding of the blood sword legacy had deepened. Soon, the blood on the ground was sucked dry and Ling Feng's body became a dried corpse. Lin Xian turned his eyes and stared at Huang Xiaoxiao and the young man in black. Huang Xiaoxiao felt Lin Xian's gaze and woke up from her daze. She screamed. Ah! You killed him. You're dead. The Lung family will not let you off. Her face was covered in blood. Coupled with her panicked expression, she looked terrifying. I killed you because you deserved to die. Lin Xian's voice was cold as he raised the blood-red sword in his hand again. No, don't kill me. Huang Xiaoxiao was finally afraid when she felt the violent killing intent. She did not want to die. Let me go and I'll agree to anything you want. Huang Xiaoxiao's eyes were filled with pleading and seduction. As long as you're willing, my body will be yours. Her voice was alluring and seductive. I'm not interested in you. Lin Xian sneered and shook his head. The blood-red sword stabbed into Lin Feng's body. Poof. The sword pierced through Lin Feng's heart. You. The Huang family will avenge me. Huang Xiaoxiao used the last of her strength and screamed. At the same time, she burned the last of her blood and used a secret technique to attack Lin Xian. Ha ha ha, you're dead. Even if you kill me, the Huang family won't let you off. Huang Xiaoxiao revealed a final trace of malevolence before falling to the ground. Lin Xian frowned slightly. He could feel that there was something extra in his body, but he couldn't detect it. Temporarily putting aside the doubts in his heart, he once again looked at the last black-cloaked martial artist. Don't kill me. The black-cloaked youth was terrified and no longer had his previous arrogance. I'm warning you, I'm a disciple of Senma College and a member of Dao Ling Association. The Dao Spirit Association was established by the disciples of the Yan family. You can't afford to offend them. Dao Spirit Association? Lin Xian laughed, his mouth full of disdain. He slowly lowered his head and looked down at the black-cloaked youth. I even dared to kill Yan Qingyang, not to mention you. What, you are? The black-cloaked youth was shocked and terrified. A figure appeared in his mind. He finally knew who the scholar in front of him was. However, he didn't have the chance to speak because the crimson sword had already pierced his chest. Plop, when the last corpse turned into a mummy and fell, the crowd recovered from the shock. Too shocking, too exciting, one person had killed 3 top young experts, and they were all of noble status. It wouldn't be long before Wind-Seeking City would riot, at least the Huang family and the Lin family wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Hong Wuji was also slightly stunned. The young man in front of him had once again exceeded his expectations. Even if he was the young master of Red Leaf Valley, he wouldn't dare to kill the 3 of them at the same time. One could imagine how shocked he was. Interesting, very interesting. Hong Wuji exclaimed. Red Leaf Valley has always been arrogant. I didn't expect to see someone even more arrogant today. Kid, you've got guts. The 6 girls looked surprised. They had never heard of anyone being praised by Hong Wuji before. Hong Wuji's eyes shone brightly and a powerful aura was released from his body. However, I still have to suppress you. I've said it before. You're no match for me. He stood up slowly. His aura was as sharp as a divine sword that had been unsheathed. Lin Xian held the crimson sword in his hand and looked at Hong Wuji. Behind him, a sea of blood surged and a murderous aura shot up to the sky. Boom, their auras collided and an earth-shattering explosion was heard. It almost tore the entire tea house's defense apart. The crowd retreated and watched anxiously. Just as the 2 of them were about to attack, a long roar was heard from afar. Who dares to kill the disciples of the Huang family? The voice was filled with anger like a ferocious tiger. It was extremely terrifying. Along with them, several powerful auras were rushing towards them at high speed. Oh no, the Huang family is here. The crowd was shocked. Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect the other party to be alerted so quickly. He looked at Hong Wuji and said coldly, we'll fight another day. Then, Lin Xian turned into a ray of sword light and flew into the distance. Thief, where do you think you're going? Just as Lin Xian left the tea house, a terrifying palm of light fell quickly. The palm was glowing with green light like a ghost claw and covered a radius of 1,000 meters. The sky suddenly darkened and a terrifying aura surged. The green ghost claw covered the sky and formed rays of green light. They intertwined to form a light cage and trapped Lin Xian. The cage was hard as if it was made of divine metal. It was extremely sturdy and looked like a prison from hell. It was difficult to escape. Little bastard, how dare you kill the disciples of the Huang family? How dare you? The person who came was an elder in green. He was an elder of the Huang family. He shouted, "Today, I'll extract your soul and refine it so that you'll never be reincarnated." The elder's expression was ferocious and murderous. The moment they knew that Huang Xiaoxiao was dead, the entire Huang family almost went crazy. Huang Xiaoxiao was a genius disciple of the Huang family and one of the most promising ones. But now, he was actually killed by someone. They couldn't accept it. They didn't even dare to believe it. One should know that the Huang family was considered a powerful force in Wind-Seeking City. Even some elites didn't dare to provoke them. Moreover, no one dared to kill a disciple of the Huang family unless they were mortal enemies. Therefore, they didn't believe that Huang Xiaoxiao was dead. However, the nameplate that represented Huang Xiaoxiao's identity was broken. They also sensed the blood mark that Huang Xiaoxiao made before she died. That was a secret technique of the Huang family. At the cost of one's life, they would make a tracking mark that could clearly guide the enemy. However, this secret technique wouldn't be used until they were on the brink of death. Since the blood mark appeared, it meant that Huang Xiaoxiao was really dead. Thinking of this, the elder in green robe's expression became ferocious. "Kid, dying 10,000 times isn't enough to atone for your sins. I'll cut off your flesh piece by piece. I'll let you live like a dog. I'll let you live a life worse than death." The green-robed elder was furious. He wanted nothing more than to tear the other party apart. The green ghost claw covered the sky and released countless auras, forming a hellish cage. Everyone was shocked. The scene was too terrifying. As expected of an elder, however, most of them were worried for Lin Xian. After all, they had seen what happened with their own eyes. It was not that Lin Xian was a killer, but that Huang Xiaoxiao and the others had gone too far. Anyone would have attacked if they were in Lin Xian's shoes. Lin Xian roared and waved the blood sword in his hand, releasing a monstrous sword radiance. A violent and shocking killing aura surged. A sea of blood appeared and slapped in all directions, tearing the green cage apart in an instant. Whoosh, Lin Xian turned into a sword radiance and flew out of the cage. He stood in the air and stared at the green-robed elder. "Bastard, I want you dead." The green-robed elder's killing intent surged. Behind him, dozens of lights lit up and rushed over. These people were all experts of the Huang family. They were all here to capture the murderer. Everyone in Wind-Seeking City knows who's right and who's wrong. If it weren't for your disciples being too arrogant and vicious, they wouldn't have died. The reason why they were so arrogant and vicious was because they had your support. So, the one who killed them wasn't me, but you. If you old things continue to be arrogant and protect them, more disciples will die. Lin Xian said with a sonorous voice, holding the killing sword in his hand. What nonsense. The green-robed elder was trembling with anger. At this time, the experts of the other families had also arrived. They were all glaring at Lin Xian as if they had lost their minds. "How dare you kill Sister Xiao? I'll kill you." A young man with a ferocious face walked out. The killing intent in his eyes surged, turning into tangible radiance, terrifying and terrifying. "You can't." Lin Xian sneered. "Let those old things do it. You're courting death." The young man was furious. His name was Huang Luo, and he was one of the 3 strongest people in the younger generation of the Huang family. His strength was even above Huang Xiaoxiao's. When he heard Lin Xian's mockery, he immediately roared and rushed over. "No!" The green-robed old man shouted from behind, his face full of anxiety. They had already lost Huang Xiaoxiao. They couldn't afford to lose Huang Luo. Otherwise, there wouldn't be many people left in the younger generation of the Huang family. However, his reminder was too late. With Huang Luo's speed, he arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant. With a flash of light, a high-grade spirit-ranked treasured saber appeared in his hand. The saber radiance was resplendent like the Milky Way, pouring down in torrents with a terrifying aura that could destroy everything. "Brat, die." Huang Luo laughed savagely. However, Lin Xian only smiled disdainfully. His eyes focused, and the sword of slaughter in his hand became even more solid, as if it was a real sword. Killing frenzy, the sword radiance flickered like a blood-red dragon attacking, its roar shaking the heavens. Clang! Puff, the resplendent saber radiance was sent flying, and the terrifying blood-red sword chi slashed at Huang Luo. No! Block it! Huang Luo didn't expect his opponent to be so powerful that he could break his attack in an instant. In a panic, he quickly defended himself. However, he didn't know that Lin Xian had mastered the blood sword inheritance, and his body also had the great dragon sword soul, a heaven-defying offensive saint technique. Therefore, the power of this sword was extremely powerful. Puff, his defense shattered in an instant. Huang Luo's pupils constricted. He felt the cold sword chi pierce his body, and then mercilessly slash through his body. Then, his senses disappeared. Along with the disappearance of his consciousness, there was also shock and fear. Puff, in the sky, Huang Luo's body was cut in half by the sword radiance. Puff, puff, a rain of blood fell, as if it was attracted by an invisible force, and all of it entered Lin Xian's blood sword and the sea of blood behind him. No! Everyone in the Huang family was stunned, and then they screamed crazily. He's dead again. The second strongest youth in their family had died in front of him. Ah, I hate it! Bastard, I'll definitely kill you! The green-robed elder roared at the sky. His voice was like thunder, and it shattered the surrounding buildings. A powerful and violent aura gushed out like a volcanic eruption, blasting the clouds and the sky away. More Huang family martial artists moved, and they surrounded Lin Xian. Today, they must kill this sinner in front of them. Lin Xian looked around, and the corner of his mouth curled up in disdain. A piece of trash like this would die with a single sword strike. He really didn't know what they were sad about. Puff, several Huang family elders were so angry that they vomited blood, and their bodies trembled. Trash, the second strongest youth in their family, was called trash by someone else? Intolerable, absolutely intolerable. Kill! Tear him into pieces! The green-robed elder roared, and he took the initiative to attack. With a punch, the mountains and rivers shattered, and the wind whistled in the void as if it was going to tear the sky apart. You want to fight? Then come! Lin Xian roared, and his eyes flashed. Behind him, the sea of blood surged. Boom, a great battle broke out. Lin Xian formed a seal with his left hand, and a blood-red mountain appeared. It enlarged in the air and collided with the green-robed fist. The entire mountain was blood-red, as if it was a mountain from hell. It was extremely terrifying, and the green-robed fist was pushed back in an instant. Then, he swung his right hand, and the blood-red sword light turned into a furious dragon that pounced in all directions. Ah! 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 In an instant, a few screams were heard. Some of the weaker Huang family disciples were cut in half by the blood-red sword light, and their blood was sucked away. Back off! The green-robed elder roared. Those below the second sky of martial honor realm, leave. Go and inform the Ling family that their genius has been killed too. In an instant, the entire sky was cleared, and only Lin Xian and the 6 ferocious-looking elders were left. Kid, you won't be able to escape death today. The green-robed elder's voice was cold. Even a third sky martial honor wouldn't dare to face 6 second sky martial honors head-on, let alone this little thief who wasn't even a third sky martial honor. Feeling that the blood-red sword and the sea of blood behind him were getting stronger, Lin Xian's gaze was like a sword radiance that swept across the surroundings fearlessly. He formed a seal with his left hand, and his right hand held the sword as he attacked rapidly. Attack! The 6 elders also attacked fiercely, using their own unique skills. Boom, a blood-red moon spun rapidly, and the moonlight was like a blood-red ribbon that quickly wrapped around the 2 elders. Then, a golden sun appeared in the sky, shining with golden light. It was extremely terrifying. Crack, countless rays of light fell, forming golden sword radiances that pierced towards the 2 elders. The golden radiances contained powerful lightning energy that made one's scalp go numb. The 2 elders were shocked, and they used all their strength to escape at the last moment. However, they were still swept by a few lightning sword radiances, and the sky exploded with lightning, sending the 2 elders flying. What? So powerful! The people below were shocked. Facing the attacks of 6 elders, Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all, and he even managed to injure 2 of them in an instant. His strength and experience were too terrifying. You're courting death. The green-robed elder was enraged, and a green-robed skeleton appeared behind him. It was extremely strange. Accompanying it was a terrifying aura that filled the sky. A green skeleton appeared behind the green-clothed elder, emitting a terrifying aura. Boom, the entire sky suddenly boiled like a vast ocean, surging and surging violently. "Martial soul, it's a martial soul!" the crowd exclaimed. They did not expect the green-clothed elder to use his martial soul. It seemed like he was going to fight for real. The green skeleton was very eye-catching. The green skeleton was very tall and there were mysterious patterns on it, emitting a terrifying aura. He stood in the void like a demon, terrifying everyone's hearts and souls. "I said, I'll kill you today." The green-clothed elder's voice was ferocious. His eyes were as sharp as knives as he stared at Lin Xian. In the other direction, the elders also summoned their martial souls. They were mighty and terrifying. Swoosh, the green skeleton moved and turned into a ray of light, rushing toward Lin Xian. Swoosh, in an instant, he was beside Lin Xian. The skeleton's palm slapped down mercilessly. The palm glowed with a green light, as if it was made of green gold. It slashed toward Lin Xian like a treasure weapon. Lin Xian clenched his fist. Red flames danced on his fist, wrapping around his fist. Like a meteor, he quickly punched out. Clang, when the two collided, an earth-shattering boom rang out. The entire sky trembled as visible energy ripples spread out in all directions. The green-clothed elder summoned his martial soul and fought with Lin Xian. However, what shocked everyone was that Lin Xian did not summon his martial soul. Instead, he used his fist to fight against the elder's martial soul. Just how confident must he be? The green-clothed elder sneered. He controlled the skeleton martial soul and used a powerful martial skill to attack his opponent. Boom, light shot out in all directions like fireworks. However, there was a fatal killing intent hidden in the light. Vermilion bird seal. Lin Xian waved his hand and shot out a flame. A huge vermilion bird was born from the flame and quickly rushed into the sky. When the vermilion bird appeared, the entire sky was dyed red. A scorching aura spread out, as if it was going to evaporate people. Not only was the heat unbearable, it could also evaporate spiritual energy. The green skeleton was affected, and its bronze body began to fade as if it was about to melt. Humph. The azure-robed old man snorted coldly and controlled the azure-robed skeleton to spit out an azure-colored cloud. The flames in the sky dimmed as if they were being corroded by the mist. What a terrifying poison! Everyone was terrified and quickly fled. This poison was too terrifying. Even a third heaven venerable would not dare to take it head-on. "Haha, kid, let's see what you can do. Turn into a puddle of blood under my poison." The green-robed old man's face was ferocious. He felt a thrill of revenge. However, in the next moment, the pleasure suddenly disappeared. What? Impossible. His pupils shrank as he cried out in shock. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. This was because Lin Xian had already escaped the poison's range and instantly appeared in front of him. So fast, this speed. How is this possible? The green-robed elder shrieked. Even a third heaven venerable realm cultivator probably wouldn't have such speed. The surrounding martial artists were even more shocked. They couldn't see it clearly at all. Hong Wuji frowned. Could this speed be an earth-grade martial art? He guessed in his heart, but he couldn't be sure. However, that movement technique was too fast, and it shocked him. It must be a peerless martial art to have such speed. In fact, his guess was right. Lin Xian was using an earth-grade movement technique, the Phantom Illusionary Demonic Steps. He had already practiced this earth-grade movement technique to the small success stage. When he used it now, his speed was incomparable, and even ghosts and gods couldn't dodge it. Even a third heaven venerable realm cultivator might not have such speed. Boom, in the next moment, Lin Xian swung his sword and slashed at the green-robed elder in front of him. Oh no! The green-robed elder's scalp went numb. Not to mention the sword chi, just the overflowing killing intent was enough to make his heart beat wildly. Was he still human? He had never seen such a powerful killing intent before. It was like a god of death. The green-robed elder waved his hand and hurriedly shot out a light shadow to defend himself. Poof, however, it was useless. Those palm shadows were instantly shattered by Lin Xian's blood-red sword. They couldn't block it at all. What? The green-robed elder was shocked. He didn't expect Lin Xian's attack to be so fierce that it instantly shattered all his palm shadows. In the next moment, the blood-red sword chi quickly slashed at him. Retreat! The green-robed elder didn't dare to take it head-on. He quickly retreated, and at the same time, he waved his hands and summoned his martial soul to defend himself. Although he retreated extremely quickly, he still underestimated Lin Xian's speed. This sword was as fast as lightning. The red sword chi turned into a blood-red lightning bolt and quickly slashed at his arm. Poof, blood splattered. Half of the green-robed elder's right arm was chopped off. Ah! The green-robed elder's scalp went numb. His eyes were filled with horror as he turned into a green light and fled quickly. The crowd below was shocked and fell into silence. Even the Huang family elder's expressions changed drastically. The green-robed elder was also a powerful existence among them, but he was injured and fled in just a short moment. The situation changed too quickly, and they couldn't accept it at all. Trash. Not only are the younger generation trash, but the older generation is also trash. Lin Xian's voice was like thunder as he mocked mercilessly. You're courting death. How dare you insult the Huang family? I'll destroy you today. The other Huang family elders couldn't listen to it anymore. Although Lin Xian was powerful, they weren't weak either. Moreover, they had the advantage in numbers. If they joined forces, they could definitely suppress Lin Xian. Two Huang family elders walked up. One of them had a head of white hair and an old face, but his eyes were sharper than a blade. Obviously, he was a second-level Honorable Realm expert. Moreover, he was a second-level Honorable Realm expert. The other person was also an old man. However, he was wearing an ice-cold black armor that completely protected his body. The black battle suit emitted a cold light, and on its surface, there were many mysterious patterns flickering. This is a top spiritual treasure. Everyone was shocked. This level of armor could be said to be extremely tough and difficult to break. They didn't expect the Huang family elders to have such armor. It seemed like there was no suspense in this battle. Lin Xian probably couldn't break the armor's defense. Many people gasped and shook their heads slightly, feeling pity for Lin Xian. A top spiritual treasure was extremely powerful and would definitely be a great help. At this moment, the Huang family elder was wearing a black armor, which was equivalent to having an extra life. Among those of the same level, no one was his match. Humph, little thief, die. The Huang family elder in black armor only had his eyes exposed. The rest of his body was completely covered by the black armor. He was like a demon king as he slowly walked over in the air. Every step he took caused a huge explosion in the air, and countless waves swept in all directions. On the other side, the white-haired elder also walked over, holding a purple longsword in his hand. The longsword flickered, and there was a purple light on it. It was like a sunset that danced in the sky, making him look like a sword god. Obviously, the purple longsword was also a top spiritual treasure. The purple longsword was also engraved with mysterious inscriptions that contained a powerful attack. The two elders sneered and attacked Lin Xian from both sides. Without wasting any time, the two of them attacked instantly. The white-haired elder wielded a purple longsword and slashed out quickly. A blazing sword radiance lit up the entire sky. The radiance was resplendent, illuminating tens of thousands of miles. The white-haired elder wielded a purple sword and slashed out quickly. The sword radiance flashed and tore through the void, quickly slashing towards Lin Xian. A top-grade spirit-grade sword? Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. He quickly drew the wind shadow sword from his waist and stabbed out as well. The green jade-like sword gradually enlarged into a giant sword that was dozens of feet long. It was terrifying and heavy. On top of it, streaks of green chi flowed. Together with the inscriptions on it, it released a mysterious and sharp aura. It was like a divine sword that slashed down quickly. What? Another top-grade spirit-grade sword. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to have such a sword on him. Lin Xian waved the wind shadow sword. Terrifying sword chi swept out in all directions, crushing the void. streaks of sword chi that were hundreds of feet long slashed forward quickly. The two sword lights intersected, and it was as if two furious dragons were roaring as they fought each other. In an instant, the sky was torn apart. The sword chi turned into a rain of light that scattered in all directions. Every strike could sink the earth. Kill. On the other side, the elder of the Huang family in black armor also attacked. He was like a black god of war, walking in the void. Every step he took cracked the void. He punched out, and his fist, which was wrapped in black armor, rapidly enlarged. It was like a black demonic mountain, rapidly crashing over. Bam! Bam, bam! Lin Xian wielded the wind shadow sword and stabbed it into the sky. Every strike caused the sky to tremble violently. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. He fought against two Huang family elders by himself, waving out streaks of sword chi that caused people's hearts to tremble. Every time they collided, the sky would be torn apart. It was like a clap of thunder that fell in all directions. Everyone was hit by the shockwaves. Their bodies trembled, and many people quickly retreated with blood flowing out of the corners of their mouths. This young man is too terrifying. Many people were shocked. Impossible, this is impossible. As for the Huang family disciples, their faces were filled with disbelief. Two of their elders were wielding top spirit step treasures, but even after joining forces, they still weren't able to defeat this young man. This was just too shocking. They couldn't accept it. This child is incredible. When he grows up in the future, he will definitely defy the heavens. An older generation figure sighed in admiration. Hong Wuji clasped his hands behind his back and glared at Lin Xian. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit as sword chi surged from his body. He was equally shocked. Lin Xian's strength had once again exceeded his expectations. Interesting. It's rare to meet such an opponent. Hong Wuji revealed a sinister smile. He looked like an evil god. At this moment, the battle situation in the sky changed again. The white-haired elder tossed the purple sword into the air. Countless rays of purple light surged out from the sword, forming streaks of sword chi that shot out in all directions. In an instant, tens of thousands of purple rays of light shot into the sky. Each ray of purple sword chi was like a waterfall that fell from the sky. Tens of thousands of similar sword chi fell, forming a huge cage that trapped Lin Xian. This scene was extremely shocking. The entire sky was filled with purple chi and murderous intent. Lin Xian was directly below the purple sword and was surrounded by countless purple sword chi. Moreover, those terrifying sword chi quickly pierced towards his body. On the other side, the elder in black armor also made his move. His body expanded rapidly and finally became 100 meters tall like a giant. He waved his fist and struck out with a terrifying force. It was like a meteorite from outer space that ruthlessly smashed into the ground. This force was shocking and very strange. It directly passed through the purple sword light and surged towards Lin Xian. The tens of thousands of sword lights in the surroundings glowed brightly, forming a purple cage that trapped Lin Xian. As expected of an elder of the Huang family. How terrifying! When the two of them worked together, they could even contend against a third-level venerable. That kid is dead for sure. No one who dares to provoke our Huang family will have a good ending. The Huang family disciples were all excited. In the next moment, the sky trembled violently and an earth-shattering explosion spread in all directions. Is it over? The Huang family elders in the sky heaved a sigh of relief. That kid was really difficult to deal with. If he grew up, he would definitely be a huge threat to their family. This is your strength? How pitifully weak. Suddenly, a disdainful voice rang out from the energy storm. What? He's fine. Everyone was shocked and could not believe it. Impossible. The pupils of the Huang family elders in the sky constricted, and their faces were filled with shock. They stared at the energy storm in the center, and their breathing gradually became heavier. Soon, the violent energy storm dissipated, revealing the figure in the center. They saw Lin Xian standing in the void. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and there was no trace of damage. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The two elders who attacked went crazy. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Their attack just now was enough to injure a third-level venerable, but the young man in front of them was unharmed. This had already exceeded their imagination. Humph. Ignorant. Lin Xian sneered. When he was attacked just now, he did not hesitate to use the shadow of the Red Lotus armor to block all the attacks. That was why he looked unharmed. However, it was really dangerous just now. If he did not have the Red Lotus armor, he would have been in danger. When he thought of this, Lin Xian's face darkened. You're done attacking. It's my turn now. The voice was cold, and it was like a god of death walking out from the void. Countless blood vessels surged and wrapped around the wind shadow sword, forming a scarlet light. He held the killing sword in his hand and walked forward step by step. With every step he took, the aura on his body became stronger, and the murderous aura became denser. In the end, a boundless sea of blood condensed around him, and a terrifying illusion appeared. Damn it! Stop right there! The white-haired elder and the elder in black armor were horrified. They quickly moved to stop the other party. The purple sword light and the black fist quickly swept through the void and blasted towards Lin Xian. However, in the next moment, red lines appeared in front of the crowd and formed a huge shadow of the armor. It blocked in front of Lin Xian and blocked all the attacks. Lin Xian sneered and walked over step by step. He never stopped walking, and the rhythm of each step did not even change. He walked confidently and calmly towards the elder of the Huang family. In the next moment, he raised the long sword in his hand and quickly stabbed at the white-haired elder. You're courting death. The white-haired elder roared and waved his purple sword. Countless purple sword lights surged out like a purple waterfall and surrounded him in the air, forming a solid defense. However, all of this was useless. Lin Xian's murderous intent and attack power were at their peak, and those purple sword lights could not stop him at all. The blood-colored sword light fell and cut everything in front of it in half, including the body of the white-haired elder. With a clench of his hand, Lin Xian took the elder's storage ring. Then, the blood sword vibrated and formed a suction force that sucked all the essence and blood of the dead white-haired elder. After doing all this, he turned to look at the elder in black armor. The elders of the Huang family were all dumbstruck. They couldn't believe what had just happened. Their family's expert had been cut in half by a young man. They couldn't accept it at all. Now, many of the elders were regretting. What kind of demon had they provoked to be so powerful? The elder in black armor felt his scalp go numb. At this moment, he was being stared at by Lin Xian, and his whole body trembled. Although the armor was a top spiritual rank artifact, it couldn't withstand the shocking killing intent. He was like a small boat in a sea of blood that could be overturned by a huge wave at any time. This feeling was too terrifying and too powerless. He didn't feel this way even when facing the family's experts and the venerable from Sanchong village. Stop. Don't fight, don't fight. The elder in black armor shouted loudly. He was really scared. His companion's strength was similar to his, and he also had a top spiritual rank artifact. However, he was still cut in half by the young man. This scene deeply stimulated him. He knew that the young man in front of him couldn't be judged by common sense. This matter is our Huang family's disciples' fault. I'll go back and teach them a lesson. The grudge between us is over. The elder in black armor said quickly. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the powerful Huang family to admit defeat. Stop fighting? Lin Xian sneered. Stop fighting? You brought a group of people to kill me? Stop fighting? 6 of you besieged me? Stop fighting? You used top-rank artifacts to kill me? Now that you can't beat me and say stop fighting, I want to know if I can beat you and say stop. Will you hold back? Lin Xian's lips curled into a mocking smile. The killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. If I can't beat you, I'm afraid I'll be killed by you mercilessly. Now that you're telling me to stop fighting, do you think I'll let you go? Lin Xian didn't hesitate and quickly slashed down with his sword. Kid, you're courting death. Don't be so shameless. The elder in black armor was furious. He had already lowered his stance, but Lin Xian still wanted to attack. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. The funny thing was, they were the ones who chased after Lin Xian first. Now that they couldn't beat him in the middle of the fight, they wanted to stop? How could it be so easy? Block it for me. The black-armored boss shouted, and the black armor on his body bloomed with a black light. An earth-shattering sound rang out, and the black-armored elder was sent flying, coughing up blood. However, he did not suffer any external injuries. The sword chi was blocked. Ha 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 ha, I have a spirit-grade battle armor. Even if you have a sword of the same grade, it will be difficult to break through my defense. In other words, you can't kill me. Lin Xian scoffed, people like you don't need to exist in this world. She held the killing sword in her hand and walked forward step by step. It's useless. You can't break my defense. The elder in black armor sneered disdainfully. Can't break your defense? You're thinking too much. Lin Xian quickly swung his sword. The killing sword hummed and enlarged in the air. It was 100 feet long like a mountain ridge. Lin Xian held it in his hand and slashed it down quickly. The sword was extremely fierce and powerful. It was as if it could cut the sky open. Boom, the terrifying attack landed on the elder in black armor and sent him flying. The elder flew backward and spat out blood. Although the black armor was extremely hard and could defend against swords and sabers, the powerful impact went through the armor and hit him directly. The power almost made his body split open. What? Damn it. The elder in black armor looked ferocious. He couldn't believe it. In the next moment, Lin Xian appeared in front of him again. The giant sword in his hand fell quickly. The sword light flashed and connected heaven and earth, forming a strange and terrifying scene. Bang, the black-armored elder was sent flying again. His black armor shone with flowing light, blocking most of the force. However, the terrifying killing intent and shocking sword intent could not be eliminated. It directly bombarded the black-clothed elder, as if it wanted to tear him apart. Stop, stop. Let's talk. The elder in black was terrified again. He realized that Lin Xian still had the ability to kill him. Therefore, he had to lower his head and beg for his life. At this time, the elders around were also furious. They all attacked, trying to stop Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian did not give them a chance. A long black sword appeared in his hand, exuding a terrifying aura of death. Sword of Nirvana. The sword stabbed out and the strange long black sword quickly sucked away the elder's vitality. Then, a shocking and strange scene appeared in the sky. The long black sword did not pierce the elder in black. However, the elder's body gradually withered and his face aged. It was as if he had aged more than 100 years in an instant. Soon, he turned into a pile of bones. Lin Xian waved his sleeve, turning the bones into dust. Then, he grabbed the black armor and put it into his storage ring. Die, little thief. Leave the treasure behind. At this time, the elders from the imperial family rushed over again, trying to surround Lin Xian. At the same time, a shocking roar came from afar. Several terrifying auras appeared like ancient fierce beasts, covering the whole sky. Lung Clan. The Lung Clan's experts are here. Everyone was shocked. The other big clan in Wenfeng City had finally sent an expert. Haha, kid, you're dead. The elders from the Huang clan were excited. Lin Xian's eyes flickered and his brows furrowed. He snorted and put away his long sword. I'll spare your lives today. However, I'll make sure the Lin clan and Huang clan disappear from Wenfeng City. Then, his body turned into a ray of light and rushed into the sky. Stop him. Don't let him run away. The elder from the Huang clan was shocked. They had waited so long for the Lin clan's experts to come. They would not let him escape. However, they were powerless. The earth-ranked movement technique was extremely mysterious. It was not something they could compete with. In an instant, countless figures appeared in the sky, and each of them seemed real. These people could not tell which one was the real Lin Xian. When they destroyed all the illusions, they found that Lin Xian was long gone. Swoosh! Swoosh, dozens of figures landed, and a terrifying aura filled the air. Who dares to kill the disciples of the Lin clan? A shocking roar sounded, and it made people's blood spurt out. Where's that little thief? Tell him to come out and die. The Lin clan's experts looked around angrily, and their bodies were full of killing intent. However, when they saw the blood on the ground and the Huang clan's casualties, many of their pupils shrank. That little thief escaped. But don't worry, he's been hit by our Huang clan's blood qi tracking technique. There's no way he can escape. But we need to discuss how to capture this brat. They had no choice. The other party was powerful and had a strange movement technique. They didn't want to admit it, but he was definitely at the top of the younger generation. If they wanted to kill such a person, they had to deploy their forces well. Lin Xian left Wind-Seeking City and came to a nearby forest. He had gained quite a lot from this battle. The purple longsword and the black armor, the two top-grade spirit-grade artifacts, had been taken by him. The elders of the Huang family must be mad with anger right now. However, Lin Xian didn't feel guilty. In this world, if he didn't kill others, he would be killed. This was the law of this world. He had to adapt. Putting on the black armor, Lin Xian infused his spirit energy into the armor. Suddenly, the black armor shone brightly. Then, the light dimmed and became a tight fit, forming an inner armor. Top spiritual grade artifacts could change their shape at will. Not only could they shrink, but they could also enlarge. It was very magical. The purple longsword was on the same level as his wind shadow sword. It was also a good offensive artifact. In addition to the two artifacts, the storage rings of the two people were very rich. Other than that, what made him even more surprised was that his blood sword king inheritance seemed to have improved and broken through. After absorbing the blood of so many experts, his blood sword king inheritance had finally broken through the first level and reached the second level. In this way, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Now, he could even fight against a third-level honorable realm expert. This made him very happy. As expected of a king's inheritance, it was very powerful. There's someone. Suddenly, Lin Xian frowned and looked into the distance. Then, a cold smile appeared on his face. They had actually caught up. His figure flickered, and he disappeared on the spot. Not long after, 10 figures landed and crushed everything in the surroundings into powder. These 10 people had powerful auras and were all second-level honorable realm experts. Damn it, that little thief ran away again. Among them, the elder of the Lin family said fiercely. No matter, he can't escape from our hands. An elder of the Huang family sneered. He was hit by our Huang family's secret technique. In our eyes, it's impossible to hide. It's only a matter of time before we find him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, soon, the 10 venerables quickly flew away and disappeared on the spot. In front of him, Lin Xian frowned. He had changed his position many times, but the other party was still able to clearly see him. This caused his expression to become somewhat gloomy. Kid, there's a special mark in your body. It must have been left behind by the witch before she died, the Crimson Dragon said. Mark? Lin Xian furrowed his brows. He suddenly recalled that Huang Xiaoxiao had used her remaining HP to attack him before she died. Although he didn't feel anything at the time, it seemed like it was some sort of tracking mark. He was like a lamp in the dark night, clearly visible and with nowhere to hide. Thinking up to this point, Lin Xian's face turned gloomy. While flying at high speed, he used all of his soul force to scan every inch of his body. In the end, he discovered something unusual. If it wasn't for his powerful soul force, he probably wouldn't have noticed it. Even after hiding so deeply, I still managed to find you. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He mobilized the great dragon sword soul in his body and quickly destroyed the dark red mark in his body. What? Lin Xian was a little surprised. He found that the great dragon sword soul couldn't destroy the mark. After trying a few times, his face became gloomy again. This situation was very strange. It was reasonable to say that the great dragon sword soul was an offensive saint art. There shouldn't be anything that couldn't be destroyed. However, the current situation surprised him. The great dragon sword soul is indeed an offensive saint art. But now that it has become your martial soul, it needs your strength to nurture it. The current strength of the great dragon sword soul is far from what it used to be. The Crimson Dragon explained, only when your strength gradually increases will the great dragon sword soul become more fierce. Now it seems that with your current strength, the great dragon sword soul can't immediately destroy this mark. Moreover, this mark isn't an ordinary mark. It seems to be some kind of ancient secret art. If you want to destroy it, I'm afraid it will take some effort. Lin Xian nodded slightly. He could only use the great dragon sword soul to slowly destroy the mark in his body. But before that, he could temporarily trap the mark and make it lose its senses. In the next moment, countless sword chi intertwined, forming a careful cage that sealed the dark red mark. Behind him, the pupils of the Huang family's elders suddenly shrank, and they stopped. What's wrong? Did you find that kid? The Lung family's expert asked. Damn it. How is that possible? I can't sense him anymore. The four Huang family's elders' expressions became very ugly. They tried to sense him again, but they couldn't sense his location at all. This is impossible. One of the Huang family's elders screamed. He couldn't believe that the other party could destroy their family's secret art. One had to know that the secret art was very powerful. Even a third heaven supremacy couldn't destroy it. However, a first-layer Martial Highness realm kid had managed to nullify their sealing technique. After hearing this news, the Lung family's experts fell silent. Their expressions didn't look very good. What should we do? Should we split up and search? With the 10 of us, that kid can't escape at all. One of the Lin family's experts said. No. Absolutely not. The Huang family's elders shook their heads. That kid's battle strength is very strong. If we fight him alone, none of us will be his match. If we act rashly, it's very likely that he will defeat us one by one. Then what should we do? Do we just go back like this? The Lung family's experts were unwilling to give up. I don't think that kid can destroy our family's secret art. He must have used some method to hide temporarily. As long as we search more, we will definitely be able to find him. In the end, the 10 experts discussed and decided to act together. In the depths of the forest, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon began to set up a formation. He wanted to make sure that those who were chasing him wouldn't be able to return alive, however, he wasn't anxious. Instead, he waited patiently. Firstly, he needed time to slowly erase the mark in his body. Secondly, the other party had sent out 10-second heaven supremacies at the same time. They were extremely powerful. Even he had to be careful when dealing with them. Fortunately, other than the great dragon sword soul that could erase the crimson mark, he also had the heaven-changing technique that could conceal his aura. This ensured his safety. 3 days later, Lin Xian decided to act. He deliberately released a wisp of his aura to lure the 10 experts into the formation so that he could destroy them one by one. That kid's aura has appeared. Suddenly, the Huang family's elders in the forest behind him were overjoyed and sped up. Very soon, the 10 experts arrived and scanned the surroundings. That kid's aura just appeared here. He can't have gone far. The 10 supremacies wandered around nearby. However, in the next moment, the air suddenly fluctuated. The scene around them changed drastically, and a shocking light enveloped them. It's a formation. The 10 experts were shocked. They didn't expect the other party to set up a formation to wait for them. It's just a formation. Do you think you can trap the 10 of us? What a joke. The Lung family's expert was disdainful. The other party was just a first heaven venerable realm cultivator. What kind of powerful formation could he master? Moreover, the 10 of them could kill a third heaven venerable realm cultivator if they joined forces. Breaking a formation would be a piece of cake. Therefore, they didn't take the formation seriously at all. But soon, they fell silent, and their expressions turned ugly. They realized that they had underestimated the formation. After a series of attacks, not only did they not break the formation, but they also lost contact with each other. It could be said that the formation's power and strangeness were completely beyond their expectations. The 10 experts were trapped in the formation and couldn't get out for a while. Originally, they thought that this was just an ordinary array that could be opened with some strength. However, they found that they were wrong, very wrong. The formation was stronger than they had imagined, and it was also very strange. They struggled for so long but couldn't break it at all. In fact, this was very normal. Although these people were second heaven venerable realm cultivators and were powerful, the formation was set up by the Crimson Dragon. Ruzalong, who had lived for thousands of years, was far more knowledgeable and experienced than these people. The formation he set up was quite terrifying. Lin Xian pulled out the wind shadow sword and slowly entered the formation. With a flash of light, he arrived in front of an elder. This was an elder of the Ling family, a second heaven venerable realm cultivator. When he saw Lin Xian, he immediately shouted angrily, "You're that thief, come and die." He held a huge long saber in his hand and slashed forward. The saber flashed like a violent dragon, and the terrifying saber light was connected to heaven and earth. Lin Xian used an earth-level movement technique and moved quickly in the air, easily dodging the attack. Then, he shouted coldly and slashed down with the wind shadow sword. This sword was too terrifying, and it even split the void. A terrifying sea of blood appeared in the surroundings, an endless sword light gathered like a waterfall, turning into a sword light that quickly slashed toward the other party. In an instant, the Lung family's expert turned pale with fright. He felt the power of the sword light, and the aura was enough to threaten his life. "I can't take it head-on." These words appeared in the mind of the Lung clan's expert. This was the result of his many years of experience and instincts. Stomping his foot, the Lung family's expert turned into a beam of light, shooting up like a bolt of lightning and dodging the attack. Boom! In the next moment, the sword ray fell, shattering the ground. A pitch-black hole appeared, so deep that the bottom could not be seen. Since the first sword had missed, the second sword had already pierced out. Like a shocking dragon, it quickly chased after the Lung clan expert. The terrifying sounds of battle immediately attracted the attention of the other experts. Many of them looked solemn as they scanned the surroundings. However, they were in the illusory matrix and could not distinguish the real location. Ah! An extremely miserable cry rang out, echoing in the surroundings. "Third brother!" Among them, the Lung clan's experts roared angrily and quickly rushed out. They could tell that the scream came from their dead comrade. This meant that the other half of them had most likely been killed. However, no matter how they flew, they were unable to break through the illusion array. Not long after, another scream was heard. This time, it was from an elder of the Huang clan. The remaining 8 elders were shocked. They roared angrily and attacked with all their might. They knew that they could not hold back anymore. If they could not break through, there was only one outcome waiting for them: death. Under the effect of the will to live, the 8 of them raised their cultivation to the extreme. They kept attacking the surroundings, causing the originally powerful illusion array to fluctuate and crack. As expected of a second-rank venerable. It seems that this array will not last for long. The Crimson Dragon sighed. Too little time, and the materials are not complete. This is the best we can do. It's already not bad. It's already not easy to trap them for so long. Lin Xian was not disappointed. Killing 2 experts was enough for him. He still had time to play with these people. "Let's go." With a flash, Lin Xian disappeared into the horizon with the Crimson Dragon. Not long after, the entire illusory formation cracked open. 8 shocking auras gushed out like heavenly pillars, suppressing the surroundings and crushing everything within 1,000 miles into ashes. The powerful auras shrouded the area. Some people even used their soul power to scan the area. However, they did not find the middle level of the other party. They only saw 2 corpses on the ground. They looked like dried corpses, without a single drop of blood. "Damned thief, I will definitely catch you and grind your bones to dust." The 8 experts roared towards the sky. In the next few days, Lin Xian set up traps from time to time. He released his aura to lure the experts, causing earth-shattering battles to break out in the forest. Finally, on the 8th day, he killed everyone. However, what surprised him was that the blood mark in his body was not destroyed. This gave him a headache. However, compared to the gains, his blood sword inheritance had improved again after absorbing the blood essence of the 8 experts. It had reached the peak of the 2nd rank. He believed that it would not take long for him to break through to the 3rd rank. After resting in the forest for half a day, Lin Xian adjusted himself to his peak state. He then flew towards Windy City. Windy City was bustling with people. It was getting more and more lively. There were less than 10 days to the Wanxiang auction. Some powerful experts had rushed over, not wanting to miss the event. However, while everyone was excited and happy, the Huang and Ling clans were in a gloomy mood. The two families had joined forces and sent out 10 powerful second-rank honorables to catch the culprit. However, after 10 days, there was no news at all. This gave them a bad feeling. However, although they were worried, they did not believe that the culprit had died. The 10 second-rank honorables could kill a third-rank honorable if they joined forces. It would not be a problem to deal with a first-rank thief. However, after waiting for a few more days, their hearts slowly sank. After such a long time, even if they could not catch the culprit should have returned. However, there was no news. This meant that the culprit was most likely dead. After guessing this, the Huang and Ling families fell silent. They wanted to send out more experts to kill the culprit. However, the auction was approaching and they could not send more people. They could only put this matter aside for now. However, in Windy City, they kept a close eye on the culprit. As long as the culprit appeared, they would kill him mercilessly. However, they did not expect Lin Xian to use the Great Dragon Sword Soul to trap the blood mark. He then used the Etion technique to disguise himself and successfully entered Windy City. Lin Xian saw Yu Fei when he returned to the small courtyard he rented. "Brother Xian, we have news from Flying Tiger City and Qingshan City. They are basically under control. Nan Gongsang and Ma Rulong have also come to the Blood Realm. They are both in Flying Tiger City. Send them a message and ask them to gather at Windy City." Lin Xian felt that this auction would not be easy. There would definitely be a huge battle. After all, a half-earth rank weapon was too tempting. It was something that all experts wanted. Furthermore, it was not just a half-earth rank weapon. There was also the Phoenix Blood Crimson Gold. That was the material to make the real Red Lotus armor. A few days later, the highly anticipated Wanxiang auction finally began. Everyone was excited and decided to show off their skills at the auction. They had to get their hands on the treasures. In the VIP room of the Wanxiang auction, Hong Wuji, who was dressed in red, sat on a soft chair. He was surrounded by 6 beautiful women. At this moment, he was looking at the auction through the strange crystal glass in front of him. "The Lone Star Sword will be mine." Hong Wuji's eyes shone brightly. At the same time, the other VIP rooms were filled with important figures and experts. In one of the VIP rooms, the experts of the Huang family gathered. "Send someone to bring the blood mirror to the entrance of the auction and wait there. If that little thief dares to come to the auction, kill him immediately." "Yes." A few elders retreated and quickly made arrangements. They were going to attack together with the Ling family. If the other party did not come to the auction, then forget it. If he dared to come, then he would not be able to leave. Lin Xian used the heaven-changing technique to change his appearance and aura again. This time, he became an ordinary martial artist. He blended into the crowd and headed for the Wanxiang auction. However, when he approached the entrance of the auction, he felt uneasy. It was as if something was about to happen. This was a subtle instinct of his body. After so many years of fighting, his sensitivity to danger had reached a terrifying level. Therefore, as soon as he felt excited, he immediately came to a stop and stared cautiously at the Wanxiang auction in front of him. There were guards there to maintain order and collect entry fees. The crowd entered quickly. Everything seemed normal. However, Lin Xian frowned slightly. This was because he noticed that there were martial artists dressed in the uniforms of the Huang clan and the Ling clan walking around near the entrance. Furthermore, a crimson mirror floated above the building of the Wanxiang auction house, emitting a faint crimson glow that encapsulated the entire entrance. Seeing the red light, Lin Xian frowned. The dark red mark in his body began to throb violently, flickering with light as if it was attracted to something. "This is..." Lin Xian's face turned ugly. That damned Huang family, they actually arranged for surveillance at the entrance. He didn't expect the other party to set up such tight surveillance at the entrance of the Wanxiang auction. If he walked over, he would definitely be exposed. Otherwise, judging from their auras, they were definitely second-level venerated realm experts. They were even stronger than the ones he had killed. However, since that was the case, it was impossible to stop him, not to mention anything else. Just the half-earth rank sword and the phoenix blood crimson gold were treasures that Lin Xian was determined to obtain. He had to attend the auction no matter what. Thinking of this, he strode forward. Buzz, the closer he got to the entrance, the brighter the crimson mark in his body became. He couldn't suppress it at all. In the end, a crimson glow was emitted from his body, soaring into the sky. What, he's here. At the entrance, the experts of the Huang clan and the Lin clan were shocked, before their faces turned wild with joy. They had finally found their target. Brat, die. A terrifying giant palm, like that of a demon, slammed down. Humph. Lin Xian harumphed coldly as he struck out with his hand, causing a shocking glow to appear. It was extremely sharp and collided with the palm, producing a clanging sound. The violent energy swept across the place, blowing many martial artists away. Whoosh, the two took a step back and stared at each other, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Stop. Fighting is not allowed in front of the Wanxiang auction house. At that instant, a loud voice could be heard, followed by a powerful force that warned the crowd. If you continue to fight, you will become the enemy of the Wanxiang auction house. You will be killed without mercy. The voice was cold and emotionless. Hearing this, the experts of the Huang clan and the Lin clan fell silent. They knew this rule. Don't worry, we won't fight here. A few of them said to the sky, then stared fiercely at Lin Xian. Brat, how dare you come out? I don't know if you're an idiot or a fool. Today will be the day of your death. A group of people go forward and surround Lin Xian. Although they couldn't fight here, it didn't mean that they would let Lin Xian go. As long as they could get him somewhere else, they could attack. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Not being able to fight here was not bad news for him. After all, this was the territory of the two clans. If a fight broke out, there might be some old monsters. Once he was somewhere else, he wouldn't have any worries. Thinking of this, he smiled and waved his sleeve, causing a mysterious jade platform to appear. Buzz, with a flash, Lin Xian disappeared from the spot. What? The Huang clan and the Lin clan were shocked. They didn't expect him to have such a treasure. It's a space teleportation, chase him. Such a space teleportation array can't be far. Today, we can't let this brat leave alive. Everyone rose into the air and searched quickly. Whoosh, 100 miles away, Lin Xian's figure appeared. He immediately used the heaven-changing technique to hide his aura. Then, he flew into the distance. Lin Xian's goal was simple. He wanted to leave Windy City and separate these people. Since the other party didn't know what was good for them and still wanted to kill him, then they shouldn't blame him for going on a killing spree. His figure flickered as he used his extreme speed to fly through the air like a ghost. In a forest far away from Windy City, Lin Xian landed and waited. He held the wind shadow sword in his hand and waited quietly. When he was flying, he deliberately left some traces so that those people could see it. Sure enough, not long after, there was a fluctuation of spiritual qi in the sky. It seemed that there was a huge aura flying toward him. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance with a smile. It's coming. In the sky, a black dot appeared. Then, it quickly grew bigger like a meteor, bringing with it rolling air waves. In the blink of an eye, the black shadow arrived nearby and landed on the ground. The person who came was a middle-aged man with a strong back and a strong waist. He was extraordinarily handsome, and there was a sense of oppression when he walked. His gaze was sharp like a sword. It was incomparably powerful, as if it could pierce through everything. Boom, he stopped 3 feet above the ground and floated in the air, looking down at Lin Xian. His gaze was like a knife, forming a materialized light that rushed downward. Die, brat. The middle-aged man's voice was cold and contained supreme power. It was like the sound of a heavenly bell, shaking the surroundings. The surrounding forest shook, and the earth trembled slightly. One could imagine how powerful this middle-aged man was. He looked down from above. You dare to show yourself after killing my clansmen? No one can save you today. I will use your blood as a sacrifice to my clansmen. I've heard these words countless times, but every single one of them has become a corpse. Lin Xian's expression was cold. You are no exception. You will be the next. Humph, ignorant. The middle-aged man snorted. I will let you know how strong the Lin clan's true experts are. The middle-aged man stepped out, and his body emitted a strong light. At the same time, he sealed off the surroundings to prevent Lin Xian from escaping. Let's see where you can run to today. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Lin Xian shouted as he pulled out the wind shadow sword and stabbed forward. Boom, the sword flashed like a dragon's roar, shaking the heavens and the earth. The whole ground cracked, and a 1,000-meter-long crack appeared. 100 fists. The middle-aged man also attacked, and his bronze skin shone brightly as he punched forward with a violent aura. The two collided, and a thunderous sound rang out. With a bang, the middle-aged man was sent flying, and his face revealed a trace of shock. According to the information he received, Lin Xian could not be so powerful. Could it be that this brat was still hiding his strength? He was shocked. In fact, he did not know that not long ago, Lin Xian had successfully evolved the Blood Sword King's inheritance, and his strength had greatly increased. Compared to before, Lin Xian was much stronger. While the middle-aged man was shocked, Lin Xian was also shocked. Lin Xian had taken a blow from his sword and was not injured, which was rare. It seemed that Lin Xian was a body-refining expert. At least, he was much stronger than the previous elders. Interesting, I hope you can hold on for a while longer. Lin Xian sneered. Humph, I guarantee that you won't be able to laugh soon. The middle-aged man roared, and the light on his body became even stronger. The entire ground was shaking as if there was an earthquake, and it was shaking rapidly. Rows of trees fell down, creating an area of tremors. The distant mountain peaks also swayed, some of them collapsing. A yellow aura gushed out and surrounded the middle-aged man. In the next moment, his appearance changed greatly. Countless hair grew out of his bronze skin. It was brownish-yellow, like the fur of a demonic beast. Soon, this sort of situation spread throughout his entire body. His robust body grew 10 meters taller, becoming even taller. Roar! The middle-aged man was like a demonic monkey as he roared into the sky. His voice was filled with a strong killing intent. Demon beast! Lin Xian was shocked. He did not expect the other party to have such a change. Instead of replying, the middle-aged man roared furiously as he dashed forward like a bolt of lightning. The middle-aged man's body changed shape. Yellow hair grew out of his body. His entire being was like a demonic ape, sinister and terrifying. He roared angrily, turned into a beam of light, and quickly rushed over. Bang! In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Lin Xian. His huge fist, covered in thick demon hair, quickly punched out. Pung pung pung, Lin Xian swung his sword continuously. Sword chi was like a continuous spring rain, forming a patch and colliding with the middle-aged man's fist. The two collided, creating a series of deafening explosions. It was as if two metals had collided. Lin Xian was surprised. The middle-aged man's strength was much stronger than before. At least he would not be sent flying by him. Not only that, the middle-aged man's sturdy body was like a treasure. He could actually resist his sword chi, no wonder he dared to come alone. He was indeed capable. However, Lin Xian was not worried. He let out a low roar and used the great dragon sword soul, greatly increasing his combat strength. Sword chi surged and a blood-red light flashed, illuminating the entire sky. A violent and fierce aura filled the surroundings, making him look like a sword god. Whoosh, he stabbed out with his sword. Sword chi surged and turned into a blood-red waterfall, hanging upside down in the air. Summer sword, great waterfall. Sword chi surged, exploding with a powerful explosive force. It quickly enveloped the middle-aged man and sent him flying. Boom, the middle-aged man's body trembled and flew out like a meteor, crashing into a mountain peak. No wonder you could kill my clansmen. You are indeed extraordinary. The middle-aged man stood up from the ruins and shook off the rocks on his body. I have merged with the mountain monster ape's demon soul, but I can't break your sword chi. You are indeed powerful. The middle-aged man was very powerful. He was far stronger than the previous elders. Moreover, his martial soul was very special. After merging with the mountain monster ape's demon soul, it could be said to be incomparably powerful. This transformation had greatly increased his battle prowess. However, he was still no match for Lin Xian in terms of combat strength. One could imagine how powerful the great dragon sword soul was. Merged with the demon soul? No wonder you became like this. You are neither human nor demon. You might as well call yourself a transvestite. Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. You are courting death. I will let you know the power of my martial soul. The middle-aged man's voice was sonorous and full of confidence. He shouted in a low voice and his body expanded again. He was 10 meters tall with a green face and fangs. His entire person was no different from a demonic beast. When he took a step forward, the ground cracked. The aura on his body surged out in all directions like waves. Lin Xian frowned and slashed out with his sword. With the great dragon sword soul as the foundation, it evolved into a blood dragon that roared out. Boom, the blood dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws in the air. It emitted a terrifying and heavy aura that caused the entire sky to tremble. At this moment, the middle-aged man below also roared into the sky. He raised his hands high and tore the sky apart. Mountain transformation. The pair of hands turned into two mountains that were as heavy as 10,000 kilograms and blasted into the sky. These two mountain peaks were too terrifying, even heavier than real mountains. They stretched across the sky, dark and oppressive, even covering the heavenly sun. A large projection appeared on the ground. It was like demonic chi. It was incomparably cold and carried a monstrous pressure. The middle-aged man sneered. He brought the two mountains and collided with the roaring blood dragon in the sky. Boom, boom. Boom, an earth-shattering sound could be heard as the entire void was torn apart. The two mountains bombarded and were struck by the blood dragon. Terrifying cracks appeared on one of the mountains. The entire top of one of the mountains cracked open and large amounts of gravel fell down. Those gravel splattered and landed on the ground. Each of them could pierce through the ground and create terrifying black holes. As for the blood dragon, it was also forced back by the mountains and became dim. Roar, seeing the two mountains being shattered, the middle-aged man was furious. He roared and grabbed in all directions. Rumble, the ground cracked and countless mountains collapsed. They quickly condensed into a stone rod that was 100 meters long in the air. Boom, in the next moment, the middle-aged man held the huge stone pillar in his hand and waved it quickly. Boom. Boom, the power was too heavy. It directly crushed the void and covered the sky like dark clouds. Clang, the staff landed directly on the blood dragon's body, blasting it into two halves. Kid, give me your life. With the rod in his hand, the middle-aged man was extremely powerful. He was like a demonic king as he smashed towards Lin Xian. Humph, crooked. See how I'll break you. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Then, his long sword surged and sword chi gathered in the sky. Countless flames danced and spread in the sky, forming a vermilion bird. Lin Xian used the dragon sword soul to simulate the vermilion bird seal. Terrifying flames filled the sky and burned everything. The dragon sword soul was too powerful. This sword was even more powerful than the vermilion bird seal. It burned everything within 1,000 miles into ashes. Boom, the terrifying vermilion bird circled in the sky and collided with the huge stone pillar. Suddenly, a fiery red light burst out in the sky. It carried a blazing aura and surged in all directions. Like a volcano erupting, smoke filled the air. Heat waves filled the sky as if a volcano had collapsed. Crack. Boom, the huge stone pillar collapsed and melted. The flames quickly flew towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man let out a loud roar. Like a real demonic beast, he leaped out from the flames in the sky. With a leap, he charged towards Lin Xian. His eyes shone with a dark green light. At this moment, the light had solidified and was like two long spears. Fusing with demonic souls is still a small path. A martial artist is strong in his heart and faith. Let me show you what it means to be a martial artist. Lin Xian roared. The long sword in his hand emitted a dazzling light. It was like a fiery red sun hanging in the sky. Sword of raging flames. With this sword, the concept of fire surged out and lit up the entire sky. It was like a real sun descending rapidly. Boom, in an instant, the sun-like sword light shrouded the middle-aged man. Flames and sword chi exploded in an incomparably violent manner. Ah! The middle-aged man let out a shocking scream. All the hair on his body was burning. His body began to crack like porcelain and began to shatter. No! I won't lose! He roared to the sky. He was unwilling to admit defeat. With the flames and broken body, he charged towards Lin Xian. Star explosion! Lin Xian's eyes were filled with disdain. He stabbed out with his long sword. A ray of sword chi flew out like a meteor and instantly hit the middle-aged man's huge body. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang out as the sword chi exploded, producing an intense energy shock wave that directly shattered the middle-aged man's body into pieces. The smoke dissipated, and the ground was a mess. The ground was covered with broken corpses and remains, and it was scarlet red. A powerful second-rank venerable had died just like that. Using his finger as a sword, Lin Xian carved the word Lin on the ground. Then, he left without looking back. This was not the first, nor would it be the last. Lin Xian released his soul power and covered the surroundings, sensing the presence of enemies. Since the other party had come to kill him, he would return the favor. Killing to stop killing, this was his method. Lin Xian killed the powerful middle-aged warrior and then turned to leave. Not long after, he met the second venerable one. That person was also a young middle-aged man. He was an expert from the Huang family. Without any hesitation, the two of them directly attacked, causing the sky and earth to dim. In the end, Lin Xian killed him. Once again, Lin Xian carved the word Lin on the ground. He took the other party's storage ring and left quickly. He used his Earth-class movement technique, and his speed was very fast. He traveled through the forest like lightning. The Wanxiang auction had already begun, and he did not want to waste any time. Finally, he met the third expert. It was an old man with a powerful aura, like an erupting volcano. His combat strength was very shocking. This old man was even more powerful than the previous two experts, and he had rich combat experience. However, in the end, he was still killed by Lin Xian. Blood stained the sky as the entire corpse was cut in half by the long sword. If the Huang and Lin families knew that they had lost so many experts, they would definitely regret it. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the sky, as if 3 meteors were falling from the sky. Terrifying spiritual energy surged over like waves, toppling the mountains and overturning the seas. In the next moment, 3 figures appeared and descended from the sky. They surrounded Lin Xian in a triangular formation. Looking at the traces of battle around them and the corpse that was cut in half on the ground, the 3 experts' faces turned cold and murderous. Without further ado, the 3 of them attacked at the same time, determined to kill Lin Xian. The 3 of them were very powerful. 2 of them were experts from the Ling family, and 1 was an elder from the Huang family. The 3 of them worked together, and their combat strength was shocking. They sealed off all directions. In the void, a blue light shone. A huge spearhead transformed into a dragon and charged toward him. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, and its momentum was terrifying. Lin Xian used the illusory demonic steps, leaving behind an illusion in the air as he quickly dodged the stunning attack. However, in the next moment, his heart raced as a strong sense of danger filled his heart. Using his movement technique, Lin Xian roared and moved quickly. At the same time, he used the red lotus armor to protect his body. Buzz, streaks of red patterns appeared around him. They intertwined to form an illusory battle armor that enveloped him. At the same time, the sound of the air being torn apart came from behind him. A powerful force, like that of an ancient ferocious beast, quickly bombarded the red lotus armor. The two collided with a deafening sound. The terrifying force sent the red lotus armor and Lin Xian flying. Boom, boom. Boom, Lin Xian only came to a stop after smashing through dozens of mountains. Walking out of the rubble, Lin Xian was shocked. If he had not reacted quickly and summoned the shadow of the red lotus battle armor, he would have been severely injured. The attack just now was too terrifying. Other than the red lotus armor, nothing could have withstood it. His eyes flickered as he looked up. A tall figure appeared where he had been standing. The muscles all over his body bulged like dragons. In that person's hand was a huge bronze hammer. It was that hammer that sent him flying. Two other figures stood on both sides of the burly man. One of them held a purple spear and was surrounded by a purple aura. The other person was standing on a light sword, and his entire body was filled with terrifying sword chi. The three of them looked like middle-aged men. Their auras were powerful, and they were filled with killing intent. "You're quite capable to be able to withstand my hammer without being injured," the middle-aged man with the green hammer said coldly. "However, even if you escape this attack, you won't be able to escape death. Any last words? Hurry up and leave them." The three of them were cold, and their expressions were filled with confidence and power. Lin Xian drew the wind shadow sword and held it in his hand. A terrifying aura also surged from his body. "They deserve to die, and so do all of you. Humph, you're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. I'll take your life today." In the next moment, the middle-aged man in the middle attacked. The green hammer in his hand quickly smashed out. The giant cyan hammer moved horizontally, growing larger in the air as it rushed over like a giant cyan mountain. He wanted to kill Lin Xian immediately, so he used all his strength in this attack. The void churned, and the air cracked. Countless cracks spread in all directions. It could not be helped. The bronze hammer was too terrifying. Just its aura alone was enough to make the earth and sky unable to withstand it. The terrifying pressure was like the awakening of an ancient beast. It was terrifying and powerful, making one's heart tremble. It was a shocking scene. The green hammer had not landed, but its aura had already created a shocking aura. Lin Xian held the hidden wind sword in his hand. Sword chi gushed out from his body like a heavenly pillar that connected heaven and earth. The surrounding mountains and earth turned into powder. Only the place where he was standing was unaffected. When the violent force entered the area he was in, it was quickly destroyed by the sword chi. The void was torn apart, and the airwaves were pushed back. The green hammer quickly swept through the air, trying to smash Lin Xian into meat paste. Lin Xian only made his move when the green hammer was close to the ground. He stabbed out with his sword and slashed upwards. The sword chi flickered and shone brightly. The wind shadow sword quickly expanded into a 300-meter-long sword chi. It was like a green dragon that roared out and slammed into the green hammer. The great dragon sword soul surged and merged with the sword chi with a terrifying attack power. The sword was extremely sharp. The void trembled, and the green hammer swayed, leaving a clear sword mark on the ground. Sky-splitting blood sword, Lin Xian roared angrily and swung his sword again. Suddenly, the sword light surged, and the blood-red sword chi surged out like a sea of blood. In an instant, the green hammer was sent flying. It flew backward like a meteorite, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the air. "Die!" The middle-aged man was furious. He held the bronze hammer and swung it down mercilessly. Every strike created a bottomless black hole in the ground. The green hammer's shadow was vast and mighty, filling the entire sky. Its power could easily crush a second-rank supremacy. In an instant, the ground completely sank and cracked into countless pieces. Lin Xian was still standing on the ground and did not move. The ground around him was also intact. He held the wind shadow sword and slashed out several sword chi. Each sword chi was 300 meter long and surged like a blood-red rainbow. Although the bronze hammer was terrifying and powerful, it was completely useless against the blood-red sword chi. After a short stalemate, it was mercilessly cut open. In the sky, the sword chi was vast and mighty like a heavenly pillar that swept across all directions. Lin Xian attacked with all his might, causing the entire sky to boil. Countless bursts of sword chi surged out from his hands, and they were several times more ferocious than before. Lin Xian slashed out several hundred times in a row. Every sword chi was as thick as a mountain and as fierce as a heavenly sword. It was extremely sharp. Tens of thousands of sword chis crisscrossed, the sword sky shattered. The entire sky was like a shattered mirror, it was incomparably terrifying. Everything within 1,000 miles was filled with blood-red sword chi. A monstrous aura of slaughter engulfed everything. Bang, the bronze hammer was pushed back again and again, unable to withstand the force. The middle-aged man was even more shocked, and his pupils constricted. He did not expect his opponent to be so powerful. Every single one of those terrifying sword chis made him fearful. What a powerful spiritual energy. How old is he? How can he be so strong? The middle-aged man's pupils shrank. Even he wasn't able to launch so many attacks at once, but this young man was able to do so with ease. The disparity between them was obvious. This kind of person is definitely a great enemy of the family. We can't let him live. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He took out a purple elixir from his storage ring and it quickly appeared. In the next moment, purple lines appeared on his body and spread rapidly like demonic runes. Bang! 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 A deep sound rang out in the sky. The middle-aged man's muscles became even more powerful. His entire body expanded as if he had turned into a giant. He roared angrily. The green hammer in his hand trembled and quickly turned into a weapon that was 100 feet long. It filled the sky. Die, you little thief! As the hammer fell, the sky lost its color and the earth was pierced through. A huge shadow shrouded Xianxia. The mountains and forests within 100 miles were all destroyed. Clang, the huge bronze demonic hammer slammed into the ground, shattering it into pieces. Xianxia was crushed under the hammer. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Ha 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 ha. The middle-aged giant laughed out loud. His voice was like thunder, resounding in all directions. What genius martial artist? Young expert? That's all you got. You're still killed by my hammer. He was extremely proud, and his face was filled with arrogance. Beside him, the martial artist on the light sword also laughed. Fourth brother's sky-shaking hammer is indeed powerful. It's worthy of being a top-notch treasure that can crush everything. Not to mention that kid, even an ordinary third-level honorable realm martial artist wouldn't dare to fight against it. The middle-aged giant laughed. Indeed, no one can survive under my sky-shaking hammer. On the other side, the Huang family elder who was holding the spear also heaved a sigh of relief. We've finally killed that little devil. Now, we can return to report on our mission. Before he could finish his sentence, the ground below suddenly trembled. Even the mountain-like heaven-shaking hammer trembled as if it was being lifted up by something. Oh no! That little thief isn't dead. The Huang family elder's expression changed. What? He didn't die. The middle-aged giant was also stunned. His expression was extremely ugly. He had just bragged that no one could survive under his sky-shaking hammer. Now, that kid was still alive. This caused his expression to darken. Be careful. That kid is very strange. Don't let him escape. The two martial artists beside him looked solemn. The aura on their bodies became terrifying. Don't worry. The middle-aged giant said. My sky-shaking hammer is no ordinary item. That attack definitely took away half of his life. Wait for me to attack again. I'll kill him completely. Clang, another earth-shattering sound was heard. The entire sky-shaking hammer trembled rapidly and made a buzzing sound. Damn kid, I want you dead. The middle-aged giant was enraged. All the muscles on his body bulged and a vast amount of energy was released. Bang! 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 Countless rays of sword chi suddenly surged out from the ground. They were like pillars that rose from the ground. Instantly, the ground within 100-mile radius emitted light and shone in all directions. Boom! 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 Tens of thousands of rays of sword chi rushed out and turned into a rain of sword chi. With a bang, the sky-shaking hammer was sent flying. On top of the hammer, there were 8 rays of sword chi that flowed rapidly along the surface of the hammer. Explode, in an instant, the sword chi reached the middle-aged giant's hand and quickly exploded, forming a terrifying impact. Ah! Damn it! The middle-aged giant did not have time to react. His entire hand exploded, revealing deep white bones. I'm going to kill you. He roared into the sky and threw out a punch. His fist shone brightly and was not inferior to the sky-shaking hammer at all. Meteor beyond the heavens. Below, a ray of light flashed and instantly pierced through the middle-aged giant's heart. Whoosh, Xianxia's figure appeared in the sky and he looked extremely fierce. Below, there was an additional bloody hole where the heart of the middle-aged giant was. His enormous body also fell heavily to the ground. Bang! The ground cracked and blood gathered to form a river. This scene was too shocking. The two nearby martial artists were stunned. Just a moment ago, the arrogant middle-aged giant had died just like that. The two of them felt that it was unreal. Buzz, in the void, the sword chi fell again and slashed at the two of them. The two of them were shocked. They recovered from the shock and quickly dodged. Their eyes shone brightly and they were like ghosts as they rampaged through the void. Lin Xian sneered. He stretched out his hand and condensed spiritual energy to form a huge golden hand. He grabbed the sky-shaking hammer and smashed it down. Boom, in an instant, the void exploded. The terrifying force was like a demonic mountain, crashing into the martial artist holding the purple spear. Oh no! The martial artist was shocked and hurriedly dodged. The sky-shaking hammer was a top-tier spirit-grade treasure, and it was extremely powerful. It was said to be able to shake the heavens, so one could imagine how terrifying it was. Now that it was in Lin Xian's hands, it was extremely powerful. Whoosh, although it did not hit the martial artist, the strong wind caused him to tremble. Since you're here, don't even think about going back. Lin Xian looked up to the sky and roared. His black hair fluttered in the wind as he held the sky-shaking hammer and killed in all directions. Phantom sword dance. On the other side, sword chi flashed, and countless light swords surged out, filling heaven and earth. The sword chi swept out, splitting the ground and cutting off countless heads, turning them into powder. Bang! Lin Xian held the sky-shaking hammer and swept it out, drawing a half-moon light in the air and instantly shattering all the light sword phantoms. Then, he slashed out with his right hand again. Lightning surged, and countless lightning bolts fell from the sky. They merged with the sword chi and formed the thunder-killing sword, which was extremely terrifying. He used the thunder concept in this sword, which was powerful and violent. It was like a heavenly tribulation as it slashed toward the martial artist. The martial artist standing on the light sword condensed a 100-foot-long light sword in his hand and swept it in all directions, resisting the lightning. On the other side, the spear flashed and charged toward Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He raised the great dragon sword soul to the extreme, and his combat strength soared. He slashed out with his sword and cut the spear in half. Then, he used the wind concept, and countless gusts of wind turned into wild blades that slashed toward the martial artist. Lin Xian fought against two martial artists at the same time, and he was extremely violent. The great dragon sword soul was too powerful. His combat strength was heaven-defying, and every sword attack made the martial artist vomit blood. Impossible, this is impossible. The two martial artists screamed and trembled. They could not believe that the young demon king in front of them was so powerful. The two martial artists were shocked and could not believe that the two of them could not take him down. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that the martial artist's attack power was too powerful, far surpassing that of a second-level honorable realm martial artist. Azura Evil Light. Peerless Light Blade. The two middle-aged experts roared angrily. They exploded with powerful strength and displayed powerful martial skills, preparing to attack with all their might. Humph, let's end this. Lin Xian also let out a long howl. He held the wind shadow sword in his hand and slashed in the air. Gale lightning sword, mountain river cleaving one sword, a gigantic sword appeared in the sky, emitting an ancient aura. In the next moment, Lin Xian leaped into the air and swung out his golden palm, grabbing the firmament greatsword in his hand. Chop, boom, the giant sword fell, as if it was going to cut the world apart. The terrifying sword chi shattered the opponent's martial arts technique and quickly enveloped the two of them. Ah! This is impossible. The two of them were alarmed. Their strongest attack had actually been broken just like that? The two of them couldn't believe it. This is an Earth-rank martial art. One of them screamed, Earth-rank martial art, he actually has an Earth-rank martial art. Boom, the giant sword fell, cleaving through mountains and rivers and splitting the earth. When the sword chi disappeared, the two martial artists had already disappeared. Not even their corpses were left behind. The power of an Earth-rank martial art was terrifying. Now that Lin Xian's cultivation had become stronger, his Earth-rank martial art had also become more terrifying. Not to mention the two of them, even an ordinary third-rank honorable martial artist would find it difficult to withstand. This was the importance of a martial arts grade. Once it was related to the word earth rank, it would be superior to everyone else. This was the case for earth rank martial arts and even more so for earth rank artifacts. However, a true earth rank artifact had not appeared for many years. This was also the reason why a half-earth rank artifact was so precious. It was an extremely powerful existence. If he had a half-earth rank artifact, Lin Xian would have been able to end the battle with one sword. After carving the word Lin on the ground, Lin Xian disappeared on the spot. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a deafening sound came from the depths of the forest. A gigantic green hammer fell from the sky and pierced through the earth. Lin Xian sprinted all the way back to Windy City. He had already killed many people and it was time to go back. At this moment, the Wanxiang auction had already begun in Windy City. As expected of a top-notch auction, every item made people go crazy. In a VIP room, Hong Wuji sat with an evil smile on his face. He looked down at the auction with narrowed eyes. This time, he was only here for one item. That was the half-earth rank artifact, the Lone Star Sword. He was not interested in anything else for the time being. In another VIP room, the upper echelons of the Huang family were gathered. One of them had a gloomy expression. It was the Huang family's great elder. What's wrong? Are those people not back yet? He frowned and asked. Not yet, but there shouldn't be any problem. The person beside him said. Let's ignore them for now. This time, we must get the Crimson Phoenix blood gold. The great elder's eyes flickered with incomparable sharpness. Outside Windy City, Lin Xian's path was blocked. Without saying a word, the two of them started fighting. In order to save time, Lin Xian directly activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul and slashed out 9 shocking sword chi, killing his opponent. Until he reached the city gate, he met another person. I knew you would come back. The person sneered, it's your bad luck to meet me. Die. He launched an attack with a terrifying martial skill. However, a streak of sword light split his attack into 2 halves. Bang, the powerful spiritual energy attack sent him flying. What, this is impossible. You are the 9th one. Lin Xian's expression was cold and indifferent. His body's killing intent soared to the sky. You killed them. Feeling the shocking killing intent from Lin Xian, the person's expression changed. It was too terrifying. Just the killing intent alone made his heart tremble. There was no way to fight, there was no way to fight. No, I have to go back and inform the Great Elder. The person did not dare to fight and quickly fled back into the city. You want to leave? Trash. Lin Xian sneered and moved quickly into the city. Great Elder, this is bad. The person was like lightning, running through the void and rushing toward the Wanxiang auction. Boom, behind him, Lin Xian wielded the sky-shaking hammer and struck out. The terrifying green hammer was like a mountain, covering the sky and casting a large shadow over the person. What is that? At this moment, everyone in the city raised their heads and saw the scene in the sky. They were so frightened that their scalps went numb. In the sky, a terrifying force surged and pressed down in all directions, causing everyone's faces to turn pale. Boom! Puff, the giant hammer fell and smashed the person into a bloody mist. The person was already above the Wanxiang auction. He was only one step away from escaping, but he was still smashed into pieces. Who is that? It's so terrifying. The sky-shaking hammer, it's the sky-shaking hammer. Someone exclaimed. Isn't that the weapon of the Ling family's expert? Why would it attack the Huang family? Everyone was stunned. The Ling family and the Huang family were connected by marriage, so they were very close. But now, such a thing had happened. It was shocking. Is there a conflict between the two families? No, it's not the Ling family's expert. Then who is it? Someone looked at the sky and exclaimed. In the Windy City, the martial artists below looked up at the sky in horror. It was too terrifying. A powerful and mysterious martial artist wielding the Ling family's treasure smashed the Huang family's elder into meat paste. This scene shocked everyone. If he's not the Ling family's expert, then who is he? The crowd raised their heads in shock. What happened? Why is the Ling family's treasure in someone else's hands? That person, could it be the scholar genius? Someone recognized Lin Xian and exclaimed. I heard that he killed the Ling and Huang family's genius martial artists and is wanted by the two families. I didn't expect him to appear now. Yeah, not only did he appear, but he's also so powerful. He killed the Huang family's elder in one move. This is a blatant provocation. I'm afraid the Huang and Ling families won't let this go. The crowd discussed excitedly. Lin Xian kept the sky-shaking hammer and descended to the ground. He then walked towards the Wanxiang auction. I'm sorry, the auction has already started. No one is allowed to enter during this period. A martial artist walked out and blocked Lin Xian's path. Lin Xian didn't speak, but his eyes darkened slightly. The surrounding martial artists started to discuss again, no wonder he appeared in such a hurry. He's here to participate in the auction. What a pity. Once the auction starts, you can't enter anymore. This is the rule. Yeah, I'm afraid he'll return empty-handed. At this time, the remaining Huang and Ling family disciples couldn't withstand Lin Xian's aura. They were so scared that they almost peed their pants. They all fled into the distance. Lin Xian's eyes were cold as he looked around. At this time, the void fluctuated. Countless rays of light shot up and pierced through the escaping martial artists. What, someone else attacked? The crowd was shocked again. They didn't expect that other than Lin Xian, there would be someone else who dared to attack the Huang family. Boom, a tall young man landed, causing the ground to tremble. The crowd looked over and saw that the young man had a strong back and a bare waist. He was abnormally tall, like an iron tower. Hee, young Master Xian. Dongfeng. Lin Xian was stunned, then smiled. It seemed that the people from the Dragon Sword Pavilion were here. Seeing the two of them talking, the crowd exclaimed in surprise. The two of them actually knew each other. No wonder they dared to make a move against the Huang clan. At this moment, Yu Fei and Wang Li also flew over. Older brother Xian. Yes. Lin Xian nodded and asked, where are the others? They're all in the courtyard. However, due to time constraints, only a few came. The rest are still on their way. The distance between the Flying Tiger City and the Wind-Seeking City was not close. This time, only a few powerful cultivators had arrived. Most of the people were still on their way. Older brother Xian, isn't it an auction? Why don't you go in? Wang Li asked. Hey, we want to go in. No, the auction has rules. No one is allowed to enter in the middle. The auctioneer's attitude was firm. At this moment, another fluctuation came from afar. Boom. Boom. Boom, the void trembled as if 10,000 horses were galloping. A low and deep voice spread in all directions. Several black dots appeared in the sky. At first, they were very small, but in the blink of an eye, they arrived nearby. Roar. Roar. Roar, a terrifying roar sounded, causing everyone's face to turn pale. Many people looked at the sky in horror, and Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. In the sky, there were three figures. They were three strange beasts, and their bodies were shining with light. In the middle was a fierce white tiger with light yellow tiger stripes. Its eyes were bright, and it emitted a terrifying aura. On its back sat a beautiful woman. Her eyes were filled with disdain and arrogance. On both sides was a demon wolf, and on the other side was a white jade demon elephant. Its body was as big as a mountain, and it could crush the air with a casual step. On each of the two demon beasts sat two young men. Their expressions were cold, and their auras were powerful. Demon General, one-star Demon General, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. These three powerful demon generals were actually mounts. This was too inconceivable. One had to know that a demon general was equivalent to a human honorable. They were the overlords of a region. Their dignity was inviolable. Now, they were willing to be mounts, and there were three of them. Who were these three people? How could they have such a powerful background? Eh? Seems like we are late? The young man on the left chuckled. Don't worry. It's not too late to go in now. The young man on the right said coldly. Boom. 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 The three demon generals landed on the ground, and their terrifying auras formed countless gusts of wind that swept in all directions. When the three of them landed, the ground shook. The three of them did not come down. Instead, they rode the three demon generals and slowly walked towards the Wanxiang auction. Are they going to enter the auction too? The crowd was shocked, and Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The three of you. The Wanxiang auction's martial artist's eyes flickered, and he hesitated. To be able to have three demon generals as mounts, they must be of extraordinary status. He could not afford to offend such people. Humph. The young man on the right snorted and took out a token. Hiss, the martial artist's pupil shrank, and he said, the three of you, please come in. At least you know what's good for you. The young man on the left nodded. Then, the three of them waved their sleeves and kept the demon general. Ta. The three of them walked into the auction as if they were taking a stroll. They went in. The crowd was shocked. They did not expect the Wanxiang auction to allow the three of them to enter. Lin Xian's face darkened, and Wang Li and the rest did not look good either. They had wanted to enter, but the martial artist had stopped them and told them that the auction's rules forbade them from entering halfway. But now, there were three people who had arrived later than them, but they had swaggered in. This was obviously discrimination. Damn, what do you mean? Why can't we go in? And they can? Yu Fei was furious. Yes, are you looking down on us? Wang Li said coldly. You have to give us an explanation for this. Dongfang Xiong also stopped smiling. Explanation? The Wanxiang auction's martial artist sneered, what explanation do you want? Who are you, and who are they? Let me tell you, they are the disciples of the Yan family. They are very honorable. The Yan family? Is that a big deal? So you are a country bumpkin who knows nothing. The martial artist sneered, let me tell you, the Yan family is Prince Lingfeng's subordinate force. Don't you think they are powerful? Prince Lingfeng. The crowd gasped. He was one of the four great princes of Tianwu, and his status was extraordinary. They had not expected the three of them to have such a background. When Yu Fei and the rest heard this, their faces darkened. They were in the blood realm, so they naturally knew Prince Lingfeng's name. He was the grandson of the deputy palace master of the Palace of Aries, and the son of the Martial Honorable, who was ranked third on the Blood Supreme leaderboard. His status was absolutely horrifying. To be able to become his subordinate force, it was definitely a powerful force. When the martial artist saw the shocked faces of Yu Fei and the rest, he sneered, I advise you to get lost. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. With your status, don't even think about entering in this lifetime. What if I don't? Lin Xian suddenly said with a cold smile. What if I don't? Lin Xian suddenly opened his mouth and sneered. He was furious. If the auction really had such a rule, he would not say anything. However, if they treated him differently because of his status, it would be a different story. He would let these people know that he was not someone they could offend. Brat, I advise you not to cause any trouble at the Wanxiang auction. The cultivator sneered, although you were able to kill the Huang family's elder in one move, you are nothing in the eyes of the Wanxiang auction. It's easy to kill you. How dare you? Wang Li shouted angrily. How dare you threaten young Master Xian? Ask me first. Dongfang Xiong took a step forward and emitted a powerful aura. What? You want to fight? The cultivator from the auction was disdainful. He snapped his fingers and 5-second layer honorable realm cultivators appeared behind him. They stared at Lin Xian and the others with unfriendly expressions. Kid, you don't have the right to fight in front of me. Seeing this, the surrounding people were in an uproar. Oh my god, is that kid really going to fight? No one with a brain would do that. The Wanxiang auction is not something the Huang family can compare to. Not only are they powerful, but the forces behind them are even more terrifying. Yeah, I heard that they are also related to Prince Lingfeng. A group of people discussed and none of them thought highly of Lin Xian. Kid, did you hear that? Get out of here if you know what's good for you. The cultivator from the auction sneered. With your status, you won't be able to enter. Status? Lin Xian laughed. What kind of status do you want? What status? Don't waste your energy. Even the head of the Huang family would not dare to be impudent in the Wanxiang auction. The cultivator from the auction was extremely domineering. Lin Xian ignored him and turned around. Go and call those people over. Yes. Wang Li quickly left. Call people? Alright, I'll wait for you. The cultivator from the auction sneered. If you can make me take a step back today, I'll let you in. Lin Xian ignored him and stood with his hands behind his back. Yu Fei sneered. Take a step back? You'll be scared to death. He really wanted to see how these people would react when they saw the members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. The auction house's martial artist crossed his arms in front of his chest, a look of disdain on his face. Today, he wanted to see just what kind of people the other party could summon. Putting everything else aside, there was no one in Fengwen City that the Wanxiang auction house was afraid of. The surrounding warriors were also discussing, this guy, who is he? Who else could it be? Even a third-layer martial highness would not dare to offend the Wanxiang auction. But looking at him, he seems to be very calm. It's like he has a card up his sleeve. Who knows? Maybe he's pretending. Everyone was discussing what Lin Xian was trying to do. At this moment, ripples appeared in the sky once again. It was like boiling water, violently boiling. What is that? Someone raised his head and exclaimed. Countless black figures appeared on the horizon. They were different from the three people from before. They were not black dots, but dark clouds. They were like dark clouds, fast and beautiful. Boom! Boom! The sky trembled, accompanied by a vast and terrifying aura. The aura was too terrifying. It was like an ancient demon mountain, pressing down on everyone, making it hard for them to breathe. Everyone below was pale. Their auras were tumbling and their bodies were trembling. Many of the weaker ones directly fell to the ground. Even the second-layer martial highnesses of the Wanxiang auction house were no exception. They circulated their spiritual energy and resisted with all their might. Boom! Boom! In the sky, the dark clouds floated and finally stopped above the Wanxiang auction house. This time, everyone saw it clearly. People, they're people. Not only were they people, but they were also experts. They were all experts. Second-layer martial highnesses. Everyone was shocked and could not believe it. Many of the figures in the sky were second-layer martial highnesses. There were even first-layer martial highnesses. When these people were added together, they could defy the heavens. Someone counted and found that there were a total of 50 people, all of them young martial artists. What kind of power is this? They actually have so many young experts. Everyone was stunned. This power was too strong. At least in Wind-Seeking City, no one could find so many young experts. The martial artist of the Wanxiang auction house was also shocked. He did not expect the other party to find so many experts. Damn it, who is this kid? How does he know so many young experts? Whoosh, in the sky, the 50 young experts descended and filled the street. Brother Xian. The 50 people moved in unison and shouted respectfully at the figure in front of them. Lin Xian nodded and then turned to look in front of him. To be exact, he was looking at the people of the Wanxiang auction house. Now, am I qualified? Boom, everyone was shocked. Brother Xian? These young experts are calling him Brother Xian, this is too shocking. Are these people the underlings of the scholar? Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. He had already restored his true appearance. He was like a king looking down at the people in front of him. No, impossible. The martial artist of the auction house was in disbelief and he started to tremble. Not long ago, he had mocked the other party and said that he did not have the right to enter. Now, the other party was the leader of this group of young geniuses. This change happened too quickly. The people of the Wanxiang auction house could not accept it. Hua, hearing Lin Xian's voice, the 50 people raised their heads and looked in front of them. Everyone's faces were filled with anger. Their gazes were like swords converging together. These gazes converged into a torrent that surged forward and sent the people of the Wanxiang auction house flying. They were too powerful. The combined force of the 50 honorables was extremely terrifying. The martial artists of the auction house could not resist and were sent flying like kites. Puff, this was especially true for the cultivator who had mocked Lin Xian earlier. He vomited large mouthfuls of blood. In that instant, he had suffered an extremely serious internal injury. Lin Xian walked forward slowly and asked calmly, "Am I qualified?" His voice was not loud, but it was filled with determination. "If you want to be qualified, fine, I will give you the qualifications." However, Lin Xian did not care if you can accept the qualifications. Puff, the martial artist of the auction house, vomited blood again. His body fell to the ground and he fainted. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the others. Who can make the decision? Feeling the gaze, the martial artists trembled and smiled bitterly. Although they were second-rank honorables, they could not make the decision. At that moment, a few figures flew out from the Wanxiang auction house. Who dares to cause trouble at the Wanxiang auction house? A loud voice was heard. It was filled with endless pressure, the voice was domineering. It turned into an energy palm and slammed down. In his opinion, no matter who it was, he should suppress them first if they dared to cause trouble at the Wanxiang auction house. However, this time, he had made a huge mistake. The people below were not people he could provoke. Boom, in the next instant, the 50 honorables below exploded. Their auras surged upwards like demons. An old man came out from the intersection of the Wanxiang auction. He immediately attacked with his palm in an attempt to suppress the intruders. In his opinion, whoever dared to cause trouble at the Wanxiang auction should be suppressed first. However, he was wrong this time. The 50 martial highnesses below were infuriated, unleashing terrifying auras that surged upward like a deity. Bang! Without any hesitation, the palm formed by the sound wave was shattered into pieces, while the old man was sent flying like a kite, vomiting blood. "Elder!" Many cultivators exclaimed and sprang into the sky, but they were stunned when they saw the scene below. It was a terrifying scene. 50 martial highnesses gathered together, as if an ancient deity had been reborn, extremely powerful. In front of them stood a young man wearing a blue shirt, standing there like an emperor. "Who's in charge? Come out." Lin Xian's voice could be heard, spreading to the surroundings. Powerful, too powerful. The crowd was shocked, unable to believe it. In the wind-seeking city, the Wanxiang auction was considered a dominating presence, and no one dared to challenge it. But now, a young man was suppressing the Wanxiang auction, too shocking. Soon, the people of the Wanxiang auction understood what had happened, and their faces turned dark, as if they could not wait to beat the guards to death. "A bunch of trash, are you blind? How dare you provoke someone like him?" Soon, an old woman with a walking stick walked out and asked in a deep voice. "I'm the manager, why are you here?" "To participate in the auction," Lin Xian said in a firm voice. "Sure. Give me a moment." The old woman said, "I'll report it now." "No need, I'll go straight in." Lin Xian shook his head and said in a cold tone. After such a long delay, more than half of the auction had been completed, and he was unsure if the Crimson Phoenix blood gold had been sold. Therefore, he had to enter the auction. The old woman was in a difficult position, but she let out a sigh after receiving Lin Xian's firm gaze. "All right, but only 3 of you can enter." "Sure." Lin Xian turned around, Dongfang and Yufei, "Follow me, the rest of you wait here." "Yes." The group of people replied. Inside the Wanxiang auction, there was a heated atmosphere. The appearance of the Phoenix blood crimson gold caused the entire venue to reach a new height. After many parties fought over it, it was finally won by the Huang family. "Ha ha ha ha. The Phoenix blood crimson gold is finally in my hands." Inside the VIP room, the Huang family's grand elder was overjoyed. "With this, we might be able to refine a supreme-grade artifact." "A supreme-grade artifact." Hearing that, the other elders of the Huang family also felt their hearts burning with excitement. Top-grade treasures were even better than top-grade treasures. They were the best of all spirit-grade treasures, that power, that value, it was second only to a half-earth-rank treasure. It was also a rare treasure. This time, the Huang family elder wanted to refine a set of inner armor, so he desperately wanted to obtain the Phoenix blood crimson gold. Alright, the auction for the Phoenix Blood Crimson Gold is over. That kind of top-grade refining material is extremely rare. I'm afraid a single piece won't be enough to satisfy everyone's needs. Moreover, we only have one piece in our auction. However, there is another treasure right now. Its value is even above the Phoenix Blood Crimson Gold. I believe everyone will be interested. Even above the Phoenix Blood Crimson Gold, hearing this, the eyes of the martial artists in the auction house lit up. The Phoenix Blood Crimson Gold was a supreme-grade refining material. If there was a powerful refiner, refining a half-Earth-rank treasure wouldn't be a problem. But now, there was something even more precious than it. Could it be that thing? Someone was excited. That's right, it must be that thing. A half-Earth-rank treasure. Only a half-Earth-rank treasure could surpass the Phoenix Blood Crimson Gold. It had to be known that although the Phoenix Blood Crimson Gold was good, it wasn't easy to refine it into a half-Earth-rank treasure. First, you had to have a refining grandmaster, and this kind of grandmaster-level refining master hadn't appeared for a long time. Therefore, in this situation, a half-Earth-rank treasure was especially precious. On the crystal platform in front of them, the auction house elder smiled and said, "I believe everyone has already guessed." That's right, the item being auctioned this time is a half-Earth-rank treasure. Lone Star Sword. Hua! The crowd boiled over and the entire auction house fell into a frenzy. Lone Star Sword, it really is the Lone Star Sword. A half-Earth-rank treasure, I never thought that I would be able to see an Earth-rank treasure in my life. Many people were excited. They knew that this treasure would have a sky-high price and that the average person wouldn't be able to afford it. Even ordinary forces wouldn't be able to obtain it. But this didn't stop them from going crazy. Because just being able to see it was enough. On the crystal platform, the golden-robed elder took out a treasure box and slowly opened it. Suddenly, the void trembled and a powerful and cold aura was emitted. This aura was terrifying and instantly swept through the entire auction house. How terrifying! Everyone was shocked and their hearts trembled. They never thought that just a wisp of aura would be so powerful. The auctioneer also took a deep breath and slowly picked up the item. Suddenly, a simple-looking longsword appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The sword was 3 feet long and light blue in color. It was as dazzling as a star. On the sword's body, there were traces of mysterious flowing light. As it rotated, it emitted a terrifying aura. On the side of the sword, there were 2 ancient seals with the word Lone Star engraved on it. The auctioneer gently waved the sword. Suddenly, a ray of flowing sword energy gushed out and cut through the air. Accompanying it was a shocking killing intent. Ka, the air couldn't withstand it and shattered. This was just a normal attack. It didn't contain any spiritual power. One could imagine how terrifying it was. If it was swung at full strength, it would probably be able to cut through the entire auction house. After a slight movement, the auctioneer put down the Lone Star Sword and then closed the treasure box. We've asked countless blacksmiths to examine this Lone Star Sword. It's definitely a half-Earth-rank treasure. Plus, I'm sure everyone has seen its power. It can't be fake. Alright, let's begin the auction. Half-Earth-rank treasure, Lone Star Sword. The starting price is 100 million mid-grade spiritual stones. Each bid must be no less than 10 million spiritual stones. 100 million, everyone gasped and their eyes were filled with madness. This number was an astronomical figure for ordinary martial artists. It was an existence that they could only look up to, as expected of a half-Earth-rank treasure. It was indeed heaven-defying, 200 million. A faint voice sounded and immediately shocked everyone. F*CK, who is this? He doubled the price in an instant. What a big move, what a big move. That voice came from VIP room 6. Could it be Hong Wuji from Red Leaf Valley? Yes, it must be him. Only he would be so arrogant as to double the price right off the bat. In VIP room 6, Hong Wuji sat up straight. His eyes were shining as he stared at the crystal platform below. Lone Star Sword. He had been waiting for this for so long. He hadn't made a move in the previous auctions because he was waiting for the Lone Star Sword. Now, he could finally show his skills. 200 million. Hong Wuji shouted out the price and looked down with a fiery gaze. He knew that this price couldn't scare off those who really wanted the Lone Star Sword, but he had to show a strong attitude. That was the arrogance of the Red Leaf Valley. Sure enough, the price of 200 million shocked the crowd of martial artists below. But soon, someone called out a price. 210 million, 220 million. Soon, bids came from all the VIP rooms, and the price of the Lone Star Sword rose to 250 million. The crowd below was shocked. They could only look up at such a price, but the tense atmosphere made their blood boil. 270 million. Suddenly, a low voice rang out, bringing with it a vast amount of pressure. This aura, could it be a third-level honorable? Many people were shocked. The sharp sword intent in the sky made them unable to raise their heads. Honorable Maniac Sword. It's Honorable Maniac Sword. Many VIP rooms were filled with low exclamations. It was obvious that they were very surprised by the identity of the bidder. Honorables were very powerful, but there was another type of honorable that was even more powerful, and that was the titled honorable. These people were extremely powerful even among the honorables. Honorable Maniac Sword was such a warrior. He was a third-level honorable, and because of his violent sword techniques and terrifying combat strength, he was called Honorable Maniac Sword. I didn't expect Honorable Maniac Sword to come too. Yeah, looks like it's going to be more interesting this time. Honorable Maniac Sword is not only powerful, but he also has a violent temper. If he doesn't get the Lone Star Sword this time, he'll probably go crazy. Many people discussed, and some warriors gave up bidding because of Honorable Maniac Sword's words. However, not everyone was afraid of Honorable Maniac Sword, and in front of such a half-Earth-class treasure, everyone was even more crazy. At least, Hong Wuji didn't care. 300 million. He stared at the crystal platform below with a fanatical look in his eyes. The Lone Star Sword must be mine. With the Red Leaf Valley behind him and his own strength, Hong Wuji wasn't afraid of Honorable Maniac Sword even though he couldn't beat him. Therefore, he immediately raised the price after Honorable Maniac Sword made his bid. Wow, Red Leaf Valley made another bid. How arrogant. Yeah, he doesn't even take Venerable Maniac Sword seriously. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Hong Wuji to be so bold. The Maniac Sword Venerable also snorted coldly in VIP room number 3. He stood proudly, and his entire body was filled with an unyielding aura. 330 million. He bid again. 340 million. Other than Hong Wuji, there were other experts who bid. No one could remain rational in the face of such a treasure. The Huang family, the Lin family, and the other families were also bidding. Although he knew that they wouldn't be able to obtain this item, they still knew how to secretly raise the price. However, when the price reached 400 million, these families gave up. They had already raised the price by a lot. If they continued, they would be targeted. Now, the only ones left were the experts outside the Wind City. Among them, the Frenzied Sword Highness and Hong Wuji were competing fiercely. Apart from them, there were a few others who did not speak much, but each time they did, it was shocking. 400 million. In a VIP room, a young man with a cold face spoke. Apart from him, there was also a frivolous young man and a beautiful woman. The three of them were the 3 disciples of the Yen family who had entered earlier. It seemed that they were also here for the Lone Star Sword. Hearing the bid, the crowd was shocked again. This was because the voice sounded very young, and they could tell that it was a young man. For a young martial artist to bid such a price, it was obvious that he had an extraordinary background. Hong Wuji also frowned. He did not expect that there would be other young martial artists who dared to bid other than him. He sneered and shouted again, 420 million, 430 million, 450 million. The 2 of them competed, and neither of them gave in. The smell of gunpowder was strong. Who is this guy? How dare he compete with us? The cold young man frowned. As a disciple of the Yen family, even the Vientiane auction had to give him face. Now, someone dared to compete with them. This was a blatant provocation. Hong Wuji was also furious. As a disciple of the Red Leaf Valley, arrogance and haughtiness had always been his style. Now, someone dared to compete with him. He could not tolerate it. Therefore, he bid again. Apart from that, a middle-aged beauty and a mysterious old man bid and competed with each other. In an instant, the smell of gunpowder was strong, and the atmosphere in the auction house was extremely tense. 500 million. Honorable Maniac Sword spoke again, and everyone's eyelids twitched. 550 million. Hong Wuji did not back down, and he quickly bid. Silence, absolute silence. Many people gave up bidding. This price had stopped most of them. Even the disciples of the Yen family frowned. They were hesitant because of this price. I would like to see who dares to be so arrogant. The cold young man snorted, someone dares to compete with us in Wind-Seeking City. He is courting death. Alright, stop bidding. We will act according to the situation later. At this moment, the beautiful lady spoke. Kid, this sword is very important to me. Can you give it to me? I will compensate you. Honorable Maniac Sword said in a deep voice. I don't lack anything. I only want this sword. Hong Wuji rejected. Humph. In VIP room 3, Honorable Maniac Sword snorted, and his face turned gloomy. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and it was like a sword radiance. He did not bid again. Instead, a cold smile appeared on his face. Obviously, he wanted to kill Hong Wuji. In the Blood Realm, it was common to kill and steal. Although Hong Wuji was from the Red Leaf Valley, he was willing to do anything for the half-Earth rank artifact. As long as he got the Lone Star Sword, his strength would increase greatly. Moreover, in the Blood Realm, Red Leaf Valley might not be able to do anything to him. Therefore, he decided to kill Hong Wuji in an instant. Honorable Maniac Sword did not make a sound, and the others did not bid either. Perhaps they had the same idea as Honorable Maniac Sword. But no matter what, the whole place was eerily quiet. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect that even Honorable Maniac Sword could not compete with Hong Wuji. Hong Wuji, on the other hand, was excited. He clenched his fists, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Finally, after such a long time, he got the Lone Star Sword. 550 million, anyone else? The auctioneer asked. Seeing that no one answered, he slowly said, 550 million, going once, 550 million, going twice, 550 million, going thrice. Deal. Before the word deal could be shouted, the auction house's door suddenly opened with a bang. Then, a powerful aura and blazing light rushed in, causing the whole auction house to fall into a frenzy. Everyone turned to look. 1 billion. A sonorous voice sounded, and then a figure quickly walked in. The person in the lead was a young man in a blue shirt. He had a handsome face and a sharp gaze. He walked over quickly with a supreme aura. I'll bid 1 billion. 1 billion. The crowd was shocked and could not believe it. Even the auctioneer was stunned. On one hand, he was shocked by the person's bid. On the other hand, someone who could enter the auction in the middle of the auction must have an extraordinary status. Humph, you'll lose your life if you make a false bid. A cold voice was heard. Many people sneered in disbelief. After all, 1 billion spiritual stones was an astronomical figure. Boom. Boom, boom. Boxes of spiritual stones flew out from the storage ring and filled the hall. Each box was shining brightly and made the void tremble. Soon, the entire sky was filled with spiritual stones. Do you think I'll lie? Lin Xian said disdainfully. The martial artist who mocked him earlier was speechless and snorted angrily. The others were shocked and dumbfounded. It was too shocking. It was the first time they had seen so many spiritual stones. Although Hong Wuji had bid 500 million, it was just a number and the crowd did not have a clear idea of it. Now, the sky was filled with spiritual stones and there were even more spiritual stones flying out from the storage ring. The scene was too shocking and unforgettable. Is it enough? Do you want me to take out all the spiritual stones? Lin Xian stood in the middle of the hall and said calmly. Yes, it's enough. The auctioneer took a deep breath and smiled warmly. Sir, please keep the spiritual stones. If the auction is successful, someone will come to receive you. The auctioneer's attitude was completely different from before. Lin Xian nodded and waved his sleeve, collecting the spirit stones that filled the sky. he did not go to the VIP room. Instead, he found a place to sit with Dongfang Xiong and the other two. The auctioneer took a deep breath and said loudly, 1 billion spiritual stones. Sir, you bid 1 billion spiritual stones. Are there any more bids? Hearing that, the crowd fell silent. Even the forces in the VIP room did not make a sound. Hong Wuji looked down and his face was terrifyingly gloomy. He had already stood up from the soft chair and walked to the front of the crystal, staring down. His body trembled slightly. A terrifying aura and sword intent filled the air and froze the entire space. It's him. Hong Wuji frowned. He naturally recognized Lin Xian, but he did not expect him to be able to take out so many spiritual stones. Young master, what should we do? At the back, the young woman with an oval face asked, this kid dares to fight with young master for something, he's really reckless. Why don't I go and kill him now? Reckless? Humph. Hong Wuji laughed, his face carrying a hint of evil charm. You're right, he really doesn't know what's good for him. Just ignore him and let him bid. He'll soon know that the Lone Star Sword isn't something that can be bought with money. His words were filled with intense killing intent. It was obvious that he wanted to kill, not only him, but the other experts who were bidding were also sneering. In VIP room number 3, Venerable Maniac Sword's eyes were filled with killing intent. He couldn't help but laugh wildly. Previously, he had been somewhat worried about losing to Hong Wuji in the bidding. After all, Hong Wuji was a member of Red Leaf Valley and had a special status. If he were to kill Hong Wuji, the consequences would be dire. However, things were different now. He didn't know this young man who was bidding. Even the others didn't know him. This meant that the other party didn't have a strong background and was just rich. For such a person, it was fine to kill him. He posed no threat. Hee, it seems like the Lone Star Sword is destined to be mine. Venerable Maniac Sword sneered and sat down. Now, he just had to wait for the transaction to end. For a moment, countless pairs of eyes stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian naturally knew. However, even if he were to buy it secretly, he would be discovered. After all, such a precious artifact would attract everyone's attention. It was impossible to take it away without anyone noticing. Rather than that, he might as well take it openly. At least he could intimidate some martial artists who didn't know the truth. Moreover, he had 50 members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. He was confident that he could bring the Lone Star Sword out. 1 billion, going once. 1 billion spiritual stones, going twice. The auctioneer said twice. He was overjoyed. This price was twice as high as the previous price, far exceeding his expectations. 1 billion spiritual stones, going thrice. Sold. A loud voice rang out, echoing throughout the auction hall. Countless people cried out crazily in disbelief. Exciting, too exciting. This was probably the highest bid in the Wanxiang auction in the past few decades. Hearing the auctioneer's voice, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He had arrived late, so the Crimson Phoenix Blood Gold had already been sold. If he hadn't been strong, he might have even missed the Lone Star Sword. The current situation wasn't too bad. He just had to find out the whereabouts of the Crimson Phoenix Blood Gold. He would leave this matter to Yu Fei. As the Lone Star Sword was sold, the auction came to an end. The martial artists who had won the bid all stood up and walked towards the backstage. Lin Xian also stood up and walked towards the backstage. Just as he moved, he felt countless gazes on him. Some of them were extremely arrogant, and the killing intent in them was not concealed at all. Humph, do these people really think that I'm easy to bully? Lin Xian sneered in his heart and took a step forward. Hong Wuji was even more arrogant. He walked directly in front of Su Mo and exuded a strong killing intent. The killing intent was so strong that it caused the entire space to freeze. A sharp aura surged towards Lin Xian. Ka, Lin Xian's gaze was like a sword, piercing forward. It was extremely sharp, comparable to a treasure weapon. The two collided, producing a deep sound. The energy fluctuations caused the entire air to tremble. The surrounding crowd was shocked. They knew that the Lone Star Sword wouldn't be obtained so easily, but they didn't expect someone to make a move now. Boom, seeing that someone had made a move, Dongfang Xiong also stepped forward. A terrifying aura surged from his body, like a demonic mountain, enveloping the entire area. You want to fight? Let me take you on. However, Lin Xian stretched out his hand to stop him. The most important thing now was to obtain the Lone Star Sword. Otherwise, it would be meaningless to fight. Lin Xian ignored them and turned around, quickly walking backwards. Looking at his back, many people sneered. The killing intent in their eyes was not concealed at all. Lin Xian went backstage and there was a special envoy to receive him. Soon, he saw the auctioneer. Sir, this is the Lone Star Sword. The auctioneer was an old man in a golden robe. He flipped his palm and took out a treasure box. Then, the old man looked at Lin Xian with a smile. Lin Xian nodded and threw out 3 storage rings. 1 billion spiritual stones was too much. 1 storage ring couldn't hold it. The old man in the golden robe took the storage rings and checked with his soul power. He then smiled in satisfaction. 1 billion spiritual stones, not a single one less. Then, he handed over the treasure box in his hand. Now, the Lone Star Sword belongs to you. Now, the Lone Star Sword belongs to you. Lin Xian took a deep breath and took the square treasure box. Then, he slowly opened it. An ancient longsword lay quietly in the treasure box, emitting a cold light. It was like a star in the sky, shining in solitude. Lin Xian reached out and grabbed the hilt. He immediately felt a cold sharpness and a crazy sword intent. He knew that the sword had gained sentience. This was an instinctive resistance. With a light snort, Lin Xian also had a sword intent in his body, which he quickly injected into the Lone Star Sword. Boom, the 2 forces collided and were in a stalemate. However, in the next moment, the dragon sword spirit erupted and pounced into the Lone Star Sword like an angry dragon. Buzz, the Lone Star Sword trembled as if it had come alive. It emitted a terrifying light, and the sharpness was several times stronger than before. So powerful. Lin Xian praised. Holding the Lone Star Sword, he felt like he controlled the world. It was a mysterious feeling, as if he was one with a sword. It was intoxicating. The auctioneer beside him was even more shocked. It was really shocking to be able to subdue a half-earth-rank treasure so quickly. One had to know that he could only activate it and could not subdue it at all. Lin Xian did not put away the Lone Star Sword. Instead, he took out the black scabbard and slowly inserted it. Then, his spiritual power turned into threads and he carried the ancient sword on his back. Goodbye. Lin Xian turned and walked out. Outside the backstage, countless people gathered. Their eyes were shining with a terrifying light. They were waiting for Lin Xian to come out. He's here. Someone whispered. Suddenly, everyone looked forward. They saw a young man in a blue shirt slowly walking out of the passage. On his back, there was an ancient sword. He was like a divine sword that was unstoppable. Lone Star Sword. Countless people exclaimed. They did not hide the passion in their eyes. In the distance, the surrounding martial artists were even more shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to carry the Lone Star Sword on his back without hiding it at all. How confident must he be to dare to do so? At least you know your place. You know that you can't keep your treasured sword, so you might as well not hide it anymore. Someone sneered. Brat, hand over the sword and I won't kill you. The Lone Star Sword isn't something you can take. Cold gazes fell on Lin Xian as if they wanted to pierce through him. Lin Xian snorted coldly and swept his gaze across the area. His gaze was like a sharp sword that streaked across the air. Ding ding wing wing wing, many people retreated, their faces pale. Their eyes were filled with shock. The other party had actually forced them to retreat with a single glance. The other people's expressions changed as well. Their opponent's strength was beyond their imagination. However, Hong Wuji, the maniac Sword Highness, and the others simply let out hollow laughs. The gaze was not enough to scare them off. Everyone, fighting is prohibited in the auction house. The golden-robed elder walked out and said with a grave expression. Although the Wanxiang auction house had a huge influence in the city, it was inevitable that these people would go crazy when faced with a half-earth rank artifact. Therefore, it was better to warn them in advance. Elder Jean, don't worry, we won't fight here. Some martial artists expressed their stance. Brat, let's go. A man with a goatee said coldly. Then, the crowd opened up a path for them. Let's go. Lin Xian called out to Dongfang Xiong and Yufei and walked out. Humph, he's courting death. He actually dares to go out. If I were him, I'd hide here for the rest of my life. Yeah, in this situation, he'll die if he goes out. A group of people discussed among themselves. They felt that Lin Xian was too stupid and that he would be courting death if he went out. Yufei sneered when he heard the discussion. If these people knew how many people were waiting for them outside, would they cry? Ta ta ta. Lin Xian's footsteps were steady as he walked towards the exit. The people behind him became nervous. Many of them secretly circulated their spiritual energy and pulled out their artifacts, preparing to attack. They decided that as long as Lin Xian stepped out of the door, they would take action. This was a crucial moment. Whoever could get the sword first and leave safely would have a meteoric rise. The space froze and the atmosphere was tense. Everyone's eyes flickered as they stared at Lin Xian. In the next moment, Lin Xian finally stepped out of the auction house's door. Attack! Countless people shouted as their spiritual energy erupted and surged forward. Brother Xian! The light gradually grew brighter as orderly shouts came from outside. It was as if an army was marching, and it was shocking. Those voices condensed into a force that blasted in all directions. Pfft, dozens of figures spat out blood and flew out. Bang bang bang, these people crashed into the nearby buildings and made a low sound. Those martial artists who did not attack were also affected and their faces turned pale. What? Everyone was stunned when they saw the situation in front of them. In front, 50 young men looked at Lin Xian respectfully. Their auras were powerful and they all had the aura of a supremacy. Supremacies, 50 supremacies, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air in disbelief. There were 50 supremacies waiting to protect Lin Xian. No wonder the other party wasn't afraid. He had such a trump card. Even the pupils of powerful warriors like Hong Wuji and Maniac Sword Supremacy constricted. Although they were powerful, they couldn't handle 50 supremacies at the same time. Moreover, there was an expert like Lin Xian among them. For a moment, the scene became incomparably silent. Snatch it, why aren't you snatching it? Yufei sneered as he looked around. Weren't they all arrogant before? Why were they all cowering now? He was furious. Just now at the auction house, these people acted high and mighty as if they were going to eat them. That kind of atmosphere made him extremely unhappy. So now, he wanted to vent his anger. Bringing 10 supremacies with him, Yufei came to the injured martial artists on the ground. Aren't you guys awesome? How dare you snatch Brother Xian's sword? You're courting death. What, they dared to snatch Brother Xian's things? The disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion became anxious when they heard this. All of them looked at those people with fire in their eyes. Bang! One of them sent a martial artist flying with a kick, causing him to spit out a large mouthful of blood. Yufei arrived in front of the goatee martial artist, raised his palm, and ruthlessly slapped him a few times. Pa pa pa, very quickly, that martial artist turned into a pig's head. None of the martial artists who made a move were spared. They were all beaten up. The others also did not dare to make a move. What a joke, who could beat 50 supremacies? Let's go together. I don't believe that we can't beat them. Someone was secretly instigating. Humph. Lin Xian's gaze focused, he raised his hand and slashed out a ray of sword chi, instantly sending the person hiding in the dark flying. Whoever wants to make a move, I'll accompany you to the end. His gaze looked around with an endless domineering aura. No one made a move. Many of the weaker martial artists retreated. However, not everyone had such rationality. Many of them were blinded by the treasures. Wait, who told you to leave? A cold snort sounded. Wait, who allowed you to leave? A cold voice sounded. Lin Xian stopped in his tracks and turned around. Whoosh, wherever he looked, the crowd immediately dispersed. No one dared to stand. However, 3 silhouettes remained unmoved and continued to stand there. 2 men and 1 woman. They were extraordinarily handsome and had powerful auras. "It's them, the disciples of the Yan family," someone exclaimed. They did not expect the disciples of the Yan family to attack. Lin Xian also frowned. He had seen these three people before. Not long ago, the three of them had swaggered into the auction hall right in front of him. At that time, he knew that they were disciples of the Yan family. However, he did not expect them to attack now. The youth on the left had an evil smile and a cynical look. He stared at Lin Xian and said with a smile, "Since you have obtained the treasured sword, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Why don't you take it out and let everyone see?" The cold-looking youth on the right snorted, "Why are you wasting your breath on him? Just kill him. But he only has one head." "Are you going to kill him or am I going to kill him?" Yan Chong laughed. "That's easy. We'll attack at the same time. Whoever kills him first will get the Lone Star Sword." Yan Ling said. "That's a good idea. I like it." Yan Chong nodded. "However, his storage ring will be mine. I guess there should be many good things inside." "Sure." Yan Ling did not refute. The two of them conversed as if Lin Xian was prey waiting to be slaughtered at any time. In their opinion, only the disciples of the Yan family were worthy of possessing a peerless treasure like the Lone Star Sword. No one else was worthy of it. Hearing their words, the disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion trembled with anger. Their eyes were filled with anger. "Brother Xian, let me kill them." Wang Li gritted his teeth and said. "No need. I'll do it myself." Lin Xian stopped them and said in a deep voice. His eyes flashed with a cold light and killing intent. He had spent 1 billion spirit stones to buy the Lone Star Sword. Whoever dared to have any ideas about it would only have one outcome, that was, death. Lin Xian's body surged with killing intent, like a killing sword, surging towards the sky. However, this did not frighten the Yan clan's disciples. Instead, it aroused their disdain. "Brat, I'll let you know that you don't deserve to have the Lone Star Sword." The evil-looking young man, Yan Chong, laughed nastily. "Only the genius disciples of our Yan clan are worthy of it." The cold young man's eyes carried a trace of disdain. The two of them were like two bolts of lightning, rushing over quickly. Whoosh, the evil-looking young man attacked. His body was like a ghost. Wherever he passed, grayish-white petals would fall. Those flower petals spun about, slicing through space, incomparably sharp. On the other side, the cold-faced youth attacked as well. A piercing chill spread out and filled the entire space. Accompanying it was a terrifying murderous aura. The two of them flew through the air, creating a terrifying aura as they charged forward. It was like a mountain flood or a tsunami, a god of death had descended. The entire earth was shaking, and many buildings in the distance were destroyed beyond recognition by the overflowing aura. How terrifying! Everyone was shocked. The two of them were like gods, emotionless and terrifying. It was chilling. Both of them were top young geniuses. Individually, they could crush a group of people. Now that they were together, they were definitely the most terrifying force. In the distance, everyone was trembling. Many of them broke out in cold sweat, and their clothes were soaked. This terrifying aura was not something they could contend against. The sharp and terrifying aura was still spreading out. Everyone's hearts were trembling more and more. They could not help but worry for Lin Xian. "I'm afraid that Lin Xian is in danger. It's impossible for him to resist the joint attack of two peerless geniuses. Why do the two of them need to attack? I think one of them can kill him." As expected, the Lone Star Sword is not that easy to obtain. Not only does it require money, but it also requires strength to be able to keep it. The surrounding martial artists who wanted to snatch the sword sneered. In their opinion, Lin Xian was only relying on the strength of the team behind him. If it was a one-on-one battle, any one of them would be able to kill him. However, Lin Xian was stupid enough to try to fight the Yan family's genius alone. He was courting death. At this moment, no one was optimistic about Lin Xian's chances. Feeling the cold aura in the air, Lin Xian's expression was cold. The sword intent on his body became even more dignified. It was like a peerless divine sword that was slowly unsheathed. "Die!" A cold voice rang out. Then, a terrifying sword qi pierced through the void and slashed towards Lin Xian. The sword qi was incomparably dazzling. It was like a silver snake dancing. The sword light swam and tore through the void in an instant. Humph, kid, die. On the other side, the evil youth, Yan Chong, also slashed towards Lin Xian with a petal-like sword qi. The two terrifying sword qis complemented each other. It was vast and terrifying. Destroy. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. The sword intent on his body suddenly exploded, and a formless wave of qi spread out in all directions. At this moment, a huge sword qi pierced through the clouds, connecting the heaven and earth. This sword was too powerful. It was as if it could split the heaven and earth. That terrifying murderous aura caused everyone to tremble. The evil youth, Yan Chong, and the cold-looking youth, Yan Ling, were equally shocked. They looked at the scene in disbelief. Lin Xian's strength was beyond their imagination. He might even be stronger than them. This is impossible. The two of them screamed in their hearts. However, in the next moment, Lin Xian turned into a sword radiance and rushed towards the two of them. In an instant, the dazzling sword qi in the air was slashed apart. It was like a piece of cloth that was mercilessly torn apart. An even more terrifying blood-red sword qi swept across and slashed at the cold-looking youth. Ah! A blood-curdling scream was heard. Blood splattered and the entire space was dyed red. Everyone's heart trembled. They looked over and saw the cold-looking youth's body split into two halves. What was even more strange was that the blood that gushed out quickly condensed into a blood-red sword in the air. The blood-red sword was demonic and carried with it a monstrous murderous aura. What? He's dead. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect the arrogant and powerful genius of the Yan family to be killed in one move. A wave of fear spread through the crowd. Those martial artists who were eyeing the Lone Star Sword were even more horrified. Many of them trembled and gave up on the idea of snatching the sword. They did not think that they were stronger than the cold-looking youth, Yan Ling. Since Lin Xian could kill Yan Ling in one move, killing them would be as easy as slaughtering dogs. Although a half-Earth-class treasure sword was good, one needed to be alive to enjoy it. In an instant, half of the people thought of retreating. They did not dare to be enemies with Lin Xian. Impossible, this is impossible. The evil youth, Yan Chong, was shocked. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The person that he regarded as an ant had killed his comrade in one move. This scene was too shocking. He could not accept it. After killing Yan Ling in one move, Lin Xian was expressionless. He turned his gaze and stared at Yan Chong. You, what are you trying to do? The evil youth, Yan Chong, was shrouded by Lin Xian's gaze. His body trembled as fear rose from the depths of his heart. Kid, I'm warning you. I'm a disciple of the Yan family. If you dare to touch me, you're dead. Yan Chong had lost the courage to attack. He could only use his family's identity to suppress Lin Xian. However, in front of others, that insufferably arrogant identity of a disciple of the Yan family was nothing in front of Lin Xian. A disciple of the Yan family? Lin Xian sneered. I've already killed a disciple of the Yan family. Do you think the Yan family will reconcile with me? Since I've already offended them, what's the difference between killing one or two? Lin Xian's face was cold. He had no intention of letting the other party go. Feeling Lin Xian's gaze and the cold murderous aura, the evil youth's heart sank. He knew that no matter what, Lin Xian would not let him go. At this moment, his heart was filled with regret. Why did he have to be the first one to intercept Lin Xian? If they had waited for a moment for someone else to make a move, they would have known how terrifying Lin Xian was. Perhaps they would not have made a move. But now, it was too late. At this thought, the evil youth roared. Once again, a powerful aura erupted from his body. Endless spiritual qi surged out like a torrential sea. It's not that easy to kill me. His black hair fluttered in the wind and he looked extremely evil. Countless grayish-white petals spun around him rapidly, forming a demonic sword qi. You were able to succeed just now because we were careless. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to kill Yan Ling in one move. The evil youth calmed down and his eyes shone with a frightening light. Indeed, the two of them had not taken Lin Xian seriously. Therefore, although their attacks were terrifying, they were only ordinary attacks. In his opinion, they must have underestimated their opponent. Now that he had summoned his martial soul, he would definitely be able to kill Lin Xian in one blow. At this thought, confidence returned to his eyes and he smiled evilly. This time, I won't give you a chance. I'll go all out and kill you in one move. Is that so? I'm looking forward to it. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back like a sword sage. He did not use the Lone Star sword on his back. Instead, he waved his arm and controlled the blood-red longsword in the sky. You're courting death. The evil young man roared. His black hair fluttered in the wind as it transformed into a terrifying sword chi that quickly slashed towards Lin Xian. Behind him, a grayish-white snake-shaped longsword was formed, emitting a terrifying aura. Die, brat. This time, he unleashed his martial soul with all his might. His combat strength was several times stronger than before. However, the other party dared to look down on him, using only his arm to control the blood sword in the sky. This kind of casual attitude made him go crazy. Just you wait, you will pay the price for your insolence. The demonic youth, Yan Chong, had a ferocious expression on his face. He swore that he would definitely behead Lin Xian with this strike. Boom, the entire void trembled as countless blood-red auras spread out from the originally clear sky, forming a vast sea of blood. The sea of blood surged, releasing rumbling sounds. That aura made one's heart tremble. In the middle of the sea of blood, there was a blood-red longsword. It was demonic and scarlet, and it emitted a monstrous killing aura. Under the guidance of Lin Xian's arm, the terrifying blood-red killing sword turned into a bolt of lightning and quickly slashed downwards. In the next instant, it collided with the evil young man, Yan Chong. Rumble, a dull and terrifying sound reverberated in all directions as waves of violent energy poured down. There were countless blood-red sword chi mixed within the energy. It was like a blood-red river, flowing in all directions. It was terrifying. Yan Chong was completely surrounded by the blood-red sword chi. Looking at the terrifying scene in the sky, the crowd trembled and gasped. It was too terrifying and shocking. They did not expect Lin Xian's casual strike to create such a terrifying aura. They wondered if Yan Chong could withstand it. In the distance, Hong Wuji, Honorable Maniac Sword, and the rest frowned. Every time Lin Xian attacked, he would become stronger. It was as though his combat strength was limitless. This situation made them look grave and uneasy. It seemed that it would not be easy to snatch the Lone Star sword from Lin Xian. The crowd had different expressions. Just then, the blood-red sword chi in the sky gradually disappeared. The crowd held their breaths and looked up. They wanted to know if Yan Chong had withstood the attack. However, in the next instant, they were all stunned. That was because the sky became clear again. However, Yan Chong was nowhere to be seen. It was as though he had evaporated and disappeared into thin air. Did he dodge it? Someone was puzzled and looked around. Yes, he must have dodged it. Below, the last disciple of the Yan family, the beautiful lady, was holding the corner of her clothes nervously. She looked uneasy and kept comforting herself. However, after a long time, Yan Chong's figure was still nowhere to be seen. Was he killed? Not even the bones are left? Finally, someone voiced out such a question. Like a plague, this idea quickly spread among the crowd and was finally accepted. Countless people stared blankly at the sky, speechless. Their hearts were numb. The young man in front of them was too mysterious and too powerful. He had killed the genius of the Yan family with just a casual strike. In the distance, the last girl in purple from the Yan family screamed. Her body trembled and her face was full of shock. You're dead. You killed the genius of the Yan family. No one can save you. The girl in purple screamed. The genius of the Yan family? Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. How can such a person be called a genius? In my opinion, he's worse than trash. The crowd was silent and silently agreed with Lin Xian's words. Perhaps in the eyes of the crowd, Yan Chong were peerless geniuses. However, in the eyes of Lin Xian, they were worthless. Otherwise, how could a true peerless genius be killed in a single strike? Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile as he slowly walked forward. What do you want? The girl in purple was so scared that her face turned pale. She no longer had her previous arrogance. The reason why they were so arrogant before was because the three of them were powerful and had extraordinary statuses. They could crush everything. Now, their strength and statuses were worthless in the eyes of Lin Xian. They had lost the right to be arrogant. If you dare come over, I'll fight it out with you. The girl in purple had a sinister look on her face. She quickly threw out several weapons. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, 3 flying swords flew out. Each of them was a foot long and emitted a cold light. They quickly pierced through the void and slashed towards Lin Xian. Ka. Lin Xian waved his sleeve and kept the 3 short blue swords. Then, he walked forward without changing his pace. Save me! Jing Bo, save me! The girl in purple screamed. In the next moment, a sigh was heard. Suddenly, a golden light shone and quickly condensed into a figure. It was an old man. He was the auctioneer who had hosted the auction. The old man in gold looked at Lin Xian and sighed. Then, he said in a deep voice, "Young friend, can you give me some face and let my niece go?" Hearing this, everyone was shocked. It was rumored that young Master Ling Yun was behind the Wanxiang auction. No one believed it at first, but now it seemed like it was most likely true. Otherwise, a neutral force like the Wanxiang auction would not interfere in the underworld's conflicts. Lin Xian's face darkened. He did not expect the auction to interfere. However, since he had made up his mind to kill, he would not change it. I have no grudges with the Wanxiang auction. I hope you won't interfere. As for the Yan family disciples, they were so arrogant when they wanted to kill me. Do you think I'll let them go? Lin Xian shook his head. The murderous intent in his eyes intensified. If that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. The elder in the golden robe snorted. The Wanxiang auction was so prestigious that no one dared to provoke them. However, there was someone who dared to not give them face today. To the elder in the golden robe, Lin Xian was too arrogant. However, he had forgotten that it was the 3 Yan family disciples who were arrogant and wanted to kill Lin Xian. They were the ones who wanted to kill him and steal his treasures. Their actions were despicable. However, they were not as strong and did not succeed. If it was anyone else, they would have been killed by the Yan family disciples. Seeing that Lin Xian did not give him face, the elder in the golden robe snorted. He quickly waved his hand and prepared to attack. Streaks of golden ripples shone like dragons as they circled around the golden-robed elder at high speed. In the next moment, he punched out. A terrifying force surged out, accompanied by 9 golden dragons. On the other hand, Lin Xian sneered as he executed his earth-rank movement technique, and he transformed into a string of afterimages that instantly vanished. At the same time, he waved his fingers and shot out the 3 flying swords he had collected earlier. The 9 golden dragons missed and tore the void apart. The 3 flying swords were like lightning, instantly hitting the purple lady behind the elder in the golden robe. The purple lady could only let out a scream before she was pierced by the 3 flying swords and pinned to the building behind her. "Kid, you're courting death." The elder in the golden robe was trembling with anger. He had already expressed his stance and wanted to protect the purple lady. However, the purple lady died in front of him after a while. Face slapping, this was a blatant slap to the face. The golden-robed old man's eyes were gloomy, and his entire body emitted a terrifying aura. To be honest, he didn't care about the woman in purple's life or death. After all, they were merely allies with the Yan clan. It wasn't to the point where they had to risk their lives for her. However, as an elder of the Wanxiang auction house, he could not tolerate the arrogant attitude of the other party. He did not put him in his eyes at all. He could ignore the purple-clothed girl's death, but he couldn't allow her to slap his face in public. "Brat, you are very arrogant. No one has ever dared to go against the Wanxiang auction." The golden-robed old man's voice was cold and gloomy, emitting a terrifying murderous aura. Behind him, countless Wanxiang auction house martial artists quickly gathered. Competing in numbers? Dongfang Xiong sneered and strode out. His entire being was like an iron tower, causing the earth to tremble. Boom! The 50 members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion behind Lin Xian also took a step forward, and a terrifying aura rose from each of them. 50 powerful auras gathered together, suppressing everything. This power was too shocking, and it immediately intimidated the people of the Wanxiang auction house. The golden-robed old man's eyes were gloomy, and his face was terrifyingly dark. Although the other party didn't have as many people as they did, every one of them was an elite genius that could suppress anyone. If a fight really broke out, the Wanxiang auction house would definitely suffer great losses. He was only an elder of the Wanxiang auction house, and he couldn't bear the consequences. Originally, he wanted to use his power to suppress the other party, but he didn't expect that the other party would easily resolve the situation, and even counterattack. This feeling of grievance almost made the golden-robed old man vomit blood. For a moment, the golden-robed old man and the Wanxiang auction house martial artists behind him were in a dilemma, and they were all stunned. The surrounding martial artists were shocked. How many years had it been since anyone dared to go against the Wanxiang auction house? Even the Huang and Ling clans of Wind-Seeking City didn't dare to be so presumptuous. But now, a young man who wasn't even 20 years old had done such a shocking thing, and even successfully intimidated the Wanxiang auction house. This was too shocking. Looking at the sullen face of the other party, Lin Xian said coldly. I spent 1 billion spiritual stones to buy the Lone Star Sword, so it's naturally mine. But the 3 disciples of the Yen clan wanted to kill me and steal the Lone Star Sword without spending a single cent. How can there be such a cheap thing in this world? The disciples of the 3 great clans actually did such a shady business of killing and robbing. How despicable. Killing and robbing. You're not strong enough, but you were killed instead. You deserve to die. Lin Xian said coldly. And your Wanxiang auction house doesn't care about the twists and turns, and doesn't care about right or wrong. You actually cover up for the martial artists who killed and robbed. Such actions are despicable. Now you're angry out of humiliation, and want to attack the auctioneer. I don't know what the Wanxiang auction house's principles are, but aren't you afraid that the world will be disappointed? Lin Xian's every word was heartbreaking, and his voice was like thunder, resounding in all directions. Today's matter was too much, and he felt angry just thinking about it. He was the one who bought the item, but the seller and the martial artists who killed and robbed him teamed up to bully him. Such shameless actions could only be solved by killing and spilling blood. Hearing this, the crowd fell silent, because what Lin Xian said was the truth, and there was no reason to refute it. The old man in the golden robe and the martial artists behind him were so angry that they trembled. Their faces darkened, and they wanted to vomit blood. Shameful, too shameful, they were being lectured by a junior, but they couldn't fight back. This feeling made them go crazy. Elder Jean, what are you waiting for? Back off. Suddenly, a delicate voice was heard. Then, the void rippled, and a beautiful figure appeared. It was a beautiful woman in a palace dress, but she looked a little cold. She glanced at Elder Jean and said coldly, What are you waiting for? Back off. Elder Jean, who was originally arrogant, trembled when he saw that gaze, and he quickly lowered his head. I'll take my men and leave now. Then, he waved his hand and led the group of martial artists back into the Wanxiang auction house. Seeing that Elder Jean and the rest had left, the beautiful woman in the palace dress smiled at Lin Xian. Elder Jean and the rest were in the wrong, I hope you can forgive them. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Judging from Elder Jean and the rest's attitude, the beautiful woman in the palace dress was definitely a high-ranking member of the auction house. Moreover, from the aura that flowed out of her body, her strength was definitely far beyond Elder Jin's. Lin Xian didn't want to go against the Wanxiang auction house, he just wanted an explanation. Now that the Wanxiang auction house had apologized, he naturally wouldn't pursue the matter. Then, the woman in the palace dress left, and the entire Wanxiang auction house also left, no longer caring about the outside world. Brother Xian, what do we do now? Wang Li asked. Let's return to the courtyard first. Lin Xian said. Although the Lone Star Sword was already in his hands, he didn't know who bought the Phoenix Blood Scarlet Gold. He had to find out. Now that the auction had just ended, it was a good time to find out. Moreover, those people hadn't gone far. Once they decided to find out, they could make a move. Otherwise, when those people left, it would be very difficult to find out. Originally, Lin Xian had the Lone Star Sword, so he would be in more danger if he stayed in Wind-Seeking City for one more day. However, for the Phoenix Blood Scarlet Gold, he had no choice but to take such a risk. How about this, Dongfeng, you take your people and leave first. I'll stay here for a while and return to the academy when I have news. Brother Xian, we won't leave. Wang Li and the others said with a firm gaze. No, let's leave quickly. The Lone Star Sword's involvement is too great. Who knows what kind of terrifying person will appear in the future. It's too dangerous for you guys to stay here. Moreover, it's convenient for me to move alone. Even if I can't beat them, they can forget about keeping me here. Lin Xian had boundless confidence. He had the Earth Tier movement technique and the mysterious Jade platform. Even if the other party was strong, he could still leave calmly. After knowing Lin Xian's life-saving methods, these people agreed to return to the academy first. Yu Fei went out to scout for information, Lin Xian hid in Wind-Seeking City, and Dongfeng Xiong and Wang Li brought 50 Dragon Sword Pavilion disciples back to the academy overnight. 50 venerables were indeed a powerful force. Even Lin Xian was very tempted, but this matter was too dangerous. The appearance of a peerless treasure like the Lone Star Sword would probably attract some terrifying warriors. If the Dragon Sword Pavilion disciples were injured in the battle, it would be a great loss to him. These people were all geniuses with extraordinary talent. At this moment, they hadn't fully matured, so he didn't want them to take the risk. Moreover, it was indeed much more convenient for him to move alone. Firstly, he had the Earth Tier movement technique. Even a third-layer venerable wouldn't be his match in terms of speed. Furthermore, he had the heaven-changing art, a unique concealment method. If he wanted to leave, very few people could stop him. As for the blood mark in his body, it had already been destroyed by the Dragon Sword Spirit. At night, Lin Xian sat cross-legged in the courtyard, silently cultivating. These few days, there had been many battles. It could be said that it was very dangerous. The number of venerables he had killed in the past few days was more than the total number of venerables he had killed in the past few days. Although it was dangerous, the benefits were also great. His blood sword slaughter inheritance had successfully broken through to the second level. Now, it had reached the peak of the second level. It wouldn't take long for him to break through to the third level. This kind of breakthrough speed could be said to be shocking. One had to know that the blood sword slaughter inheritance was a king's inheritance, and its degree of rarity and difficulty was comparable to an earth-rank martial art. However, Lin Xian had almost reached the third level in such a short period of time. That cultivation speed was truly shocking. Of course, this was related to his battles. So many venerables' blood essence had been absorbed by the blood sword, which was why the blood sword slaughter inheritance could break through so quickly. At this time everyone had already left, and only Lin Xian was left in the courtyard. The night breeze was gentle, causing the leaves to rustle. The hazy moonlight sprinkled down, covering a layer of gauze. At this moment, outside the courtyard, a figure swiftly appeared like a ghost. It was a middle-aged man with a white face and no beard. At this moment, he was looking at the courtyard in front of him, and his eyes shone brightly. At the same time, Lin Xian, who was in the courtyard, suddenly opened his eyes. A sharp sword light lit up in his eyes. "Since you're here, why don't you come in?" Lin Xian said indifferently. Outside the courtyard, the middle-aged man with a white face and no beard looked surprised. Then, he laughed loudly and said, "Lin Gongzi is indeed a young genius. I admire you." Before his laughter died down, the middle-aged man had already turned into a ray of light and arrived in the courtyard. "Although I don't know who you are, I'm sure you're not here just to say a few words of praise, right?" Lin Xian said in a deep voice, "What's your purpose? Just say it." Lin Gongzi is indeed straightforward. Luo Qingqiu smiled and said, "Since that's the case, I'll say it directly. I wonder if Lin Gongzi is interested in joining our Wanxiang auction? Although today's matter was a misunderstanding, our Wanxiang auction sincerely invites you to join us. As long as you're willing, you can obtain a large amount of cultivation resources and a limitless future on the path of martial arts." Wanxiang auction? Lin Xian's eyes darkened, but his heart was filled with surprise. Although the courtyard he rented was not extremely secretive, it was still not easy for an ordinary person to find it. At least, the Huang and Lin clans had not found this place before. But now, in just half a day, the Wanxiang auction had already found out where he lived. This power was too shocking. The Wanxiang auction was indeed a dominating force in Wind-Seeking City. If such an opportunity was given to an ordinary person, they would definitely be overjoyed. But Lin Xian would not. He would not join any force. But he would not reject it immediately. At least, he had to find out more about the Wanxiang auction. The things you mentioned, I can have them myself. Why should I join the Wanxiang auction? After hearing Lin Xian's words, the middle-aged man laughed. His laughter was filled with great confidence. Lin Gongzi, you may not know this, but the Wanxiang auction is not only what you see on the surface. I can't tell you the details, but I can reveal a little to you. If you join us, you won't lose out. What you have now will be 10 times more than what you have now. This is a precious opportunity, I hope you won't miss it. Let me think about it, Lin Xian said calmly. If there's nothing else, please leave. I want to cultivate. Lin Xian's voice was very calm, but the rejection in his voice was very obvious. The middle-aged man's pupils shrank, revealing a look of disbelief. However, as an important person in the auction, he still had the ability to maintain his composure. Soon, the middle-aged man regained his composure. He said in a deep voice, now that you have a half-Earth-ranked artifact, you must be in trouble. If you join us, I can guarantee that your troubles will disappear in an instant. It had to be said that this was a very tempting offer. After all, Lin Xian was facing a very dangerous situation. If he was not careful, he would lose his life. But now, the middle-aged man was offering to protect his safety. It was a direct hit to Lin Xian's weakness. If it was anyone else, they would have agreed immediately. But Lin Xian was still unmoved. He had his own plans, and he already had his own force. He would not join another force. Therefore, when he heard the tempting offer, he was expressionless. My answer is the same as before. Let me think about it. If I have an idea, I will look for you. Lin Xian's voice was calm. Oh? Young hero Lin, you have to think about it. After all, it's very dangerous to have a half-Earth rank artifact. Our Wanxiang auction doesn't want to see a genius like young hero Lin fall. Seeing that Lin Xian had rejected him twice, the middle-aged man's eyes turned gloomy and his voice carried a hint of coldness. After saying that, he waved his sleeve and disappeared from the courtyard. The moonlight was still there and a gentle breeze was blowing. Only the sound of leaves rustling could be heard. Lin Xian closed his eyes and entered into a state of cultivation again. Compared to the quiet courtyard, Wind-Seeking City was not as quiet. The atmosphere in the city was tense and undercurrents were surging. Countless experts and families were secretly investigating, trying to find out more about Lin Xian. At the same time, many families joined forces and temporarily sealed off the entire Wind-Seeking City, intending to forcefully search the place. There was no other way. The temptation of a half-Earth rank artifact was too great. That kind of artifact was extremely rare. If one could obtain it, it would definitely increase one's strength by a few folds. The Huang family, Lin family, and other local families had the greatest advantage. They mobilized a large number of people to search the entire Wind-Seeking City. Other experts also mobilized people from all over the blood field and rushed into Wind-Seeking City. They all knew that Lin Xian had not left and was still in Wind-Seeking City. At the same time, the Yan family received the news that their disciple had been killed in Wind-Seeking City. They were extremely exposed and quickly sent a team to capture the murderer. Of course, the Lone Star Sword was also their target. Countless undercurrents surged and the entire Wind-Seeking City became a terrifying and dangerous place. At the same time, another shocking incident occurred in Wind-Seeking City. A tall man with golden light shining all over his body stood in the air like a golden giant. His gaze was cold, and his cold voice spread out like thunder. Who is Lin Xian? Come out and die. How can we let a nameless kid take a peerless treasure like the Lone Star Sword? Don't think that killing a Yan family disciple is a big deal. In my opinion, you are still not qualified to take the Lone Star Sword. The voice was extremely arrogant and resounded through the sky like thunder. He did not put Lin Xian in his eyes at all. Lin Xian, hand over the Lone Star Sword and I'll spare your life. In the sky, a golden figure roared. His terrifying voice was like thunder, spreading in all directions. Everyone was shocked and raised their heads to look at the sky. Who is this person? How arrogant. Did he not know how powerful Lin Xian was? That's the powerful existence that killed the genius of the Yan clan. It's actually him, Golden Sword Huang Jinsheng. Someone cried out in alarm. What? Gold Sword? Hearing this, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder he was so arrogant and dared to challenge Lin Xian. It was Huang Jinsheng. Who is Huang Jinsheng? Is it very powerful? Someone asked in confusion. Of course he's powerful. He's a second-level venerated realm cultivator, and he's said to be unrivaled among second-level venerated realm cultivators. He's extremely powerful. It's said that even ordinary third-level honorables might not be his match. What? So powerful. When those people heard this, their hearts trembled. An invincible second-level honorables who could contend against third-level honorables. Every piece of news was enough to show how powerful the figure in the sky was. He was definitely a very powerful opponent. Not only that, it's said that he comprehended a metal-type sword soul. His attack power is extremely powerful and his battle prowess is heaven-defying. Someone said another shocking piece of news. It seems like Lin Xian is in danger this time. Someone sighed. Yeah, Huang Jinsheng is really too powerful. He's much stronger than the 3 martial artists from the Yan clan. They're not even on the same level. I guess that Lin Xian definitely won't come out. After all, he might have already left after getting the Lone Star Sword. Who would be stupid enough to appear at this juncture? Although Huang Jinsheng is powerful, he can't do anything if Lin Xian doesn't appear. In the sky, Huang Jinsheng also knew this. He snorted and said disdainfully. I didn't expect the Lone Star Sword, a half-Earth-class treasure, to fall into the hands of a coward. How sad. His voice was extremely arrogant. He didn't take Lin Xian seriously at all. The surrounding people sighed. Although the other party's words were harsh and he wanted to provoke Lin Xian into coming out, it didn't matter if he was insulted at this juncture as long as he could protect the Lone Star Sword. That was what most people thought. However, it wasn't Lin Xian's opinion. He looked at the sky and his eyes were filled with a strong murderous intent. In Lin Xian's life, regardless of whether his opponent was strong or not, he had never been weak. There was nothing to say about such an insult. Only by fighting and killing the other party could he prove himself. Moreover, as a martial artist, he wasn't afraid of a fight. In the next moment, Lin Xian carried the Lone Star Sword on his back and rushed into the sky in a flash. Buzz, the void rippled and he appeared in the sky. Lin Xian's appearance caused a huge commotion. Countless people looked up at the sky and were shocked. They didn't expect Lin Xian to really come out. Could it be that he was confident in defeating Huang Jinsheng? You're Lin Xian? At that moment, Huang Jinsheng also looked at the figure in the sky. You haven't even seen me and you're already clamoring to kill me. Don't you think you're too arrogant? Lin Xian's eyes were dark and his voice was cold. Lone Star Sword. It's really you. You're Lin Xian. Huang Jinsheng didn't care about Lin Xian's cold gaze. Instead, he stared at the quaint longsword on his back. He laughed loudly and said, Kid, you really can't keep your cool. A mere provocation has led you out. Alright, let me kill you with my own hands. You're not worthy of the Lone Star Sword. Hearing Huang Jinsheng's arrogant words, Lin Xian also laughed. In other words, there's no grudge between us. You want to kill me because you want to take the Lone Star Sword for yourself? That's right. Do I need a reason to kill you? Huang Jinsheng was extremely domineering. Killing someone like you is no different from stepping on an ant. If you want to live, I can give you a chance. Kneel down obediently and hand over the Lone Star Sword with both hands. From then on, you'll be my servant. I might spare your life. Servant? Kneel down? Ha 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 ha. Lin Xian looked up to the sky and laughed. His black hair fluttered in the wind like a demon. In the next moment, his laughter suddenly stopped. A cold sword light shone from his eyes. Do you have any last words? Lin Xian's voice was cold. Hearing this, the crowd below was shocked. Huang Jinxing was extremely arrogant and domineering. He didn't take Lin Xian seriously at all. He didn't even need a reason to kill him. Lin Xian exceeded everyone's expectations. Not only did he offer himself, his arrogant attitude was even more domineering than Huang Jinxing's. Last words? Huang Jinxing was stunned. Then, he sneered disdainfully as if he had heard something funny. You're the first person in Wind-Seeking City who dares to talk to me like that. I've decided not to kill you immediately. I'll torture you for 49 days and let you bleed to the last drop of blood in your body. I'll let you die in endless fear. Huang Jinxing revealed a sinister smile and stared at his opponent like a demon. In the next moment, his body shone with golden light and countless rays of light turned into golden poisonous snakes that quickly rushed forward. The golden light emitted a strong killing intent as if it could pierce through everything. What a terrifying attack. That Lin Xian is probably in danger. He actually dared to anger Huang Jinxing. Someone sighed. Lin Xian's expression was cold as he raised his hand and used the vermilion bird seal. In the next moment, monstrous flames soared and swept through the 9 heavens. A flaming divine bird rushed out and pounced forward. The void trembled as countless divine flames jumped and wrapped around the golden light, melting it and burning it quickly. Eh? You can actually break my attack? You really have some skills. Huang Jinxing revealed a surprised expression. Interesting, but he still couldn't escape death. He snorted coldly as a shocking golden sword ray rushed out from his body. It quickly grew in the air and slashed toward Lin Xian. It was like a golden lightning that carried a violent and terrifying power. Lin Xian, on the other hand, focused his gaze and casually waved his palm in the air. Boom, the void fluctuated and quickly formed a huge blood-red palm that slapped toward the shocking golden sword chi. A terrifying sound rang out as the two attacks collided in the void, bursting out a terrifying wave of energy. Huang Jinxing snorted coldly. His expression was gloomy as he couldn't take down his opponent in 2 moves. Therefore, he decided to take the 3rd move seriously and kill his opponent. Brat, I've played enough. Go to hell. Huang Jinxing sneered. The light outside his body shone even brighter like a sun that shone in all directions. Outside his body, a huge golden giant shadow appeared. It stood tall and roared at the sky. Boom, in the next moment, the golden giant was enraged and punched downward. That power was too violent, and the air was instantly blasted apart. The golden fist was like a divine stone from outer space, shining brightly. The terrifying energy was like a vast ocean, incomparably vast. It's over. Huang Jinxing is getting serious. This power is too terrifying. It can even injure a 3rd-level venerable. I'm afraid that Lin Xian won't be able to take it. Not necessarily. If the other party uses the Lone Star Sword, he might still be able to stand his ground. However, what shocked everyone even more was that Lin Xian stood in the air without any intention of using the Lone Star Sword. What is this guy doing? Does he really want to resist this move with his bare hands? Who knows? Perhaps he won't even have the chance to draw his sword under this heaven-shocking aura. Someone sneered. Huang Jinxing naturally saw this scene as well. He laughed disdainfully and said, I really don't know if you're an idiot or just overconfident. You actually didn't use the Lone Star Sword. If that's the case, then go to hell. At the end of his speech, the golden fist shone even brighter. It was like a sun crashing into the ground from the void. Huang Jinxing looked down at Lin Xian with disdain in his eyes. If the other party had used the Lone Star Sword, there might have been a chance for him to resist. However, it seemed that the other party was stupid and did not even use the Lone Star Sword. He was not interested in such an opponent at all. However, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. I don't need the Lone Star Sword to kill you. He let out a long roar, and the blood in his body surged. The spiritual power in his body circulated rapidly, and a terrifying power shot up into the sky. Lin Xian swung his fist and punched out. It was also a golden light that condensed into a golden fist that met the attack head-on. However, the difference between his fist and his opponent's was that his fist was made up of golden lightning. It was extremely masculine and filled with violent energy. What? Is he really going to fight with his bare hands? And he's going to fight with his fist. Is this guy crazy? Does he think that his physical body can resist the giant's shadow? Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. Huang Jinxing sneered disdainfully when he saw this. What an idiot. How dare he fight with his fist? I really don't understand how the Lone Star Sword ended up in the hands of an idiot like you. Lin Xian did not answer because the two fists had already collided. The scene was very strange. The golden giant's fist was as heavy as a mountain and crushed the void. On the other hand, it was a fist the size of an ordinary person. No matter how one looked at it, the two of them were not on the same level. To be honest, no one was optimistic about Lin Xian's chances. They all thought that he would turn into a pile of flesh and blood under this punch. However, in the next moment, the two fists collided with a terrifying sound. A blazing light flashed and swept in all directions. The entire space collapsed horribly. Rumble, a thunderous sound was heard in the void, and the sky was filled with violent light. Everyone looked up at the sky and were all dumbfounded. That was because in this shocking collision, the huge golden giant's shadow began to collapse. First, the mountain-like fist shattered with a boom, turning into countless rays of light that scattered in the void. Then, the entire arm began to disintegrate. In the end, the golden giant's shadow roared at the sky and let out a painful roar. He struggled with all his might to resist, but he was powerless. In the end, he could not escape the fate of collapsing. With just one punch, the golden giant's shadow collapsed and disappeared. In the void, Huang Jinxing kept retreating like a bolt of lightning. A stream of bright red blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. On the other hand, Lin Xian stood in the void like a king. Kill Lin Xian? Steal the Lone Star Sword? Lin Xian sneered. In his opinion, the other party was just a clown that was not worth mentioning. The crowd below was even more shocked. Countless people's hearts were beating wildly in disbelief. Lin Xian was too powerful. He could actually injure Huang Jinxing with one punch, no wonder he dared to come out. It turned out that he had the strength to fight against Huang Jinxing. Everyone's eyelids twitched. They realized that the reason Lin Xian came out was not because he was provoked or because he wanted to die, but because he had the strength to fight against the other party. He could even suppress the other party. Very well, you've successfully angered me. Huang Jinxing's face darkened. Next, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Cut the crap. Since the moment you set your eyes on the Lone Star Sword, your fate has been sealed. Lin Xian's voice was icy cold. Brat, you're too arrogant. I admit that you have some strength, but you have no chance of winning against my martial spirit. My martial spirit is a metal elemental martial spirit. Its attack is extremely powerful and can even kill a third-layer martial highness. What do you have to compete with me? Huang Jinxing's expression was hideous. He let out a furious roar and quickly summoned his martial spirit. In the next instant, a long sword appeared in front of him. It was 10 feet long and entirely golden in color, emitting a terrifying aura. The crowd held their breaths as their hearts trembled. It was too terrifying. The aura alone was enough to slice their bodies and souls apart. Platinum Longsword. Huang Jinxing's martial soul is terrifying. The sword is the king of weapons and the metal element is one of the strongest defensive attributes. The combination of the two is extremely sharp. No wonder Huang Jinxing could kill a third-rank honorable martial artist. It seems like the rumors are true. Lin Xian is in danger. Lin Xian was strong, but he was still inferior to Huang Jinxing's platinum longsword martial soul. Looking at the terrifying platinum longsword in the sky, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile and a look of disdain flashed across his eyes. Competing in offense? He sneered in his heart. What martial soul could compare to the Great Dragon Sword Soul? In terms of offense, if the Great Dragon Sword Soul claimed to be number 1, no one would dare to claim to be number 2. Looking at Huang Jinxing's arrogant face, Lin Xian said indifferently, I'm curious. What will your expression be when the platinum longsword that you are so proud of breaks? Stop bragging. You can't possibly withstand my martial soul. Huang Jinxing had absolute confidence. His martial soul had contributed a lot to him and was extremely powerful. He did not believe that Lin Xian could withstand his martial soul's attack. Below, the crowd was shocked when they heard Lin Xian's words. How can the platinum longsword break? Even with the Lone Star Sword, he can't do it. Bulsh asterisk T, he must be Bulsh asterisk Ting. How can he defeat his opponent's metal element martial soul? The crowd shook their heads in disbelief. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. A blood-red longsword appeared in Lin Xian's hand. It exuded a terrifying spiritual energy and a destructive aura. The terrifying aura was even more terrifying than Huang Jinxing's platinum longsword martial soul. This sword contained the inheritance of the blood-red killing sword and the power of the great dragon sword soul. It was extremely sharp. The two of them were too terrifying, the crowd below trembled. The strength of the two of them had surpassed that of an ordinary second-rank honorable martial artist. Die, brat. Huang Jinxing's face changed when he felt the terrifying aura from his opponent's blood sword. He was shocked and did not hesitate to attack. In the sky, the platinum longsword martial spirit waved, causing the clouds in the sky to collapse. It was as if the heavens and earth were being split apart. The scene was extremely terrifying. At the same time, Lin Xian also swung his blood-red sword and slashed out. The earth trembled and the blood sea surged. The entire wind-seeking city seemed to be shaking non-stop. The earth-shattering collision almost sent the entire city flying. The violent sword chi connected the heavens and the earth, sweeping in all directions. After a long time, the world finally regained its tranquility. Everyone was shocked and raised their heads to look. In the sky, Huang Jinxing's hair was disheveled, and his body was covered in blood. In front of him, the platinum longsword martial spirit was dim, and there were even cracks on it. What? Huang Jinxing was defeated? Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. Could it be that Lin Xian was so strong that even the powerful Huang Jinxing was no match for him? Impossible, this is impossible. How could you possibly break my platinum longsword martial spirit? Huang Jinxing yelled madly, his face filled with disbelief. In the past, as long as he used his martial spirit, no matter how strong the enemy was, he could kill them. However, this time, the martial spirit attack that he was so proud of had failed and was almost shattered by his opponent. He could not accept it at that moment. Huang Jinxing's body was covered in wounds and his face was filled with disbelief. On the opposite side, Lin Xian held the sword of slaughter in his hand and walked toward him step by step. Previously, I was curious about your expression after being defeated. But now, it seems that it is indeed ugly. Huang Jinxing trembled with anger, but there was nothing he could do. He had no choice. He had already used his strongest martial spirit, but it did not hurt his opponent at all. This meant that his opponent's strength was completely above his. It seemed that he had miscalculated this time. I admit that you are very strong. I was wrong before. I don't want the Lone Star Sword anymore. Hearing this, the crowd below was shocked. The arrogant Huang Jinxing had actually lowered his head and spoken in such a humble manner. Was this still the same Huang Jinxing who would kill anyone he disagreed with? It seemed that Lin Xian was indeed powerful to be able to subdue such a demon king. You don't want it anymore? Lin Xian laughed. What do you think this is? Playing house? You think you can just give it up like that? He shook his head with a cold smile. You fight whenever you want, kill whenever you want, and don't want it anymore. Have you considered my feelings? I have no grudge against you. We don't even know each other. However, as soon as you entered Windy City, you insulted me in front of everyone. Have you considered my dignity? When I appeared, you wanted to kill me without saying anything. You wanted to take the Lone Star Sword for yourself. Have you considered my feelings? If I wasn't stronger than you, I'm afraid I would have been killed by you. Now that you can't defeat me, you think you can escape unscathed by saying that you don't want it anymore? Is there anything so simple in this world? Lin Xian laughed coldly and looked at Huang Jinxing as if he was looking at an idiot. Then what do you want? Huang Jinxing clenched his teeth and said while holding his chest. I've said it before. Since the moment you set your eyes on the Lone Star Sword, your fate has been decided. There's only one outcome for you, and that's death. Hearing this, Huang Jinxing was stunned. A trace of mockery appeared in his eyes. I'm from the Golden Palace. How dare you touch me? The reason why he was so arrogant and looked down on everyone was that besides his powerful strength, he was also from the Golden Palace. The Golden Palace was a terrifying force and was very famous in the blood field. It was said that the Golden Palace controlled 18 huge cities and each city owner had the strength of a third heaven honorable martial artist. With such terrifying strength, no one dared to offend them. However, Lin Xian was unmoved. The Golden Palace? I've never heard of it. Even if I knew, so what? Since you've said your last words, prepare to die. He slowly raised his arm. At this moment, Huang Jinsheng finally revealed a fearful expression. His opponent didn't care about his identity and was determined to kill him. You're dead. If you kill me, the Golden Palace won't let you go. Before he finished speaking, a blood sword soared into the sky. Huang Jinsheng's head flew up and exploded into a bloody mist. He's dead? The people below were shocked and couldn't believe it. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be so decisive and kill him without any hesitation. What an arrogant young man. After knowing Huang Jinsheng's identity, he still attacked mercilessly. How decisive! Many people exclaimed. If it were anyone else, they would have retreated long ago. However, Lin Xian didn't hesitate at all and killed him directly. No one could compare to his decisiveness. However, not everyone appreciated it. Many people sneered. Since he dared to kill Huang Jinsheng, he was definitely going to die. Yes, the Golden Palace's strength is not to be underestimated. Moreover, Huang Jinsheng didn't come alone this time. I think it won't be long before the Golden Palace's experts know about it. When that time comes, Lin Xian won't be able to survive. Lin Xian didn't have any concerns. His opponent was extremely arrogant and wanted to kill him to steal his treasures. If he didn't kill such a person, he wouldn't be a martial artist. Moreover, so what if the Golden Palace was powerful? Lin Xian was not someone who was afraid of death. What was the purpose of practicing martial arts? Other than pursuing a longer lifespan and enjoying wealth and power, it was to be free and unfettered in the martial world. Being free and unrestrained was what Lin Xian yearned for. If he was timid and overcautious in everything he did, what was the point of practicing martial arts? In his opinion, one's martial arts strength was used to break free from all shackles. It was the most fundamental guarantee of being free and unfettered in the world. And he, too, was advancing step by step towards the goal of his dream. Lin Xian did not leave after killing Huang Jinsheng. He heard the crowd's conversation and found out that there were some martial artists behind Huang Jinsheng. He thought that they would come to seek revenge soon. Therefore, in order to not have any worries, he planned to get rid of them all at once. With a wave of his sleeve, Lin Xian put away the other party's storage ring. Then, the headless corpse exploded, forming a bloody mist that filled the sky. Under the guidance of Lin Xian's finger, spiritual qi and blood quickly rolled in the bloody mist, forming a pavilion in the air. The entire pavilion was red like blood jade. It was crystal clear and floated in the air. It was no different from a real palace. Transformation. When the crowd below saw this, they were shocked again. Martial artists of the three spirit realms would be able to use this kind of technique to transform. They could only use it in martial arts techniques. Only venerable ones could maintain the transformation for a long time. This was because only at this level could one freely control the spiritual qi between heaven and earth. However, ordinary venerable ones would not use this method casually because to maintain the transformation required a huge amount of spiritual qi and pure spiritual power. Although venerable ones could mobilize the spiritual qi of heaven and earth without limit, there was also a problem of conversion rate. That was the degree of utilization of spiritual qi. This problem was determined by the cultivation method. Almost none of the martial artists below the third heaven of the venerable realm dared to use this transformation technique during normal times, let alone when they were about to face a fierce battle. When Lin Xian heard the shock from below, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He had long since mastered this technique, but he was only using it now. Moreover, when he used this method, he did not have to worry about the conversion of spiritual energy like other martial artists. That was because the longevity incantation in his body could solve all these problems very well. His cultivation and transformation speed was definitely far superior to those of the same level. Even Lin Xian had yet to figure out what level of cultivation method the art of longevity was. In a flash, he walked toward the blood-colored palace and quickly entered it. The interior was no different from a real palace. Lin Xian slowly sat down, took out a cup of spirit wine from his storage ring, and slowly tasted it. Then, he rummaged through Huang Jinxing's ring of holding and sorted out his spoils of war. What is this Lin Xian doing? After killing Huang Jinxing, he's still not leaving. Could it be that he's not afraid of death? From the looks of it, could it be that he's waiting for the others from the Golden Palace to come? Someone was bewildered. Below, no one left. They were all watching silently. They wanted to know how Lin Xian was going to deal with the wrath of the Golden Palace. Not long after, the void trembled, and a long howl rolled over like the waves of the sea. Accompanying it was a monstrous and terrifying aura. The void fluctuated, and spiritual energy surged over like the waves of the sea. What's that? Countless people were shocked and looked up at the sky. At this moment, in the sky, countless black shadows were moving quickly like ghosts. They joined together and floated over like dark clouds. Demonic beasts! Someone exclaimed because they realized that the black shadows were huge iron-clawed eagles. On top of the iron-clawed eagles stood countless figures, each of them carrying a strong murderous aura. In an instant, the iron-clawed eagles filled the sky and arrived near the blood-colored palace. At the forefront was a goshawk that was dozens of feet long. Its feathers were like steel, shining with a metallic luster. On the back of the demonic beast was a bald martial artist. His eyes were fierce, and his aura was powerful. He quickly sensed his surroundings, and then his face turned ugly. Who dares to kill the disciples of the Golden Palace? Come out and die. His voice was loud and clear, like the roar of a ferocious beast. It spread clearly in all directions. The Golden Palace, the people from the Golden Palace are here. Countless people were shocked. They did not expect the other party to arrive so quickly. The void was silent, and no one answered the bald man's question. Humph, how dare you kill the disciples of the Golden Palace? Even if you run to the ends of the earth, you won't be able to escape death. The bald man sneered and stretched out his arm. Golden light flickered and formed a dragon that rushed down quickly. Dragon hand. In the next moment, a martial artist was surrounded by the golden dragon and carried into the sky. Speak, who killed the disciples of the Golden Palace? The bald man's face was ferocious as he stared at the innocent martial artist. The martial artist was just an ordinary spectator. His cultivation had not reached the honorable realm, and he could not speak in front of the powerful aura of an honorable realm martial artist. However, in the bald man's eyes, he was looking down on the Golden Palace and harboring a criminal. If you don't speak, you'll die. The bald man sneered and exerted force in his palm. Suddenly, the golden dragon roared and tore the innocent martial artist to pieces. Blood mist drifted and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. Seeing this, the martial artists below felt their scalps go numb. They did not dare to stay any longer and fled into the distance. Demon. The people from the Golden Palace were demons, they did not need any reason to kill. As long as they were in a bad mood, they could kill at will. No one dared to stay any longer because they might die if they were not careful. However, the bald man was determined to find out who the culprit was. How could he let these people go? The golden dragon in his hand roared again and swooped down. In an instant, it brought up two martial artists. I'll give you a chance. Tell me who the culprit is. If you don't speak, you'll die. One of them was shocked by the murderous aura and could not speak. The other shouted crazily, I'll speak, I'll speak. The culprit is Lin Xian. He's in the Blood Palace. I'm done. Can you let me go now? The martial artist gasped for breath. Lin Xian? The bald man looked around and saw the Blood Palace not far away. Suddenly, his face turned ferocious. Let you go? How is that possible? You saw the disciples of the Golden Palace being killed. You deserve to die. The bald man did not listen to reason. He exerted force in his palm and instantly crushed the two martial artists. Bloody and arrogant. These people did not listen to reason at all. There was only killing in their eyes. Lin Xian, right? How dare you kill the people of the Golden Palace? I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. The bald man looked at the blood palace and let out a sharp roar. Lin Xian, come out and die. The voice was terrifying. It turned into a physical attack and rushed forward. The void trembled like boiling water. The terrifying sound waves were like roaring thunder as they rushed towards the blood-colored palace. Boom, there was a deep sound and the entire palace shook as if it was about to split open. However, in the next moment, the Crimson Palace quickly stabilized and emitted a crimson light. A crimson sword chi quickly condensed and slashed forward. In an instant, the crimson sword chi cut the sound waves in half. You dare to resist? The bald man's face turned gloomy. He was now sure that the person in the Crimson Palace was the murderer. Rush in and bring the murderer out. I want to kill him, slice by slice. The bald man waved his hand. Immediately, countless goshawks behind him spread their wings and turned into streaks of black shadows that rushed forward. On the backs of the goshawks, there were martial artists with ferocious faces. Their bodies emitted a murderous aura. The long swords in their hands were bright as they slashed forward. In an instant, countless black shadows surrounded the Crimson Palace. However, in the next moment, a golden figure came from the palace. It was like a golden lightning bolt. Then, there was a sharp cry that pierced through heaven and earth. Soon, the goshawks were all trembling in fear as if they had encountered something terrifying. Some of the goshawks did not even dare to stay in the air and hurriedly landed on the ground. What's going on? Damned beast, stop right there. In an instant, all kinds of curses were heard and the entire sky was in chaos. Just as these people were panicking, two golden wings appeared in the void and spread out. The golden wings were hundreds of feet long. On the wings, every feather was crystal clear. They were like golden divine swords that flew out quickly. 108,000 swords. In the next moment, the sky was filled with dazzling golden sword radiance. It moved in all directions and quickly enveloped the martial artists of the Golden Palace. Suddenly, countless screams were heard. The goshawks and the martial artists on them were all attacked. Countless sword radiance flew and pierced through heaven and earth. The demonic beasts and the martial artists of the Golden Palace were staring at the ground as they trembled. Blood flowed and dyed the sky red. Then, it was summoned by a strange power and entered the Crimson Palace. The entire Crimson Palace was crystal clear and looked demonic. Golden-feathered godly eagle. What a terrifying means. In the distance, the martial artists were shocked. They thought that the Golden Hall would kill Lin Xian mercilessly, but they didn't expect that Lin Xian would deal such a heavy blow to his opponent. In the void, the huge golden wings disappeared and turned into the figure of the golden-feathered divine eagle. The sky became clear again. However, the warriors of the Golden Palace were still trembling. None of them dared to charge forward. The bald man's pupils constricted as well. He was so angry that his entire body trembled. In just an instant, half of the people he had brought with him had been lost. This was something he could not accept. How dare you kill a member of the Golden Palace in front of us? I will let you know the consequences of offending the Golden Palace. The bald man's face was ferocious, like a devil. His body was full of killing intent that shot up into the sky. So domineering, so arrogant. A steady voice resounded from the void of space. Aren't you going to ask why I want to kill Huang Jinxing? I don't need to know. I only know that anyone who dares to kill the people of the Golden Palace will end up in a miserable state. The bald man's face was ferocious. As expected of jackals of the same tribe. You are all equally shameless and unreasonable. Lin Xian sneered, if that's the case, let's just call it the Shameless Palace. Brat, how dare you insult the Golden Palace? You are dead meat. The bald man's face darkened. He swore that he would capture the person inside and pull out his bones and bones. He would then refine his soul so that he would never be reincarnated. You are the ones who are courting death. Lin Xian snorted, the younger generation is unreasonable. You want to kill and rob. Now, the older generation is even more shameless. I don't care about the Golden Palace. As long as you dare to take a step into the palace, you will never be able to return. Lin Xian's voice was cold. It carried a monstrous killing intent that spread out in all directions. He was really angry. The other party was so arrogant and had surrounded him without any scruples. Did they really think that he was easy to bully? He would let these people know how miserable the consequences of bullying him were. In the void, the bald man roared and merged with the demonic beast under his feet. He quickly rushed toward the Crimson Palace. This time, he was going to kill the person inside personally. The bald man turned into a ray of light and rushed toward the Crimson Palace like a bolt of lightning. In the next moment, he disappeared into the Crimson Palace. Soon, he saw a young man in a blue shirt who was casually sitting there with a long sword on his back. It's a young brat? The bald man's heart trembled. He did not expect that the person who killed so many martial artists from the Golden Palace was only a young man. In the next moment, he suppressed the shock in his heart. So what if he was young? There was only one outcome for those who dared to kill the people from the Golden Palace, and that was death. Die, brat. The bald man stretched out his palm. A golden dragon attached to his arm and roared out. Dragon Claw. It was a top spiritual level cultivation skill that was said to be able to kill everything. It was extremely terrifying. In the void, the three flood dragons circled each other, roaring and roaring as they charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly and a look of disdain appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, he stretched out his palm as well. Just a dragon. In front of a real dragon, it is nothing. Let me show you the real dragon claw. The crimson spiritual chi surged and quickly formed a huge dragon claw that slammed forward. In an instant, the void was torn apart. The terrifying crimson dragon claw was like a ferocious beast that suppressed the surroundings. The bald man's pupil shrank. He felt a strong sense of danger from Lin Xian. It was a feeling that he had not felt for many years. Impossible. He's just a young brat. How can he be a threat to me? Illusion, it must be an illusion. The bald man removed all distracting thoughts from his mind and urged the three golden dragons in the air to move. In the next moment, the golden dragons collided with the huge crimson dragon claw. Rumble, crack. Crack, in an instant, the three golden dragons wailed and their bodies were torn into several pieces. What? This is impossible. The bald man was shocked and his eyelids twitched. He could not believe that Lin Xian could break his dragon claw in one move. Damn it, who is this brat? The bald man was uneasy. He realized that Lin Xian was not as simple as he had imagined. Brat, who are you? Don't you think it's too late to ask now? Lin Xian sneered. Lin Xian wanted to kill him arrogantly and ruthlessly. Now that he was afraid, he remembered to ask about his identity. How shameless. Don't be so arrogant, the bald man said coldly. I don't care who you are. I will kill you today. With a long roar, light bloomed on his body and the shadow of a golden giant quickly condensed. This situation was exactly the same as when Huang Jinxing used his cultivation technique. However, with the bald man using it now, the power was even stronger. In the void, golden light shone. It was incomparably majestic and exuded a terrifying aura. The golden giant seemed to have merged with the bald man to form a real ancient giant. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He had just seen this cultivation technique in Huang Jinxing's storage ring. This cultivation technique was called Golden Giant Avatar. It used one's own spiritual energy and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to form a huge golden giant avatar to increase one's combat strength. When one cultivated it to a high level, one could completely merge with the golden giant avatar to form a real golden giant. One could also condense multiple golden giant avatars to besiege the enemy. It was extremely useful. Now, it seemed that the bald man had used the first method to merge with the golden giant. Die, brat. With a roar, the bald man was like a real giant. His body was tall and sturdy, shining with golden light. On his arms, there were two dragons that were quickly coiling around, looking extremely ferocious. He threw out a punch. With a flash of golden light, a golden dragon flew out. It was like a real dragon. It let out a dragon's roar and quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. Golden giant avatar? Lin Xian sneered and quickly circulated his spiritual energy. He used the great dragon sword soul to quickly simulate this martial art. Boom, the void fluctuated and Lin Xian's body shone with a bloody light. In an instant, a huge bloody giant was formed. It roared to the sky and the sound shook the 9 heavens. Humph, it's just a form. You don't know how powerful the golden giant avatar is. When the bald man saw that Lin Xian was using a similar move to him, he sneered. The core of martial arts was not the appearance, but the real inner cultivation method. Only by mastering the origin of martial arts could one bring out the full potential of martial arts. Lin Xian was just a nameless kid. How could he master the Golden Palace's unique skill? Therefore, the bald man was disdainful of Lin Xian's actions. The bloody giant roared ferociously and 2 bloody dragon heads condensed on its huge fists. It quickly punched forward. The 2 giants fought and the scene was extremely terrifying. The bald man had a look of disdain before, but after coming into contact with Lin Xian, he was terrified. Not only was Lin Xian's appearance similar to his, even his terrifying strength was the same. Compared to his golden giant, Lin Xian's bloody giant was even more terrifying. Impossible. How could he have such powerful combat strength? The bald man was shocked, disbelief written all over his face. He had cultivated for dozens of years before he could fuse with the golden giant. However, the other party was actually not inferior to him in terms of strength. This was unacceptable to him. Ka ka ka, the blood-colored giant roared, suddenly erupting with a powerful battle prowess, tearing the golden giant in half from the middle. The bald man didn't even have time to shout before he was torn apart along with the huge golden giant. His entire body was torn apart and turned into a bloody mist. Even if he died, he didn't believe that the other party could kill him so easily. Little did he know that the great dragon sword spirit that Lin Xian had mastered was the most powerful saint art in the world. The martial arts that were simulated with it were several times more powerful than the original martial arts. They were not on the same level at all. Without any surprise, the bald man was killed. Outside the palace, everyone held their breaths and waited anxiously. They only felt 2 terrifying auras erupting from the palace, as if they were going to tear the world apart. However, they did not know the specifics. Moreover, no one dared to enter. Everyone could only wait outside for the final result. However, before long, the terrifying aura within the palace disappeared. The blood-red palace became extremely calm, as if it was dead silent. What's the result? Could it be that Lin Xian was killed? Looking at the silent blood-red palace, the crowd couldn't help but wonder. Humph, do you even need to think about it? Of course that little thief was killed. Who can defeat our Golden Palace? The remaining Golden Palace martial artists sneered, full of confidence. Their leader, the bald man, was extremely powerful. Moreover, he could merge with the golden giant. His battle prowess was heaven-defying, and killing a 3rd-level honorable martial artist was a piece of cake, let alone a nameless little thief. Just as everyone was discussing, a black shadow flew out from the entrance of the blood-red palace. It's out! Everyone exclaimed and looked over carefully. However, in the next moment, countless exclamations were heard. The Golden Palace martial artists trembled and froze on the spot. Impossible! This is absolutely impossible! The Golden Palace martial artists were shocked. Their expressions changed drastically as they shouted in disbelief. As for the surrounding martial artists, their eyelids were wide open, and their hearts were trembling. This was because the black shadow that came out was none other than a head. It was the bald man's head. The overbearing and arrogant Golden Palace martial artist had actually died. Moreover, the other party had only entered the blood-red palace for a short period of time. He had been killed in just a moment. This unforeseen event shocked everyone. The eyes of the head were filled with shock, fear, and unwillingness. It was a stark contrast to the overbearing and bloodthirsty bald man from before. In just an instant, the overbearing bald man had died. This shocked everyone. Especially the Golden Palace martial artists. All of them were terrified as they looked at the blood-red palace in front of them with fear. They had originally come to kill the culprit, but now that their leader had died in advance, they didn't know what to do at that moment. In the next moment, the void fluctuated, and a huge blood-red giant appeared in the void. He roared into the sky and punched out with both fists. 2 blood-red dragons roared out and instantly enveloped the remaining Golden Palace martial artists. Those martial artists didn't even have time to scream before they turned into pools of blood and merged with the blood-red palace. Lin Xian wasn't a bloodthirsty person, but these people had come to kill him. He would never show mercy to his enemies. In the next moment, the huge blood-red giant disappeared and the void returned to normal. Only the blood-red palace remained floating. From the beginning to the end, Lin Xian hadn't come out of the palace. His powerful and fierce means had shocked everyone. However, there were also people who were worried because the Golden Palace was undoubtedly powerful. This time, they should have come from one of the 18 cities, the huge Axe City. This city was the closest to the heaven-seeking city, so they were the first to arrive. These people were probably only a part of the huge Axe City's strength. The real terrifying main force was still behind. When that force arrived, it could definitely destroy everything. When that time came, Lin Xian would definitely not be able to withstand it. Yes, not only the Golden Palace, but other martial artists will also come. After all, the temptation of the Lone Star Sword is incomparably strong. In the blood-red palace, Lin Xian sat cross-legged. He was studying the storage ring of the bald man. Other than the golden giant avatar, there was also a martial art called the Flood Dragon Hand, which was also a type of capturing martial art. Lin Xian quickly browsed through it and tried to use the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Soon, he mastered this martial art. After all, he didn't want to completely master it, but to comprehend it and use it for reference. He used his own Great Dragon Sword Soul to form a different version of the Flood Dragon Hand. He was like a huge sponge, greedily absorbing all kinds of martial arts. If it were other martial artists, they would definitely not be able to do this. After all, a person's energy was limited. It was impossible to learn so much. Moreover, there were conflicts between martial artists. But Lin Xian could. He possessed the Great Dragon Sword Soul and could use it as a foundation to simulate and evolve other martial arts. To him, this was not a difficult task. Apart from these two martial arts, the Blood Sword Inheritance broke through again and reached the 3rd level. And after reaching the 3rd level, apart from the power being much greater than before, he also obtained a martial art, Blood Shadow Clone Kill. Using blood chi to condense a blood clone and use it for a sneak attack in battle, it could be said to be incomparably strange. He silently cultivated and digested this new martial art, entering a cultivation state. Outside, everyone was shocked because they discovered that the Blood Palace did not show any signs of disappearing. Instead, it became even more resplendent and demonic, like a demon king's palace, shining with a scarlet light. They did not know that this was the reason why Lin Xian's blood sword inheritance broke through to the 3rd level. What they knew was that Lin Xian was too arrogant and conceited. After killing so many people from the Golden Palace, he actually did not have the slightest intention of leaving. Perhaps other than him, no one dared to do so. Time slowly flowed. Suddenly, the sky boiled again. The void trembled as if 10,000 beasts were galloping. This time, the fluctuations were more violent and intense than before. A huge spirit boat rapidly traversed the void. Its speed was very fast, and it instantly rushed in the direction of the Blood Palace. The spirit boat was golden all over, as if it was made of gold, emitting a dazzling light. On the body of the boat, there were 2 huge axes that crossed each other, forming a strange pattern. On the spirit boat, there were densely packed martial artists. All of them were surging with killing intent, making one's heart tremble. Golden Palace. It's the Golden Palace's people from Giant Axe City. Below, when the crowd saw the huge golden spirit boat, they immediately exclaimed. It seemed that the Golden Palace was really angry. They actually sent a battle spirit boat. Indeed, the death of Huang Jinxing and the bald man had finally angered the Golden Palace, so they sent a battle spirit boat and swore to capture the murderer. Countless people looked at the sky and swallowed their saliva, their eyes filled with horror. They knew that this time, Lin Xian was truly finished. Hundreds of martial artists stood on the gold spirit ship. Among them, the person at the front was a burly man with bronze skin. He was as mighty as an iron tower. On his back, he carried a huge golden battle axe, which was shining brightly. This burly man was the Vice City Lord of Great Axe City, Berserker. He was also the strongest leader on the spirit boat this time. This person's cultivation was at the peak of the second heaven honorable realm, and he could easily kill an ordinary third heaven honorable realm cultivator. Apart from the city lord of Great Axe City, almost no one was his opponent. As for the powerful city lord, it was said that he had already reached the third heavenly layer. However, it seemed that he did not come this time. Quang Zhan stood at the very front, looking at the blood-colored palace in the distance. His eyes, which were like bronze tombs, were filled with anger. As the deputy city lord of Great Axe City, he had never been as angry as he was today. His talented warriors and capable subordinates, as well as a group of warriors, had all been killed. This was a blatant provocation. No matter who it was, whoever killed the people of Golden Palace and Great Axe City would have to pay the price in blood. Like a huge golden mountain, the gold spirit ship carried a huge wave of air and quickly arrived in front of the blood-colored palace. The person inside, come out and accept your death. A terrifying voice rang out, carrying with it a towering rage. It was as if the god of thunder was punishing them, and it reverberated in all directions. However, the other party did not respond. No one walked out of the blood-colored palace, and it only quietly emitted a dazzling light. Not coming out? Quang Zhan was enraged. He sneered, "Don't think that you can escape from everything by hiding inside. I will make you come out on your knees obediently and willingly send yourself to death." Then, he quickly ordered, "Prepare the gold shockwave and destroy the palace in front." Immediately, the subordinates behind him moved quickly. The surrounding people held their breaths and watched in silence. Their eyes were filled with fear. In the sky above, the huge gold spirit ship suddenly emitted a strong spiritual energy fluctuation. A huge cannon quickly formed and aimed at the blood-colored palace in front of him. In the next moment, the port of the cannon shone brightly. It quickly absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy and condensed into a round ball of light with a diameter of dozens of feet. On the ball of light, golden light shone and pulsated continuously, emitting a powerful destructive force. This force was too powerful. Just a trace of it was enough to make everyone tremble. In the next moment, the huge golden ball of light surged and formed a golden shockwave that shot forward. Boom, the void was instantly shattered, and endless spiritual energy was sucked dry. The golden light was like a pillar of heaven, and it quickly blasted towards the blood-colored palace. In the next moment, an earth-shattering sound rang out. Heaven and earth trembled, and the terrifying energy exploded. The void fell into chaos. Strong winds blew, and the dazzling light covered the entire sky. At this moment, it was as if the sun had exploded. The blazing light flashed, and everyone could not open their eyes because of it. There were even screams because some ancient martial art practitioners wanted to force themselves to look, but their eyes were pierced by the light. After a long time, the violent energy gradually disappeared. The dazzling light in the sky also dimmed and finally disappeared. Only then did everyone dare to open their eyes and look at the sky. Then, they sucked in a breath of cold air. They realized that the blood-colored palace in the sky had been pierced, and a huge hole had appeared. The entire palace had been completely pierced, and it was almost split in half. Everyone was shocked and speechless for a long time. The golden light pillar was too terrifying. It had destroyed the blood-colored palace with just one blow. Before this, no one had been able to hurt the blood-colored palace at all. I wonder if Lin Xian is injured. Yeah, I haven't seen him until now. Could he have been killed? Countless people were puzzled and kept guessing. What they did not know was that Lin Xian was not injured, but was comprehending a new martial art. Therefore, he did not attack for a while. In the sky, on the huge golden spirit ship, the people of Golden Palace looked at the destroyed blood-colored palace and sneered. Those who dared to offend the people of Golden Palace would definitely be ruthlessly smashed into meat paste. However, the leading golden man, Berserk Warrior, frowned slightly. Because with his perception, he naturally knew that the other party's aura was still there. He snorted coldly and was about to give another order. This time, he would definitely smash the other party into meat paste. However, at this moment, a huge shadow was cast in the sky. It was like a dark cloud that shrouded the surroundings. A terrifying and violent energy rushed over quickly. It was as if the Demon King had awakened, and it carried a gloomy and cold aura. Who dares to kill a disciple of the Yen family? Come out and die. A cold voice rang out. It was like a sharp sword that pierced through the void. Hearing that, everyone was shocked and their eyelids twitched. The Yan family is here. This was definitely an earth-shattering event. Needless to say, the Yan family was here to kill Lin Xian. Two terrifying forces had arrived one after another. Even if Lin Xian had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would not be able to fight them. Hehe, Lin Xian is dead this time. Chaos is coming. I wonder who will get the Lone Star Sword. Someone sighed. No one thought that Lin Xian would be able to leave alive because no one could escape unscathed under the attacks of the two forces. The huge black shadow was a demonic general-rank demonic beast. It was 100 feet long and looked ferocious. On the back of the demonic general, there were countless figures looking down coldly. However, before Lin Xian could speak, the people on the golden boat were enraged. Who is it? How dare you stop above us? Get lost. The voice was terrifying. It was like the roar of the thunder god, tearing the clouds apart. The terrifying sound wave gathered and attacked the huge flying demonic beast. Boom, the huge flying demonic beast flapped its wings and formed 2 terrifying tornadoes. They collided with the sound wave attack and created an earth-shattering explosion. The void was annihilated and turbulence flowed in all directions, destroying everything. Everyone was shocked and gasped. They did not expect the people from the Golden Palace to attack. No wonder they were from the Golden Palace. They were too arrogant. They did not even put the Yan family in their eyes. It could not be helped. The giant axe city was famous for being arrogant, especially that crazy warrior. He was unruly. How could he allow others to stop above him? He was already giving them face by not attacking immediately. Who dares to attack the Yan family? Aren't you afraid of being annihilated? A cold voice came from above. It was obvious that the people from the Yan family were furious. Yan family? Is that so? How dare you stop above the Golden Palace? I'll give you a chance. Get lost. Otherwise, don't blame us for killing you. Golden Palace. Hearing that, the martial artists from the Yan family fell silent. They did not expect the group of people to be the famous Golden Palace martial artists. However, so what if they were from the Golden Palace? The Yan family wasn't a coward. On the back of the demon general, the middle-aged man standing in front asked in a deep voice, so it's fellow Daoist from the Golden Palace. Which city are you from? Giant Axe City, Mad Warrior. An unruly voice sounded, as if it was looking down on everyone. Berserker. Huge Axe has become the deputy city lord. The middle-aged man's pupils shrank. He had never thought that the Great Axe City's city lord would come here in person. He knew how powerful the other party was, but as a member of the Yan family, he would not lose face for the family. Mad Battle City Lord, we're all here to capture the same person. It can be said that we share a common enemy. Why should we fight each other and harm our harmony? Hurt the harmony? Who do you think you are to talk to me like that? Berserker was very arrogant and did not put the middle-aged man in his eyes at all. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's face turned ugly. His eyes burned with anger, but he didn't dare to attack. Humph. If he's not qualified, then what about me? An old voice sounded. Then, a huge pressure gushed out and shrouded the area below. This pressure was so terrifying that it made everyone's heart tremble. Even the warriors of Huge Axe City on the Gold Spirit ship changed their faces. They looked up at the sky as if they were facing a great enemy. Humph, open for me. Berserker roared. He waved his arm and slashed out a huge golden axe shadow that seemed to be able to split heaven and earth. Bang, a low sound rang out, and a strong turbulence filled the entire space. The surrounding warriors were frightened and kept retreating. They couldn't bear the impact of this power at all. In the next moment, the terrifying energy exploded, sending out a strong impact. Berserker took a step back and suddenly looked up, his eyes fixed on the sky. Although he didn't use his full strength in that attack, the person who could make him retreat was definitely not an ordinary warrior. Above, an old man in a Taoist robe appeared on the back of the huge beast. Although his hair was white, his skin was as smooth as a baby's, giving people a very strange feeling. Greetings, guardian elder. Seeing this old man, the warriors of the Yan family all bowed respectfully. Guardian Elder. In the distance, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the Yan family to send a guardian elder. It seemed that they were determined to kill the other party this time. On the gold spirit ship, Berserker looked at the old figure and his pupils shrank. He felt an aura that was not inferior to his own from the old man. Haha, Berserker City Lord, why are you so angry? Our enemy is the murderer in the Scarlet Palace. Now that the murderer hasn't even shown himself, we're going to be a joke if we fight first. I can catch the murderer, but your beast can't stay on top of me. Berserker's voice was cold. Facing the Guardian Elder, he was still fearless. This is the negligence of the Yan family. Don't worry, we'll leave now. The Guardian Elder smiled faintly. Then, he waved his sleeve and flew to the other side with the huge beast. Even though the Yan clan had moved the beasts away, they didn't sound friendly at all. The Protector Elder laughed and said again. Hujack City has been here for so long, but you still haven't caught the murderer. Why don't the Yan family do it? You're courting death. On the gold spirit ship, the martial artists of Hujack City were furious. They looked ahead with ferocious expressions. The group of people opposite them dared to say that they were useless. They couldn't stand it. Berserker's expression was also cold. There was a strange light in his bell-like eyes. Compared to those ordinary martial artists, he was thinking more. It should be known that they didn't come here just to kill the murderer. Their real goal was to get the Lone Star Sword. Whoever could kill the murderer first would get the Lone Star Sword in their hands and naturally have the advantage. This was something that none of the forces wanted to let go of. Now, the Guardian Elder's words clearly indicated that the Yan family wanted to fight with the Hujack City for the Lone Star Sword. Other things could be discussed, but this was something that they couldn't back down on. There's no need for the Yan family to do anything. The Hujack City can easily take down a thief. Berserker refused immediately. Then, he said to the people behind him, prepare the spirit cannons and continue to attack. What are you talking about? That thief killed a genius of the Yan family. Of course, the Yan family should do it. The Guardian Elder of the Yan family didn't back down either. He waved his hand and quickly ordered the disciples of the family to prepare to attack as well. No one could remain calm in the face of a half-Earth rank treasure. Therefore, the two forces were ready to attack together. How arrogant, how overbearing. However, you seem to have forgotten to ask for my opinion? A faint voice rang out and spread clearly in all directions. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and looked up in disbelief. At this time, someone dared to tease the two forces. Did they have a death wish? Humph. Quang and the Yan family Guardian Elder looked gloomy as they looked at the Crimson Palace in front of them. They realized that the voice had come from the Crimson Palace. Sure enough, in the next moment, a figure slowly walked out from the entrance of the Crimson Palace. Lin Xian, it's him. He's not dead. Everyone exclaimed in shock. They did not expect that their attack had not hurt Lin Xian at all. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that Lin Xian had taken the initiative to show himself in such a dangerous situation. What is he trying to do? Is he not afraid of death? No one knew. At this moment, everyone was looking at that young figure. Lin Xian stood at the entrance of the Crimson Palace and looked around. Then, his face turned gloomy. He had been comprehending the newly acquired martial arts in the Crimson Palace, so he did not attack. However, that did not mean that he was not angry. The golden pillar of light from before had almost threatened his safety. Now, the two forces were discussing who he should belong to as if he was a commodity. They did not take him seriously at all. It was as if he was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. However, was Lin Xian really a lamb? The martial artists from the Giant Axe City and the Yan family laughed when they saw Lin Xian walk out. Boy, you know what's good for you. I'll give you a chance to surrender now. Perhaps I'll give you a quick death. The middle-aged man from the Yan family laughed coldly. On the other side, the martial artists from the Giant Axe City also shouted coldly, Thief, how dare you kill someone from the Golden Palace? Come here and die. Both sides laughed sinisterly as they surrounded Lin Xian. What a nice way to put it. Revenge? Isn't that what you're here for? With that, Lin Xian held the Lone Star Sword in his hand. The Lone Star Sword. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw the sword in Lin Xian's hand. Greed filled their eyes. The eyes of Quang Zhan and the Yan family guardian elder shone brightly. As long as they killed the thief in front of them, the Lone Star Sword would be theirs. Brat, you're quite self-aware. The Yan family guardian elder laughed coldly. I'll give you a chance. Hand over the Lone Star Sword and I might let you live. You'd better give us the Lone Star Sword. Otherwise, I'll let you experience what it means to be dead. Quang Zhan said coldly on the golden boat. You want the Lone Star Sword? It's simple, but there's one problem. There's only one Lone Star Sword. Who should I give it to? Yan Zhan, Quang Zhan. Don't trying to sow discord between us. Elder Zhang sneered, Brother Mad Warrior, why don't the two of us work together and kill this little bastard first, then we can talk about the Lone Star Sword. Zhan. Berserker took a step forward, his eyes cold as he stared at the figure in front of him. Zhan of Zhan. The crowd below exclaimed. No one would be able to block the attacks of two peak second-level venerables. Even an ordinary third-level venerables would be killed. The Yen clan's protector elder sneered, Brat, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. How stupid. What's the point of wasting words with him? Just kill him. The berserker roared as well. He was like a giant, causing the void to tremble as he stepped on it. These two people were too strong. Even Lin Xian had a serious expression on his face. If it was before, he would not have been able to defeat these two people. However, not long ago, his blood sword inheritance had broken through to the third level, and his strength had greatly increased. Moreover, he had also mastered a new martial art, Blood Shadow Doppelganger Kill. If he could catch them off guard, he might be able to kill them. At this thought, Lin Xian gripped the Lone Star Sword in his hand. This time, he had to treat it seriously. You dare to resist? You're courting death. Seeing Lin Xian's actions, the Yan family's law protector elder sneered. In his eyes, Lin Xian was like an ant. If such a person dared to fight with them, he had no chance of winning. With a cold snort, the Yan family's law protector elder waved his palm lightly. Suddenly, a purple ball of light appeared in the void. It carried with it a sinister and terrifying power as it rushed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's eyes sharpened. He quickly pulled out the Lone Star Sword and gently slashed at the void. In the next moment, the terrifying purple ball of light in the void cracked in half. It was as easy as cutting tofu. Seeing this, the Yan family's elder's eyes shone with a terrifying light. As expected of a half-Earth class treasure, it was so sharp, he was too excited. The sharpness of the Lone Star Sword was beyond his imagination. A casual slash could break his normal attack. If he could obtain it, his combat strength would definitely increase by several times. Thinking of this, the Yan family's elder's eyes were filled with greed. He roared and like a ghost, he quickly rushed towards Lin Xian. On the other side, Crazy Warrior also shouted coldly. His violent fist was mixed with unparalleled power as it rushed forward. Boom, with a punch, the void in front of him quickly cracked open. The spiritual chi was sucked dry in an instant. A vast and turbulent power instantly enveloped Lin Xian. This power was too terrifying. An ordinary second-level honorable realm would not be able to withstand this casual punch. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. The red lotus armor quickly appeared on his body. At the same time, he held the Lone Star Sword in his hand and quickly slashed out countless sword chi. Clang! 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 The void trembled slightly. The entire sky seemed to be about to explode as a terrifying and vast energy swept out in all directions. At the same time, the Yan family's law protector elder also came in front of Lin Xian. He waved his purple ghost claw as if he wanted to tear Lin Xian apart. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He activated the red lotus armor to the maximum. A huge shadow of the red lotus armor formed on his body and blocked all the attacks. Bang, bang, when the attacks collided with the red lotus armor, the shockwaves shook the sky and forced Lin Xian to retreat. However, he did not suffer any substantial damage. Eh? He can withstand it. The Yan family's law protector elder was shocked. He did not expect Lin Xian to have such a defense. What an unexpected surprise. I will capture you later and take your soul. I must get my hands on this defense technique. The Yan family's law protector elder sneered. He realized that Lin Xian was full of treasures. He could not let go of such a person. If you want the Lone Star Sword, exchange it with your lives. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He quickly waved the Lone Star Sword and slashed at the two of them. The sword Qi, which was almost 100 feet long, was extremely sharp. It split the entire sky open. How terrifying. The surrounding people looked at the sky in shock. They were so far away, but they could not withstand the slightest bit of sword Qi. It was as if they were about to be split open. One could imagine how terrifying a half-earth rank treasure was. However, Quang Zhan and the Law Protector Elder were not to be outdone. Although the sword Qi was terrifying, they still retaliated with all their might. Clang, Quang Zhan pulled out the golden battle axe from his back and quickly swung it. The battle axe shone with a golden light. It was as heavy as a mountain, causing the entire void to tremble. In the next moment, it struck the sword Qi, creating a series of sparks. Terrifying divine power spread out in all directions. The golden battle axe was smooth and shone with a golden light. Inscriptions swam quickly on it, blocking the Lone Star Sword's sword Qi. At the same time, the Yan family guardian elder's purple ghost claw slapped over. In an instant, the air around Lin Xian was torn apart. It was like a piece of cloth, torn beyond recognition. Boom, Lin Xian swung his fists to counter the attack. Red flames danced, forming a terrifying flaming fist to resist the purple ghost claw. Even so, he was still sent flying. The force was too strong. As expected of a peak level 2 martial artist. However, the moment he retreated, he quickly slashed out with his sword. A terrifying sword Qi merged into the void, forming a killing move that slashed forward. This sword Qi merged with the concept of wind. It was extremely strange. It instantly merged into the void and disappeared without a trace. When it reappeared, it was already in front of the Yan family guardian elder. It quickly slashed down. The Yan family guardian elder's pupils constricted. He was shocked. He did not expect this sword to be so strange. In a panic, he moved his body horizontally, leaving behind a purple afterimage. At the same time, he waved his sleeve, forming a purple shield in front of him. Boom, the two collided, creating an earth-shattering sound. The purple shield was extremely mysterious. It actually blocked most of the sword Qi. However, Lin Xian's sword Qi was too sharp. Furthermore, it was activated by a half-earth grade treasure. It could be said to be extremely powerful. Therefore, the remaining sword Qi rushed out and left a terrifying wound on the Yan family guardian elder's body. Ah! The Yan family guardian elder screamed and quickly retreated hundreds of meters. He stared viciously at Lin Xian. He was not a body-tempering martial artist. Therefore, even though his cultivation was at the peak of level 2 supremacy, he could not block such a terrifying sword Qi. In addition, the sword Qi just now was too strange. Therefore, it directly injured him. Brat, you dare to hurt me? I'll make you wish you were dead. The Yan family's guardian elder had a ferocious look on his face. Like a demon king, he glared at Lin Xian. The surrounding martial artists trembled in disbelief. They never thought that Lin Xian would be able to injure the Yan family's guardian elder so quickly. The Yan family elder's face was ferocious as purple energy surrounded his body. In the next moment, his head full of white hair quickly turned purple, making him look incomparably demonic. Lin Xian let out a long whistle and quickly unleashed the great dragon sword soul. Facing two powerful opponents, he had no choice but to go all out. Especially the other person, whose strength was incomparably strong, causing him to be extremely wary. Boom, the skies trembled as the void tore apart. A gigantic golden axe light that was 100 feet long slashed down rapidly. This axe light was too terrifying, causing the ground below to crack. Countless buildings were turned into ashes and disappeared in the wind. Golden light flashed, invincible, and instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian. Die, brat! A terrifying and ferocious voice rang out. The golden axe light tore apart the sky. The terrifying power was like a vast ocean, incomparably turbulent. However, this shocking axe light was blocked by Lin Xian's Lone Star Sword. An intense collision occurred in the void, and a dazzling screen of light flew in all directions like fireworks. Seeing that his attack did not hit, Berserker roared. Golden light flashed on his body, forming a huge golden giant. With the sky-splitting axe in his hand, he slashed forward. He slashed out 18 times in a row, and divine light flashed in the sky. Every attack was like a shocking lightning bolt, forming a terrifying scene that enveloped Lin Xian. At the same time, the Yan family elder rushed over once again. His head of purple hair was like a demon, and he looked extremely ferocious. His entire arm became thick, like two huge ghost claws, and he slapped down quickly. The terrifying power was vast. It was like two purple mountains that rampaged through the void, incomparably heavy. The attacks of the two were extremely terrifying. Even a third-rank honorable would not be able to resist. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He had a battle plan in his mind, so he did not resist too much. Instead, he allowed the two huge attacks to hit him. Rumble, blazing light flashed as the two attacks enveloped him. A shocking explosion occurred, and a terrifying light enveloped the entire sky. Lin Xian used an Earth-class movement technique and dodged quickly. At the same time, the red lotus armor on his body shone brightly, blocking most of the attacks. In the next moment, he used a spell to condense a blood-colored avatar and handed the Lone Star Sword to it. He condensed a blood-colored slaughter sword and held it in his hand. Whoosh, in an instant, the blood-colored avatar disappeared into the void. Ha 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 ha. Thief, let's see how you escape. The Yan family elder's hair was disheveled, and his face was ferocious. This attack was the combined attack of him and Berserker. That thief would definitely not be able to withstand it. The surrounding people were shocked and kept shaking their heads. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian would definitely not be able to survive. On the back of the huge demonic beast, the Yan family disciples sneered. Those who offended the Yan family would definitely not be able to escape death. Berserker held the giant axe with a serious expression. He did not let his guard down because even if Lin Xian died, the following battle would be even more terrifying. This was because it concerned the ownership of the Lone Star Sword. Brat, you shouldn't have offended my Yan clan. The guardian elder sneered and walked forward step by step. However, in the next moment, a blood-colored figure appeared beside him. With a flash of sword radiance, it quickly slashed down. What? The Yan family guardian elder's expression changed drastically and his pupils constricted. He did not expect someone else to attack. With a roar, he activated his spiritual energy and dodged quickly. The sword radiance made him shudder and he did not dare to take it head-on. Even so, he was still one step too late. With a scream, the Yan family elder's entire right arm turned into a bloody mist and dissipated into the sky. Half of his body was torn apart and almost split in half. After the successful attack, the blood-colored figure turned into a ray of light and quickly retreated. Kid, I'll kill you. The Yan family elder roared ferociously like an injured beast. He swore that he would torture Lin Xian to death. A terrifying claw covered the sky and quickly grabbed forward. He could see that the blood-colored radiance was the Lone Star Sword. He had to get the Lone Star Sword and torture that despicable thief to death. In the next moment, in the violent energy wave in front of him, a shocking blood-colored sword radiance lit up and quickly split everything apart. Lin Xian was like a sword. He used the illusory demon steps and grabbed the Lone Star Sword. Flying Star. Kill him while he's down. Since he had severely injured the Yan family guardian elder, Lin Xian did not plan to let him leave alive. Therefore, he used a powerful killing move right from the start. A cold light condensed in the sky. Lin Xian carried the Lone Star Sword and disappeared like a meteor. In the next moment, the Yan family elder screamed again. Half of his chest had a bloody hole. It was terrifying. If it were not for his powerful strength, he would have been dead by now. Ah! I'll kill you. The elder of the Yan family roared. He did not expect that he would be severely injured in an instant. Moreover, the person who injured him was someone that he had always regarded as an aunt. At this moment, countless people were shocked and dumbfounded. They could not believe what was happening. The disciples of the Yan family cried out in fear. They did not expect that the guardian elder that they were so proud of would be severely injured and almost die. They could not accept this. "Thief, I will kill you." Countless disciples of the Yan family roared. "Let's see who will kill who today." Lin Xian sneered. He waved his sleeve and released the golden-feathered divine eagle. As soon as the golden-feathered divine eagle appeared, it roared into the sky and spread its wings, forming golden wings that were hundreds of feet long. Every feather was emitting a golden light. It was like sword light, incomparably sharp. In the next moment, countless rays of light shot into the sky and turned into divine swords that fell down. 108,000 swords. In an instant, countless rays of sword light whistled and enveloped the hundreds of disciples of the Yan family. Buzz buzz buzz, the sword light tore through the void. Countless Yan family martial artists screamed as they were pierced by the golden divine swords. Their blood dyed the sky red and their screams were like the cries of ghosts. Massacre. This was a naked massacre. The golden-feathered divine eagle was extremely powerful. Even a second-rank honorable was no match for it. Among the disciples of the Yan family, other than a few powerful honorables, the other ordinary martial artists were no match for it. Seeing those martial artists die, the guardian elder of the Yan family roared into the sky. His body emitted a terrifying aura like a demon as he let out a sharp cry. "Kid, I will kill you." His eyes were filled with killing intent and unwillingness. "If you want to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed." Lin Xian's voice was cold. If he did not kill these people, he would be killed by them. Therefore, this battle must be ended with blood. The elder of the Yan family roared ferociously. However, he was powerless. At this moment, he was severely injured and was no match for Lin Xian. Therefore, he looked at Quang Zhan. "Quang Zhan, kill him." The guardian elder of the Yan family shouted, "This bastard is too despicable." Not only did he kill the disciples of the Yan family, he also killed the geniuses of the Golden Palace. Such a person must be eliminated. Seeing Mad Warrior's silence, Yan clan's first elder clenched his teeth and said, "As long as Brother Mad Warrior makes a move, I don't want the Lone Star Sword." "Humph, a piece of trash like you wants the Lone Star Sword?" Mad Warrior snorted and stared coldly at the Yan family protector elder. "What did you say?" Hearing the other party call him trash, the Yan clan's law protector elder flew into a rage. He had never been humiliated like this before, even if the other party was the deputy city lord of the Great Axe City. "Am I wrong?" A second-type venerable one was severely injured by a little thief. "How dare someone like you covet the Lone Star Sword? Hurry up and scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." "You." The Yan clan elder was so angry that he was trembling. The wound that had been sealed opened again, and blood spurted out. Good, good. My Yan clan will remember this enmity and will definitely return it in the future." The Yan clan's law protector elder's eyes were gloomy as he gritted his teeth and said. He knew that he could not stay any longer today. He had to leave quickly and ask the clan to send another master. "Are you threatening me?" Mad Warrior was furious. He snorted coldly and took a step forward. The golden axe in his hand quickly slashed out like a mountain, smashing towards the Yan clan's elder. The Yan clan's elder was shocked. He did not expect Mad Warrior to attack him. In an instant, his face was filled with fear and anger. He channeled all his remaining spiritual power, wanting to escape. However, the axe was too violent and sudden. It completely covered all directions, and he could not escape at all. Bang, a low sound was heard. The Yan clan's elder was hit by the heavenly axe. He immediately screamed and his body was split in half. What? Everyone gasped in shock. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Mad Warrior killed the Yan clan's law protector elder? This was too shocking. Was he not afraid of causing a war between the two clans? At this moment, the surviving warriors of the Yan clan were stunned when they saw this scene. They were so stunned that they even forgot to escape. This change was too sudden. Their law protector elder was killed, and the one who did it was Mad Warrior. Why? Why? The Yen clan's middle-aged man roared to the sky, filled with sorrow and confusion. Aren't you afraid that the Yen clan will start a war with the Giant Axe City? Let's start a war then. Do you think the Giant Axe City is afraid of the Yen clan? Mad Warrior sneered. You are too naive. Do you think that if I don't kill him, he won't kill me? In front of the Lone Star Sword, everyone is an enemy. Anyway, this old man is already crippled. It's good to get rid of him and have one less potential enemy. Isn't it better? As for the Yen clan, when I get the Lone Star Sword, do you think I will be afraid of you? Mad Warrior had thought of everything. This was not a reckless attack, but a meticulous plan. You. The middle-aged man was furious. The Yen clan will not let you go. Let's go. He waved his hand and wanted to leave with the remaining dozen people. You want to leave? Stay here. Mad Warrior roared and took a step forward. Golden light bloomed from his body and quickly condensed into a golden giant that was 100 feet tall. Then, the golden giant slapped down. The huge golden palm covered the sky and quickly enveloped the dozen Yen clan martial artists. No. I won't accept this. The middle-aged man roared to the sky, full of unwillingness. He did not expect the Giant Axe City to backstab him this time. Even the Yen clan's team was wiped out. The merciless giant hand fell and crushed the dozen Yen clan martial artists into a bloody mist. Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. It was too shocking. They had not expected this scene at all. On the golden boat, the Giant Axe City martial artists looked cold. No matter what Mad Warrior did, they would obey him unconditionally. Lin Xian smiled disdainfully and said indifferently, "What's there to be shocked about? It's just a dogfight. How dare you? How dare you insult our deputy city master? You are courting death." When the Giant Axe City martial artists heard Lin Xian's voice, they were furious and stared coldly at Lin Xian. Courting death? Lin Xian sneered, "If I don't say it, will you let me go? Whether you say it or not, I won't let you go." Mad Warrior's voice was cold. However, you should know that there are many ways to die. One of them is to make you wish you were dead. So, keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, you will end up in a miserable state. Miserable state? Lin Xian sneered, "Don't you think it's a bit of an idiot to say that? Back then, the two of you couldn't take me down. Now that one of you is dead, do you think you can take me down? I was just testing you. I didn't use my full strength." Mad Warrior said coldly. "When I use my full strength, you won't be able to escape death." Really? I'm looking forward to it. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The murderous aura around him was fierce, as if he would attack at any time. At the same time, the Huang clan, Lin clan and others rushed over. This time, they were determined to kill Lin Xian. Soon, the entire sky became lively. Countless forces rushed over, crowding the sky so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Lin Xian, hand over the Lone Star Sword and I'll spare your life. The Lone Star Sword is not something you can take. Hand it over quickly and I'll spare your life. Countless people shouted coldly. Their target was the Lone Star Sword. In an instant, Lin Xian became the target of everyone's attention. At this moment, the sky trembled and another group of people rushed over. However, when the crowd saw these people, they were stunned for a moment. This group of people was small. There were only about 20 of them. However, they were extremely powerful and no one dared to stop them. Wherever they passed, the crowd would make way for them. Lin Xian furrowed his brows when he saw the newcomer. The Wanxiang auction. What are they doing here? Lin Xian was confused. He did not think that the Wanxiang auction would stand up for him at this time. One had to know that up until now, these people had been blinded by the flames of desire and would not stop at all. No matter how powerful the Wanxiang auction was, they could not stop so many forces at the same time. Moreover, Lin Xian did not believe that the Wanxiang auction would be so stupid as to offend so many forces for him. Therefore, the Wanxiang auction's appearance was very strange. More than 20 martial artists from the Wanxiang auction entered. The one in front was the beautiful lady in palace attire. Beside her was a middle-aged man in purple. This middle-aged man was the martial artist who had visited Lin Xian's courtyard previously. young hero Lin, how have you been? I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. The middle-aged man in purple chuckled. According to the current situation, young hero Lin's situation does not seem to be very good. Have you thought about what I said? Hearing this, the crowd was shocked and their expressions changed. The various forces looked at each other with serious expressions. Little did they know that Lin Xian was secretly in contact with the Wanxiang auction. The purple-clothed middle-aged man smiled again and said, "My conditions are still valid. As long as young hero Lin Xian joins us, the Vientiane auction house will guarantee your safety." What? The Wanxiang auction actually wanted to protect Lin Xian? What's going on? Countless people were shocked, not daring to believe this. One had to know that Lin Xian was currently the target of public criticism. He had offended more than one faction. It was unwise for the Wanxiang auction to make a move now. Even if Lin Xian was exceptionally talented, powerful, and a good martial arts seedling, it was not worth taking such a big risk. On the other hand, Lin Xian frowned slightly. There must be a reason for this abnormal situation. Since the Wanxiang auction house had put in so much effort, it would not be so easy for them to take him in. What exactly were they plotting? Lin Xian couldn't understand. Although his talent was unparalleled and his combat strength was extremely strong, the world was vast and there were countless geniuses. The Wanxiang auction house would not offend so many people for him. Therefore, if the other party simply wanted him to join them, Lin Xian didn't believe it at all. What was left was the most important item in his possession, the Lone Star sword. However, this item was originally auctioned off at the Wanxiang auction house. If the other party wanted it, they could have not auctioned it off and kept it for themselves. Therefore, Lin Xian couldn't figure out what the other party was plotting. Kid, although those people look calm, their eyes are hiding a deep greed. They are definitely plotting something from you. The Crimson Dragon also transmitted his voice at this moment. He was an old monster who had lived for countless years. Naturally, he saw more things than Lin Xian. Although the other party appeared calm, the greed that came from the depths of their bodies couldn't escape the Crimson Dragon's eyes. Lin Xian nodded slightly, his heart becoming alert. Then, he laughed loudly and said, "If you are sincere, then let these people leave now. We can talk in private." Although the Wanxiang auction house was selfish, Lin Xian could use them to drive the remaining forces away. This way, his chances of escaping would be much higher. Lin Xian wanted to use the Wanxiang auction house to drive the remaining forces away. This way, his chances of escaping would be much higher. Hearing this, the purple-robed man's face froze and he frowned slightly. He didn't expect Lin Xian to make such an offer. This was clearly to sow discord between the Wanxiang auction house and the other forces. If they didn't get what they wanted, they would have already started a war with countless other forces. How could they do such a thing? At least, the purple-robed man couldn't make the decision. He took a deep breath and looked at the beautiful woman in front of him. The beautiful woman was called Xianxia. She held a high position in the Wanxiang auction house and was also the commander of this operation. Hearing Lin Xian's words, she smiled faintly and said, "Why do we need to let these people leave? As long as young hero Lin comes with us, I guarantee that none of these people will dare to do anything to you. This wilderness is not the place to talk. Young hero Lin, why don't you come back to the Wanxiang auction house with us and we can discuss this in detail?" Hearing this, Lin Xian's face was calm, but his heart was shocked. This woman's words were even more targeted. It seemed like she really wanted Lin Xian to go back to the Wanxiang auction house with them. If this was any other time, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, at this critical moment, this was too abnormal. After all, Lin Xian was the target of countless people. Now, the Wanxiang auction house wanted to invite Lin Xian to join them. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed like they wanted to surround Lin Xian without shedding any blood. One had to know that the Wanxiang auction house was the headquarters of these people. They definitely had a strong military force. Lin Xian would be like a lamb in a tiger's den. There was no way he could come out alive. Not only was Lin Xian shocked, but so were the people from the other forces. They came here to capture Lin Xian, not to watch the Wanxiang auction house take him away. The Huang and Ling families didn't dare to say anything, but the giant axe city wasn't afraid of the Wanxiang auction house at all. Among them, Quang Zhan snorted and said coldly, "What is the meaning of this? Do you want to fight with us for the Lone Star Sword?" Hearing this, everyone was shocked again. They were all confused. Yes, the Wanxiang auction house took action at this critical moment. Was it really for the Lone Star Sword? But that shouldn't be the case. They were the ones who released the Lone Star Sword. Why would they take it back now? Seeing the doubts of the crowd, Shang Wanxian snorted coldly. The Wanxiang auction house's actions are not for you to tell us what to do. She was very strong. Even when faced with the doubts of so many forces, she wasn't afraid. Young hero Lin, quickly make a decision. We can't stay here for long. Shang Wanxian said. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He knew that he had to make a decision now. He could either temporarily join forces with the Wanxiang auction house and leave this place, or immediately start a war. After thinking for a while, he decided to join forces with the Wanxiang auction house and see what they were planning. However, after receiving the Crimson Dragon's warning, Lin Xian would not be so stupid as to directly approach the other party. He used the Blood Shadow Doppelganger art, then used the Heavens Changing spell to quickly form an identical doppelganger. Then, he pulled out the Star Scar sword and quickly wrapped it up, making it look like the Lone Star Sword. Lin Xian took the Lone Star Sword and used the Heavens Changing spell to carefully hide on the side. This move was extremely fast. Lin Xian used almost all of his strength to complete it. With the help of the Crimson Dragon, he successfully hid from everyone. His real body was hidden in the air, without any aura, as if it did not exist. Even a third-layer venerable would not be able to discover it. As for the Blood Shadow Doppelganger, it slowly walked towards the Wanxiang auction. Lin Xian hid very well, and no one noticed anything strange. Instead, when the other parties saw that Lin Xian was approaching the auction, they all became anxious. The angriest party was the Huge Axe City, especially Mad Warrior. He had finally killed a powerful opponent, the Yan family's law protector elder, and wanted to take the Lone Star Sword for himself. However, he did not expect so many people to come. Moreover, what was even worse was that the Wanxiang auction wanted to take away his target. How could he tolerate this? At the same time, on the gold boat, a 30-something-year-old youth shouted coldly, "Leave the Lone Star Sword behind." In the next moment, his body shot out like a ghost, quickly grabbing towards the front. A huge palm appeared, like a golden skeleton hand, quickly grabbing towards Lin Xian. Humph! On the Wanxiang auction side, the purple-robed middle-aged man snorted and also punched out. A bright light flashed and collided with the golden skeleton hand, creating a rumbling sound. Then, the two energies dissipated in the sky. "Sir, what are you trying to do by attacking our Wanxiang auction's guest?" The purple-robed middle-aged man said coldly. "What am I trying to do? Get lost." Mad Warrior was furious. He took a step forward, and his aura surged like an ancient beast. Just his aura alone was enough to push back the purple-robed middle-aged man. The purple-robed middle-aged man retreated, cracking the void. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with shock. Quang Zhan was extremely furious. He held the golden battle axe in his hand and swung it down. The terrifying axe light enveloped all the martial artists in the Wanxiang auction house. In an instant, the 20 or so people from the Wanxiang auction held their breaths as their scalps went numb. The other party's attacks were too terrifying, and they couldn't resist at all. Fortunately, they still had the woman in the palace dress. Shang Wanxian coldly snorted. She raised her jade-like hands and quickly slapped out. This palm carried a very mysterious charm and a mysterious power as it blocked the golden battle axe. In the void, Lin Xian's real body was hidden. When he saw this scene, he immediately narrowed his eyes. He did not expect that the woman in the palace dress was also a peerless expert. It seemed like the Wanxiang auction's strength was not to be underestimated. After blocking the golden battle axe with one strike, Shang Wanxian's cold voice rang out. "Although the Great Axe Prefecture is powerful, the Vientiane auction house is not afraid of you. If you continue to cause trouble, then don't blame us for being impolite. You can take him away, but you must leave the Lone Star Sword behind." Quang Zhan made a concession. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he did not want to start a war with the Wanxiang auction house. "As for this, we can't make the decision. Of course, we have to ask young hero Lin." Shang Guanxian smiled sweetly. Instantly, everyone's gaze turned towards Lin Xian again. At this moment, Lin Xian's clone had also arrived in front of the Wanxiang auction house. Seeing the figure in front of him, the purple-clothed middle-aged man's eyes flashed with greed, but he quickly hid it. Shang Guanxian smiled and said, "Young hero Lin, don't worry. Your decision will definitely not be wrong." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly reached out with lightning speed. Her jade-like hands were like white lightning, extremely fast. She grabbed the drum core sword on Lin Xian's back, then, with a flick of her wrist, she snatched the Lone Star sword. "Ahahaha," Shang Guanxian laughed complacently as she let out a silver chime. The purple-clothed middle-aged man behind her and the other Wanxiang auction house martial artists also laughed heartily. They could easily get the Lone Star sword, which others could not get even after trying so hard. There was nothing happier than this. This scene shocked everyone. Countless people were dumbfounded and their minds went blank. What kind of show is the Wanxiang auction house playing? Is their goal really the Lone Star sword? You guys? Lin Xian's clone also pretended to be shocked and asked in shock, "What are you doing? What are we doing?" Shang Guanxian smiled, "Young hero, don't worry. I think the Lone Star sword is very dangerous. Why don't you keep it with me for the time being?" She played with the Lone Star sword and said casually. She did not take Lin Xian seriously at all. Lin Xian, who was far away in the sky, laughed coldly in his heart. As expected, they are up to no good. They are eyeing the Lone Star sword. Although he did not know why they would go back on their words and snatch the Lone Star sword at this moment, Lin Xian had no doubt that the Wanxiang auction house had been blacklisted. If he had the chance, he would not hesitate to take action. At the same time, a cold smile appeared on his face. He was curious to see the expressions of the people at the Wanxiang auction house when they found out that the Lone Star sword was fake. The expressions of the other factions changed greatly as they stared at Shang Guanxian, or more accurately, the Lone Star sword in her hand. The Wanxiang auction house's actions were too abnormal. If they wanted the Lone Star sword, they would not have auctioned it. Why would they snatch it now? Are they just trying to earn 1 billion middle spiritual stones? The crowd could not understand. Although 1 billion middle spiritual stones was a huge sum, it was not enough for the Wanxiang auction house to risk their reputation to snatch it. The most important thing for an auction house was their reputation. Without a good reputation, they would not be able to do anything, let alone go back on their words and snatch something that had already been auctioned off. This was definitely a taboo for an auction house. Yet, the Wanxiang auction house was doing such a thing. Were they crazy? I thought you guys were doing this for the talent. It turns out that you guys are also after the Lone Star sword. Crazy warrior sneered. If that's the case, don't blame me for being merciless. He was infuriated. He was so close to obtaining the Lone Star sword. However, it had now fallen into the hands of the people from the Wanxiang auction. It would be much more difficult to snatch it from him than it would be to snatch it from Lin Xian. Shang Guanxian sneered when she saw the surrounding people staring at her. I know that this young hero Lin has a grudge against most of you. How about this, we'll take the Lone Star sword. As for this young hero Lin, I'll leave him to you guys. If you have grievances, take revenge. If you have grievances, take revenge. Vent the anger in your hearts, okay? She was smiling, but her words were vicious. She did not care about Lin Xian's life at all. I'll kill him, but I'll get the item too. Quang Zhan snorted coldly and took a step forward. Golden light shone from his body and quickly formed 100 feet tall golden giant. A terrifying aura covered the area, making it hard for the crowd to breathe. Shang Guanxian's face turned cold. She took a deep breath and said coldly, Quang Zhan, let me give you a piece of advice. Do you think the Lone Star sword is something that only the Wanxiang auction wants? I advise you to stop now and stop interfering in this matter. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. At that time, even the entire Golden Palace won't be able to bear it, let alone the giant Axe City. Shang Guanxian's cold voice resounded in the area. Hearing this, the crowd was shocked. Shang Guanxian's words sounded like a warning, but there was a lot of information in it. At least, it revealed that the Lone Star sword wasn't something that the Wanxiang auction wanted. Instead, they seemed to have been ordered to take it by force. As for who could command the powerful Xianxia, a name suddenly appeared in the crowd's mind. Could it be him? Thinking of that person, countless people gasped and their bodies trembled. Even the surrounding forces were fearless. Huang Zhan frowned. He naturally guessed the force behind the Xianxia. However, he couldn't care less now. He had to get the Lone Star Sword. He snorted coldly. His eyes were filled with arrogance and an aura that looked down on the world. The giant golden giant on his body held the golden battle axe and slashed down. Stubborn. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Xianxia snorted and quickly waved the Lone Star Sword in her hand, striking out a dazzling sword shadow. The sword chi swept out, causing people's hearts to beat faster. It quickly collided with the golden battle axe. In an instant, countless sword chi shattered and were split into two by the golden battle axe. What? This is impossible. Xianxia's face changed drastically. She couldn't understand how the other party could break her sword chi. One should know that the sword in her hand was a half-Earth-rank treasure. She gritted her teeth and a trace of anger appeared on her face. She quickly waved her hand and the Lone Star Sword in her hand instantly enlarged into a terrifying giant sword that was 100 feet long. She waved the giant sword and slashed at the golden battle axe in the air. Die. She sneered. With the power of a half-Earth-rank treasure and her strength, this sword could definitely split the golden battle axe in half. Crack, 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 the sound of metal tearing could be heard. However, what was broken was not the heavenly axe. Instead, it was the enormous solitary star sword. What? How is this possible? Xianxia was stunned. Her face was filled with shock. She did not believe that the dignified solitary star sword, a half-Earth-rank treasure, would actually shatter like this. The others were also stupefied. They all stared blankly at the sky, not daring to believe it. The legendary half-Earth step treasure was broken just like that. Could it be the next moment? An idea suddenly arose in his mind. No, this is not true. Xianxia shook his head. However, before she could finish her thought, a terrifying murderous aura came from the left side of her body, as if it wanted to tear her apart. Humph, with a cold snort, Xianxia's body moved horizontally. Like a ghost, he quickly disappeared from his original spot. Lin Xian, you're courting death. When Xianxia saw that the one who launched the sneak attack was actually Lin Xian, he immediately flew into a rage. An ant-like existence actually dared to sneak attack her. He was really courting death. In the next moment, she threw out her palm and launched a terrifying attack. She wanted to kill Lin Xian with her palm. However, Lin Xian's doppelganger revealed a sinister smile. His body glowed with blood-red light and a shocking blood-red murderous aura was released from his body, shrouding all the martial artists who were looking at the auction. Bang, an earth-shattering sound reverberated in all directions. Countless rays of blood-red light burst and a terrifying explosion occurred. Terrifying energy swept in all directions, smashing a terrifying black hole in the void. The crowd was terrified and quickly retreated. At the same time, they were extremely shocked. The change in the scene was too strange. They could not understand it at all. The blood-red light dissipated and the sky became clear again. However, more than 10 people from the Vientiane auction had completely disappeared from the void, leaving not even ashes behind. The remaining few martial artists were also injured and they were all screaming in pain. Even the middle-aged man in the purple robe had one of his arms blown off. Blood flowed from his body and he looked extremely miserable. The only one who was not injured was Xianxia. However, her face was extremely gloomy at the moment. Lin Xian, I will definitely kill you. If she still could not understand what had happened, then she could go and die. This was a trap set up by Lin Xian. That Lin Xian was not the real Lin Xian, and the Lone Star Sword was also fake. All of this was an illusion created by Lin Xian. To think that she, a peak second heaven martial highness and the person in charge of the Vientiane auction, would be fooled by a young brat. Thinking of this, her heart went crazy and she was filled with hatred. The funny thing was that she did not think that if they had not set up Lin Xian and wanted to take the Lone Star Sword, how would they have fallen into his trap? If they had not been so vicious and snatched the Lone Star Sword and left Lin Xian behind without caring about his death, why would Lin Xian attack them? Therefore, the Vientiane auction had only themselves to blame for all of this. The others were shocked too. They did not expect the powerful Vientiane auction to be set up by someone else. Quang Zhan burst out laughing, his eyes filled with disdain. The Vientiane auction really deserved it. If you had not set up such a trap, how would you have ended up like this? What you did is called reaping what you sowed. You only have yourself to blame. Quang Zhan burst out laughing. How satisfying. Although his target was also the Lone Star Sword, he still admired Lin Xian's actions. Humph, Xianxia harumphed coldly. Her eyes were like lightning as she quickly scanned her surroundings. Following this, she clenched her teeth and said, Lin Xian, you better come out and hand over the Lone Star Sword. If not, you will not be able to survive. Is that so? Are you threatening me? A calm voice was heard. You can think of it that way. I advise you to be smart, or else you will end up in a miserable state. Lin Xian laughed, and his voice was heard once again, many people are threatening me. Who do you think you are? His voice was filled with disdain and disdain. He did not think highly of the Vientiane auction at all. Hearing this, the crowd was shocked, then relieved. Indeed, the Lin Xian now was the arrogant and unruly young man they knew. It seemed like the alliance with the auction was only a temporary measure. Don't be so arrogant. You killed so many people from the Vientiane auction. I will tear you to pieces. Xianxia's voice was cold. She waved her hand and shot out rays of light that spread in all directions. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed, and the terrifying shadow of a palm covered the entire sky. In order to kill Lin Xian, they must first find Lin Xian. The horrifying energy was vast and boundless. Like a tidal wave, it swept across the entire void rapidly. Don't waste your energy. You just want to find me, right? Lin Xian laughed coldly. The space rippled, and Lin Xian stepped out and revealed himself. I am right here. Do it if you can. Although he was laughing, his voice was unusually cold. Indeed, he had a strong desire to kill the Vientiane auction. They were so evil, trying to steal his Lone Star Sword and even trying to kill him. How could he let them go? You still dare to come out? You're courting death. When Xianxia saw Lin Xian, she immediately laughed sinisterly. As long as he appeared, she had 100 ways to make him suffer a fate worse than death. With a wave of her jade-like hand, Xianxia quickly attacked. A huge hand covered the sky. It was as white as jade and surrounded by multicolored light, emitting a terrifying aura. The palm slammed down and enveloped the opponent. In an instant, the entire sky was enveloped and turned into chaos. Everyone exclaimed. The palm was too terrifying. It was as vast as the sky. Lin Xian sneered. He held the Lone Star Sword in his hand and raised his combat strength to the extreme. He quickly swung his sword. A blood-red divine bird quickly flew out from the sword. On it, blood light flickered and blazing divine flames danced. Half of the sky was reflected red, as if it was a blood-red world. It carried a monstrous killing aura and a vast and terrifying flame aura. Boom, a terrifying sound resounded in all directions. The jade-like palm released a tsunami-like energy. The sky collapsed and the earth caved in, destroying everything. The divine bird formed by the sword chi was also incomparably fierce. It waved its beast claws and tore the space apart. This was a terrifying collision. Pure white light filled the vast world. The two resonated and emitted a destructive aura, shocking the surrounding martial artists. Bam! Bam! Both of them retreated as fast as lightning. Every step they took caused the void to explode. They retreated a few hundred feet before they stabilized their bodies. However, Xianxia's heart was filled with shock. The other party was a First Heaven Honorable Realm brat, but he was on par with her. Although the other party had a half-Earth rank artifact, she still couldn't accept it. One had to know that she was an existence that could kill a Third Heaven Honorable Realm. With a cold snort, Xianxia quickly summoned her martial soul. This time, she was going to use all her strength to kill the other party. The void behind her fluctuated, revealing a piece of chaos. A jade-like palm stretched out from the chaos, emitting a pure white light. This is? Everyone below was shocked because the aura emitted by the palm was too terrifying. It made them tremble and even had the urge to kneel down. Even Quang Zhan's face was solemn. Mysterious jade hand, he didn't expect her to have such a martial soul. Quang Zhan's words were filled with fear. Brat, you should be proud that you made me use my martial spirit. Don't worry, after I get the Lone Star Sword, I'll torture you to death. Like a demoness, she laughed sinisterly and then disappeared into thin air. With a flash of light, Xianxia had already arrived before Lin Xian. His palm mercilessly slammed down, instantly shattering the void. Lin Xian, on the other hand, used the illusory demon steps and quickly dodged the attack. Then, he also activated the great dragon sword soul in his body. A deep dragon's roar sounded from within his body. Then, a shocking sword will erupted and swept through the 9 heavens. Lin Xian was like a reborn sword, swift and fierce to the extreme. With the Lone Star Sword in his hand, he was like a god of death. Tens of thousands of sword rays burst forth from his body, and they were extremely dazzling. Kill! With a furious roar, Lin Xian also quickly attacked. He slashed out with his sword. The terrifying sword chi was as black as ink, like an abyss. It carried with it the power of death. It was incomparably turbulent and swept towards Xianxia. Sword of Nirvana. Xianxia frowned. Her pure white palm was like a jade mountain. It quickly descended, wanting to crush Lin Xian into a bloody mist. Behind her, the mysterious white palm was covered with strange patterns that flickered with a dazzling brilliance. Boom, the two collided. The terrifying energy was like a flood that surged into the sky, vast and mighty. The Sword of Nirvana was incomparably black. It crazily devoured all the vitality and energy, wanting to completely destroy the mysterious jade hand. The mysterious jade hand was incomparably white, like white jade, emitting a terrifying energy. Xianxia was very confident. Her martial spirit was indestructible and invincible. With a furious roar, she injected all her spirit energy into the mysterious jade hand. Then, the entire mysterious jade hand erupted with a dazzling light, like a bright moon. It quickly attacked and shattered the Sword of Nirvana. Ha ha ha. My mysterious jade hand is incomparably profound. It's not something you can resist. Now, die. Xianxia laughed sinisterly. However, she had still underestimated the power of the Sword of Nirvana. Although the sword chi was shattered, the power of Nirvana did not disappear. Instead, it formed a black mist that enveloped Xianxia's body. Waves of power that seemed to come from hell crazily absorbed her vitality. What? What is this? Xianxia was alarmed. Her expression changed drastically and she was so scared that her beautiful face turned pale. She could clearly feel that the vitality and spirit energy in her body were rapidly draining away, like a withered flower that would soon wither. Her expression changed drastically. Like a frightened rabbit, she instantly retreated 100 feet. Then, she pushed her spirit energy with all her might and poured it into the mysterious jade hand. She struck out with a dazzling palm shadow, causing the entire sky to fall into chaos. Only then was she able to resist the power of death. From the beginning to the end, Lin Xian had only swung his sword once. However, Xianxia had used countless methods and even used her martial spirit to break through it. The difference in strength was immediately distinguished. The surrounding people were shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful that he could even suppress Xianxia. Xianxia was even more furious. Her expression was unsettled. She knew that she had underestimated her opponent's strength this time. It seemed that her plan had to be changed. Being suppressed by Lin Xian, Xianxia was furious. However, she did not immediately make a move. Instead, her eyes flickered as she pondered. Since she could not deal with the other party by force, she could only think of other ways. After all, her main goal was to obtain the Lone Star Sword. No matter what method she used, she had to get it. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia tried her best to control her emotions and said in a deep voice. Lin Xian, I think there is some misunderstanding between us. It was indeed my fault for attacking you earlier. I apologize to you here. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Xianxia actually apologized, Everyone could not believe it and suspected that there was something wrong with their ears. Lin Xian also frowned slightly and looked at the other party with a cold smile. Xianxia continued, "My goal is very simple. I want to take back the Lone Star Sword. No matter what the price is, as long as you say it, I will definitely be able to do it." Seeing Lin Xian shake his head, she hurriedly said, "How about this? I will return the 1 billion spiritual stones that you used to buy the Lone Star Sword. How about that?" "Impossible." Lin Xian shook his head and rejected her decisively. "Then what if I pay double the price?" Xianxia said, "This time, it was indeed our Wanxiang auction's recklessness. I will pay 2 billion spiritual stones as an apology and redeem the Lone Star Sword. What do you think?" 2 billion. Everyone was shocked. This price exceeded the price of the Lone Star Sword. Was the Wanxiang auction crazy? The martial artists from the surrounding forces were also suspicious. What was the other party trying to do? Lin Xian's pupils constricted. The other party was so determined to get the Lone Star Sword. Could it be that there was a secret about the Lone Star Sword that he did not know? At the thought of this, his heart trembled. No matter what, he had obtained the Lone Star Sword from the auction. Regardless of whether there were secrets or not, he would not hand it over. "I have never heard of anyone redeeming an item that was auctioned off." Lin Xian shook his head and rejected. "If you want to fight, I'll be there anytime. If you don't want to fight, then get lost." Seeing Lin Xian reject her twice, Xianxia's face turned cold. She was so angry that she panted and her body trembled. "Lin Xian, if you know what's good for you, you'd better hand over the Lone Star Sword. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Get lost or die." Lin Xian's reply was simple. "Just you wait. Soon, you'll regret the decision you made today," Xianxia said coldly. She then turned around and left with the remaining martial artists. "She's leaving just like that?" The crowd was shocked. They did not expect the powerful Xianxia to leave at this moment. The martial artists from the major forces looked at each other. However, they were not idiots. They had already guessed that there was something wrong with the Lone Star Sword. There might be some hidden secrets behind it. Otherwise, the Vientiane auction would not have taken such a strange action. However, although the crowd was burning with passion, no one dared to act rashly. They had seen how powerful Lin Xian was. He could even suppress Xianxia. He was definitely terrifying. Other than a few experts, no one could capture him. "Do you want to fight?" Lin Xian looked around and said arrogantly. Many people felt their hearts tremble when they were swept by his sharp gaze. They felt as though they were being pierced. Especially the martial artists from the Huang and Ling families, they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Lin Xian's strength had long exceeded their control. Of course, there were some who were not convinced. Although they could not defeat Lin Xian in a one-on-one fight, they could definitely kill him if they worked together. Therefore, some people secretly joined forces with two other forces and attacked together. In the end, dozens of martial artists were slashed into a bloody mist by Lin Xian's sword. No one survived. This scene made the others not dare to attack anymore. Mad War and the rest looked coldly at Lin Xian. At this moment, an arrogant laugh was heard. "Ha ha ha ha, others may be afraid of you, but I'm not. Kid, hand over the Lone Star Sword and I'll let you live." This voice was extremely arrogant, as if he didn't put anyone in his eyes. Everyone was shocked as they gazed towards the sky. They wanted to know who it was that dared to boast like this. In the void, countless maple leaves drifted down, bringing with them a desolate mood. 6 women walked through the void with swords in their arms. In the middle of them was a red palanquin. That voice sounded from the palanquin. "Hong Wuji." Seeing this scene, someone exclaimed. They had long heard of Hong Wuji's name, and many of them had seen this domineering new year in Windy City. Who would have thought that even Hong Wuji was going to make a move? He was also a peerless genius. His combat strength was probably not inferior to Lin Xian's. Everyone was discussing and looking forward to it. With a flash of light, Hong Wuji stood in the void, looking down at Lin Xian. "Brat, hand over the Lone Star Sword and I'll spare your life." "You want me to hand over my sword? Speak with your abilities." Lin Xian's gaze was firm as sword qi surrounded his body. Stubborn. Hong Wuji snorted coldly as he quickly drew out a sword. Stepping through the void, he slowly walked towards Lin Xian. With every step he took, the sword qi on his body became stronger. The sharp sword intent also became stronger. In the end, there were 6 streaks of sword qi beside him that connected the heavens and the earth like pillars, emitting a terrifying aura. Everyone was shocked as they held their breaths. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, and their eyes were filled with horror. This was definitely an incredible young man. With just the 6 streaks of sword qi, he had already surpassed most second-level honorables. This kind of technique was rare in the world. Another terrifying genius. I wonder who's stronger between him and Lin Xian. Everyone was discussing. Brat, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the Lone Star Sword and I'll spare your life. Hong Wuji's body was surrounded by sword qi as if he was a sword god. The Lone Star Sword is in my hands. If you have the ability, come and get it yourself. Lin Xian held the Lone Star Sword in his hand as a sharp sword light also bloomed from his body. It was like a cold wind that swept through the 9 heavens. The 2 streaks of sword qi collided, and the entire void crackled as if it could not withstand it and would split open at any time. In the next instant, both of them slashed out with their swords. Terrifying sword qi surged and finally collided with a dazzling light. Then, Hong Wuji's sword qi shattered as it could not withstand it at all. Damn it! Hong Wuji's eyes narrowed as his face darkened. He waved his arm and quickly slashed out several streaks of sword qi that connected into a sword net. Only then did he manage to block his opponent's sword qi. You dare to be arrogant with such little ability? Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. Humph, don't be so smug. You're just taking advantage of the Lone Star Sword's light. Hong Wuji's voice was cold. Without the Lone Star Sword, you're nothing. Behind him, the 6 maidservants were also mocking him. It's just a half-Earth class artifact. Anyone who gets it will have unparalleled combat strength. If my young master gets the Lone Star Sword, he can kill you with one slash. Hong Wuji said in a deep voice, Kid, do you dare to fight without the Lone Star Sword? If I lose, I'll turn around and leave immediately. I'll never think about the Lone Star Sword again. If you lose, you have to give the Lone Star Sword to me. How about it? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. It seemed that Hong Wuji could not defeat Lin Xian who had the Lone Star Sword. That was why he came up with this move. However, they were also looking forward to seeing who would be stronger if they did not use the half-Earth class artifact. They knew that it was impossible. Lin Xian had the absolute advantage, so how could he give up? Humph, coward. He definitely won't dare to give up the Lone Star Sword to fight with my young master. Of course. Without the Lone Star Sword, he's just a piece of trash. How can he defeat our young master? The 6 maidservants mocked him coldly. Hearing these words, Lin Xian smiled. You don't have to provoke me. Since you want to fight, I'll do as you wish. After saying that, he put the Lone Star Sword back into the scabbard on his back. He tapped his storage ring, and the Wind Shadow Sword appeared in his hand. What? Lin Xian really gave up the Lone Star Sword? Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to agree to Hong Wuji's request. Isn't this guy a little too confident? Not necessarily. Even without the Lone Star Sword, Lin Xian is still very powerful. Don't forget that he has killed many second-level venerables before. Everyone had different opinions and quickly discussed. Upon seeing this, Hong Wuji burst out laughing. Well done, kid, you are indeed courageous. However, without the Lone Star Sword, you'll definitely lose. He let out a long roar, and the sword light on his body shone brightly. Sword qi flickered and surged out like a torrential flood. The Autumn Water Sword was one of Hong Wuji's 6 treasured swords. At this moment, sword qi gushed out like the Milky Way, and it was extremely sharp. Lin Xian looked calm as he waved his long sword. Streaks of fiery red sword qi surged out and turned into 3 golden crows that flew quickly. Flames surrounded the golden crows, and the terrifying heat distorted the void. The 3 golden crows streaked across the sky and rushed toward each other. Before the sword qi arrived, the terrifying heat had already evaporated the river. Rumble, the two swords clashed, and the entire sky trembled. Countless streaks of sword chi swept across the sky and wreaked havoc. Hong Wuji's sword chi was of the water attribute, while Lin Xian's sword chi was of the fire attribute. As the two opposing forces clashed, an intense confrontation took place. It was a competition of strength. Whoever was stronger would be able to suppress the other. The flood surged into the sky, and the flames surged. The two forces shone brightly and devoured each other. The crowd was horrified. Such a battle was too terrifying. Even a second-layer honorable realm cultivator would be killed and turned into a bloody mist. It was indeed a battle between geniuses. Although the two of them were young, their combat strength had already surpassed that of countless seniors. Boom! The three golden crows shone brightly like three suns and evaporated the river. Then, they flapped their wings and shattered the terrifying sword chi. Hong Wuji frowned and took a step back. How is this possible? His face turned ugly. His opponent's sword technique had surpassed his, now that Lin Xian had put away his Lone Star sword and was using a sword of the same grade as his, which meant that there was no external enhancement. However, he still could not withstand Lin Xian's sword chi. What did this mean? This meant that he could not defeat Lin Xian. At the thought of this, his face turned ugly. He let out a long roar, and the 6 swords behind him rushed out and floated around him. Behind him, the void floated and a huge maple tree appeared. Its branches swayed like an arm and grabbed the 6 swords. Kid, let's decide this in one move. Hong Wuji was furious. He summoned his martial soul and was ready to attack with all his might. If he could not defeat Lin Xian, he would lose face. The martial soul of the maple tree was like a tree man. It held the 6 swords and waved them quickly. Streaks of dazzling sword chi swept in all directions, forming a sword curtain that shrouded Lin Xian. Brat, release your martial spirit or die. To deal with you, I don't need to use my martial spirit. Lin Xian coldly snorted and pushed the great dragon sword spirit with all his strength. A terrifying sword chi surrounded his body. You're courting death. Hong Wuji sneered. He had already unleashed his full power. His power could even threaten a third heaven-venerated realm cultivator, but his opponent still hadn't summoned his martial soul. This was obviously an act of overconfidence and courting death. Since that was the case, he would make use of this opportunity to kill the other party and obtain the Lone Star sword. As he thought of this, Hong Wuji tried even harder to activate his martial soul. Boundless sword chi joined together as a terrifying sword radiance hovered in the void, covering the heavens and the earth. He dares to be arrogant in front of my young master? That brat is dead meat. That's right. At this juncture, he still hasn't summoned his martial spirit. What an idiot. It's better for him to die. Humph, he doesn't deserve the Lone Star sword. The 6 maids of Red Leaves Valley sneered. The surrounding martial artists were also shocked. They couldn't understand where Lin Xian's confidence came from. How dare he not summon his martial spirit? Lin Xian's gaze was resolute as his black hair fluttered in the wind. Sword radiance flickered in his eyes as he roared and slashed out with his sword. Although he didn't summon the great dragon sword spirit, the sword contained the power of the great dragon sword spirit and was extremely sharp. Blood-colored sword chi circled around and formed a blood dragon. It roared ferociously and charged forward. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out and the heavens and earth lost their color. In the next instant, the sword screen formed by the 6 sword chi collided with the blood dragon. Boom, in an instant, the sword screen shattered and the blood dragon roared as it charged out. How is this possible? This is impossible. Hong Wuji retreated, his face full of shock as he spat out blood. He didn't expect his opponent to be able to break through his attack. What was worse was that his opponent didn't summon his martial spirit. This meant that the difference in strength between the two of them was huge. Otherwise, such a situation wouldn't have happened. Damn it. I don't believe it. Hong Wuji roared at the sky, his eyes full of indignation. He was powerful and arrogant. He had never taken anyone of the same age as him seriously. When he fought with Lin Xian previously, he thought that Lin Xian was only able to contend with him because of the Lone Star sword. But now, Lin Xian had put away the Lone Star sword and was able to suppress him with his own strength. This meant that Lin Xian's strength was above his. But he couldn't accept it. When he thought of what he had said, he felt his face burning. A slap to the face, this was a naked slap to the face. The 6 maidservants were also stunned. They were stunned and stood rooted to the ground. Their young master had been defeated, and he had been utterly defeated. The 6 maidservants couldn't believe it. Lin Xian was too powerful. He was definitely a top genius among the younger generation, the crowd exclaimed. It was as if they had witnessed the rise of a peerless genius. Impossible. Go to hell. Hong Wuji's hair was disheveled and he was in a sorry state. A ruthless look appeared in his eyes as he waved his sleeves and shot out 3 rays of scarlet light. They were 3 maple leaves that were as thin as cicadas' wings. They were scarlet and contained a terrifying power. Oh no, that was a forbidden weapon. If it exploded, it could kill a 3rd heaven honorable. Someone exclaimed and quickly fled. When the news spread, the entire sky was in chaos. Countless martial artists fled into the distance like locusts. The 3 maple leaves were like the hidden weapons of the Grim Reaper as they shot toward Lin Xian. Go to hell. Hong Wuji's face was hideous. He couldn't accept that someone was stronger than him. On the other hand, Lin Xian's face was gloomy. His opponent was so vicious that he wanted to kill him. Since that was the case, he wouldn't hold back. Lin Xian's body swayed. He used his Earth-class movement technique, illusory demon steps. His speed was so fast that even a 3rd heaven honorable couldn't catch up with him. His body flashed like a bolt of lightning and instantly dodged the attack range of the 3 forbidden weapons. Then, he slashed out one of them. The blood-red sword light turned into a dragon and rushed toward Hong Wuji. Hong Wuji's face changed drastically as he screamed in horror. Fear appeared in his eyes. Death, this was the feeling of death. He had never experienced such a feeling before, but now, he finally knew what fear was, and what fear was. The young man in front of him was too terrifying. He was like his nemesis. Not only did he dodge the attack of the 3 forbidden weapons, he even had the ability to kill him. No. I don't want to die. Hong Wuji tried his best to resist, but he couldn't withstand Lin Xian's sword chi. He could only let out a sorrowful cry and turn around to escape. In the next moment, the terrifying sword light had already enveloped him. Young master! The 6 maidservants screamed. They couldn't imagine how furious Red Leaf Valley would be if Hong Wuji died. Clang, the void suddenly trembled violently. A sword light was like a shooting star and instantly knocked the blood-red dragon away. Then, the sword light flashed and enveloped Hong Wuji, taking him with it and disappearing into the sky. What? He was saved? Everyone was shocked. They thought that Hong Wuji was dead for sure, but they didn't expect that a mysterious person would save him at the last moment. Lin Xian was also surprised. He squinted his eyes and looked at the sky, his expression flickering. However, he didn't care. So what if Hong Wuji survived? He wasn't his match anyway. However, the mysterious person who saved him at the last moment did make him wary. He seemed to be at least a 3rd level venerable. Hong Wuji went from being arrogant to being defeated in a short period of time. The whole process happened very quickly. The proud son of heaven who had been the focus of everyone's attention had been defeated in an instant. Moreover, he had been defeated by Lin Xian. Suddenly, the scene became silent. Countless warriors looked at Lin Xian, their bodies trembling. At this time, Lin Xian also received a message from Yufei. Brother Xian, we found the whereabouts of the Phoenix Blood Scarlet Gold. It was auctioned off by the Huang family's great elder. Moreover, I heard that the Huang family's great elder wants to use this Phoenix Blood Scarlet Gold to create a special inner armor. He hasn't found a blacksmith yet, so he won't make a move for a while. Huang family. Lin Xian frowned and stared at the sky. That was where the Huang family's forces were. However, it wasn't convenient for him to make a move now. It seemed that he could only think of a way. However, he was relieved that the other party wouldn't use this precious metal in a short period of time. Since the whereabouts of the Phoenix Blood Scarlet Gold were known, Lin Xian had no reason to stay. He had to return to the academy to prepare and come back to snatch the Phoenix Blood Scarlet Gold. Anyway, he had a grudge with the Huang family, so there was no need to explain. Lin Xian turned into a meteor and moved quickly. He wanted to leave Windy City. Seeing Lin Xian move, the surrounding people panicked. Although they were shocked by Lin Xian's strength, it didn't mean that they wanted to let Lin Xian go. This was especially true for the people from the giant axe formation. Each and every one of them was glaring angrily. Crazy Warrior also roared and quickly condensed a 100-meter-tall golden giant. He waved his hand and grabbed forward. However, they had all underestimated Lin Xian's movement technique. His speed was even faster than that of a third heaven venerable realm cultivator, so all of their attacks missed their target. As for Lin Xian, he turned into a sword light and quickly left the Seeking Wind City. Boom, in the blink of an eye, the defensive array set up by the various forces in Wenfeng City was broken. Lin Xian's figure flickered and disappeared into the horizon. After leaving Wenfeng City, Lin Xian summoned the golden feathered divine eagle and let it fly while he sat cross-legged on its back and quickly recovered his strength. 2 hours later, he opened his eyes and adjusted his body to its peak state. At this time, the Crimson Dragon swam out and said to Lin Xian, "Kid, let me take a look at the Lone Star Sword. Let me see if I can find out the secrets inside." Lin Xian nodded and pulled out the Lone Star Sword from his back and handed it over to the Crimson Dragon. Before this, he had never doubted the Lone Star Sword. However, the Wanxiang auction's actions were too strange. Everything showed that the Lone Star Sword was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Therefore, the Crimson Dragon wanted to investigate it. With his insight, he should be able to find something strange. The Crimson Dragon extended his dragon claw and knocked on the Lone Star Sword, carefully studying it. Suddenly, he raised his dragon claw and his body trembled. He exclaimed in a low voice, "No way." "What did you find?" Lin Xian asked. Seeing the Crimson Dragon's expression, he could not help but feel nervous. This doesn't seem to be a half-Earth rank artifact. The Crimson Dragon took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Not a half-Earth rank artifact? Then what is it? Lin Xian's face fell. "Don't tell me it's just an ordinary spiritual artifact. Then my 1 billion spiritual stones would have been wasted." "What do you know?" The Crimson Dragon angrily rolled his eyes and snorted. "To be exact, this is not just a half-Earth rank artifact. Its value is 10 times higher than an ordinary half-Earth rank artifact." "Higher than a half-Earth rank artifact? What is that?" Lin Xian was shocked. He could not think of anything in this world that could be so precious. Could it be an Earth rank artifact? If there was anything more precious than a half-Earth rank artifact, it would be an Earth rank artifact. However, an Earth rank artifact was extremely rare and powerful. Every one of them had a mysterious power. This Lone Star Sword did not seem like one. "What you said is close, but not completely correct. This Lone Star Sword is indeed a fragment of an Earth rank artifact." "Fragment?" Lin Xian was puzzled. "Yes, a fragment. Most of the Earth rank artifacts in this world have disappeared. Only fragments are scattered in the world. This Lone Star Sword is made from the fragments of an Earth rank treasure. Its power definitely surpasses an ordinary half-Earth rank artifact. It can even be said that its value is immeasurable." The Crimson Dragon continued to explain, "Don't underestimate this fragment. It contains a mysterious power that countless martial artists want to obtain. I'm afraid that even a king's law would be tempted. After all, although it is a fragment, it still contains the law of inscriptions of an Earth rank artifact. That is the most precious item." Lin Xian took a deep breath. He was so shocked that he could not speak. He did not think that an Earth rank artifact fragment would be so precious, and that he would have such an item. No wonder the Wanxiang auction went back on their word and mercilessly attacked. They wanted more Lone Star Swords. They must have discovered the secret of the Lone Star Sword. In the absence of an Earth rank artifact, this item was the best item in the world. "Kid, you have 2 choices now. The first is to throw away the Lone Star Sword and leave this place. Otherwise, you might be hunted down by all the martial artists in the world. The second is to leave the Lone Star Sword behind and fully comprehend the Earth rank artifact fragment inside. However, you will become the enemy of all the martial artists in the world. You better think carefully," the Crimson Dragon said in a deep voice. Lin Xian also had a serious expression on his face. He knew that the Lone Star Sword was a hot potato. Although no one knew about it yet, he could not guarantee that the Wanxiang auction would not spread the news. If the news that the Lone Star Sword was an Earth rank artifact fragment got out, then he would really become the enemy of the entire world. However, he was also very excited. An Earth rank artifact fragment was a legendary item. He did not expect to be so close to it for the first time. There is no need to think about it. I will not hand over the Lone Star Sword. Lin Xian's voice was firm. Even if I become the enemy of the entire world, so what? His eyes shone with confidence and an unyielding gaze. The Lone Star Sword was very important. Not only was it powerful, but it also contained an Earth rank artifact fragment. This was what he needed the most. He wanted to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. He had to grasp these items in his hands. Even if he had to become the enemy of the entire world, he would not hesitate. Moreover, as a martial artist, why would he be afraid of a battle? Although he felt an infinite amount of pressure, Lin Xian realized that the blood in his body was gradually boiling. Good kid, I was right about you. The Crimson Dragon was very satisfied with Lin Xian's answer. Let's go. Lin Xian did not delay any longer. He controlled the Divine Eagle and quickly set off towards Senma College. In the blink of an eye, it had been 3 days since Lin Xian left Windy City. In these 3 days, various forces searched frantically, trying to find Lin Xian, but to no avail. Many people's faces turned ugly, their hearts filled with despair. Were they destined to miss out on a treasure like a half-Earth rank artifact? Moreover, what made them even more regretful was that they still didn't know which force Lin Xian belonged to. The Wanxiang auction house was furious when they heard that Lin Xian had left. Although they were the overlords of Windy City, they were powerless once they left the city. After all, the Blood Realm was huge with countless forces. It wasn't something that the Wanxiang auction house could control. However, even if they couldn't do it, the forces behind them could. Shang Guanxian didn't hesitate. She quickly reported to her superiors and asked for backup. She reported to her superiors and tried their best to track down Lin Xian. Soon, they received a report. Shang Guanxian carefully read the jade slip in her hand. Then, her pupils shrank, revealing a trace of surprise. Senma College. She took a deep breath, her expression solemn. She didn't expect Lin Xian to be a disciple of Senma College. Senma College was very famous in the Blood Realm. If Lin Xian hid in the college and didn't come out, it would be difficult for them to make a move. Many disciples of the Yan family were in Senma College. Why not let them scout first? Shang Guanxian made a decision and quickly gave the order. At the same time, she waited for the experts sent by her superiors to help her capture Lin Xian. Senma College. Spiritual energy floated around, like a fairyland. After a few days of rushing, Lin Xian finally returned. Brother Xian. Wang Li and the other members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion shouted excitedly when they saw Lin Xian return safely. Lin Xian met with these people for half a day. Then, he returned to his courtyard and went into seclusion to cultivate. This time, he went into seclusion to study the Lone Star Sword. However, after studying it for an entire day, he discovered that he was unable to sense the Earth-ranked weapon fragment within the Lone Star Sword. Boy, although you're very powerful right now, your cultivation is too low. If you want to sense the fragment, you must at least possess the strength of the 3rd heavenly layer of Exalted. However, if you insist on wearing it, you might be able to sense it in advance. Wear it on my body. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth twitched when he heard this. This was a half-Earth rank treasured artifact. Moreover, it contained the secret of an Earth rank fragment. Now that he was asked to wear it, it was undoubtedly an action that deserved a beating. However, in order to be able to sense the Earth-grade weapon fragment as soon as possible, Lin Xian endured. Fine, I'll wear it. Lin Xian sheathed the Lone Star Sword on his back. He decided that he would not take it off no matter what. He put down the Lone Star Sword. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He sorted out the things he had obtained recently. Other than the Lone Star Sword, his greatest gain was the Lone Star Sword. It was the Blood Sword inheritance that had reached the 3rd level, and he had comprehended a clone technique. Other than that, he had also obtained a few storage rings. It was not a small gain. As for his cultivation, he had also reached the peak of 1st level Venerable. It would not be long before he broke through to second-level venerable. At that time, his strength would increase greatly. After doing all this, Lin Xian opened the door and walked out of the courtyard. "You're back. I heard that you had a great gain this time." A delicate voice sounded. Morong Qingqing stood not far away, looking at him with a smile. "I heard that you bought a half-Earth rank treasured artifact?" Morong Qingqing tilted her head and looked at Lin Xian. Soon, she noticed the blue ancient sword on Lin Xian's back. "You're really showing off. You're carrying a half-Earth rank treasured artifact on your back just like that?" Morong Qingqing was speechless. This kind of action was really asking for a beating. "Although I don't know what you've experienced outside, there are countless monsters in this academy. If one of them saw it and snatched it away, I'm afraid you won't even have a place to cry." Lin Xian was speechless, and he scratched his head. He did not want to be so ostentatious, but in order to sense the Earth rank fragment earlier, he had no choice but to do so. "Why don't I cover it with a cloth?" "Forget it. That's even more annoying." Morong Qingqing covered her mouth and laughed. "Then forget it. That's it." Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. "It's mine anyway. If anyone tries to take it away, I don't mind teaching them a lesson. Moreover, it's not the first time I've become public enemy number one. Back then, when I was with you, I also became public enemy number one. Aren't I still living well?" "Bah, who's with you?" Morong Qingqing blushed and rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. "No? I must have remembered wrongly." Lin Xian chuckled dryly and walked forward. "You're really asking for a beating." Morong Qingqing followed behind him and said in a sweet voice, "You have to be careful. I heard that Yan Qingfeng is back." "Yan Qingfeng?" Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Hearing this name, he should be Yan Qingyang's brother. Naturally, he would not forget the grudge between him and Dowling Association. It would not take long for them to come knocking on his door. Sigh, how troublesome. Lin Xian was helpless. He realized that the Yan clan was like an annoying fly that kept circling around him. However, if they dared to come looking for trouble, he would let them know the power of the Lone Star Sword. Lin Xian touched the ancient sword on his back as a cold smile appeared on his face. Not long after, the news of Lin Xian's return to the academy spread. Along with it was the news of the half-Earth rank artifact. After all, Lin Xian had caused such a huge commotion in Windy City. It was impossible to hide it. "What did you say?" "Lin Xian got a half-Earth rank artifact." "Heavens, how did he get such a rare treasure?" "What, he spent 1 billion spiritual stones to buy it. And he fought the entire Windy City." For a moment, Lin Xian and the half-Earth rank artifact, the Lone Star Sword, became the topic of discussion. Countless people were envious and wanted to catch Lin Xian and ask him. There were even many people who had designs on the Lone Star Sword. Such a treasure was something that any martial artist would be moved by. Senma College, Dowling Association. Yan Qingyang's injuries had already healed. He listened to his subordinate's report with a gloomy face. Lin Xian, this guy, actually got lucky and got a half-Earth rank artifact. How despicable. Yan Qingyang's eyes were filled with anger. His originally handsome face was now distorted beyond recognition. Jealousy, he was going crazy from jealousy. What ability did Lin Xian have to have so many good things? First, it was Morong Qingqing who was favored by the heavens. Then, he got a half-Earth rank artifact. Every matter would make countless people jealous. Yan Qingyang gritted his teeth and roared in his heart. He felt that all these good things should be his. Not long after, when he heard some other news, he was so angry that he started to tremble. This was the news from his family that the Yan clan's disciples were killed in Windy City. Among them was a team of Yan clan's elites who were killed in Windy City because they killed Lin Xian. Damn thief, do you think my Yan clan has no one? Yan Qingyang roared in anger. Brother, kill him. You must kill this kid. Avenge our Yan family's disciple. Yan Qingyang's eyes were red as he looked at a figure in front of him. It was also a young man with a burly figure and a handsome face. At this moment, he was standing in front with his hands behind his back. His expression was cold, and there was a piercing murderous aura around him. He nodded slightly, then said coldly, Lin Xian, Lone Star Sword. I'll let you know that there are some people you can't touch, and there are some things you can't take. This person was Yan Qingyang's brother, Yan Qingfeng. He had received orders from his family to kill Lin Xian and take the Lone Star Sword. Let me see what you're capable of to cause such a huge commotion. He snorted coldly and walked outside. Senma College, Intermediate Spirit Tower. Lin Xian and Morong Qingqing walked side by side near the Intermediate Spirit Tower, which immediately attracted the attention of countless martial artists. They were not interested in Lin Xian, but the ancient blue sword on his back. Is that the Lone Star Sword? I can feel the cold aura on it from so far away. This guy is too arrogant. He actually dares to carry a half-earth-rank treasure on his back. Someone snorted coldly, and his eyes were red with jealousy. With a beauty by his side and a treasure sword by his side, there was no doubt that Lin Xian had become the public enemy of many disciples in Senma College. Many pairs of rabbit-like eyes stared at Lin Xian with unfriendly expressions. However, no one dared to make a move. They had heard about what happened in Windy City. Although they did not see it, they were terrified just by hearing about it. To be able to bring the Lone Star Sword back safely from so many forces in Windy City was enough to show how powerful Lin Xian was. Lin Xian naturally saw the people around him as well, but he didn't care. These people were just talking, they didn't dare to actually do anything. However, the next moment, the crowd was in an uproar. It was as if they had discovered something shocking, and they dispersed like the tide. Lin Xian furrowed his brows and turned to look, only to see the crowd disperse and a group of people walk out from the gap. The person in the lead was a handsome young man with a stalwart figure. His gaze was steady, and his footwork was steady. Although he did not deliberately release his aura, it carried a powerful aura, causing the surrounding people to quietly shut their mouths. Seeing those people, Lin Xian's frown deepened. Although he didn't recognize the burly youth at the front, he did recognize the disciple beside him. Yan Qingyang, Lin Xian smiled when he saw the other party's ferocious expression. Needless to say, these people were all from the Tao Spirit Association, and the tall and sturdy young man at the front should be the legendary president of the Tao Spirit Association, Yan Qingfeng. The surrounding martial artists also took a deep breath, their expressions becoming extremely rich. Yan Qingfeng, I didn't expect him to come back. Everyone was shocked, and their eyes burned with passion. These people naturally wouldn't forget the battle between Lin Xian and Daoling Association. Back then, Yan Qingyang had provoked him and was even severely injured. I think Yan Qingfeng will definitely not let Lin Xian off when he comes back this time. Lin Xian is dead for sure this time. Although he was powerful, Yan Qingfeng was a third-level honorable, and the difference in level and realm could crush him to death. Yeah, maybe he won't be able to keep the Lone Star Sword then. If that's the case, then it'll be interesting. I really want to see what kind of expression Lin Xian will have when he's defeated. Yeah, this guy is too arrogant, running around with the Lone Star Sword. Does he really think that no one can stop him? These people were jealous of Lin Xian, so their words were filled with sarcasm and jealousy. Yan Qingyang sneered and looked at Lin Xian with a strong provocation in his eyes. However, Lin Xian ignored him. Instead, he looked at Yan Qingfeng, who was at the front. This scene stunned Yan Qingyang. Then, his face turned ugly. How dare Lin Xian ignore him? How despicable. I'll let you be smug for a little longer. When my brother attacks, you'll know what it means to live a life worse than death. Yan Qingyang snorted in his heart. He knew that as long as his brother attacked, Lin Xian would definitely not be able to withstand it. By then, he would humiliate Lin Xian properly and return all the anger he had suffered previously. You're Lin Xian? At this moment, Yan Qingfeng's eyes flickered and he asked coldly. Who are you? Are you that trash's brother? Lin Xian said casually. Throughout this process, he casually glanced at Yan Qingyang and the disdain in his eyes was self-evident. You. Yan Qingyang was so angry that he vomited blood again. He gritted his teeth and growled, F***ck, I'll bear with this. I'll return it 100-fold later. Looks like you know who I am. In that case, I don't have to introduce myself. Yan Qingfeng's voice was cold. He looked at the Lone Star Sword on Lin Xian's back with a burning gaze. I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Kneel down and destroy your own cultivation. Hand over the Lone Star Sword obediently and I'll give you a chance to live. The Yan family is really arrogant. Lin Xian sneered, unfortunately, you're not the first to say that. In Wind-Seeking City, 3 disciples of the Yan family once said the same thing to me. In the end, they all died. Later on, there was an elite team of the Yan family led by a guardian elder. They also said the same thing to me, but they all died. I advise you to take back your words. Otherwise, you'll end up like them. What? The crowd was shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian to have already fought with the Yan family. From the sound of it, he had killed many Yan family martial artists. If that was true, Lin Xian was too scary. Opposite him, Yan Qingfeng's face darkened. His eyes flashed and his killing intent quickly gathered. Since you know the crime you've committed, that's great. Since you've done something, you must pay the price. And the price you have to pay is your life. His voice was cold and the sound waves turned into sharp swords. It was as if the swords were going to pierce through Lin Xian. So arrogant, so domineering. Lin Xian sneered, but let me tell you, the people I killed all deserved to die. I killed the Yan family because they deserved to die. They were all greedy. They wanted to kill me and steal my Lone Star Sword. If they weren't greedy and didn't provoke me, they wouldn't have been killed. Therefore, their deaths were entirely their own fault. As for you, if you're stubborn and want to steal the Lone Star Sword, you'll end up like them. Humph, what a sharp tongue. No matter what you say, you won't be able to escape death. Yan Qingfeng's expression was cold. You're wrong. I'm just stating the truth. Since you want to fight, come at me. Lin Xian's eyes focused and the aura on his body kept rising. He was like a peerless divine sword that was recovering quickly. Of course, I'll fight. Yan Qingfeng said coldly, but not today. 10 days later, we'll fight to the death in the life and death arena. I'll let you know that there's only one outcome for provoking the Yan family, and that's death. The ring of life and death, everyone was shocked when they heard that. Their eyelids twitched. It seemed that Yan Qingfeng was determined to kill Lin Xian. Otherwise, he would not have invited him to the ring of life and death. One must know that the Immortal Martial Academy forbade students from killing each other. For example, in the battle between Lin Xian and Yan Qingyang, Lin Xian had only injured his opponent. He had not killed him. Therefore, if they were to fight now, Yan Qingyang could only defeat Lin Xian but not kill him. However, the ring of life and death was different. It was a place that the college had set aside for students to settle their disputes. Fights were inevitable between martial artists. Especially these geniuses, they were arrogant and did not want to admit defeat. If a martial artist in the college had reached a point where he would fight to the death, he could apply for the ring of life and death. Now, Yan Qingfeng had invited Lin Xian to a ring of life and death. The ring of life and death. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he heard that. He had heard of the ring of life and death and knew the rules. Once they entered the ring of life and death, only one of them could survive. It seemed that Yan Qingfeng was determined to kill him. However, that was good too. The grudge between him and the Yan family was irreconcilable. Instead of leaving a scourge in the future, it was better to get rid of this genius now. Moreover, Yan Qingfeng was ranked 30th on the Mystic Venerable leaderboard. If he could defeat Yan Qingfeng, Lin Xian's ranking would jump from 70th to 30th. No matter how one looked at it, Lin Xian would benefit greatly. Therefore, he had no reason to refuse. 10 days later, the ring of life and death will be as you wish. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous and his gaze was resolute. The crowd was shocked. Many people exclaimed. They did not expect Lin Xian to accept the ring of life and death. Did he not know his opponent's strength? Yan Qingfeng was a 3rd-level venerable. Moreover, he was not an ordinary 3rd-level venerable. He was a genius and a senior in Senma College. He must have many trump cards in his hands. Such a person far surpassed those of the same level. Although Lin Xian was strong and could battle across realms, he could at most kill a 2nd heaven venerable realm cultivator. Against a prodigy like Yan Qingfeng, he was not enough. In fact, it was very likely that he would be killed instantly. Yan Qingfeng smiled cruelly when he heard Lin Xian's reply. I advise you to enjoy your last moments, because in 10 days, I will definitely cut you down with my blade. He sneered, turned around, and left with the people of Daoling Association. Yan Qingyang looked at Lin Xian, his eyes full of mockery and disdain. Lin Xian actually dared to engage in a death match with his brother. He was really courting death. He couldn't wait to enjoy the scene of Lin Xian being killed 10 days later. Thinking of this, Yan Qingyang felt a twisted sense of pleasure. Are you confident? Morong Qingqing asked from the side. I'm not very sure, only about 30 to 40%. Lin Xian said, he knows that Yan Qingfeng is definitely a very difficult opponent, so he's not arrogant. Only 30 to 40%? Morong Qingqing opened her eyes wide and complained, you actually dared to accept a death match with such a low success rate. I really don't know what you're thinking. Don't worry, there are still 10 days. Lin Xian smiled and comforted her, if I can break through to the second heaven venerable realm within 10 days, then my chances of winning will greatly increase. By then, there might be a miracle. Breakthrough? Morong Qingqing rolled her eyes at him, it seems that you've already thought about it. Why didn't you say so earlier? You made me worry for nothing. Oh, were you worried about me just now? Lin Xian suddenly smiled and said, to be able to get your concern, Goddess Morong, I have no regrets even if I die. He laughed and turned to walk toward the middle-level spirit gathering array. You. Humph. Who cares about you? Morong Qingqing's face was slightly red, and she stomped her feet in anger. It could be said that it was very urgent to break through to the second heaven venerable realm in 10 days, but Lin Xian had such confidence. The battle in Wind-Seeking City a few days ago had benefited him a lot. His spiritual energy value had already reached the peak of the first heaven venerable realm. As long as he was guided, he would be able to smoothly break through to the second heaven venerable realm. This was the benefit of fighting. This was also why countless warriors wanted to fight with their lives on the line. In battle, they could improve their skills and strengthen their martial skills. If they were lucky, they could even break through directly. And Lin Xian was fighting with the top experts. Every battle was very exciting and intense, so the speed of his breakthrough was far faster than his peers. 5 days later, Lin Xian successfully broke through, and the spiritual energy in his body almost doubled. Not only that, he felt that his relationship with the great dragon sword soul had become even closer. The kind of easy control made him unable to stop. It had to be said that the increase of his cultivation was extremely beneficial to him. Lin Xian estimated that his current strength had doubled compared to before. Now, Lin Xian was confident that he could easily defeat Shangguan, Kuang Zhan, and the others. With his current strength, he would not feel any pressure against an ordinary third heaven venerable. Even if he were to face a genius warrior like Yan Qingfeng, he was confident that he could win. Therefore, Lin Xian was not worried about the battle in 5 days. In the following days, Lin Xian began to consolidate his cultivation and comprehend other martial arts. Soon, 10 days had passed. The entire Senma College was in a frenzy of excitement. That was because today was the battle between Yan Qingfeng and Lin Xian. This was not an ordinary battle. First of all, both of them were experts on the Mystic Venerable leaderboard. Between them, Yan Qingfeng was more eye-catching. As a third heaven venerable and a genius warrior ranked 30th on the Mystic Venerable Society, he could be said to be very dazzling. Moreover, the battle between the two of them was not an ordinary battle. It was a battle of life and death. This kind of battle was extremely intense. Usually, the battle would only end when one side died. Senma College rarely had this kind of battle in recent years. That was why everyone was so excited. Moreover, Lin Xian had a half-Earth-rank treasure in his hands. This was one of the reasons why everyone was looking forward to it. One had to know that although everyone did not think that Lin Xian would win, if he used the Lone Star Sword, he could contend with Yan Qingfeng for a while. However, it was almost impossible for him to turn the tables. At most, it would allow Lin Xian to hold on for a while longer. This analysis was made by the experts of the college. In their opinion, this was already very impressive. According to their estimates, if Lin Xian did not use the Lone Star Sword, he would not even be able to block one attack. On this day, the weather was clear and the wind was gentle. In Senmu College, countless disciples were running in one direction. Everyone had an excited expression on their faces. At this moment, in a corner of Senmu College, there was a huge arena. This arena was very old and was filled with an aura of vicissitudes. It was an ancient arena. It was said that this arena was built by a king. Venerables below the king realm could not destroy it at all. It was most suitable for extremely intense battles like life and death battles. At this moment, the surroundings of the life and death ring were crowded with people. These people were all students of Senmu College. There were even a few elders and deacons who came to watch the battle. Of course, they were not just here to watch the battle. They had another purpose, which was that the life and death ring could only be activated by them. Not long after, a group of people walked over from afar. They were from Dowling Association. The person in the lead was dressed in a white robe. He had a handsome face and a burly figure. He was like a young god of war with a powerful aura. Yan Qingfeng. When the crowd saw the white-robed figure, they immediately exclaimed. It was Yan Qingfeng. Behind him were Yan Qingyang and the others from Dowling Association. Yan Qingfeng led the crowd to the life and death ring. He bowed slightly to the elders. Then, he took a step forward and arrived at the ring like a bolt of lightning. He stood with his hands behind his back like a javelin. He closed his eyes and waited quietly. Other than the elders of the college, Yan Qingfeng did not care about anyone else. He only had one goal today, which was to kill Lin Xian. Everyone was astonished and began to whisper to each other. Yan Qingfeng was too confident. He did not take this battle seriously at all. In fact, this was very normal. Yan Qingfeng's cultivation was at the third heaven of the Venerable Realm. Moreover, he was a top expert ranked 30th on the Mystic Venerable leaderboard. Other than those ranked above him, he did not care about anyone else at all. Even those ranked higher than him would not be willing to fight with him unless they had no other choice. After all, at their level of cultivation, they would always have some trump cards. Those things were very deadly. Not long after Yan Qingfeng's arrival, many other martial artists walked over. A few of them were very eye-catching. One of them was a young man in a purple robe. This young man's face was pale as if he had not seen the sun for a long time. What was even more strange was that his eyes were purple. As his eyes moved, there was a demonic aura. Behind him was a group of powerful warriors from the college. Yi Yan. Seeing the purple figure, the crowd's hearts trembled. Their eyes were filled with shock. It was because the aura that this young man in a purple robe emitted was not weaker than Yan Qingfeng's at all. It was even stronger. Yi Yan was also a third heaven of the Venerable Realm genius. He was ranked 25th on the Mystic Venerable leaderboard. At the same time, he was also the leader of the Purple Robe Pavilion. Regardless of cultivation or power, he was above Yan Qingfeng. Who would have thought that Yan Qingfeng's battle to the death would actually draw him here? Everyone exclaimed. At the same time that Yi Yan arrived, on the other side, a group of people were also rushing over. These people were dressed in blue and had the same pattern drawn on their bodies. It was an ice flower. The ice flower was blue and lifelike, emitting a cold aura. The leader of this group of people was a young girl wearing a blue dress. The young girl was beautiful and her eyes were clear, but her body carried a bone-piercing chill. With their arrival, the temperature of the entire space continued to drop, as if it had fallen into winter. Snow Lady! Everyone exclaimed again as they circulated their spiritual energy to resist the chill. Snow Lady, an ice-based warrior. She was extremely powerful and ranked 17th on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. Her eyes were cold as she scanned the surroundings. Then, she found a place and quietly waited for the battle to begin. In addition, another group of people had arrived. There were only 7 or 8 people in this group. However, no one dared to underestimate them because these people were too powerful. Each of them emitted a powerful aura that connected together. It was terrifying. The Gathering of Heroes was a very special organization. They had very few people, but every one of them was a powerhouse and could not be underestimated. The arrival of this group of people caused the entire space to fall into an extremely oppressive atmosphere. It could not be helped. These people's auras were too powerful. Although they did not deliberately release their auras, it was not something that ordinary warriors could withstand. One of them had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were unusually sharp, like a demonic beast. It made one's heart tremble. Lone Wolf, ranked 33rd on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. His fighting style was extremely cruel, and very few people dared to provoke him. The arrival of Lone Wolf and the rest caused Yan Qingfeng to open his eyes. He nodded at Lone Wolf and the rest as a form of greeting. Lone Wolf also grinned. Then, he looked around and scanned the surroundings. In the next moment, his face darkened. Humph. This Lin Xian is really arrogant. He actually made so many of us wait for him. Lone Wolf's voice was cold and his tone was filled with dissatisfaction. The crowd was silent and did not dare to speak. It was obvious that Lone Wolf and Yan Qingfeng were in cahoots. At that moment, they were obviously targeting Lin Xian. I came late because I wanted to give some people more time to live. Since you don't appreciate my kindness, then forget it. A faint voice resounded and lingered in the surroundings. It was clearly heard. Humph. What arrogance. Lone Wolf frowned and snorted coldly. On the fighting ring, Yan Qingfeng suddenly opened his eyes and looked forward. His gaze was like a sharp sword that pierced through the void. The surrounding warriors were also shocked. They knew that Lin Xian had arrived. The crowd turned around and saw a group of warriors walking over from behind. The person at the front was Lin Xian. Today, Lin Xian wore a black shirt that fit him perfectly. On his back, he carried the Lone Star sword. His expression was calm and his footwork was steady. He was like a sword immortal, calm and confident. That aura was very special, making people feel that it was very mysterious. Beside him was Murong Qingqing, who was dressed in white. Her face was unparalleled and her temperament was extraordinary. She was like a fairy. Behind Lin Xian, there were hundreds of warriors. These people were naturally members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Today was the day of their boss's life and death battle. No one was left behind. More than 500 people gathered together, forming a terrifying aura. Their clothes were the same, and their footwork was the same. When they stepped on the ground, they emitted an indescribable rhythm, causing the entire ground to tremble. So strong. Was this Lin Xian's strength? The gods were shocked and could not believe it. They knew that Lin Xian had established the Dragon Sword Pavilion, but they had never thought that the Dragon Sword Pavilion would develop so quickly. Now that it had reached such a scale, it was truly shocking. When Lone Wolf saw the 500 people from the Dragon Sword Pavilion, his expression changed slightly. He snorted coldly and said, "Today is a life and death battle. No matter how many people you bring, it's useless." "I brought these people not to help me fight, but to clean up the trash," Lin Xian said indifferently. "This fly is too annoying. Which one of you will chase him out?" Hearing this, everyone was shocked and their hearts trembled violently. Fly. Lin Xian actually called Lone Wolf a fly. Was he courting death? One had to know that Lone Wolf was a genius expert ranked 33rd. In addition to his violent fighting style, his combat strength was not weaker than Yan Qingfeng's. Lin Xian actually called such a person a fly. No one dared to imagine what kind of anger Lone Wolf would erupt. Sure enough, after hearing Lin Xian's words, Lone Wolf's face darkened, and a terrifying killing intent erupted from his body. "Kid, you'd better kneel down and kowtow to apologize. Otherwise, I guarantee that you won't have to go to the life and death arena. You'll die here." Lone Wolf's voice was cold, like a sharp blade that quickly cut through the void. On the other hand, Yi Yan, Snow Lady, and the rest narrowed their eyes as if they were watching a show. Lin Xian ignored Lone Wolf's threat and shook his head slightly as he spoke to Dongfang Xiong. "Dongfang, throw this guy out. I don't want to see him. I don't want to affect my mood for the competition." "Don't worry, Brother Xian." Dongfang Xiong laughed foolishly and took a step forward. His entire body exuded a dragon-elephant aura. Following his action, the 500 members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion behind him roared in unison. How dare he insult their boss? He deserved to die. They didn't care if he was an expert on the sublime venerable leaderboard. As long as he dared to insult their boss, he would be sent flying. 500 people gathered together. Their aura was terrifying. Moreover, these people weren't weak. More than half of them had entered the supremacy realm. With so many cultivators gathered together, not to mention the third-level venerated realm experts, even the elders' expressions changed drastically. They couldn't fight back. They couldn't fight back at all. Back then, Lin Xian had led 50 supremacies and barged into the Vientiane auction. Now, the members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were 10 times more than before. Their power was also 10 times more than before. Terrifying spiritual energy soared from the 500 people. It formed a huge hand in the air and slammed down. "You're courting death. Die!" Lone Wolf roared. An extremely powerful aura erupted from his body as he fought against the huge hand in the sky. However, everything he did was in vain. Although he was a third-level supremacies and there was a suppression between supremacies, he wasn't facing one person. He was facing 500 experts. All 500 of them were geniuses. Although they weren't as strong as him, their talents weren't any weaker than his. Now that the 500 people had gathered together, he couldn't fight back at all. Poof, a string of blood splattered down from the sky as Lone Wolf was sent flying. The void was torn apart. His body was like a shooting star as he instantly disappeared into the horizon. Silence. Absolute silence. All the martial artists around the life and death ring were stunned. The powerful Lone Wolf, an expert ranked 33rd on the Sublime Venerable leaderboard, was sent flying just like that. Seeing the members of the Dragon Sword Pavilion, everyone gasped. They didn't dare to be presumptuous. In the life and death ring, Yan Qingfeng frowned. The other party's society was indeed a terrifying force that could even threaten him. But so what? Today's match was a battle of life and death. No one could help Lin Xian. In a one-on-one battle, Yan Qingfeng had absolute confidence. Although you can make Lone Wolf leave the stage, it's all in vain. On the life and death arena, no one can help you. Once you lose the support of a force, you are nothing. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Is that so? I look forward to it. Lin Xian smiled faintly. He slowly walked forward with steady steps. A powerful sword will gushed out from his body. On the other side, Yan Qingfeng also exuded a terrifying aura that was filled with murderous intent. Moreover, it contained the powerful aura of a third sky venerable realm cultivator, which pressed down on Lin Xian. The two auras clashed in the void, creating a terrifying sound of collision. Yan Qingfeng looked disdainful. He was 2 levels higher than Lin Xian. He could crush Lin Xian to death with his aura alone. He knew that too. Therefore, before going on the stage, he wanted to use his cultivation to humiliate Lin Xian. He wanted Lin Xian to know the consequences of offending the Yan family. However, to his surprise, Lin Xian was not pressed down. Instead, Lin Xian blocked his aura. How is that possible? The others were shocked too. They did not expect Lin Xian to be able to block it. Lin Xian smiled faintly. I can tell from your expression that your plan has failed again. Although I don't want to admit it, I still have to say that I seem to be the nemesis of the Yan family. Therefore, you have to be careful. Don't die because of me. Humph. Yan Qingfeng snorted. He squinted his eyes and stared at Lin Xian. Then, he looked surprised. You've broken through. No wonder you're so arrogant. Even if you're a second sky venerable, it's still not enough. I'll let you know how big the gap between us is. Cherish this moment. Today will be the last time you're arrogant. Lin Xian shook his head slightly and walked towards the combat ring quickly. With every step he took, the sword intent on his body grew stronger. In the end, the entire space was shrouded by the terrifying sword light as if it was going to tear the 9 heavens apart. The surrounding crowd was shocked and retreated quickly. They could not withstand the pressure of the aura. Then, Lin Xian stepped onto the combat ring. Sword chi exploded like a peerless sword and slashed forward. Too powerful, Lin Xian was like a sword god. He was extremely sharp and pointed his sword at Yan Qingfeng. Activate! As Lin Xian stepped onto the combat ring, the surrounding elders of the academy shouted. Then, they waved their hands and injected spiritual energy into the combat ring. In the end, the entire combat ring shook rapidly and formed a sealed space. Only when one party died would the combat ring open again and release the winner. Otherwise, both parties would be sealed in the combat ring. This was the combat ring. Once one entered the combat ring, life and death would be decided immediately. Only those who were alive could leave the combat ring. Looking at Lin Xian opposite him, Yan Qingfeng became extremely cold. A violent and cold murderous aura was released from his body and quickly spread in all directions. In his eyes, a cold blade flashed. Today, he was going to kill his opponent and take the Lone Star Sword to clear the name of his family. Kid, although you've broken through to the second sky of the honorable realm, you're still nothing in front of me. Take out the Lone Star Sword. Otherwise, you won't stand a chance. Hearing this, many people nodded in agreement. Indeed, although Lin Xian was powerful, the gap between them was too big. If he did not use the Lone Star Sword, he would have been killed instantly. However, Lin Xian smiled faintly. Since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Then, he slowly took out the Lone Star Sword from his back. Hearing this, many people shook their heads. They all thought that Lin Xian had gone overboard. One should know that even with the Lone Star Sword, he could at most fight evenly with Yan Qingfeng. It was impossible for him to defeat Yan Qingfeng. However, Lin Xian was extremely confident. After he had broken through to the second sky of the honorable realm, his chances of winning had increased to 80%. This was still under the condition that he did not use the Lone Star Sword. If he used the Lone Star Sword now, he would definitely win. In fact, in his opinion, if he used the Lone Star Sword, this battle would become very meaningless. However, this was a battle of life and death. He could not afford to be careless. In a battle of this nature, he had to be fast, ruthless, and accurate. Therefore, even if Yan Qingfeng did not say it, he had decided to use the Lone Star Sword to end the battle quickly. Opposite him, Yan Qingfeng snorted. In his opinion, even if Lin Xian had the Lone Star Sword, he would definitely be able to kill his opponent. This was because he was not an ordinary third sky of the honorable realm. He was a genius martial artist. Yan Qingfeng was very confident. Regardless of whether Lin Xian used the Lone Star Sword or not, he would still be able to kill him. He was very confident in his own strength. He extended his palm and a snow-white long saber appeared in his hand. The saber radiance flickered and cut through the void easily. Needless to say, it was a treasured saber. With the saber in hand, Yan Qingfeng's entire body became sharp. His aura was unbearable. Next, you will know how big the gap between us is. Even if you have the Lone Star Sword, you won't be able to make up for it. He snorted coldly and waved his arm. The snow-white long saber fell, bringing with it a strong gust of wind. Along with it was a dazzling saber radiance that merged into one. The crowd was shocked and their hearts trembled. Yan Qingfeng was too powerful. Just a normal attack was unbearable. He was indeed a genius martial artist who was ranked 30th on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. Lin Xian's expression was grave. Yan Qingfeng's attack could threaten his safety. He used the illusory demonic steps and dodged quickly. At the same time, he waved the long sword in his hand. He became one with the sword and charged toward Yan Qingfeng. You want to fight in close combat? You're courting death. Yan Qingfeng sneered. The saber in his hand flickered even more. With his earth-rank body movement, Lin Xian was very fast. He arrived in front of Yan Qingfeng in an instant. The next moment, the great dragon sword soul exploded. A shocking murderous aura and a blood-red sword radiance accompanied the Lone Star Sword as it pierced forward. In an instant, the entire sky was dyed red as if hell had descended. Boom! Poof! With one strike, the two of them quickly moved to opposite ends of the arena. That's fast. What happened? The crowd was anxious and discussed quickly. They could not see the attack clearly at all. They could only feel the horrifying power spreading in all directions. The Lone Star Sword is only SOSO, Yan Qingfeng turned around and sneered. However, before he could finish his sentence, his expression changed drastically. His entire face was distorted. Poof, the next moment, blood spurted out of his right arm like a river of blood. It was terrifying. His entire right arm was separated from his body and fell to the ground. Ah! My arm. What? What happened? The crowd was stunned and could not believe it. At that moment, everyone was stunned. It was as if they were dreaming. The powerful Yan Qingfeng's arm was cut off? This was too unbelievable. Lin Xian, how is Lin Xian? Everyone hurriedly turned their heads and looked to the other side. They knew that the moment they exchanged blows, the two of them must have had an intense collision. Otherwise, such a shocking thing would not have happened. God, he's fine. Someone cried out in alarm, not daring to believe it. Lin Xian stood proudly with his sword in his hand. His sleeves were torn, and the cut was even. It was cut by the long blade, but his body was unharmed. With one strike, Yan Qingfeng was defeated. The previously incomparably arrogant and domineering Yan Qingfeng was actually defeated in one move. Was Lin Xian too terrifying, or was the Lone Star Sword too powerful? The crowd did not know, but they knew that Yan Qingfeng had lost the match. Without his right arm, his battle prowess would definitely drop drastically. How could he possibly withstand the Lone Star Sword's attacks, and the consequence of failure was death? Impossible, this is impossible. Outside the arena, Yan Qingyang was trembling in disbelief. He knew his elder brother's strength. Even a third-level honorable realm of the older generation was no match for him. However, such a person had actually been defeated. Furthermore, he had been defeated in a single move. Just how powerful was Lin Xian? The Tao Spirit Association's side was dead silent, but the Dragon Sword Pavilion's side was jubilant. Morong Qingqing's beautiful eyes also turned, her face full of surprise. Yi Yan, Snow Lady, and the rest were also extremely shocked. They did not expect such a situation either. What a fast sword! In the distance, a few elders of the academy exclaimed, looking at Lin Xian with sparkling eyes. This kid is incredible. Even without the Lone Star Sword, he can still win. However, the Lone Star Sword has shortened the process infinitely. Yes, such a fast sword is very rare among the younger generation. Not bad, not bad. Perhaps, he is qualified to enter that place. A few elders conversed, and they were very optimistic about Lin Xian. In the life and death ring, Yan Qingfeng's body trembled. He looked at the severed arm and fell into a daze. This should not be. This was not the result he had expected. How could his opponent have such a powerful attack? The Lone Star Sword, it must be the Lone Star Sword. His eyes were filled with madness as he stared ahead. Is this the power of a half-Earth rank treasure? So powerful. I must get it. He roared to the sky, and the aura on his body erupted like a flood. Boom, the void exploded, and a black lightning bolt floated in the sky with terrifying power. Die, brat. Yan Qingfeng roared and released his martial soul to attack. Rumble, in an instant, lightning surged, shattering everything. The sea of lightning surged, and it was extremely terrifying. This scene was too terrifying. The entire sky was a sea of lightning, and it quickly enveloped Lin Xian. Gulp, countless people swallowed their saliva. This kind of attack was terrifying. Even a third-rank honorable would be turned into ashes in an instant. Lin Xian also felt the danger. Without hesitation, he quickly held the Lone Star Sword with both hands and displayed the Great Dragon Sword Soul to the extreme. Gale Lightning Sword, 3 moves frighten ghosts and gods. A sword chi, as thick as a mountain and as fierce as a sword god, quickly slashed down. Boom, the void trembled, and the endless sea of lightning swayed before it was mercilessly cut open. The scene was terrifying. It was as if the dark night had been forcefully torn open by a pair of large hands. Countless rays of light surged in, and the sky regained its clarity. The entire life and death ring trembled. If not for the special material, it would have been destroyed long ago. Drip. Drip, there was a pool of blood dripping in front, but Yan Qingfeng's figure had disappeared. Gulp, countless people swallowed their saliva with difficulty, unable to believe what had happened. Another sword. In just one sword, Yan Qingfeng was dead. Throughout the entire process, Lin Xian had only attacked twice. However, these 2 attacks had taken Yan Qingfeng's life. The first attack had cut off Yan Qingfeng's right arm, directly destroying all of Yan Qingfeng's beliefs. The second attack had directly killed Yan Qingfeng. The entire process was very short, and it took less than half an hour. No, this can't be real. Demon, demon. Below, Yan Qingyang screamed in horror, and his body trembled. In the next moment, he turned around and fled. Yan Qingfeng was dead, and he did not even have the courage to face Lin Xian. The martial artists of Daoling Association also quickly retreated, disappearing into the crowd. Everyone knew that from today onwards, Daoling Association no longer existed. Buzz, on the life and death ring, the special enchantment disappeared. The entire ring quickly faded, and it fell into a deep sleep again. Brother Xian! Brother Xian! The people of Dragon Sword Pavilion shouted crazily. They were too excited. Lin Xian's strength had shocked their new god. This was their boss. The boss of Dragon Sword Pavilion. At this moment, the people of Dragon Sword Pavilion were extremely excited. They realized that joining Dragon Sword Pavilion was the best choice. The news that Lin Xian had defeated Yan Qingfeng spread like wildfire throughout Senma College. Everyone knew that this new student was too amazing. He had risen to power and would definitely be one of the top fighters in the college in the future. Lin Xian had defeated Yan Qingfeng and was ranked 30th on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. This advancement speed was terrifying. It was probably rare in Senma College for the past 100 years. His Mystic Sovereign mirror had evolved again, and it was accompanied by rich spiritual qi. The spiritual qi was too rich. With the Mystic Sovereign mirror, he did not need to go to the intermediate spiritual tower anymore. Therefore, he went into seclusion after returning to experience the benefits of the Mystic Sovereign mirror. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. However, on this day, Lin Xian had a guest in his courtyard. It was a delicate and cute girl with big eyes and long black hair. She looked like a little fairy. This young girl was wearing a long blue and white dress. There was an ice flower painted on the cuffs of her sleeves. It was as if it was real, and it was emitting traces of coldness. You are? Lin Xian was stunned when he saw the girl. He did not know her, but he had seen the symbol on her clothes before. 2 days ago, when he was in a death match, there was a group of people wearing the same clothes near the arena. I'm Vhumad, the girl said softly. I'm from the Ice and Snow Pavilion in the Self-Study Institute. Ice and Snow Pavilion. Lin Xian nodded slightly. He remembered very clearly that the person who led the Ice and Snow Pavilion that day was a girl with long silver hair. She was terrifyingly powerful and even stronger than Yan Qingfeng. Why are you looking for me? I'm not the one looking for you. My sister is looking for you. Come with me. Your sister? Lin Xian was confused. Aya, you're so stupid. My sister is the owner of the Ice and Snow Pavilion, Ice Fairy. She's also the snow lady that you guys call Ice Fairy? Why is she looking for me? Lin Xian was even more confused. They did not know each other. You'll know when you get there. The girl pouted. I say, you're a big man. Don't tell me you don't dare to go? Why wouldn't I dare? Lin Xian smiled. Lead the way. Very quickly, under Sherman's lead, the two of them left the freshman area and headed east of Senma College. After flying for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Vhumad finally stopped. In front of him was a valley covered in snow and ice. There were even snowflakes falling from the sky. How strange. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't think that there would be such a strange place in the academy. Actually, this was normal. Senma College was very big, far bigger than what he knew. There were all kinds of landforms, mountains, rivers, lakes, and everything else. A snowy valley wasn't much. Walking into the valley, Lin Xian discovered that there were several blue pavilions inside, presumably the residences of these people. Not far from the left side of the pavilions, there was a blue bamboo forest. Every bamboo was crystal clear, as if they were made of ice and snow. This was frost bamboo, and it contained a powerful frost power. For martial artists who cultivated the ice attribute, it was a very good supplementary cultivation item. At this moment, in front of the forest of frost bamboo, there was a white figure looking at Lin Xian with an expressionless face. It's so cold. Feeling that gaze, Lin Xian was shocked. The coldness in the other party's gaze made him feel uneasy. Sister Ice Fairy, I brought him. Vhumad smiled faintly at the beautiful figure in white. Ice Fairy nodded slightly, then looked at Lin Xian again. Lin Xian also looked at the other party. Putting aside the coldness, Ice Fairy was definitely a stunning beauty. Her beautiful face and exquisite figure were wrapped in a white dress, and her alluring curves could be vaguely seen. Although her delicate face was expressionless, it was not hard to imagine that if that face smiled, it would make everything in the world pale in comparison. What was even more peculiar was that she had a head of silver hair, which added a touch of mystery to her already stunning beauty. "Greetings, Sister Ice Fairy," Lin Xian said. No matter what, the other party was a senior, and he still had to show some courtesy. "Junior brother Lin, you're too polite," Ice Fairy said calmly. "I invited you here because I have a mission for you to participate in. I wonder if you're interested." "Mission? What mission?" Lin Xian was surprised. A mission that the Snow Girl accepted was definitely not ordinary. A 4-star mission. A 4-star mission. Lin Xian was surprised. His eyes narrowed, then he said, "Only seniors can accept 4-star missions. I'm just a freshman, I don't think I have the qualifications." With regards to the rules of the Immortal Martial Academy, Lin Xian had already familiarized himself with them. In Senma College, a large number of missions were issued almost every day. These missions were divided into 1-star to 5-star missions according to their difficulty. Normally, freshmen could only accept the first 3-star missions at the beginning. It seemed unreasonable, but this was a rule that the college made after careful consideration to protect the freshmen's safety. It was important to note that 3-star missions were already very difficult. Basically, one needed to be at least a venerable to complete them. Among the freshmen, only a few genius warriors were qualified to complete such missions. Most of the other freshmen could only accept 1-star or 2-star missions at most. They could only accept higher-level missions after they had stayed in the college for a year and became seniors. Lin Xian had accepted 3-star missions long ago, but he could not accept 4-star missions because he was a freshman. Now, the other party was inviting him to participate in a 4-star mission. "You don't have to worry about qualifications. Since I invited you here, I can help you settle it," Ice Fairy said calmly. Bing Ling said faintly. She always had an indifferent expression on her face, as if nothing could cause her to be affected. "But why did you invite me?" Lin Xian asked again. "There should be many warriors who can participate in 4-star missions in Senma College, right? And there should be many who are stronger than me, right? Why did you choose me?" "Because of strength." Ice Fairy said straightforwardly, "I saw your match with Yan Qingfeng a few days ago. Your strength is very strong, beyond everyone's expectations. Especially your killing blow, I admire it very much. That's why I invited you to participate. But there's one thing I have to explain. I didn't invite you alone. This 4-star mission is a team mission with a total of 5 people. Other than you, I also invited 3 other people. Moreover, the reward for this mission is very generous. If you can successfully complete it, you can get 1,000,000 spiritual value points as a reward." 1,000,000. Lin Xian was shocked and gasped. One had to know that an Earth-rank martial art was only 300,000 spiritual value points. 1,000,000 could be exchanged for 3.5 Earth-rank martial arts. If he could complete such a mission 4 or 5 times, he could exchange it for a complete Earth-rank martial art. No one could resist this temptation. Seeing Lin Xian's shocked expression, Bing Ling said indifferently, "You're thinking too much. Do you think that a 4-star mission is like a cabbage? Moreover, without a certain status and qualifications, it's very difficult to receive a 4-star mission. As for 1,000,000 spiritual stones, it's actually not much. If you can receive a 5-star mission, the reward will be terrifying. I heard that a 5-star mission will give you at least 5,000,000 spiritual value points." 5,000,000? Lin Xian was shocked. Completing a mission like this once could directly exchange for an Earth-rank martial art. However, he knew that a 5-star mission was even more difficult. Bing Ling said, "Although the rewards of a 5-star mission are extremely tempting, only one person has been able to complete it in so many years." "One person? Who is it?" Lin Xian was very curious. "Du Guoyan." This time, there was finally a change in Bing Ling's expression. It was a very dignified look. "Du Guoyan," Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He had seen this name before because this name was ranked first on the mysterious sovereign leaderboard. Alright, let's not talk about other things. Let's talk about this mission. Bing Ling said indifferently. The mission I received is a little special. It's a treasure hunting mission, similar to the ancient treasure cave. Usually, there will be martial arts, treasures, pills, and so on inside. We only need to hand over 30% of the items we obtain to the academy. The rest is ours. This kind of treasure hunting mission is very popular because other than obtaining a large amount of spiritual value points, you can also obtain some ancient treasures. It can be said that it's a mission that every academy disciple wants to complete. There's such a good thing. Lin Xian was a little tempted. Moreover, he could not refuse the reward of 1 million spiritual value points. After all, he had promised the Crimson Dragon that he would help him obtain the dragon's blood. The price of the dragon's blood was very expensive, even more expensive than an Earth-rank martial art. Therefore, this was a good opportunity for Lin Xian. Alright, I agree. Lin Xian nodded solemnly. I wonder who else is there. He had heard that this was a team mission, so he wanted to ask the other warriors. Sister Bing Ling had already chosen. Vhumad said sweetly from the side. Other than you, there is also Yi Yan, who is ranked 25th on the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard, and Yang Lin, who is ranked 36th, the last one is a freshman like you. Her name is Dongfang Red Phoenix. You should know her. Eastern Phoenix. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect that other than him, there would be a new student joining the team. But why not Morong Qingqing? In terms of strength, Morong Qingqing was probably stronger. As if sensing Lin Xian's confusion, the Ice Spirit explained, the Eastern Phoenix's martial soul is a little special, so I chose her. I see. Lin Xian nodded. If there's nothing else, we'll leave in 3 days. When the time comes, you can come to the Ice Spirit Valley and we'll set off together. Alright. Lin Xian nodded. Just as he was about to leave, the sound of something breaking through the air came from behind him. A figure came to the Ice Spirit Valley at lightning speed. It was a wild-looking young man. He wore a beast robe and his hair was messy. His eyes were extremely sharp, like a demonic beast. The young man landed and looked around. When he saw Lin Xian, his face filled with shock. His pupils constricted, and a look of nervousness and fear appeared on his face. At this moment, Lin Xian also saw that person. However, the corners of his mouth curled into a playful smile. The wild-looking young man was none other than Lone Wolf, who had been sent flying a few days ago. Lin Xian didn't expect to meet him in the Ice Spirit Valley. Seeing the smile on Lin Xian's face, Lone Wolf snorted coldly as a cold glint appeared in his eyes. However, he quickly restrained himself and turned to speak to the Ice Spirit. Icicle Fairy, I wonder if you've considered the matter I mentioned before. Lone Wolf's eyes shone with a strange light. He was looking forward to it. Ice Spirit said calmly, the last person has been chosen. It's Lin Xian. As for you, we can work together in the future if there's a chance. What? Lin Xian. Lone Wolf's face darkened and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He turned his head and stared at Lin Xian fiercely. He clenched his fists and his whole body trembled. He didn't expect that the last person for the treasure hunting mission would be Lin Xian. He couldn't accept it. The treasure hunting mission was very popular. However, he could only give up because he couldn't defeat either Ice Spirit or Lin Xian. If that's the case, then forget it. We can work together in the future. Lone Wolf cupped his fists and left the Ice Spirit Valley in a flash. 5,000 meters away from the Ice Spirit Valley, there were a few figures who seemed to be waiting for something. He's out. So fast? They raised their heads and looked at the sky. How was it? Did you succeed? Looking at Lone Wolf, one of them asked. No, the last person was snatched. Gulu's face was gloomy and his voice was cold. Who dares to snatch boss's name? Could it be one of the top 20? No, it's Lin Xian. Lone Wolf gritted his teeth and said. His eyes were full of murderous intent and hatred. Hearing this, the others were shocked as well. Fear appeared on their faces. They clearly remembered the life and death battle from before. Lin Xian wielded the Lone Star Sword and killed Yan Qingfeng instantly. Most people believed that Lin Xian's victory was due to his half-earth step artifact. However, a weapon was also a part of a martial artist's strength. As long as the Lone Star Sword was with Lin Xian, no one dared to touch him. Damn it, I can't take this lying down. Lone Wolf roared. His eyes were red like a crazy beast. Boss, I have an idea. We can definitely make Lin Xian die outside. What idea? Quick. Lone Wolf asked. Let's tell the Yan family that Lin Xian is outside. With the Yan family's anger, they won't let him go. No one can touch him in the college. However, once he's out of the college, with the Yan family's strength, it'll be easy for them to kill him. Even if he has the Lone Star Sword, he won't be able to resist. Good idea. Let's do that. Lone Wolf sneered. Lin Xian, you dare to provoke me. I'll make sure you die a horrible death. The few of them moved and disappeared like lightning. 3 days later, Lin Xian left the courtyard and headed to the Ice Spirit Valley. Soon, he arrived at the Ice Spirit Valley again. This time, other than Icicle, there were a few more figures in the valley. One of them was red all over, as if flames were dancing. It was very eye-catching in this icy world. Lin Xian knew this red figure. It was Dongfang Phoenix, who was a freshman like him. Lin Xian nodded slightly and greeted Icicle Fairy and Dongfang Phoenix. Then, he looked at the other two. The other two were equally powerful. One of them wore a long purple robe and had a pale face, as if he had not seen the sun for many days. What was even more peculiar was that his eyes were also purple and filled with a sense of mystery. The other person was a tall and burly young man. The purple-eyed young man was called Yi Yin, ranked 25th on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. The burly young man was called Yang Lin, ranked 36th on the Mystic Honorable Leaderboard. Bing Ling nodded at Lin Xian and introduced the other two. Then, he pointed at Lin Xian and said, "This is the last member of our team, Lin Xian. I believe you guys are familiar with him." Haha, brother Lin, how can I not be familiar with you? The battle of life and death that day was amazing. Yang Lin laughed. Indeed, almost everyone in the college knew who Lin Xian was. After all, the battle of life and death a few days ago was still fresh in their minds. I didn't expect you to be so lucky to get a half-Earth rank weapon. Beside him, Dongfang Phoenix rolled her eyes and snorted. Yi Yan and the rest also looked behind Lin Xian with sparkling eyes. Junior brother Lin, our mission this time is to find treasures. It's better to keep a low profile. If you carry the Lone Star Sword like this, I'm afraid you'll attract a lot of unnecessary trouble. Bing Ling frowned. I'm really sorry. Due to cultivation, I can't put away the Lone Star Sword for the time being. Lin Xian apologized. How about this? I'll wrap the Lone Star Sword with a cloth to cover its appearance. That should help us avoid some trouble. How about this? I have a veil made of heavenly quicksand that can block soul detection. If you wrap the Lone Star Sword with it, it'll be foolproof, Bing Ling said. Heavenly quicksand? Block soul detection. That's good stuff. Hearing this, everyone's eyes sparkled. Heavenly quicksand was something that could block soul detection. Naturally, it was good stuff. They did not expect Bing Ling to give it to Lin Xian. Bing Ling waved her hand and a 1-meter-long blue scarf flew out and landed in Lin Xian's hand. Thank you, senior sister. Lin Xian took it and smiled. Senior sister, I have a small spatial teleportation platform. I'll give it to you now. Finished speaking, Lin Xian took out a profound jade platform. Since the other party was willing to give him a treasure that could isolate his divine sense, he naturally couldn't accept it empty-handed. Thus, he planned to use the profound jade pedestal to exchange for it. Spatial teleportation. Everyone was shocked again, their eyes burning with passion. They didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a treasure on him. At a critical moment, this kind of thing could save his life. Bing Ling paused for a moment, then smiled. Thank you, junior brother Lin. I'll take it. Her smile was like a melting ice that had been frozen for 10,000 years, causing the world to lose its color. Even Lin Xian was momentarily dazed. He had to admit that Bing Ling was definitely a peerless beauty. Taking a deep breath and calming himself down, Lin Xian used the heavenly quicksand to wrap the Lone Star sword. Then, he wrapped it with a layer of black cloth before carrying it on his back. This way, he could feel the Lone Star sword close to him and isolate himself from other people's divine senses to avoid trouble. Everyone is almost ready. Let's go. Bing Ling put away her smile and said lightly. Hearing this, Lin Xian and the others nodded and quickly moved. The 5 of them formed a team and quickly flew out of Senma College. Our destination this time is the Heishui River. It's relatively close to the center of the Blood Realm. At this speed, we can reach it in about 10 days. Flying like this consumes too much spiritual power. Why don't we use this? Lin Xian waved his sleeve and patted his demon beast pouch. Suddenly, a golden figure appeared and expanded in the wind, turning into a golden divine condor that was dozens of feet long. Demon General. What a powerful demon chi. Everyone's expressions changed when they saw the golden divine condor. Let's all get on. After all, 10 days of traveling will consume a lot of energy, Bing Ling said. Then, she flashed and landed on the back of the golden divine condor. The others also jumped and got on the divine condor. The 5 of them sat cross-legged on the back of the golden divine condor. Next, Bing Ling began to explain the treasure hunting mission. First, their destination this time, the Heishui River. This was a very magical area and was very famous in the Blood Realm. It was said that thousands of years ago, countless powerhouses fought a great battle near the Heishui River. As for the reason of the battle, no one remembered. However, that battle was extremely tragic and was recorded in history. Countless powerhouses died, and blood flowed like a river. The blood that flowed into the river turned into black water. It was only because of such strange occurrences that the Black Water River became famous. Those powerhouses fell far behind. Their treasures, storage rings, and other treasures all fell near the Heishui River. In the past few hundred years, there were lucky people who obtained powerful inheritances and powerful treasures near the Heishui River, which changed their fates. Therefore, the Heishui River became a treasure hunting ground. Our mission this time is also at the Heishui River. According to the information, this should be a treasure cave left behind by an 8th heaven venerable, Bing Ling said. The Heishui River is not just a river, but a vast area, Bing Ling said slowly. This time, we will go to the Heishui city to settle down. It is the largest city within 10,000 miles. The city lord of the Heishui city was a 4th heaven venerable. He could be considered an overlord in this area. As Bing Ling explained, the golden-feathered godly eagle spread its wings and flew quickly in the void like a bolt of golden lightning. About 7 or 8 days later, the outline of a huge city appeared. It was like a wild beast entrenched on the ground. Let's land in the Heishui city first. Everyone, take a rest and gather information, Bing Ling said. After all, we are not the only team in the Heishui city. There may be other forces with the same goal as us. So, we must be prepared. He was very comprehensive. Obviously, he was very familiar with this kind of treasure hunting mission. Lin Xian and the others had no objections. They all nodded in agreement. Then, the 5 of them left the golden-feathered godly eagle and flew into the sky. Lin Xian waved his hand and called the golden-feathered godly eagle back. He followed the others and landed in front of the city. Lin Xian squinted his eyes and looked ahead. It was an extremely majestic city. It was completely black and emitted a murderous aura. The city was huge. It did not seem to be any weaker than Windy City. At the city gate, martial artists came and went in an endless stream. Most of them came to the Heishui city to look for treasures. Let's go in, Bing Ling said softly. Then, he took the lead and walked forward. Lin Xian and the others followed behind. They paid the spiritual stones and entered the Heishui city. The city was even more prosperous. There were all kinds of materials. It was a dazzling sight. Yi Yan and the others were okay. After all, they were seniors and had been to many places. However, it was Dongfang Phoenix's first time in a city like this. Her beautiful eyes were full of excitement. Junior sister Dongfang, these things are just for show. The real good stuff is in the city, Bing Ling said. Later, I will bring you to see the real trading area of the Heishui city. Great. Thank you, senior sister Bing Ling. Dongfang Fenghuang was excited. Although their attributes were completely different and even countered each other, there was not much friction between the two. Instead, there was a special closeness between them. This made Lin Xian and the others very surprised. One should know that water and fire were incompatible, and ice and fire were even more incompatible. However, the two beauties were talking and laughing at this moment, which obviously broke their understanding. Strange, really strange. The burly young man, Yang Lin, shook his head and said. Lin Xian also smiled faintly. He glanced around and then nodded slightly. It seemed that Bing Ling was right. Although these places were noisy and had many materials, most of them were not useful to them. Or rather, they were not interested in them at all. He wondered what was so good in the depths of Blackwater City that even Bing Ling was a little tempted. Lin Xian was a little curious. Let's go. Let's find an inn first. The group of people shuttled through Blackwater City and caused quite a stir. Of course, it was not caused by Lin Xian's Lone Star sword. The ancient sword was now completely wrapped up and no one could find it. It was the two beauties in the group who caused the stir, Bing Ling and Dongfang Fenghuang. One of them was as cold as ice and the other was as beautiful as fire. The combination of two completely different styles created a spectacular visual impact. Many people stopped and looked at Bing Ling and Dongfang Fenghuang with eyes full of passion. Lin Xian sighed as he looked at the numerous fiery gazes. It seemed that no matter where one was, regardless of one's cultivation level, beauty and power were the goals that everyone pursued. After finding an inn, Bing Ling led the group again and walked towards the inner part of Blackwater City. Looking at how familiar she was, it should not be her first time here. Blackwater City is divided into the outer city and the inner city. The things in the inner city are the real good. The inner city was obviously different from the outer city. There were many warriors with high cultivation guarding the entrance and the entrance fee was several times more expensive than the outer city. Lin Xian and the others paid the spiritual stones and then walked in. Compared to the noisy streets outside, there were obviously a lot fewer martial artists here. However, every single one of those who were able to enter this place was no weakling, and Exalt Realm cultivators could be seen everywhere. If the outer city was said to be a gathering place for martial artists, then the inner city would be a gathering place for elites. There is a very special elixir pavilion in front. Let me show you, Bing Ling said. Xianxia and the rest followed behind. Soon, they saw a majestic hall in front of them. There were several times more warriors gathered there than in the surroundings. Bing Ling and the others walked into the main hall. Then, she turned around and said to Lin Xian and the others, everyone, find a futon and sit on it. Lin Xian looked around and realized that there were no chairs in the hall, only prayer mats. Each prayer mat represented a position, and many of the prayer mats were already seated. Although Lin Xian took a quick glance, he discovered that none of these people were weak. The five of them found 5 futons side by side and sat down. Then, they began to look around carefully. The surrounding people all had different expressions on their faces. Some were talking in low voices while others were resting with their eyes closed as if they were waiting for something. At this moment, a presumptuous laughter rang out in the hall. It was filled with endless temptation as it spread out in all directions. Many people frowned when they heard this voice, but they did not say anything. Lin Xian was very curious. He turned his head and looked to the left in front of him. That was where the voice came from. There was a girl with a hot figure there. She had a hot figure, a pretty face, and a pair of seductive eyes that could captivate one's soul. Not only that, but she was also wearing very revealing clothes. She only wore a thin purple dress that revealed her slender thighs and the snow-white soft flesh on her chest. On both sides of her were 2 young men. Their auras were ordinary, and they were only in the spirit-detecting realm. However, they were both very handsome. Such handsome young men should have been pursued by thousands of girls, but at this moment, they were like servants trying their best to please the seductive girl. The seductive girl had a look of enjoyment on her face as she teased the 2 handsome young men. From time to time, she would let out extremely seductive sounds. Behind the seductive girl sat an old woman with a head full of white hair. Her eyes were slightly closed as if she was asleep. However, Lin Xian keenly noticed that the old woman was emitting a faint aura that surrounded the seductive girl. It seemed that the old woman with a head full of white hair was the seductive girl's guardian. Humph. Seeing this indecent scene, Dongfang Fenghuang snorted coldly. She was obviously very angry. Yang Lin, on the other hand, widened his eyes in disbelief. That's the daughter of the Blackwater City Lord, Bing Ling explained in a low voice. The daughter of the Blackwater City Lord. Lin Xian and the others were shocked. They did not expect that the seductive girl was the daughter of the city lord. That's right. Look at the black dragon on her chest. That's the symbol of the Blackwater City Lord's mansion. Not only that, the old woman behind her is also a third heaven honorable realm expert. She has the symbol of the City Lord's mansion and is protected by a third heaven honorable realm expert. I'm afraid that in the entire Blackwater City, only the daughter of the City Lord can receive such treatment. Bing Ling's voice was cold and emotionless. It was obvious that she was very disgusted by the seductive girl's behavior. I didn't expect the people from the Iron Sword sect to be here too. Yi Yan also exclaimed as a purple light flickered in his eyes. Lin Xian looked over and saw a group of warriors carrying iron swords on their backs in front and to the right. They were of different ages. The oldest was an old man and the youngest was a young man. These people wore different clothes and had different expressions. However, all of them carried iron swords on their backs. They also carried a sharp aura that belonged to swordsmen. The Iron Sword sect. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed as he looked at the warriors. As a swordsman, he could feel that they were powerful. Moreover, these were the few swordsmen that he had seen who carried long swords on their backs. Generally, martial artists would have storage rings. Weapons and such would be placed in the storage ring, and would only be taken out during battle. However, these people from the Iron Sword sect carried long swords on their backs. They were indeed unique. However, Lin Xian soon understood and shook his head. He was also carrying a treasure sword on his back. If not for the sky quicksand, he would have attracted their attention. Is the Iron Sword sect very powerful? Dongfang Fenghuang asked, puzzled. Within 10,000 miles of the Blackwater River, there are three most powerful forces. They are the Blackwater City, the Iron Sword sect, and the Huangfu clan. These three forces occupy different areas. They usually don't interact with each other. Now that the people from the Iron Sword sect have come to the Blackwater City, they must be here for the treasure. Perhaps these people have received some news. There's no other way. Every time a rare treasure appears, it will cause quite a stir. These forces are all near the Blackwater River. They must have received the news in advance, Yang Lin said in a deep voice. Sure enough, the Huangfu family is here too. Bing Ling's voice was solemn. Lin Xian turned his head and saw another group of people coming from the entrance. These people looked arrogant and their bodies were shrouded in a layer of yellow light, exuding a powerful aura. The leader was a middle-aged man in a yellow robe. He strode in, came to the futon at the front and sat down quickly. Seeing these people's confident and overbearing behavior, Lin Xian knew that they must be from the Huangfu family. He did not expect the three major forces of Blackwater City to appear here at the same time. What's in this hall? How can it attract people from the three major forces? Lin Xian was very curious. Bing Ling and the others looked solemn. They realized that this treasure hunt might be more difficult than they thought. After about 30 minutes, a group of people came out from the depths of the hall and walked to the crystal platform in front of the futon. Suddenly, the martial artists in the hall opened their eyes and looked forward with passion. Some of them even trembled with excitement. It looked like an auction, but according to Bing Ling, it should be an elixir pavilion. Lin Xian frowned slightly. What was this so-called elixir pavilion doing? In front, an old man with the demeanor of a transcendent being slowly walked towards the crystal platform. He looked around and laughed. Fellow cultivators, I've made you wait for a long time. I'm Gong Sungu. I'm sure everyone knows me. First of all, thank you for coming to Jade Hall Elixir Pavilion. Your wait will not be in vain. You will definitely get what you want here. Is Jade Hall Elixir Pavilion very famous? Dongfang Phoenix asked. Of course. Jade Hall Elixir Pavilion has a powerful force behind it. It seems to be related to Green Hill Chamber of Commerce. Although the three major forces of Blackwater City are powerful, they dare not provoke Jade Hall Elixir Pavilion. I see. Lin Xian suddenly understood. No wonder when Gong Sun Gu and the others came out, even the daughter of the governor of Blackwater City restrained herself. On the crystal platform, the old man named Gong Sun Gu introduced and said solemnly, "Next, we will get down to business." With that, he waved his sleeve and a palm-sized pill bottle appeared on the crystal platform. The old man smiled and slowly opened the bottle. Immediately, a strong pill fragrance floated out. Not only that, the pill fragrance wafted in the air, forming a 3-foot-tall green demonic beast phantom. It was incomparably ferocious and lifelike. This is... Dongfang Fenghuang and the others were astonished, their mouths agape. Lin Xian's eyes also narrowed as a light flickered in his eyes. He did not expect that the level of alchemy in this place would be so high. The cyan shadow above the pill bottle was clearly the manifestation of the pill fragrance. This kind of method was not just a matter of the grade of the pill. The quality of the pill was even more important. It was obvious that the pills in front of him were of extremely high quality, regardless of rank or quality. At this moment, old man Gong Sun also spoke. "Everyone, this medicinal pellet is called the Cyan Spirit Pellet. It is concocted using the Cyan Spirit Beast's monstrous core. After taking this pill, it can greatly increase a martial artist's speed. It can double a martial artist's speed within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. This is definitely a rare medicinal pill. I hope that everyone will consider it carefully and not miss this golden opportunity." Hearing this, many people were shocked and their expressions changed. Doubling one's speed was an incredible thing. One should know that if one's speed suddenly increased during a battle, it would definitely catch the opponent off guard. Moreover, increasing one's speed was something that could only be done by secret skills. However, a medicinal pill could solve this problem. Even Lin Xian and the others were surprised. In the world of martial arts, only speed was unbeatable. If one could greatly increase one's speed, it would definitely increase one's strength. At this moment, old man Gong Sun looked at the lively scene below and chuckled. The starting price of the Cyan Spirit Pellet is 5 million spiritual stones. The bidding starts now. Bidding? Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect that these medicinal pills would be sold in an auction. However, the others in the hall were used to it. As soon as old man Gong Sun finished speaking, someone began to bid. Dongfang Fenghuang's beautiful eyes moved as she listened to the rising price. She was very surprised. She did not expect a small medicinal pill to be auctioned for nearly 10 million spiritual stones. In the end, the Cyan Spirit Pellet was bought by a slightly plump middle-aged man at the price of 5 million spiritual stones. Next, old man Gong Sun took out another medicinal pill and began the auction. Every single one of these pills had a unique effect, and it was truly amazing. Lin Xian looked at the heated scene in the hall and narrowed his eyes. However, he did not intend to make a move. He knew that behind the miraculous effects of these medicinal pills, there should be a significant side effect. After all medicinal pills had side effects. Everything was relative. When one obtained something, one would also have to pay a price. Therefore, one's own strength was the most reliable thing. Bing Ling and the others also did not make a move. Although the medicinal pills before were miraculous, they were not interested in them. One should know that these people were all favored by the heavens. Perhaps only those extremely unique items could make them make a move. Everyone, the next medicinal pill is very rare. Someone spent a lot of effort to obtain it from the Blackwater River. According to our appraisal, this medicinal pill should be refined by a Danzong master. A Danzong master? Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Their eyes were somewhat fiery as they looked ahead. To be called a grandmaster, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Even Lin Xian sat up straight with a trace of curiosity in his eyes. Alchemy grandmaster, that was the goal he yearned for. On the crystal stage, old man Gong Sun took out a white jade box and carefully held it in his hands. The white jade box was very small and was about half the size of a palm. It was white and flawless and emitted a faint glow. Disregarding everything else, this box alone was a rare treasure. In the next moment, Old Man Gongsun opened the white jade box and revealed a medicinal pill the size of a longan fruit. The pill was crimson in color, and its surface was covered with dense veined patterns, as if they were intertwined to form a strange pattern. However, the inscriptions were already rather dim, and even the pill was dim and lusterless. If it was not placed in the white jade box, almost no one would think that it was a medicinal pill. Seeing this scene, many people were puzzled. The appearance of this medicinal pill was much worse than the previous ones. Everyone, please calm down and listen to my explanation. Old Man Gongsun gestured for everyone to quiet down. Then, he said loudly, "Don't underestimate this medicinal pill. According to our deduction, this medicinal pill should be able to increase a martial artist's vitality. As everyone knows, vitality is very important to a martial artist. It can be said that it is the foundation. Only with a strong vitality can one go further." Increase vitality? Humph, Old Man Gongsun. It is true that vitality is the foundation of a martial artist, but what grade is this medicinal pill? How much vitality can it increase? Can you explain it clearly? At the front, the middle-aged man from the Huangfu family looked at the crystal stage and said coldly. Hearing that, the others nodded. They also wanted to know how much qi and blood this pill could increase. As expected of an expert from the Huangfu family. You're really thoughtful. Old Man Gongsun laughed. This pill was dug out from an ancient ruin. As for its effects, we once invited a grade 6 alchemist to examine it, but he didn't find out its exact medicinal effects. However, that grade 6 alchemist strongly recommended it. He believed that this pill was definitely refined by an alchemy grandmaster who surpassed him. Alright, let's begin the auction. The starting price is 3 million spirit stones, Old Man Gongsun said quickly. Below, the crowd booed. This was clearly a pit of fire. Although it was crowned with the title of a grade 6 alchemist, who would buy it if its effects weren't even confirmed, most people shook their heads and ignored it. However, there was also a small group of people who revealed interested gazes. Among them, there was a martial artist who offered 4 million to try his luck. There were also some warriors who didn't lack money who wanted to hide this pill book so that they could show it off in the future. Therefore, there were several people bidding in the entire hall. However, when the price reached 5 million spirit stones, the number of people bidding suddenly decreased. After all, they weren't fools. Although they wanted to buy it, they wouldn't spend too many spirit stones. 5 million spirit stones. I wonder if any friends are willing to bid higher. Old Man Gongsun said with a smile on the crystal platform. This price had already exceeded his expectations. After all, even they didn't know the exact effects of this pill. It was already very good that it could be auctioned. Lin Xian looked at the dim pill on the crystal platform and narrowed his eyes. Although he still couldn't confirm the exact effects of the pill, based on his experience and the knowledge he learned from Lord Alcohol, Lin Xian could conclude that this pill was definitely not simple. In the eyes of ordinary people, this might be a useless pill with unknown effects, but in Lin Xian's eyes, this was definitely something good. 5 million. Lin Xian said indifferently. Originally, Old Man Gongsun had already wanted to finalize the auction, but now, someone actually increased the price, which was really out of his expectations. Not only him, but all the cultivators in the hall were whispering to each other. Many people turned their heads, wanting to see just which prodigal son was spending so much money to buy a pill whose effects they didn't know. The daughter of the city lord of Blackwater City, Xiaomei, turned her head and stared at Lin Xian and the rest. Her delicate and beautiful face revealed a trace of seductiveness. Her small cherry lips were slightly opened, and her small tongue quickly licked her lips. That action was extremely seductive. Many people saw this scene and immediately felt a ball of evil fire rising in their lower abdomens, as if they could not control it. Damn it! Many martial artists snorted and quickly circulated their spirit energy to suppress the evil in their bodies. Hee, what a handsome young man. The seductive woman looked at Lin Xian, Yi Yan, and the others with a seductive smile. She cultivated an evil skill that specialized in absorbing men's yang qi, and a man's yang qi was related to his qi, blood, and cultivation. Perhaps others could not feel it, but this seductive woman cultivated a skill that could clearly sense the vigorous qi and blood in Lin Xian and the others, as if they were a furnace of heaven and earth. Any one of them was far more powerful than the two handsome young men beside her. If I can get these three, my skills will definitely increase greatly. The seductive woman was excited and wanted to grab Lin Xian and the others and throw them on the bed immediately. What are you looking at? Yang Lin snorted coldly. His voice was like thunder, shaking the void. He was very disgusted by the seductive woman's gaze. Yi Yan also did not say a word. Purple light flashed in his eyes, bringing with it a chill. He also did not have a good impression of the seductive woman. However, Lin Xian did not show any dissatisfaction. He just looked at her indifferently and then ignored her. Although she used a seductive technique, it was not difficult for him. Io, not only are you handsome, but your personality is also very unique. The seductive woman laughed wantonly, and the soft flesh on her chest jiggled. Elder sister, I love this kind of young man with personality the most. Then, she turned to the crystal table and said in a sweet voice, 6 million spiritual stones. What kind of elixir is that? This princess wants it, 6 million? Everyone was shocked again. As expected of the daughter of the city lord, she was so generous. Spending 6 million spiritual stones to buy a useless elixir of unknown use was really a big deal. Old man Gong's son was slightly stunned, but then he smiled and squinted his eyes. How could he not understand the situation in front of him? It seemed that the infamous daughter of the city lord had taken a liking to Lin Xian and the others. This daughter of the city lord was famous for being loose. None of the young martial artists that she had taken a liking to could escape from her evil clutches. The three young men were probably in danger. However, this had nothing to do with old man Gong's Sunday. What he wanted to do was to sell the elixir at a high price. Lin Xian's face also darkened, and he frowned slightly. Obviously, he was also surprised by the other party's sudden increase in price. One had to know that not long ago, he had spent 1 billion spiritual stones to buy the Lone Star Sword. Now, he did not have many spiritual stones left. If the other party insisted on raising the price, it would be troublesome. Seeing Lin Xian frown, Xiaomei's smile became even wider. What a handsome face. Even when he frowned, he looked so good. She did not care about everyone's gazes, and directly flirted with Lin Xian. Humph. Beside her, Dongfang Phoenix coldly snorted. She had a fiery temper and could not stand such a shameless woman. Therefore, she also bid 5 million. Instantly, the surrounding people's expressions became rich. They had already noticed the girl in red. Whether it was her figure or her face, she was far more beautiful than Xiaomei. At this moment, her bid attracted everyone's attention. Many people were guessing the relationship between this girl in red and Lin Xian. Even the people from the Iron Sword sect and the Huangfu clan turned around and looked at Lin Xian and the others. When they saw Dongfang Phoenix, who was wearing a fiery red light armor, they were shocked. This was because they realized that she had the powerful aura of an honorable. Not only that, but the people around the fiery red girl also had powerful auras. Every one of them was above an honorable. Where did this group of people come from? The two forces' hearts were heavy. Xiaomei's expression also froze, and then it became very ugly. She was the daughter of the city lord, and no one in Blackwater City dared to go against her. Moreover, the other party was also a woman, and her figure and appearance were far better than hers. This caused a strong sense of jealousy to rise in her heart. 7 million. Xiaomei's voice carried a trace of coldness. 7, 5 million, 8 million. 8, 5 million. Dongfang Phoenix nonchalantly said. Her eyes were full of indifference, as if this amount of money was nothing to her. Xiaomei was so angry that her whole body trembled. She gritted her teeth and was about to raise the price again. However, at this moment, the white-haired old woman behind her suddenly reached out and stopped Xiaomei. She said in a low voice, Miss, let's forget about it. There's no need to waste money on a useless pill. Also, those people are not simple. If we fight, I don't have the confidence to win. We have a mission this time. Miss, don't be impulsive. Hearing this, Xiaomei snorted coldly. She was obviously unwilling, but she did not continue to raise the price. Instead, she looked at Dongfang Phoenix and the others coldly. She decided that if she had the chance, she would ruin the other party's face. Seeing that the other party did not bid, Dongfang Phoenix snorted, "What daughter of a mayor? She's just a woman. If I see her, I'll teach her a lesson." Hearing this, Lin Xian broke out in cold sweat. This girl's temper was really hot. "Do you know the specific effects of that pill?" he asked. "No." Dongfang Phoenix shook her head, "I just don't like the other party. As for that pill, I don't care about it. It's yours." F***ck, Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Women were really scary creatures. Their thoughts could not be judged by common sense. However, this was not bad. At least he did not have to spend a single cent to get the pill. If that's the case, then thank you. Lin Xian smiled at Dongfang Phoenix. Alright, don't be impulsive. After all, we're here for a mission. It's better to keep a low profile. Bing Ling said. Lin Xian and the others nodded in agreement. After this, a few more pills were auctioned. However, Lin Xian and the others did not bid this time. Lin Xian looked around and frowned. He realized that the people from the Iron Sword clan and the Huangfu clan did not bid from the beginning to the end. It was as if they were waiting for something. Lin Xian was curious. He did not know what could attract so much attention from the two major forces. As time passed, the atmosphere in the hall was unusually lively. Many people obtained pills that they were satisfied with. At this time, Old Man Gong's son took out another item. It was a very simple and unadorned square box. It was bronze in color and carved with hollow patterns. However, when the ancient bronze box appeared, the people from the Iron Sword sect and the Huangfu clan became excited. Everyone's eyes sparkled as they stared ahead. Even Xiao Mei, who had always been slutty, retracted her charm and became serious. The white-haired old woman behind her suddenly opened her eyes. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked ahead, only to see the ancient bronze box slowly open. There was a completely blue pill inside. The pill was the size of a walnut. It was completely round and emitted a faint light. At this moment, the azure pill emitted a rich pill fragrance. The fragrance intertwined in the air, forming a strange pattern. It was like a blue water dragon. The blue water dragon circled around and let out a low roar that quickly spread in all directions. What followed was a terrifying pressure. This aura? What terrifying pressure? Just what kind of pill could have such power? Countless people's expressions changed. They felt as if the blood in their bodies had frozen. It was an extremely uncomfortable feeling. One should know that most of the people present were honorables and were very powerful. However, they could still feel the terrifying pressure. One could only imagine how terrifying the blue pill was. At this moment, countless people looked at the pill in front of them and swallowed their saliva. This pill? Dongfang Phoenix also looked over in surprise. She finally found something that shocked her. This aura is too powerful. Bing Ling looked ahead and frowned. I'm afraid it's something left behind by a king. A king? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Even Lin Xian's pupils shrank. One should know that a king was the most powerful existence in the mainland. How could something left behind by a king be ordinary? However, no one could understand why a king's item would appear here. Old Man Gong's son chuckled when he saw everyone's puzzled and passionate gazes. Everyone, this blue pill was found in the depths of the Black Water River. According to our deduction, this pill was most likely left behind by an alchemy grandmaster who had reached the king realm. A king-level alchemy grandmaster. Could it be the Niwa of Gojoseon? Instantly, all the martial artists in the hall became excited. Countless eyes looked ahead with passion. They could not help but be excited. In the great battle of the Black Water River 1,000 years ago, many powerhouses had fallen. It was said that a king-level alchemy grandmaster had also fallen. The Niwa of Gojoseon was extremely powerful in Bhutan. His attainments in alchemy were superb. However, after he fell, no one found his body, nor did anyone find anything related to his inheritance. Many people even thought that the fall of the Niwa of Gojoseon was just a legend. However, now, a pill that was suspected to be refined by the Niwa of Gojoseon had appeared. This was enough to drive anyone crazy. I'm sure everyone knows that strange scenes have been happening around the Blackwater River recently. Everyone here is a treasure hunter. I don't need to tell you that this is the sign of a rare treasure. Now, the water dragon pill has appeared. I'm afraid things are not that simple. According to our deduction, this rare treasure is most likely left behind by the Niwa of Gojoseon. Old man Gongsuen's words silenced the entire hall. However, after a while, everyone became even more excited. Even the people from the three forces were breathing heavily. Their eyes were burning. Although they did not know if old man Gongsun was telling the truth, they did know about the strange scenes that often appeared around the Blackwater River. Moreover, some people noticed that the scale and frequency of the strange scenes this time were far greater than before. This was enough to show that the rare treasure that appeared this time was not ordinary. Now that the water dragon pill had appeared, it meant that it was most likely left behind by the Niwa of Gojoseon. Thinking of this, everyone's breathing became more rapid. A rare treasure left behind by a king-level alchemy grandmaster was completely different from an ordinary treasure. If this was true, it would probably cause an uproar in the entire Blackwater River area. Not only were the three forces shocked, but Lin Xian and the others were also extremely shocked. Yang Lin's eyes widened as he scratched his head. Wasn't it said that it was a treasure left behind by an 8th-level venerable? How did it become a king-level treasure? Bing Ling also frowned. It seems that there is a discrepancy in the mission information this time. If it's just a treasure left behind by an 8th-level venerable, we can still complete it smoothly. However, if it really is a king-level treasure, I'm afraid this mission will become extremely difficult. At that time, all the forces in the Blackwater River area would come to snatch it. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Although they were all talented martial artists with powerful strength, there were only 5 of them. The local forces had countless martial artists. If they really fought, they might not be a match for them. Of course, if Lin Xian and the others really wanted to kill them, the other party would not have it easy. After all, they were all geniuses with heaven-defying means. But that might not be the case. This information might be fabricated by the Elixir Pavilion in order to raise the price, Yi Yan said. After all, the information hasn't been confirmed yet, so we can't panic. Yes, let's wait and see. Let's not act rashly. Bing Ling's expression was also serious. Lin Xian's group of 5 were talking in low voices, while the others in the hall were in a frenzy. Countless people looked forward with fiery eyes, staring at the water dragon pill in the bronze box. Although the information hadn't been confirmed yet, if the rare treasure was really left behind by the Niwa of Gojoseon, then the water dragon pill was a peerless pill, and it might be related to the rare treasure. One had to know that once one reached the king level, their methods would be unfathomable. The pills they refined would not only have the effects of ordinary pills, but they might also have other mysterious functions. Thinking of this, countless people's breathing became more rapid, and their eyes were filled with greed. If they could get the water dragon pill, their chances of getting a rare treasure would be greatly increased. Once they got a rare treasure, they would soar into the sky and rise up. A rare treasure from a rare treasure was enough to make them soar. If they were lucky, they might even become another rare treasure. Seeing the fiery emotions, old man Gongsun laughed and said, "The water dragon pill is definitely related to the rare treasure, but we don't know the specific relationship between them. However, if you really want to search for the rare treasure, don't miss out on this heaven-defying opportunity." That's all for the information. The auction for the water dragon pill will start now. The starting price is 30 million spiritual stones. It was just a pill, and they didn't even know what it did, but it was sold for 30 million spiritual stones, which was 10 times the price of the previous pills. It was truly shocking. However, old man Gongsun had absolute confidence. He knew that this pill would definitely be sold for an even higher price. After all, a pill refined by a rare treasure was definitely not an ordinary one, and it was related to a rare treasure, which was extremely important. Therefore, the price of this pill would be sky high. He was very confident about this. 35 million. As soon as old man Gongsun's voice fell, Xiao Mei's voice quickly sounded. As the daughter of the Blackwater City Lord, she had to get this pill. 40 million. Although Xiaomei was the daughter of the Blackwater City's castellan and represented the power of Blackwater City, not everyone was on the same page as Blackwater City. At the very least, the other two major forces didn't buy their words. The one who bid was the old man from the Iron Sword sect. His voice was like sword chi, buzzing in the air. Damn it! How dare you compete with our Blackwater City? Xiaomei was so angry that she stomped her feet. She glared at the other party but was ignored. Others might be afraid of Blackwater City, but Iron Sword faction was not. They were also determined to obtain the Water Dragon pill. 45 million. Someone else made a bid. This time, it was the middle-aged man from the Huangfu family who was sitting at the front. He bid in a low voice, his voice carrying a hint of arrogance. The price suddenly increased by 15 million, causing the surrounding martial artists to suck in a breath of cold air. Disappointment appeared in their eyes. They knew that with the three major forces intervening, they had no chance of competing at all. It's only 45 million. I'll pay 5. Dongfang Fenghuang was about to bid, but Lin Xian reacted quickly and covered her cherry lips. Boo-hoo, what are you doing? Dongfang Fenghuang was furious. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared at Lin Xian fiercely. That item is very dangerous. I'm afraid it's not much less tempting than the Lone Star Sword. If we bid for it, we will definitely be targeted by countless people. Lin Xian said in a low voice. Hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Lin Xian was right. Countless people were eyeing the Water Dragon pill, especially the three major forces. They were all determined to get it. If they bid for the Water Dragon pill, they might not even be able to leave Blackwater City. Lin Xian knew this very well. When he first obtained the Lone Star Sword, he went through an extremely fierce battle. Moreover, if it wasn't for his breakthrough in the Blood Sword inheritance, he wouldn't have been able to escape so easily. This time, there were even more experts in Blackwater City. There was even a 4th-level Honorable Realm expert like the Blackwater City Master who was eyeing it covetously. If they really fought, they would be at a disadvantage. Junior brother Lin is right. We should just wait and see, Bing Ling said slowly. Woo-woo, I know. You bastard, take your hand away. Dongfang Fenghuang was so angry that she stomped her feet. If you don't bid, what should we do? She stared at Lin Xian fiercely. Lin Xian retracted his hand and said in a low voice, now we can only wait and see if the king's treasure really appears. If it's not, then it's fine. But if it's true, then we can only secretly look for an opportunity. Although the treasure is good, our lives are more important. Hearing this, the crowd nodded. Bing Ling also looked at Lin Xian a few more times. She could see that although Lin Xian was young and was a freshman, he was very steady in doing things. It was very rare. Yi Yan and Yang Lin were also surprised. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be so experienced in doing things in addition to his heaven-defying combat strength. You know so much. Dongfang Fenghuang snorted angrily. She kept grinding her teeth and stared at Lin Xian fiercely. Although she was angry, she had to admit that Lin Xian's analysis was very reasonable. Without the pressure of competition, Lin Xian and the other four completely relaxed. They looked forward with an expression of watching a show. Now, they just needed to be good spectators. Just as they were discussing countermeasures, the price in the hall had risen to 60 million. This price was absolutely terrifying. It could probably buy countless rare elixirs. However, this price was still not enough to buy the Water Dragon pill. 70 million. At this time, a cold voice sounded again. The sudden increase of 10 million caused the entire hall to cry out in surprise. The one who bid was the elder from the Iron Sword sect. His eyes were gloomy and his voice was cold. Everyone was shocked. As expected of a big force, he raised the price by 10 million. He was indeed rich and overbearing. However, Xiaomei was very angry. The pair of jade rabbits in front of her chest kept shaking as if they were about to jump out. She also said gloomily, Elder Su, I really like this elixir. How about you give it to me? Haha. The elder from the Iron Sword sect called Elder Su laughed, Miss Xiao must be joking. What doesn't Blackwater City have? You want to fight with an old man like me for this elixir? I think Miss Xiao should give it to an old man like me. Humph. I want this water dragon pill. Xiaomei snorted. I want this elixir, 80 million. 80 million? Xiaomei said coldly. Her words carried an aura that said she was determined to win. Hearing this, Elder Su from the Iron Sword sect's face darkened. It seemed that the other party was going to fight to the death with him. 130 million. A confident voice rang out. This time, it was the middle-aged man from the Huangfu clan. Since the two of you are fighting so fiercely, why don't you add me in? The Huangfu clan would not give up on the water dragon pill either. The three forces competed with each other and kept raising the price. Soon, it reached 500 million. This price made all the warriors in the hall feel helpless. Many of them sucked in a breath of cold air. They might not be able to earn so many spiritual stones in their lifetime. But now, the three great clans had bid 500 million for a pill whose authenticity was unknown. It was truly shocking. Damn it, those two old bastards. Xiaomei gritted her teeth in anger. Her beautiful face was ferocious. In the Blackwater City, no one had ever dared to compete with her. But now, the two forces were not only competing with her, but they also looked like they would not give up until they got it. This made her go crazy. However, Xiaomei had no choice. The other party's forces were not weaker than hers. Even if she threatened them, it was useless. She could only continue bidding. Moreover, this pill was something that the Blackwater City had to get. Before she left, her father had told her that no matter the price, she had to get the water dragon pill. At this moment, Elder Su from the Iron Sword sect started laughing. 600 million. This is the highest price that the Iron Sword sect can offer. If the two of you can surpass this price, the Iron Sword sect will not compete anymore. 600 million. Everyone was shocked. At this moment, the price increased by another 100 million. Hearing this, the middle-aged man from the Huangfu clan's eyes flickered. Xiaomei suddenly stood up. Her delicate and seductive face looked ferocious. She sucked in a deep breath and said coldly. 700 million. In the hall, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Their eyes were filled with shock. The price increased by another 100 million. This meant that the water dragon pill had become a sky-high price. F***ck, this price is comparable to a half-earth level treasure. Yang Lin's eyes widened as he swallowed his saliva. He's really rich. Lin Xian also sighed. One had to know that he had spent all of his wealth to buy the Lone Star sword. But now, in order to compete for a pill of unknown use, the three great forces had actually offered a price equivalent to a half-earth step treasure. It was indeed amazing. The price of 700 million reverberated throughout the hall, causing the originally lively scene to become somewhat quiet. Even Elder Su, who had been all smiles earlier, had shut his mouth at this moment. His expression was somewhat ugly. He had previously said that 600 million was the highest price that the Iron Sword sect could offer. Now that the other party had offered 700 million without any hesitation, they were unable to bid any further. Moreover, this was the trump card of Blackwater City. The other party must have endless financial support. If they continued to compete like this, there would be no result. Therefore, Elder Su was prepared to give up. Similarly, the middle-aged man from the Huangfu clan didn't raise the price either. On the crystal platform, Old Man Gong Sun was overjoyed to see this. This water dragon pill was indeed dug out from the depths of the Blackwater River. However, they weren't too clear about its specific use. What they had said before was just speculation. However, the three great clans were still fighting over it. The price of 700 million had long exceeded his expectations. He couldn't wait to finalize the auction and sell the pill. Seeing that no one else was willing to bid, Old Man Gong Sun asked 3 more times before finalizing the auction. The final winner was Xiaomei from Blackwater City. Blackwater City is indeed generous. Spending 700 million to buy a pill of unknown use. This old man is truly impressed. I hope this treasure is real. If it's just an ordinary treasure, you'll suffer a great loss. Ha ha ha. Old Monster Su's words were filled with sarcasm as he spoke to Xiaomei. After that, he left with the people from the Iron Sword sect. The middle-aged man from the Huangfu clan snorted coldly and left with his clan members. Xiaomei looked at the backs of the two great forces as the corner of her mouth curled into a devilish smile. Two old things, how dare you compete with me? You're courting death. Sooner or later, you'll be trampled under the feet of my Black Dragon City. Her expression was filled with boundless arrogance, as if her Blackwater City had already obtained the king's treasure. The auction is almost over. Let's go. Bing Ling turned around and said to Lin Xian and the rest. Hearing this, Lin Xian and the rest nodded and walked out. Seeing Lin Xian and the rest leave, Xiaomei once again revealed a hint of seductiveness. It's been a long time since I've tasted such a strong little fresh meat. I wonder how it tastes? She stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. She even let out an extremely seductive moan. Grandma Silver, help me check the identities of these people. Especially those three young men. With such supreme yang qi, I can't let them escape. The white-haired old woman nodded slightly with the help of her walking stick. After that, her body swayed and turned into a wisp of green smoke, disappearing from the spot. Xiaomei chuckled lightly and swayed her hips as she walked in another direction. That direction was where the city lord's mansion was located. Not long after, the originally bustling and crowded hall became empty again. All the cultivators had left. The news of the water dragon pill and the king's treasure spread like the wind in Blackwater City. Countless cultivators were shocked and went crazy. The king's treasure was a super treasure that had never appeared before. Everyone's heart trembled and their expressions went crazy. It couldn't be helped. These four words were too tempting. Kings were the most powerful existences known to the continent at present. The treasure they left behind was absolutely heaven-defying. Whoever obtained it would have the opportunity to break through to the king's realm. This temptation was too fatal because entering the king's realm was something that every cultivator dreamed of. After all, the king was the strongest existence on the continent. They were the true overlords that ruled the heavens and earth. If nothing unexpected happened, a king could easily live up to 3,000 years old. No matter if it was strength or lifespan, they far surpassed a venerable. Therefore, once the news of the king's treasure spread, the entire Blackwater City fell into a frenzy. Countless forces began to secretly take action. Compared to the madness in Blackwater City, Lin Xian and the others were much quieter. In a side room, Lin Xian sat cross-legged. In his hand, he held the crimson-red pill that he obtained during the auction and carefully observed it. This pill was completely crimson-red and had pill markings engraved on it. It looked dim and lusterless. After carefully studying it for a long time, he found that this pill could indeed increase one's qi and blood. Moreover, the effect was quite good. However, the elixir patterns on the surface of the elixir made him a little surprised. Although they were dim and lusterless, the pill marking still revealed a faint trace of mysterious energy. This energy was very weak. If one's soul power wasn't strong enough, they wouldn't be able to sense it. Lin Xian had already reached the level of a level 5 alchemist. If he gave it his all, he could even create level 6 pills. However, he was still shocked by the markings in front of him. He couldn't figure it out. The Crimson Dragon also ran out and stared at the pill. Kid, I advise you not to use this pill for now. Wait until you repair the markings. At that time, the pill's effect will increase by hundreds of times. Repair the markings. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. He felt that this was a feasible method. However, this process might take a long time because the markings were too profound. He needed to repair them bit by bit. Looks like this is the only way. Lin Xian held the pill in his hand and slowly closed his eyes. Waves of strong soul energy rushed out and entered the crimson pill. Just like that, he started to repair the markings. At the same time, in the mayor's mansion of Blackwater City. In a majestic hall, Xiaomei stood proudly. In front of her was a middle-aged man in a black robe. The middle-aged man had a square face and deep eyes. He wore a long black robe with 3 golden flood dragons that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. As he stood there, he exuded an unparalleled aura of power. This majestic middle-aged man was the mayor of Blackwater City, Xiaoli. At the same time, he was also a level 4 honorable. His strength was unfathomable. At this moment, Xiaoli was holding the ancient bronze box in his hand. In the next moment, he opened the ancient bronze box, revealing the azure pill inside. That's right. This water dragon pill was refined by King Pillfeather. Xiaoli's eyes sparkled as he looked at the azure pill. Hearing this, Xiaomei let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that the 700 million spiritual stones were not wasted. So, the treasure that appeared this time is also a king's treasure? Xiaomei's voice trembled. Should be. Xiaoli picked up the water dragon pill and placed it on his palm. He smiled faintly. With this water dragon pill, King Pillfeather's treasure will definitely be ours. My hiding here for nearly 100 years was not in vain. Finally, the king's treasure is here. If I can successfully complete this mission, my position in the palace will definitely be greatly improved. Xiaoli's face was filled with joy. What will the palace master reward us this time? Xiaomei was also extremely excited. Don't worry, Mayor. Do you still need to doubt the palace lord's reward? If I can complete this mission, I will definitely break through to the 5th heaven of Venerable Realm. When the time comes, you can get whatever kind of Xianxia you want. Really? That's great. Xiaomei was overjoyed, and the charm on her face became even stronger. But father, it's not just us. The people from the Iron Sword sect and the Huangfu family are here as well. Once they get the news, they will definitely take action, Xiaomei said worriedly. Iron Sword sect, Huangfu clan? Humph. If it wasn't for the sake of the plan and the fact that we can't reveal our identities, with the power of the Palace of Gods of War, we would be able to kill them instantly. Father, why isn't the Palace of War taking action? If they make a move, wouldn't the king's treasure be easily obtained? It's not as simple as you think. Xiaoli said in a deep voice, I'm afraid the Palace of Gods of War has already been sealed. There might be a terrifying battle happening there. As long as Palace Master Duan wins, we will be the heroes of the Palace of Gods of War. When Palace Master Duan dominates the world, we will also be able to dominate a region. Hearing this, Xiaomei nodded, her eyes filled with joy. Oh right, a few powerful young men came to Blackwater City today, but we don't know their identities. I sent Granny Silver to investigate and found out that these people are disciples of Senma College. I'm afraid they are here to search for treasures. Senma College? They are just a few small disciples. They can't do anything. Xiaoli smiled disdainfully. But then, he asked, do they know about the water dragon pill and the king's treasure? Yes. Xiaomei nodded. Then we can't let them live. Although these disciples aren't a threat, if they spread the news back to Senma College and attract some old monsters, things will be bad. Father, what do you mean? Kill them. We can't let those old monsters from Senma College come. Okay. Father, 3 of the young men have Xianxia that I like. I will take action now. Xiaomei licked her lips, looking impatient. Don't be in such a hurry. We can't do it in Blackwater City. There are too many people here. If news spreads and Senma College finds out that we did it, things will be troublesome. Once they leave the city, take action immediately. Don't leave a single one alive. As for the Xianxia you mentioned, you can do whatever you want with them, but you must kill them afterward. Xiaoli's voice was cold, and a murderous look appeared in his eyes. Don't worry, I know what to do. Xiaomei's eyes wandered, and her charm became even stronger. I will suck them dry one by one. The Xianxia of 3 venerables will definitely allow my cultivation to break through again. Xiaomei's voice echoed in the hall. The next day, just as the sun rose, Lin Xian and the others left Blackwater City and headed for the Blackwater River. Blackwater City was a city in the Blackwater River basin, and it was still quite a distance away from the real Blackwater River. They didn't waste any time and had to set off quickly. However, what made them helpless was that the news of the king's treasure seemed to have spread. Countless martial artists headed for the Blackwater River like locusts. In the sky, martial artists flew past from time to time. Their powerful auras were like meteors, streaking across the sky. Some forces even formed small teams to search for treasures and headed for the Blackwater River. Let's speed up too. We have to get to the Blackwater River as soon as possible. Otherwise, there won't be anything left of us when we arrive, Bing Ling said in a low voice. Lin Xian and the other four sped up and rushed into the sky like streaks of light. However, not long after they left, a cold laugh suddenly came from the void. Several figures quickly chased after them like ghosts. Lin Xian and the others were powerful. Almost all of them had the strength of a third sky venerable. Therefore, their speed was extremely fast, far surpassing that of most martial artists. However, even so, they didn't reach the Black Water River after a day of running. At night, darkness fell. Lin Xian and the others had no choice but to stop and rest. Although they didn't reach the Black Water River, they weren't far from it. Powerful demonic beasts often appeared in this area. It was easy to lose one's life when traveling at night. Therefore, for safety's sake, Bing Ling decided to rest for the time being and set off after daybreak. A bonfire rose in the forest. It bloomed with dancing flames and lit up the surroundings. Lin Xian and the other four sat cross-legged around the bonfire. Yang Lin took out food from his storage ring and started eating. Although at their level, it wouldn't be a problem even if they didn't eat or drink for a long time, the temptation of delicious food wasn't something that anyone could resist. Other than the bonfire near Lin Xian and the other four, the other places were dark. There were all sorts of roars coming from time to time. Lin Xian knew that there were various demonic beasts lurking in the dark forest. There were even some powerful demon generals among them. If one were to sense it carefully, they would realize that there were traces of blood qi brewing in the air of this area. Through Bing Ling's explanation, Lin Xian realized that the blood qi was left behind from the extremely tragic battle thousands of years ago. Although thousands of years had passed, the blood and corpses of those powerhouses had not disappeared. Instead, they were buried deep under the ground. That was why the forest was shrouded in a faint blood qi. The bonfire flickered, and the weak flames became fireflies in the dark night, attracting the attention of countless martial artists. Many people rushed over. When they saw the beautiful faces of Murong Qingqing and Dongfang Fenghuang, as well as their proud figures, many people's eyes turned red, and evil flames rose in their bodies. In their opinion, how powerful could these young men be? If they wanted to capture them, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? As long as they caught them, the two beauties would be at their mercy. That was why many martial artists could not help but make a move. However, after a few screams, no one dared to make a move. In fact, they did not even dare to stay. This was because they had seen with their own eyes that a second-level honorable martial artist was split in half by the beautiful young lady. Her strength was too terrifying. Only a third-level honorable martial artist could kill a second-level honorable martial artist with a single strike. The young man in front of them actually had the strength of a third-level honorable martial artist. This was too shocking. Retreat. Countless martial artists' expressions changed, and they all fled, not daring to stay any longer. This time, the area finally quieted down. Alright, it's getting late. Everyone, get some rest. Yang Lin will be on guard tonight, Bing Ling said. Soon, Lin Xian and the others sat down cross-legged and closed their eyes, entering a state of cultivation. Yang Lin continued to lower his head, drinking and eating. However, this time, countless rays of light bloomed from his body and quickly scattered in all directions, forming a huge shadow of a golden bell that enveloped everyone. In the dark forest, it was better to be careful. With the protection of a golden seed, everyone's safety would be increased significantly. In the latter half of the night, the entire forest quieted down. At that time, the roaring beasts seemed to be tired and returned to their nests to rest. Only gusts of chilly wind blew in all directions, rustling the branches of the trees. At this moment, several cold gazes were fixed on Lin Xian and the others from the unseen darkness. Like ghosts in the dark, these people floated in the forest. It was very strange. The void rippled, and an alluring figure walked out. That was a dazzling woman. Her slender thighs and snow-white chest were all exposed, making her look incomparably flirtatious. Her delicate face was filled with boundless charm. Her eyes seemed to be able to draw out a man's most primitive desires. This woman was naturally Xiaomei. She looked at the 5 figures in front of her and revealed a charming smile. Silver Granny, how are the preparations going? Everything is ready. We can make a move at any time, an old woman with a head full of white hair said in a low voice. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it. Remember, I want him alive. The seductive look in Xiaomei's eyes intensified. This time, I want to suck them dry. Granny Silver nodded slightly, then waved her walking stick and shouted, do it. Instantly, countless black figures dashed out from behind her like ghosts. The void rippled without any sound. It was extremely strange. The void rippled, and countless crows attacked Lin Xian and the others. Boom, a low sound rang out as the crows collided with the golden bell, causing it to vibrate violently. In the next moment, Yang Lin suddenly raised his head. His body emitted light as he punched out. The air in front of him was sucked dry, and countless crows were blown apart. A vacuum appeared. At the same time, he let out a long whistle and quickly woke up Lin Xian and the others. There's a situation. When Lin Xian opened his eyes and saw the crows covering the sky, his face turned serious. These are blood crows. They live by eating the flesh and blood of martial artists. Although their individual attacks are not very strong, when they gather together, they are a terrifying force. Bing Ling said in a low voice, in the past, a third-level honorable died in the hands of these blood crows. Hearing this, Lin Xian and the others were shocked. They looked at the black figures around them with serious expressions. At the same time, Yang Lin reminded them, everyone, be careful. The golden bell is about to break. Indeed, not long after, the golden bell broke into pieces. The blood crows were like demons as they rushed toward Lin Xian and the others. You're courting death. Lin Xian shouted coldly. He waved his arm and a sword chi slashed forward. Poof, groups of blood crows fell and turned into a bloody mist. However, the blood was devoured by the surrounding blood crows. At the same time, their eyes shone with a bloody light as they became even crazier. Shrill cries rang out in the night sky. They were like demonic sounds that were ear-piercing and made one's scalp tingle. Oh no, these beasts are crazy. Everyone, be careful. Bing Ling shouted and quickly attacked. Let me. Eastern Phoenix shouted and waved her hand. Streaks of fiery red aura flowed out, and a terrifying heat wave swept out in all directions. Then, the shadow of a divine bird flew out quickly. Like a phoenix, it was reborn from the fire and instantly lit up half of the sky. The flaming divine bird spread its wings and circled in the sky with a sea of fire. In the sky, countless blood crows were surrounded by flames and let out miserable cries. Below, Eastern Phoenix formed a seal with her palm and a fire lotus appeared on her fingertips. It quickly grew and enveloped the surroundings. Boom, like a volcanic eruption, it quickly swept through the world. Any blood crows that were touched by it were instantly turned into ashes. Not even a mist was left. In an instant, the surroundings became empty. The crazy blood crows all disappeared and were burned to ashes. Hee, as expected of the disciples of Senma College. Even the blood crows can't do anything to you. A low and hoarse voice sounded and floated around. It was very ethereal, and no one could tell where it came from. In the distance, countless black figures floated like ghosts, creating a tense atmosphere. Who is it? Come out and die. Yang Lin roared. His voice was like thunder, shattering the forest in front of him. Rows of trees fell down, and a vacuum appeared. A figure quickly flew into the distance like a ghost. Humph, stay here. Yang Lin waved his hand. A huge palm of light rushed out like a huge mountain and blew up the void. The two of them were very fast and disappeared in an instant. Soon, the sound of fierce fighting could be heard in the distance. Terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations were like the sea of the abyss, vast and mighty. What a terrifying aura. Who is it? Eastern Phoenix and the others' faces darkened. Wait here. Don't move. I'll be right back. Bing Ling said. Her figure flickered, and like a blue frost, she ran towards the sound of fighting. It was too strange. The other party knew their identity and dared to attack. They obviously came prepared. She had to find Yang Lin. However, another black figure appeared and floated in the air. In the next moment, the black figure's aura exploded and a powerful pressure shrouded the surroundings. Third level honorable. Bing Ling's pupils shrank and her face was cold. She did not expect the person to be so powerful. The void split open, and another third heaven venerable flew towards Lin Xian and the others. Yi Yan sneered. Like a purple phantom, he dashed out and stopped the person. In an instant, a battle broke out. Bing Ling and the other two third heaven martial artists were all restrained. Only Lin Xian and Dongfang Fenghuang were left. Their cultivation was only at the second heaven of venerable realm. It seemed that they had been ignored by the mysterious force. Looking at the sudden change, Lin Xian's face darkened. He looked around and became alert. Suddenly, he frowned and pulled Dongfang Fenghuang away. Boom! In the next moment, the ground where he was standing cracked open. A yellow stone pillar that looked like a spear pierced through the void with a terrifying aura. It was too terrifying. If they had been a little slower, Lin Xian and Dongfang Fenghuang would have been pierced. The piercer emitted a monstrous aura. A second heaven venerable could not withstand it at all. Even a third heaven venerable might not be able to withstand it. You dodged it? A low voice sounded with some surprise. As expected of a disciple of Senma College. Even a second heaven venerable has such sharp senses and reaction speed. Interesting, interesting. Next, I hope you won't disappoint me. As soon as the voice sounded, the ground trembled. Countless rays of light rose quickly, and the entire landscape within 100 miles changed drastically. This is? Lin Xian was shocked. He quickly rose into the air with Dongfang Fenghuang following behind him. However, in the next moment, a terrifying force separated the two of them. He let out a low growl and quickly threw a punch forward. Boom, the yellow cage shook but did not break. What a tough wall. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. He had used a lot of strength, and even a second-level venerable realm cultivator would not have been able to withstand his punch. However, the earthing yellow wall had not been able to withstand his attack, and it had been damaged in the slightest. This was beyond his expectations. He looked around and realized that he was surrounded by yellow walls and countless boulders. The entire space was sealed and carried a heavy force. Your strength is not bad. A light voice sounded, and then a black figure appeared. The other party was wearing a ghost mask, so no one could see his true appearance. They could only recognize that it was a man from his voice. Third level venerable. Lin Xian exclaimed when he felt the aura of the other party. Your senses are very sharp. That's right, I'm a third level venerable. In front of him, the mysterious man smiled and said, originally, I didn't need to do anything to deal with someone like you, but your reaction speed surprised me, so I'll play with you. As for that little female companion of yours, you don't have to worry either. I think there should be 4 second-level venerables accompanying her. Damn it. Lin Xian's expression darkened. Based on the other party's words, the Eastern Phoenix was currently fighting with 4 second heaven venerables. Who on earth was this person, to actually dispatch so many experts to deal with them? Alright, you don't have time to think about anything else, and don't try to guess our identities, because you'll never be able to guess. The mysterious man in front of him said in a light voice. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Seeing the other party's actions, Lin Xian was shocked, and he quickly used his movement technique to dodge. Sure enough, in the next moment, a yellow vortex appeared where he was. It was like a black hole, producing a huge suction force that crushed the void. Not bad, your reaction is indeed fast. I didn't expect a second-level venerable to have such an exquisite movement technique. The mysterious man's eyes lit up. Obviously, he was very interested in Lin Xian's movement technique. He formed a seal with his palm, and a terrifying aura appeared in the void, turning into various attacks that quickly attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian used his Earth stage identity, leaving a series of afterimages in the void. It's useless. It's useless no matter how fast you are because this is my Earth world. In an instant, the clones that Lin Xian had conjured were pierced. The entire space was densely packed with sharp, poisonous thorns. It's useless. You can't escape in my space. The mysterious venerable in front of him said casually. He seemed to be very casual, as if he didn't care about Lin Xian at all. Poisonous dragon piercing. In the next moment, he put his palms together and quickly waved them in the void. Suddenly, countless sharp thorns filled the air. They were terrifying and mysterious, and there were strange runes on the surface. The runes flickered, and the sharp thorns were extremely fast, piercing towards Lin Xian in an instant. Poof, the surrounding void was pierced, and Lin Xian's figure was also pierced. I said, it's useless no matter how fast you are. In this space, I'm the ruler. The mysterious venerable chuckled again after piercing his opponent. Is that so? Looks like you're very confident in your strength. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind the mysterious venerable. It was like a sword light, and it made his hair stand on end. What? His pupils shrank, and his heart beat wildly. There was a third person in his space, and he didn't know about it? How is this possible? Just as he was about to move, he stopped in an instant because he felt an extremely sharp aura pressing against his back. As long as he moved, he was afraid that the aura would immediately pierce into his heart. Although he was a third-level venerable, if his heart was pierced, he would definitely die. Therefore, he didn't dare to move at all. Who are you? How did you get in? The mysterious venerable had an ugly expression, and his voice was filled with shock. In the next moment, he exclaimed again because he saw that Lin Xian's body, who was originally pierced, began to disintegrate, turning into a pool of blood and disappearing into the void. Clone. The mysterious venerable was shocked. In the next moment, he understood everything. The person behind him was none other than Lin Xian's real body. It's good that you understand. Now, tell me, who sent you? Don't lie, or I'll kill you immediately. Lin Xian asked coldly. You'll never know, because the dead don't need to know anything. In the next moment, the mysterious venerable in front of him suddenly laughed evilly. Kid, don't think that you're the only one with a clone. Trap him. Before the voice disappeared, the figure in front of him suddenly trembled and instantly turned into a stone man. At the same time, a khaki-colored fist appeared behind him and blasted towards Lin Xian. The fist was as big as a millstone, and it carried a terrifying force that could shatter the void with a single strike. This change was too sudden. In an instant, the terrifying fist enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect the other party to also have a mysterious clone technique. Looking at the incoming khaki-colored fist, he snorted coldly and punched out as well. Golden light surged, and a terrifying lightning fist broke through the void and blasted forward. This fist was too terrifying, and it lit up the entire space. The fist was covered with strange lightning runes, and it was incomparably mysterious and contained terrifying power. Boom, the two fists collided, and the entire space shook as if it would shatter at any time. What? A cry of surprise was heard. It was obviously from the mysterious venerable. He was too shocked because he realized that his attack could not harm Lin Fan at all. Instead, Lin Fan's golden fist, which contained powerful lightning energy, shattered his stone clone. Who is this kid? Is he really just a second heaven honorable? The mysterious honorable martial artist was shocked. Originally, he thought that Lin Fan was only a second heaven honorable, so he did not take him seriously. However, after exchanging blows, he realized that Lin Fan was definitely not weaker than him. He could fight above his level. This guy was a genius. In an instant, the mysterious honorable martial artist understood, and his face turned ugly. Originally, he thought that he had found an easy prey and could play with him. However, he did not expect Lin Fan to be a genius. It seemed that this battle had become very troublesome. The mysterious honorable martial artist appeared again, and his eyes were terrifyingly gloomy. Kid, I admit that you're very powerful, but you have no chance of winning against me. If I hadn't received orders to capture you alive, you would be a corpse now. Corpse? Lin Xian sneered. I think you're daydreaming. Since you're so willing to dream, I'll send you to heaven. You're courting death. The mysterious honorable martial artist was furious. Although Lin Xian was a genius, he was also a third heaven honorable. He would definitely not allow a young man to challenge him. With a roar, the spiritual energy in his body exploded. In the next moment, countless rays of light appeared on his body, and his skin began to turn into stone. In the end, his entire body was covered by thick rocks, and he looked like a stone man. The mysterious honorable martial artist exuded a terrifying aura. He threw out a punch, and the terrifying fist enveloped the surroundings, shattering the void. It was extremely terrifying. This was a true third heaven honorable martial artist. He was extremely powerful, and now that he had attacked with his full strength, it was extremely terrifying. However, Lin Xian sneered, and the great dragon sword soul in his body suddenly exploded. He was powerful enough, and he was not afraid of the mysterious honorable martial artist. Under such circumstances, he had to break through quickly and meet up with the others. Therefore, he immediately used the great dragon sword soul and attacked with his full strength. A dazzling sword light lit up like a blazing sun, and it bloomed in the void. Then, it quickly slashed down. The light was too dazzling, and it lit up the entire void. At the same time, the aura that it carried was too terrifying. It was extremely sharp, as if it could destroy everything. A terrifying energy sound was heard, and in the next moment, the mysterious honorable martial artist flew backward. His arms were numb, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. How is this possible? He turned pale with fright and his face was filled with shock. He simply could not believe that he was injured by a young man at the second sky of the venerable realm. One had to know that he was an earth attribute martial artist. His defensive power was the strongest. Very few people in the same rank could injure him. You're courting death. The mysterious venerable master was enraged. He no longer cared about the order to capture Lin Xian alive. He circulated his spiritual energy and quickly released his martial soul, wanting to suppress Lin Xian. Lin Xian was also surprised. His sword strike just now was incomparably fierce, but his opponent had actually received it with only minor injuries. His opponent was indeed strong. If he wanted to kill the other party in a short period of time, he would have to use extraordinary means. Lin Xian snorted coldly when he saw his opponent unleash his martial soul. He reached out and grabbed the black package. Don't waste your energy. No matter how you struggle, you'll still die. The mysterious honorable being floated in the void, emitting a powerful aura. In his opinion, as long as he released his martial soul, he would definitely be able to kill Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian sneered and shook his head. He ignored his opponent's words and quickly opened the black package. Then, he held the Lone Star sword. Seeing Lin Xian holding the sword, the mysterious venerable master's eyelids twitched violently. He felt an inexplicable sense of uneasiness in his heart. He was extremely shocked. He could not understand how a second sky of the venerable realm could make him feel the aura of death. This brat must be eliminated. The mysterious venerable master felt a chill in his heart. He would not allow such a threat to remain in this world. Brat, die. He released his martial soul and released a terrifying palm strike. A trace of fear appeared in the mysterious venerable master's heart. Only by killing Lin Xian could he eliminate this fear. On the other side, Lin Xian pulled out the Lone Star sword and slashed out. A terrifying sword chi flashed like a real dragon. It was extremely terrifying. What? The mysterious venerable master was horrified. He realized that this sword chi was too terrifying. It was not something he could resist. That's a half-earth rank treasure. Finally, he recognized the Lone Star sword in Lin Xian's hand. He did not expect that a second sky of the venerable realm would have such a heaven-defying item. The mysterious venerable master swallowed his saliva and felt his scalp go numb. In the next moment, he turned around and fled. He did not dare to fight anymore. His arrogance and dignity were all gone at this moment. He had no chance of winning against a half-earth rank treasure. His body swayed, and the mysterious venerable master turned into a ray of light and fled into the distance. However, Lin Xian's sword chi was faster than him. It descended above his head in an instant and then quickly fell. No, open! The mysterious venerable master screamed and released his martial soul to resist with all his might. In the next moment, he was enveloped by the sword chi. Ah! The mysterious venerable master screamed. His eyes were filled with fear and regret. He could not resist the sword chi at all and was instantly split in half. Not only him, but the entire sealed earth space was also split open by the sword. Lin Xian's body swayed, and he came to the outside world. At this moment, the nearby void cracked, and the eastern phoenix also came out. In the distance, several air-piercing sounds could be heard. Those figures were none other than Bing Ling and the others. At this moment, they had escaped from the battlefield and rushed back. "Are you guys okay?" Bing Ling asked. Everyone looked at Lin Xian and the eastern phoenix. "I'm fine." Lin Xian shook his head slightly. He wrapped up the Lone Star sword again and carried it on his back. Everyone looked at the third sky of the venerable realm that was split in half, and their eyelids twitched. Lin Xian was too terrifying. With a half-earth-rank treasure, he could kill an ordinary third sky of the venerable realm like cutting vegetables. "You're really a monster." Dongfang Fenghuang also lightly snorted. She had spent a lot of effort to escape from the sealed space. At this moment, her small face was covered in sweat, and there were many bloodstains on her body. On the other hand, Lin Xian looked calm as if splitting open the sealed space was effortless. Seeing everyone's strange looks, Lin Xian touched his nose helplessly, then changed the topic. "Do you know who these people are? We just came to Blackwater City and did not come into contact with anyone. The only person we had a conflict with was probably that seductive woman. These people are most likely from the Blackwater City Lord Mansion," Bing Ling said. "City Lord Mansion?" Lin Xian and the others' faces darkened when they heard this. "These people are really daring. They actually dared to attack us." Yang Lin snorted coldly. Lin Xian also said, "They seem to know that we are Senma College's disciples, but they still dared to attack us. It seems that there is a reason we don't know." Bing Ling looked around and said cautiously, "Everyone, be careful. The battle here has probably alarmed other martial artists. It's not good to stay here. Let's leave quickly." After which, the five of them set off once again. Not long after Lin Xian and the rest left, a group of people appeared where they were originally. One of them was the seductive Xiao Mei. However, her seductive face was now extremely ferocious. "Damn it, how is this possible? They can actually kill a third heaven honorable." Looking at the corpse on the ground, Xiao Mei's face was extremely ugly. Behind him, the white-haired silver grandma also frowned, her eyes shining with a terrifying light. What a terrifying sword technique. Her heart trembled a little as she looked at the large hole that had been split open. "It seems that we have underestimated them." Silver Grandma shook her head. "The disciples of Senma College are indeed very strong. No, we must capture them." Xiao Mei's face was pale, and her voice was cold. "I must send the news back and get my father to send more people. How dare they kill the people of Blackwater City? I will not let them go." Xiao Mei's cold voice echoed in the air. After a night of running, Lin Xian and the rest finally arrived at Blackwater River. In front of them, a black river roared like a black dragon. It was entrenched on the ground, and one could not see the end of it. The river water surged, occasionally emitting a cold aura. Even an honorable would feel a little uncomfortable. Legend had it that this river had buried countless experts and had absorbed the blood of kings. It was extremely terrifying. They originally thought that it was just a legend, but now it seemed that it was very likely to be true. Bing Ling's beautiful eyes moved as she looked at the black river in front of them. At this moment, they were not the only ones. Many martial artists had come near Blackwater River. Their eyes were burning with greed. Some of them were even impatient and did not want to stay. They directly rushed towards Blackwater River. The spiritual energy in their bodies surged, forming a defensive barrier around them as they rushed into Blackwater River. This action immediately angered the demonic beasts in the river. Countless demonic beasts roared in anger. Boom, 100-meter-long water python roared with all its might. Its terrifying tail was like a heavenly knife, cutting the river water and creating countless waves. Poof, many martial artists did not dodge in time and were hit by the tail. Blood splattered everywhere. In an instant, all sorts of screams could be heard in Blackwater River. However, these screams could not stop the other martial artists. Countless figures dove into the river like sharp swords. "Let's go down too," Bing Ling said. Cold air circled around her body, forming an ice armor that wrapped around her petite figure. The others also used their own methods to form a defensive barrier against the impact of the river. Lin Xian smiled. Sword chi erupted from his body and quickly intertwined to form a ball of sword chi that enveloped his body. Then, the five of them quickly rushed to the black water river. The river surged, creating waves that were tens of meters high. Roar! Suddenly, a deep roar was heard, accompanied by a terrifying demonic aura. As soon as Lin Xian and the others entered the water, they were targeted. A demonic beast covered in dark green scales glared fiercely at Lin Xian and the others. It opened its bloody maw, bringing with it a monstrous bloody aura. Its long fangs even had the remains of a few warriors' corpses. Clearly, this demonic beast had eaten more than one person. A two-star fiend general dares to be impudent. Lin Xian coldly snorted and pointed a finger. Roar! Seeing that the humans had attacked, the water demon became even more furious. Its huge head shook and a blue light beam shot out from its mouth. The blue light surged and the murderous aura carried with it a terrifying aura. It rushed toward Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian's sword chi gathered at the tip of his finger and formed a dragon that roared out. The finger radiance was extremely sharp. It hit the blue light beam hard and shattered it. Then, it quickly pierced the water demon's heart. Roar! The water demon let out an unwilling roar and fell down, creating countless ripples in the water. The surrounding river water was dyed black and red. Let's go. Bing Ling turned around and prepared to leave. There's something. Yi Yan's eyes flashed. His eyes emitted a purple divine light that pierced through the void like two rays of light. In the next moment, he waved his hand and sent the huge water demon's corpse flying. Then, he grabbed at the soil below. Poof, the bottom of the water cracked open and a deep hole appeared. However, in the deep hole, there was a crystal-clear pearl that was the size of a fist. Rays of light flowed on the pearl and it contained a shocking power. Water spiritual pearl. Yi Yan exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Bing Ling turned around abruptly and looked ahead. Her eyes were filled with shock. Lin Xian and the others also looked over. Although they did not know the specific use of the water spiritual pearl, the power it contained was shocking. Good stuff. Yi Yan smiled. Then, he turned into a purple radiance and rushed down. Gurgle gurgle, however, just as he landed, the river water suddenly surged as if it was boiling. A silver sword radiance slashed toward him. You're courting death. Yi Yan did not expect that someone would dare to attack him at this time. He shouted angrily and threw out a palm. A purple mist formed and floated forward. Boom, a deep sound was heard. The waves slapped in all directions and created a powerful force that pushed Yi Yan back. However, the silver sword radiance was also corroded by the purple mist and disappeared into the water. Who is it? Come out. Yi Yan shouted coldly. The purple radiance in his eyes shone brightly as he looked around. Humph, arrogant brat. A sneer was heard. Then, the river water surged. Countless figures appeared and surrounded Lin Xian and the others. These people were surrounded by radiance and had weapons in their hands. They were murderous and had a bloody aura. It was obvious that they had killed many people. In front of them, there were two figures standing there like giant mountains. They were middle-aged men. One was bald and the other had a palm-sized scar on his face. Their auras were unusually strong. They must be the leaders of these people. Who are you? What do you want? Yi Yan asked coldly. What do we want? The bald man sneered. We have been eyeing this water spiritual pearl for many days. We were not careful and it was almost taken away by you little brats. Little brats, if you know what's good for you, get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you. The scarred man smiled evilly. Of course, those two beauties must stay. I have never seen such beautiful girls. One is ice and the other is fire. One is cold and the other is arrogant. They are the best in the world. Hearing this, the surrounding martial artists laughed. Countless eyes looked at Bing Ling and Dongfang Fenghuang unscrupulously. Humph. Bing Ling's face darkened. A murderous intent appeared in her eyes. Dongfang Fenghuang was even more direct. She threw a palm at the scarred man. Whoosh, when the fiery red palm appeared, the entire river started to boil. It was as if it was boiling and became scalding hot. Nonsense. I will tear your mouth apart. Dongfang Fenghuang shouted and quickly threw out her palm. Fire attribute? Haha, this is the bottom of the river. How much power can your flames exert? A tall and skinny martial artist sneered, his eyes full of disdain. The next moment, he struck out with a punch. A grayish aura covered his fist, tearing the black water apart and colliding with the fiery red palm. Boom, with a buzzing sound, white mist rose from the surroundings. It was the evaporated water from the flames. The tall and skinny martial artist screamed as he held his arm and retreated. At the same time, his eyes were filled with horror. The attack just now was like hitting a volcano. The horrifying heat immediately burned his palm. Not only that, the red flames quickly climbed up his arm as if they were going to melt him. In shock, he did not dare to continue the fight and quickly retreated. Dongfang Fenghuang snorted as she pulled out the red whip from her waist and swung it forward. Buzz, the river water was whipped apart. The red whip was like a red dragon, swimming quickly and dragging the tall and skinny martial artist back in an instant. You, what are you doing? The tall and skinny martial artist was finally afraid. He was no longer as arrogant as before. What am I doing? I'll let you have a taste of my flames. Dongfang Fenghuang's face was cold. The dirty words from these people had made her very angry, so she did not show any mercy. Oh no, faction leader, save me. Seeing the red palm, the tall and skinny martial artist screamed in fear. You're courting death. Put him down. The bald man was furious. Someone dared to hit his underling in front of him. Was he tired of living? With a shake of his hand, a long spear appeared in his hand and he quickly stabbed it out. With a flash of light, the long spear seemed to come alive. It turned into a water python and rushed over quickly. You want to fight? Lin Xian's body swayed as he stood up. He stretched out his arm and shouted, dragon catching hand. Boom, the golden light covered the sky as a horrifying aura shook the surroundings. A golden shadow surged out like a golden dragon, roaring. In an instant, the golden dragon entangled the long spear. The dragon's body coiled and formed a horrifying strangling force. The horrifying explosion of energy forced the bald man to step back. At the same time, Dongfang Fenghuang's palm fell and burned the martial artist to ashes. Seeing this scene, the surrounding martial artists were shocked and dumbstruck. Their leader had been knocked back by a second-layer martial highness. Was this a dream? The scarred man's pupils also shrank, and his expression was extremely solemn. A second-rank Venerable Realm Cultivator was actually able to force a third-rank Venerable Realm Cultivator back. This was a battle that surpassed one's cultivation level. Who is this kid? Who are these people? Scram or die. Lin Xian's cold voice shook the area. Hearing this, the bald man's expression became extremely ugly. The other party was simply too arrogant. Brat, you're the first one who dares to be so insolent to our White Sharks gang. The scarred man said in a deep voice, in this Blackwater River basin, even the three great forces will give us some face. I'm not from the three great forces, so I don't need to give you any face. Lin Xian said coldly. If you don't scram, don't blame me for being rude. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp sword sheath formed on his body and enveloped the surroundings. Not only were the members of the White Sharks gang shocked, but even Bing Ling and the others were shocked. They had never seen such a domineering side of Lin Xian. Now, it seemed that this handsome young man was not to be trifled with. Brat, you're too arrogant. The scarred man's face darkened. This time, the White Sharks gang has lost. Let's go. He waved his hand and immediately led countless martial artists away. Boss, why don't we attack? Even if they're strong, we have more people. We can definitely take them down. The bald man said. Forget it. The other party is strong and we don't know their identity. If we attack recklessly, even if we win, we'll suffer heavy losses. Moreover, the king's treasure is about to appear. It's stupid to waste our strength now, the scarred man said in a deep voice. So we're just going to let it go? The bald man gritted his teeth. Let it go? How is that possible? The scarred man's eyes were gloomy and filled with murderous intent. How dare they provoke our White Sharks gang? How can we let it go? When we have the chance, we'll definitely kill these brats. The scarred man's voice was cold. Obviously, it wasn't that he didn't want to attack, but that the timing wasn't right. Looking at the departing figures of the group, Bing Ling and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Although the other party's combat strength was not as good as theirs, they had the advantage in numbers. If they really attacked, it would be hard to say who would win. Now that they could scare the other party, it couldn't be better. The few of them looked at Lin Xian with strange expressions. This guy's aura was too strong, Dongfang Phoenix also exclaimed, I didn't realize that you had such a cool side to you. This group of people bully the weak and fear the strong. If you don't act tough, you won't scare them away. Lin Xian shrugged. At this moment, Yi Yan's figure flashed and he took the water spirit pearl. Yi Yan, this water spirit pearl is very useful for my cultivation. Can I exchange it with something? Bing Ling asked. She was an ice-based martial artist. It could be said that she was a mutation of the water element. The water spirit pearl contained a powerful water element energy that would be of great help to her. Sure. Yi Yan nodded. The energy in the water spirit pearl was not very useful to him. It was best to exchange it with something else. Soon, the two of them completed the exchange. Bing Ling put the water spirit pearl into her storage ring and a trace of joy appeared on her face. Let's go to the depths of the Blackwater River. The five of them moved like five nimble fish, shuttling through the water at high speed. The Blackwater River was very mysterious. The underwater world was similar to the outside world. There were mountains and valleys under the ground and a group of green plants. It was like an underwater world. However, compared to the land, it was more dangerous here because you didn't know where a water monster would swim out from. Moreover, the Black River water was like ink, blurring one's vision. In general, the world under the Blackwater River was much more dangerous than the land. They didn't encounter any trouble along the way. They walked very quickly and finally, they reached the depths of the Blackwater River. Floating in the river, Lin Xian looked down. He saw that there were mountains below and the terrain was strange. In the west, there was a huge crack, as if the bottom of the river had been cut open. Traces of thicker black water emerged from the crack. It was eerie and terrifying. It is said that the place where the Niwa of Gojoseon fell. Bing Ling looked at the terrifying big crack and said in a low voice. No wonder. Lin Xian nodded. He did feel an unusual aura from the big crack. Yang Lin looked around and said with dissatisfaction, there are so many people. Even if there is a treasure, we can't take it away secretly. Indeed, there were too many people around. The number of people was so spectacular that it seemed to surpass the number of water monsters at the bottom of the river. There are so many people. We don't have to look for it. Why don't we wait for the treasure to appear? Lin Xian and the others agreed. Indeed, even if they found it, they would be besieged. Rather than that, it was better to preserve their strength and wait for others to find it. They found an open space and sat down cross-legged, waiting for the treasure to appear. Gradually, there were more and more martial artists in the surroundings. The originally oppressive river bottom world became lively. There were even some martial artists who met their enemies and directly started fighting, causing the scene to be extremely chaotic. Suddenly, the river trembled, and the Black River water surged, making a rumbling sound. The warriors quickly stopped and retreated to the side. Lin Xian and the rest opened their eyes and looked into the distance. Although it was dark, Lin Xian's soul power was extremely strong, and he could clearly see the scene in the distance. He realized that it was not the beasts that caused the tremors, but the people. To be exact, it was two groups of people. On the left, a huge black shadow appeared, like a moving mountain, causing the ground to tremble, the river water to surge, and the underwater mountains to crack. Killer whale! Someone exclaimed and took a deep breath. Lin Xian also squinted his eyes. It was indeed a killer whale, a powerful water demon, and its strength was at the level of a demon general. It was like a huge blue mountain with yellow stripes on it, like tiger stripes. It shone with a demonic light, and a strong demonic aura surged out, sweeping across the land. On the back of the killer whale, there were almost 100 figures. These people carried iron swords on their backs, and their sword auras were sharp. Iron Sword Clan. This powerful force was the Iron Sword Clan that Lin Xian had met before. The other side was probably the Huangfu clan. He turned his eyes and looked in the other direction. The Huangfu clan also came on a huge beast. It was a giant crab, and its body was red like glass. It waved its huge pincers, and easily cracked the ground. On the back of the beast, there were 100 Huangfu clan members, and they formed a terrifying aura. The arrival of the two forces made the entire space fall into a short silence. They were too powerful. Lin Xian and the rest also looked serious. The number of people on the other side had doubled, and it was obvious that they were well prepared for the king's treasure. Bing Ling frowned slightly. Compared to the other side, they were at a disadvantage. However, this was normal. According to the information on the Academy's mission, this was just an ordinary Venerable One's treasure. The current team of Bing Ling and the others was more than enough. However, who would have thought that the Venerable One's treasure would turn into a king's treasure? This made their team, which was originally sure to win, feel somewhat awkward. We can only play it by ear now. Remember, staying alive is the most important thing. Lin Xian and the others nodded, indicating that they understood. At this moment, the ground began to tremble again, as if it was about to split open. With the previous two experiences, no one panicked this time. Instead, they uniformly looked into the distance. They knew that only those terrifying demon generals could cause such a commotion. As expected, another black silhouette appeared in front of him, carrying a terrifying demonic aura with it. Blackwater City. Yi Yan's eyes flickered with purple light as he looked ahead and said coldly. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and raised his head to look. He saw that the black shadow was a giant anaconda, ferocious and terrifying. On top of the python's head stood a figure that was incomparably seductive. On top of the giant anaconda stood countless martial artists. They wore black robes, and their auras were fierce. Seeing those people, the faces of Lin Xian and the others sank. They realized that the clothes and auras of those people were very similar to the mysterious group that attacked them in the night. Humph. Dongfang Fenghuang looked into the distance and coldly snorted. She was extremely disgusted by that seductive woman. Xiaomei naturally saw Lin Xian and the others, and the corner of her mouth instantly curled up into a devilish smile. Hee, my Yang Qi. You can't run away. Xiaomei naturally saw Lin Xian and the others, but she didn't make a move. This was because the current situation wasn't suitable for settling personal grudges. The giant anaconda moved quickly like a peerless ferocious beast and stopped at a nearby mountain range. The entire space became oppressive once again. Countless martial artists held their breaths, not daring to breathe too loudly. This was because the three-headed demon general platform was too powerful. The pressure it created enveloped the entire space. Lin Xian and the others also retracted their gazes and sat down cross-legged again, waiting quietly. As time passed, the entire bottom of the Black River became very quiet. Gradually, a strange aura spread out in the vicinity. Through his powerful soul power, Lin Xian acutely sensed that the strange aura was coming from the Great Rift Valley in the distance. Not only that, the aura was getting stronger and stronger. Wisps of black gas condensed into bubbles and quickly rose from the Great Rift Valley. This phenomenon wasn't only noticed by Lin Xian, but also by the others. Many people stood up excitedly and looked at the Great Rift Valley in front of them with fiery eyes. In front of them, countless bubbles appeared in the terrifying Great Rift Valley, forming a very strange scene. The black bubbles quickly floated in the water and condensed together, forming a blurry black figure. The figure was too blurry. Only one person could be vaguely seen, and the others couldn't be seen clearly. However, the moment the black figure condensed, it emitted an ancient aura that quickly spread out in all directions. The aura was too terrifying. It directly pressed the three demon generals to the ground. Lin Xian and the others also held their breaths and looked over with rapt attention. After the figure appeared, the surrounding river water also fluctuated violently and quickly gathered in front of the figure. Countless black water condensed under the blurry figure, forming a black dragon that circled under the figure's feet. In the next moment, a low dragon's roar was heard. Like muffled thunder, it quickly spread out in all directions. This roar contained an aura that made one's soul tremble. Those martial artists with weaker strength all trembled and sat on the ground, paralyzed. However, their eyes were filled with madness. Countless people shouted crazily as if they were possessed. Lin Xian and the others also changed their expressions, especially Bing Ling. She, who was as cold as ice, showed a surprised expression for the first time. Niwa of Gojoseon. She was too shocked. That aura was definitely not something a venerable could release. It was the aura of a king. That blurry figure was actually a king. Needless to say, there was only one king who had fallen in the Black River, and that was the famous Niwa of Gojoseon from thousands of years ago. At this moment, everyone was in a frenzy. Old Monster Su from the Iron Sword sect and the middle-aged expert from the Huangfu family all looked ahead with solemn expressions. On the giant python's head, Xiaomei also put away her seductive appearance. Her expression was filled with madness and passion. A king's treasure. It's really a king's treasure. She was too excited. She was far more excited than the others. This was because the Black Water City had a water dragon pill. It was personally refined by the Niwa of Gojoseon. Not only her, but all the warriors in the Black Water City were so excited that they were trembling. This is the Niwa of Gojoseon? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Sword light flashed in his eyes as he carefully sensed the other party's aura. Shocking, it was indeed shocking, that aura was too powerful, as if it had a natural suppression on martial artists, making them want to kneel down and worship it. Fortunately, he had the great dragon sword soul in his body, which could ignore the suppression. Otherwise, he would not be in a good condition. In front of him, the hazy figure stood in the water, exuding an unparalleled suppression. Under the fervent gazes of countless people, the hazy figure slowly raised its arm. It's moving, it's moving. Countless people were excited, and they were all nervously watching the hazy figure's every move. Lin Xian was also nervously watching. The hazy figure in front of him slowly raised its arm with its palm facing the sky, exuding an aura that looked down on the world. In the next moment, the Black River water splashed and quickly condensed toward the hazy figure. It kept rolling and surging into the figure's palm. A black energy ball quickly condensed on the figure's palm, flashing with a terrifying light. Soon, the black energy ball entered the palm and quickly flowed along the fingers. The 5 fingertips emitted light, and 5 pillars of light shot out. They were like 5 true dragons, rushing in 5 directions. A deep dragon roar sounded, and the 5 true dragons quickly grew in size, forming a 300-meter-long body. They tore the river water apart, roaring and rushing in all directions. Everyone held their breaths, dumbfounded. The 5 ferocious true dragons stood in 5 different directions. Then, their huge bodies circled and drilled into the river. Boom, boom. Boom, terrifying vibrations were produced, and the bottom of the river seemed to be on the verge of cracking. Boom, 5 black pillars of light surged out from the ground and rushed into the sky, converging into a point. Lin Xian and the rest raised their heads and looked at the black point in the sky. The black point quickly grew in size, forming a pitch-black door. The black door shone with a black light, and there were 2 lifelike black dragons swimming on it. They emitted a terrifying aura, as if it was the gate of hell. Treasure, the king's treasure, it's finally appeared. Countless people raised their heads and shouted crazily, their eyes filled with madness. They were too excited. The king's treasure that had been buried for thousands of years had finally appeared, and they had even encountered it. This was definitely an extremely lucky thing. As long as they could enter the black door and obtain 1 or 2 treasures, they would be able to laugh proudly. After all, it was the treasure left behind by a king. Thinking of this, countless people took to the air and rushed toward the pitch-black gate in the sky. Lin Xian looked at the pitch-black door in the sky and took a deep breath. He was also very tempted by the things left behind by the kings. Previously, he had obtained a king's inheritance. With that king's inheritance, he was able to kill experts above his level. And now, the treasure in front of him was actually a king's treasure. After tasting the sweetness of a king's legacy, how could Lin Xian give up on the king's treasure? The others were also tempted. No one could remain calm in front of a king's treasure. Maintain the formation. We'll rush up too. Icicle said in a deep voice. At this moment, there was a hint of redness on her calm face. In the next moment, she stomped her foot and shot upwards like a shooting star. Lin Xian and the others followed behind her and charged upwards as well. When Lin Xian arrived in front of the black door, he immediately took a deep breath. He could clearly feel the terrifying pressure emanating from the black door. At the same time, he sensed an aura that was slightly similar to his profound jade platform. Could it be a teleportation array? Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. The black door in front of him was very likely a special teleportation array that transported everyone to the real king's treasure. Sure enough, when he stepped into the pitch-black door, he felt an extremely strong spatial force covering his body and forcibly taking him away. When he reappeared, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. There was no black river around him, and Icicle and the others were not beside him. It seemed that the teleportation array did not have any rules. It was a random teleportation array. Although Lin Xian entered with Icicle and the others, they were teleported to a completely different place. Lin Xian looked around and found that there were other houses in this place besides his. However, he did not recognize any of them. Moreover, he found that this place was extremely strange. The air was very cold, and even the naked eye could see streaks of white icy aura dancing in the air. If Icicle were here, she would definitely be overjoyed. This environment would greatly increase her combat strength. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. This kind of weather was not good for him. He circulated the spiritual qi in his body and formed a protective shield, blocking the cold aura outside of his body. He turned around and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, the little white monkey flew out of the demonic beast pouch. It pulled his hair and pointed in a direction, shouting non-stop. There's something. Lin Xian was familiar with the little white monkey's behavior. It would only react like this when there was a treasure. Let's go and see. Lin Xian put the little white monkey on his shoulder and then stomped his feet. His whole body was like an arrow that left the bow, quickly rushing into the distance. After flying for a short while, he saw a snowy valley that was emitting an even colder aura. In the middle of the valley, there was a blue lotus that was the size of a millstone, swaying with the wind. Snowy demonic lotus. Lin Xian was stunned for a moment and then exclaimed in a low voice. He recognized the snow lotus in the middle of the ice valley. Snowy demonic lotus was an extremely rare ice attribute spirit treasure. Especially the lotus seeds that it produced, they gathered the power of extreme coldness. It could condense a martial artist's spiritual power and strengthen their qi and blood. It was extremely beneficial for martial artists. Moreover, this thing was extremely rare and usually only grew in extremely cold places. He did not expect to see a snowy demonic lotus here. It was indeed a king's treasure. It was indeed a big deal to encounter such a treasure as soon as he entered. The little white monkey shouted excitedly. It could not wait any longer. If it were not for Lin Xian holding it back, it would have rushed out long ago. Wu ji, the little white monkey was dissatisfied. Don't worry, I'll take you there now, Lin Xian comforted. This place was very unfamiliar. He did not know if it was dangerous, so he was worried about the little white monkey going alone. He had just comforted the little white monkey when an extremely arrogant laughter came from the side. Ha ha ha. Snowy demonic lotus, it's actually a snowy demonic lotus. This voice contained a strong sense of ecstasy. Then, Lin Xian saw a voice rushing toward the ice valley like a stream of light. The figure was very fast and entered the ice valley in an instant, arriving near the snowy demonic lotus. In the next moment, he stretched out a huge spiritual power hand and grabbed downward. Haha, this snowy demonic lotus is mine. The figure laughed arrogantly. However, before the light hand landed, a blue light pierced through the void and instantly pierced through the figure. The figure did not even have time to scream before he died in the air and fell to the ground. This scene shocked all the surrounding cultivators. Originally, these people's eyes were burning with passion and they couldn't wait to rush into the valley. But now, seeing this scene, they all stopped, their faces filled with fear. Lin Xian squinted his eyes and looked at the valley with a grave expression. The attack was so fast that even he could not see it clearly. He only saw a blue ray of light shoot out and kill the martial artist instantly. That move was too terrifying. It was even more powerful than an ordinary third-level honorable. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone. Even Lin Xian was extremely shocked. "It's the ice toad." The crimson dragon poked its head out and said softly. Lin Xian focused his gaze and looked forward like a sword. Indeed, he saw a blue shadow moving quickly under the lotus. It should be the ice toad that the crimson dragon had mentioned. It seemed like it was not that simple. Lin Xian sighed. Such a treasure would definitely be guarded by a powerful demonic beast. Otherwise, it would have been taken away by someone else. "Humph, it's just an ice toad. Do you really think it can protect the ice snow lotus?" A disdainful voice sounded, followed by the sound of something breaking through the air. A middle-aged woman with an enchanting figure appeared in the air. She looked down at the ice snow demon spirit and the ice toad with a burning gaze. Then, under the envious gazes of the crowd, the middle-aged woman flew towards the ice snow valley. Seeing that there were humans who dared to enter, the ice toad cried out angrily and spat out a blue bubble. An extremely strong yin energy was emitted from the bubble, causing the surrounding air to freeze. The middle-aged woman saw it and laughed in disdain. She waved her hands and sent out countless palm shadows. Boom, the palm shadows that filled the sky collided with the ice bubble. Immediately, a clanging sound was heard, as if they had hit metal. In the next moment, the ice toad was sent flying. The middle-aged woman reached out to grab the ice lotuses. Poof, she grabbed the ice lotus in her hand and pulled it out forcefully. The bewitching frost lotus was pulled out by her. Seeing this, the surrounding martial artists' breathing quickened. They looked at the middle-aged woman with red eyes. The middle-aged woman snorted and emitted a powerful aura of an honorable martial artist. Everyone was stunned. Instantly, countless martial artists shook their heads and regained their clarity. They knew that the middle-aged woman was very powerful and was not someone they could deal with. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and prepared to attack. Others might be afraid of the middle-aged woman, but he wasn't. It was impossible for him to give up a treasure like the demonic ice lotus. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. Because he discovered that another ice lotus had appeared in the valley, blooming beautifully. This, not only Lin Xian, but all the other martial artists were also stunned. This matter was too strange. Could it be that there was more than one bewitching frost lotus? Thinking of this possibility, everyone's eyes lit up again. If this was true, then they all had a chance. Lin Xian was also stunned and puzzled. "That's right, the one that was plucked wasn't the real demonic frost lotus," the crimson dragon suddenly said. "The real demonic frost lotus is still in the valley." "It's not true." "Then what is it?" Lin Xian frowned. "From the looks of it, it doesn't seem fake." "The accompanying ice lotus is also a kind of spiritual medicine that grows with the demonic frost lotus," the crimson dragon said. In fact, the demonic frost lotus evolved from the accompanying ice lotus. According to the crimson dragon's description, Lin Xian understood that there was no such thing as a demonic frost lotus. They were all ordinary ice lotuses. However, these ice lotuses competed together and in the end, the winner evolved into the demonic frost lotus, while the others became the accompanying ice lotus. As if to prove the crimson dragon's words, countless accompanying ice lotuses appeared in the ice valley in front of him. They slowly rotated and emitted a blue light. So many! The surrounding martial artists were shocked and then ecstatic. They didn't know about the accompanying ice lotuses, but this didn't stop them from being ecstatic. This many ice lotuses were enough for them to share. When she saw this scene, the face of the middle-aged woman from before sank. A trace of anger surfaced in her long and narrow eyes. "Get lost." In the next moment, she roared and waved her sleeve. A terrifying force blasted several nearby martial artists into a bloody mist. Retreat, countless martial artists felt their scalps go numb. They quickly distanced themselves from the middle-aged woman and flew towards the ice valley from another direction. Roar, soon, angry roars came from the ice valley. Several huge figures appeared and fought with the martial artists. It seemed that there was more than one guardian beast. Lin Xian also moved and flew towards the ice valley. However, another angry roar came from the side. "Get lost," the voice was like thunder, surging towards Lin Xian. The surrounding icebergs exploded, unable to withstand the force. It turned out that the surrounding martial artists had all retreated. Only Lin Xian was still there, and he was flying towards the middle-aged woman. This was normal because it was the shortest route. Any martial artist would do this. However, this action was seen as a provocation in the eyes of the middle-aged woman. Moreover, she was in a bad mood because she did not get the real bewitching frost lotus. She could vent her anger on Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face darkened. He did not provoke her at all, but she wanted to kill him. Even a clay figurine would be angry, let alone him. Humph. With a cold snort, Lin Xian bent his finger and flicked it out quickly. A blood-red sword wave rushed out quickly. Wherever it passed, the ground shattered. Bang, the sword wave and the sound wave collided, making a buzzing sound. What? The middle-aged woman suddenly exclaimed. She found that the sword wave had cut through the sound wave and was rushing towards her. She could not believe it. Her opponent was a level 2 brat. She could kill such a person with a shout. However, the situation was beyond her expectations. With a cold snort, the middle-aged woman waved her palm and released a vast amount of energy. The terrifying light palm and the blood-red sword wave collided, making a shocking explosion again. In the chaotic airflow, the middle-aged woman took a step back. Lin Xian, on the other hand, maintained his speed and flew toward the ice valley. Damn it! Looking at the disappearing figure, the middle-aged woman was extremely angry. She could not bear that a junior had forced her to retreat. However, she could not help but heave a sigh of relief. The sword wave just now was too sharp and made her feel uncomfortable. What a strange brat. The middle-aged woman's eyes were gloomy. She snorted and flew towards the valley. However, this time, she did subconsciously avoid Lin Xian. The ice valley was extremely chaotic. There were battles everywhere, and terrifying energy filled the entire space. Countless warriors and monsters were fighting. It was a terrifying scene. Both sides were bloodshot. Not only that, the battles between the warriors were even more tragic. Often, they would be killed by the nearby warriors if they were not paying attention. For a time, everyone was extremely vigilant and did not dare to let others get close to them. Lin Xian saw all of this. He did not pay attention to these people, nor did he stay. Instead, he flew directly into the depths of the valley. Because that place was even colder, and it was the place that the little white monkey wanted to go. Soon, he arrived at the depths of the valley. Cold winds blew around him, easily tearing the air apart. The coldness made warriors below the honorable realm not dare to get close. In the depths of the ice frost valley, the cold wind was bone-chilling. Martial artists below the honorable realm were unable to enter. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he reached out his hand to grab a few times. He found that they were all ice lotuses. However, the quality of the ice lotuses here was better than the ones outside. But no matter how good they were not ice snow demonic lotuses. Lin Xian's target was the ice snow demonic lotuses. He released his soul power and quickly searched around. At this moment, another wave of spiritual energy came from behind, carrying a powerful aura. Lin Xian frowned and turned around. He found that there were more martial artists behind him. These people had powerful auras and were undoubtedly experts. It seemed that the others were not satisfied with the ice snow demonic lotuses and wanted to find better ones. However, the demonic lotuses were not easy to find. Whether or not they could find them depended on their abilities. He retracted his gaze and was about to turn around when he saw a few more figures appear in the air. This time, his brows furrowed even tighter. These people were none other than Xiaomei and the others from Blackwater City. Of the 6 of them, the one walking at the front was the incomparably flirtatious Xiaomei, followed closely by the white-haired silver granny who was holding a walking stick. Behind them, there were 4 venerable realm warriors. Such a lineup was undoubtedly very powerful here. Lin Xian recognized them, and Xiaomei naturally saw Lin Xian as well. Immediately, her lips curled into a devilish smile, and the charm on her face became abnormally strong. Good Yangqi, I've finally found one again. Xiaomei laughed out loud. Especially when she found that Lin Xian was alone, she licked her lips without restraint. Little brother, we're fated to meet again. Xiaomei swayed her waist and walked over with a smile. Behind her, the silver granny followed closely. The other four martial artists separated and looked around vigilantly. Lin Xian's face darkened. He did not expect to meet them here. However, he quickly smiled again. With his strength, he was not afraid of these people. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up as he said with a smile, "Yes, it's fate. How should I address you, sister?" Hee hee. Xiaomei covered her mouth and laughed, her eyes filled with charm. "My name is Xiaomei, is little brother alone? This place is too dangerous. Why don't you come with me?" At this point, Xiaomei moved closer to Lin Xian. She was now less than 3 feet away from him. At this distance, Lin Xian could clearly smell the fragrance of the other party's body, as well as the faintly discernible naked body. However, he refused with a smile. "No, I still have something to do. I'll take my leave first." Lin Xian stopped smiling and turned to leave. "Aya, little brother, don't go." Xiaomei's seductive voice carried a strange power that made one's limbs go soft. At the same time, she stretched out her jade-like hand to grab Lin Xian. In her palm, there was a tiny silver needle. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't have noticed it. This was the passion flower needle. The person hit by it would burn their entire body. If it wasn't released immediately, they would definitely explode and die. It could be said that this was an extremely sinister method. And now, this poisonous needle was hidden in Xiaomei's palm and was aimed at Lin Xian. If it was anyone else, they would have been hit. However, Lin Xian's soul force was extremely strong, and he immediately noticed the abnormality. He sneered and pointed his finger. On the tip of his finger, a sharp sword aura surrounded it, bringing with it a shocking blood aura that seemed to want to devour people. Ding! In one strike, the sword aura shattered the passion flower needle. Otherwise, the sword aura would have pierced through Xiaomei's palm. Pooh! Blood flowed out, followed by a scream. Xiaomei screamed and quickly retreated. She held her pierced palm and stared at Lin Xian fiercely. "You dare to hurt me? What a joke. You used a hidden weapon to attack me. So what if I hurt you?" Lin Xian laughed with disdain. "You're courting death." Xiaomei was so angry that her body trembled. Kill him for me. Chop off his limbs. I want to suck his yang energy dry." "Humph, I knew you weren't a good person." Lin Xian snorted. Seeing that the other party had shed all pretense of cordiality, he no longer had any scruples. After all, there were only a few of them here. Even if he killed Xiaomei, it wouldn't be a big deal. At most, he would be hunted down by the people from Blackwater City. There were many people who wanted his life, and Blackwater City was nothing. "Brat, you dare to hurt my family's Mississippi, kneel down and accept your death." Behind him, Grandma Silver's voice was cold as she waved the brown cane in her hand. The other four martial artists worked together to seal off the area, preventing Lin Xian from escaping. These people all looked at Lin Xian with a sinister smile, their bodies surrounded by killing intent. "You were lucky to be able to escape last time. Today will be the day of your death. So it was you guys who did it." Lin Xian's face darkened. "You dare to kill a disciple of Senma College? You guys sure have guts." "Humph, if you die, who will know that we killed you?" Grandma Silver's voice was hoarse with a bone-piercing chill. "That's true." Lin Xian nodded. "Similarly, if you guys die, the people of Blackwater City won't know that I killed you." He punched out and blocked the snake-headed cane in the air. "Brat, you're too arrogant. Die." Grandma Silver didn't say anything else and attacked with all her might. Boom, the terrifying energy exploded, shattering the surrounding icebergs. Countless mountains collapsed, and rocks fell. Blocked it? Grandma Silver's pupils shrank. She was very surprised, and then her orange peel-like old face became extremely ferocious. "Attack. Attack together and kill him." A voice filled with killing intent reverberated. The four martial artists also growled and attacked. "Formation." A low voice sounded, and 4 black formation flags appeared. They fluttered in the air and sealed the entire space. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. Black light flashed, and the black flags roared. The 4 flags continued to expand, like 4 black mountains, suppressing the surroundings. Terrifying black gas filled the air, enveloping the surroundings. A cold wind blew, and muffled thunder sounded. "Humph, brat, let's see where you can escape this time." Grandma Silver laughed sinisterly as she walked over with her cane. "Let's go." "I've never thought of escaping." Lin Xian sneered. "You still dare to be stubborn? Fine, I'll let you see my true strength." The old woman was very confident, and her eyes flashed. "Grandma Silver, keep him alive. I must get his yang energy." Xiaomei gritted her teeth and said from behind. "Don't worry, Mississippi. I know what to do." Grandma Silver nodded, and her cold gaze once again enveloped Lin Xian. Boom, in the next moment, a powerful spiritual energy burst out from her body. Light flowed around her body, and her withered skin seemed to become lustrous. Not only that, the cane in her hand was replaced by a black flag. The black flag swayed, and a cold wind blew, tearing the ground apart. "Brat, today I'll refine you into dregs." Grandma Silver laughed sinisterly, and quickly waved the black flag in her hand. It was as if a dark cloud was floating. Countless black lights appeared, carrying a terrifying aura, and enveloped Lin Xian. Granny Silver held a large black flag and waved it quickly. Black light bloomed and enveloped Lin Xian. Boom, Lin Xian swung his fists and unleashed a series of golden fist shadows that blotted out the sky and the sun. They were incomparably mighty as they blasted out in all directions. The golden fist collided with the black light, creating a rumbling sound. At the same time, the black flag around them also bloomed with light. Countless black auras fell down like a black waterfall, constantly surging and shaking the entire valley. Countless black auras rushed toward Lin Xian as if to devour him. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Golden light shone from his body, forming a huge shadow of a golden giant. It stood indomitable and tore apart the black auras. The golden giant was too terrifying. It directly uprooted an iceberg and smashed it toward Granny Silver and the others. Rumble, the scene was too shocking. An iceberg rose from the ground and quickly fell. A large black shadow was cast on the ground, covering the warriors. "Break for me." Granny Silver snorted and quickly waved the black flag. A black flood dragon rushed out of the flag, its huge body smashing into the iceberg and shattering it. This collision caused a large crack to appear on the ground. It was a terrifying scene. "Suppress it with all your might." Granny Silver shouted coldly. At the same time, she waved the black flag in her hand, making the flood dragon more realistic. Around him, the four warriors also attacked. Four flood dragons flew out and intertwined in the air to form a flood dragon diagram that enveloped Lin Xian. The black flood dragon diagram emitted a terrifying aura, as if it could suppress everything in the world. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He was ready to draw his long sword and attack with all his might. At this time, the Crimson Dragon said, "Kid, there's a special aura fluctuation below." "Below? Fluctuation?" Lin Xian was stunned. Then, he understood and his eyes lit up. In this Frost Valley, the only thing that could attract the Crimson Dragon's attention was probably the demonic Frost Lotus. As for below, it should be under the ice. Could it be that the demonic Frost Lotus is under the ice? Lin Xian thought. If that was the case, then the news must not be leaked. Otherwise, it would cause a lot of trouble. Lin Xian smiled as he looked at the pitch-black flood dragon diagram above him. Now was a good opportunity. He could use the Jiao dragon diagram as a cover to sneak under the ice. At the thought of this, Lin Xian quickly activated the red lotus armor and covered his body, forming a strong defense. In the next moment, the pitch-black Jiao dragon diagram crashed down. Boom, the entire ground was trembling, the earth was cracking, and the icebergs were shaking. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Seeing this scene, Grandma Silver and the others laughed. If he was struck by the flood dragon diagram, that brat would definitely die. Moreover, this flood dragon diagram had another special characteristic, and that was that regardless of whether a martial artist was dead or alive, it could still forcibly absorb yang qi. In this way, not only did he kill his opponent, but he also obtained the yang energy. It could be said that he had killed two birds with one stone. Xiaomei also looked forward with a cold smile, her eyes filled with anticipation. With his yang energy, she might be able to break through to the third heaven of the supremacy realm. In front of them, the black aura circled around and disappeared quickly. The 5 flood dragons roared and flew back into the 5 black flags. Grandma Silver waved her hand and grabbed the black flags back into her hand. Eh? In the next moment, her face suddenly changed. What's wrong? Xiaomei asked with a frown. There's no yang energy? Grandma Silver's face darkened. She carefully sensed and realized that the black flood dragon she had summoned back did not absorb the brat's yang energy. No? Xiaomei was stunned. How is this possible? The black flood dragon is a treasure that absorbs yang energy. She did not believe it, because she had never failed to use the black flood dragon before. Unless he's not dead, Grandma Silver said coldly. He's not dead? Then where did he go? Xiaomei asked. She was very anxious. After all, the brat's life depended on whether she could break through to the third heaven of the supremacy realm. In the battle just now, we sealed off all directions. He had no chance to escape. The only place he could have gone is underground. Grandma Silver looked at the cracked ground in front of her with flickering eyes. Underground? Xiaomei also looked in front of her. There was a huge crack in the ice layer that stretched for 1,000 meters. Then, she said anxiously, then what are we waiting for? Let's chase after him. We must catch him. Miss, don't be impatient. The ice layer underground is not that easy to enter. The coldness down there is more than 10 times that above. If a supremacy sun went down, he would not be able to survive. Even a third heaven supremacy would not be able to stay down there for a long time. That brat is only a second heaven supremacy. Although his strength is comparable to a third heaven supremacy, it is impossible for him to stay down there for a long time. How about this? Let's wait here for 2 hours. If that brat doesn't come out after 2 hours, it means that he died down there. There's no need for us to wait any longer. It's better to look for other treasures. Hearing Grandma Silver's analysis, Xiaomei nodded. Okay, let's do it. The group sat there and waited patiently. However, after 2 hours, the brat still did not come out. Miss, let's not wait any longer. Even a third heaven supremacy would have frozen to death down there. Damn it, damn it. Xiaomei was so angry that she stomped her feet. She could not accept the fact that the yang energy that she had set her eyes on had run away just like that. Damn it. The brat would rather freeze to death down there than be caught by her. She was so angry. Brat, I will catch your companions and suck their yang energy dry. Then, I will torture them to death. You forced me to do this. Xiaomei gritted her teeth. Her expression was ferocious. She snorted coldly and left quickly with Grandma Silver and the rest. After all, she had not come here to capture Lin Xian. She had a more important mission. Lin Xian arrived at the bottom of the ice layer. He immediately felt that the coldness around him was far more piercing than above. Without any hesitation, he activated the red lotus armor and released the concept of fire to resist it. A bright red armor covered his body. Flames danced on it, resisting the coldness around him. It had to be said that the red lotus armor was too powerful. Not only could it resist attacks, but it could also resist the coldness. Moreover, this was only an illusion. If it was made from the real armor, the effect would be heaven-defying. It seemed that when he returned this time, he would have to take back the phoenix blood crimson gold. Lin Xian decided that when he returned to the academy, he would bring people to the Wind City's Huang family and take back the phoenix blood crimson gold. He had already collected many rare treasures. In addition to the phoenix blood crimson gold, he could already make a small portion of the armor. With the support of the red lotus armor, the coldness around him was minimized. At least he could stay here for a long time. He did not know that Xiaomei and the rest were still waiting outside. At this moment, he was using his soul power to sense the strange energy fluctuation. Go further down. It's still below. The Crimson Dragon transmitted. Lin Xian nodded. Without any hesitation, a sharp sword radiance appeared on his body as he rushed downwards. Wherever he passed, the ice layer cracked. Nothing could stop him. The deeper he went, the colder the air became. In the end, even a third heaven venerable did not dare to stay. Fortunately, Lin Xian had the red lotus armor. Otherwise, he would not have been able to reach this place. When Lin Xian arrived at the depths of the ice layer, he immediately scanned his surroundings. Soon, he found a lotus flower in the ice layer at the bottom right. It was blue and emitted a strange fragrance. The lotus flower was crystal clear and contained traces of multicolored light. As the light flowed, it carried a coldness that made one's soul tremble. The aura contained a mysterious fluctuation. It was the same fluctuation that the Crimson Dragon had sensed earlier. The Crimson Dragon stared down and said, "Ice Snow Demonic Lotus." That's right. This is the Ice Snow Demonic Lotus. Lin Xian also took a deep breath and looked down with a fiery gaze. He did not expect the Ice Snow Demonic Lotus to really be under the ice layer. In fact, this was normal. It was the safest to be under the ice layer, which was hundreds of meters deep. This place was so cold that even a third heaven venerable would not dare to enter. Even if a powerhouse discovered it, they might not be able to take it. Only a cultivator like Lin Xian, who possessed the red lotus armor with such strong defense, would be able to come here. Slowly exhaling, Lin Xian calmed himself down. The sword radiance on his body surged like a sharp sword as he quickly flew downwards. However, just as he approached the Ice Snow Demonic Lotus, he felt an extremely cold air rush towards him as if it was going to freeze him. Lin Xian used his fire concept and formed a raging fire around him to resist the cold air with all his might. Whoosh! Suddenly, an indiscernible radiance pierced through the void and arrived in front of him in an instant before stabbing down. Bang! In the next moment, the blue radiance hit his chest and made a deep sound. The terrifying force sent him flying. Lin Xian took a few steps back. His entire body was stiff and cold, and his movements became slow. A cold and gloomy aura quickly drilled into his body, causing destruction. Lin Xian quickly circulated the longevity incantation, dispelling the cold air and restoring his senses. At the same time, a look of deep shock appeared in his eyes. It was too terrifying. If he didn't have the red lotus armor, that attack would have pierced through his heart. What was it that possessed such a terrifying aura? Now that he thought about it, his heart was filled with fear. Lin Xian scanned the area with all his might. Found it. Soon, Lin Xian's pupils constricted and his expression turned grave. On the ice snow lotus below, there was a blue ice snake. Its entire body was blue, as if it had fused together with the ice snow bewitching lotus. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't have noticed it at all. The ice snake was only 3 feet long. It coiled around its body, and its blue eyes stared coldly at Lin Xian. On its head, there was a thumb-sized horn that emitted a deep blue light. It's the Unicorn Ice Snake King. He's ranked in the top 100 on the Earth list. The Crimson Dragon said in a deep voice. Ranked in the top 100. Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect this seemingly small ice snake to have such a powerful background. You're lucky. This Unicorn Ice Snake King hasn't fully matured yet. Its current strength is equivalent to a third heaven supremacy. Although it's powerful, it's not undefeatable. If he had come a little later and allowed it to devour the ice snow bewitching lotus, even a fourth heaven supremacy might not be able to subdue it. So, my luck is not bad? Lin Xian laughed bitterly. His expression was grave, and he didn't dare to be careless. The previous attack had shown him how powerful his opponent was. This Unicorn Ice Snake King was definitely a threat to his life. Don't worry. With the 3 of us working together, we can definitely subdue it. The Crimson Dragon and the Snow White Monkey jumped out. However, we have to distribute the items first. I don't want the ice snow bewitching lotus, but you have to help me capture this Unicorn Ice Snake King. The Crimson Dragon wasn't interested in the ice snow bewitching lotus. However, it was determined to capture the ice snake in front of it. Although it was a snake and couldn't compare to a dragon, it was still a beast ranked in the top 100 on the Earth list. Its bloodline was still very strong. If it could devour its flesh, it would definitely be able to recover a lot of its strength. All right. Lin Xian nodded. Wu Ji the Snow White Monkey also nodded in agreement. The Unicorn Ice Snake King looked at Lin Xian with a mocking look in its eyes. As a beast, it was powerful and intelligent. Naturally, it could tell that although the human in front of it was powerful, he was no match for it. Although it didn't kill him with its previous attack, it believed that if it attacked again, he wouldn't be able to withstand its attack. However, when the 2-foot-long dark red snake appeared, the unicorn ice snake king became nervous. Its entire body tensed up, and its blue eyes were filled with shock and fear. Although its opponent was weaker than it, the aura it exuded was so oppressive that it couldn't breathe. This wasn't a suppression of strength, but a suppression of the bloodline in its body. When it saw the dark red snake, it was like a subject seeing its king. It wanted to bow down and worship it. Hiss hiss, the unicorn ice snake king's body circled around. It opened its bloody mouth and spat out its tongue, letting out angry roars. As a beast ranked in the top 100 on the Earth list, its bloodline was strong and its strength was strong. How could it tolerate someone worshipping it? It was the king here. Everyone had to bow down to it. The appearance of the dark red snake was undoubtedly a challenge to its position. It had to kill its opponent and eat its flesh. Only then could it vent its anger. Only then could it maintain its position as the overlord. Perhaps its opponent's flesh could help it evolve. In the next moment, the unicorn ice snake king moved quickly. Like an icy blue sword, it drew a shadow in the air and quickly pierced towards the crimson dragon. Xianxia was also surprised. He didn't expect the opponent's target to be Rizalong. He focused his gaze and was about to stop it. He knew that Rizalong hadn't fully recovered his strength. He was only equivalent to a first heaven honorable. Against the unicorn ice snake king, it would be a little difficult. However, what shocked Xianxia was that the crimson dragon was faster than him. The crimson dragon's purplish gold eyes looked at the blue figure in front of it, showing a trace of disdain. Although it had lost its dragon essence and its strength was greatly reduced, it was still an Eastern divine dragon. Its bloodline was strong and unmatched. Moreover, it was an old monster that had lived for thousands of years. It was very experienced. Dealing with a small snake that hadn't fully matured was a simple matter. Even if its opponent was strong, it could crush it with its bloodline. The dark red divine dragon growled and let out a deep dragon roar. It rushed forward quickly, and a powerful dragon aura shrouded the surroundings. Buzz, the unicorn ice snake king, who was flying at high speed, suddenly froze. Its eyes were filled with deep fear. It was too powerful. This aura was absolutely suppressive. Its body could not resist at all. It knew that it had underestimated its opponent. The difference in their levels was far greater than it had expected. Run, the unicorn ice snake king turned tail and ran, not daring to stay any longer. Help me stop it. The crimson dragon shouted. Don't let it escape. The crimson dragon shouted. It could only use its aura to intimidate its opponent. If it wanted to escape, it would not be able to stop it. For this, it would have to rely on Xianxia and the little white monkey. As soon as the crimson dragon finished speaking, the little white monkey turned into a ray of white light and chased after the unicorn ice snake king. In the next moment, its furry paw slapped the unicorn ice snake king's head, knocking it unconscious. At the same time, Xianxia stretched out his palm and used the dragon catcher hands. Golden light flashed, forming 2 dragon palms that quickly grabbed the unicorn ice snake king. In an instant, the unicorn ice snake king had been captured. At this time, the unicorn ice snake king had recovered from the dizziness. When it saw the situation it was in, it roared in anger. Although it was powerful, the dragon catcher hands was even more powerful. Furthermore, it was executed by Xianxia using the dragon sword soul. It was extremely powerful. It could not escape it this time. To think that it, the mighty Snake King, was actually being controlled by a little brat. This was something that it could not accept. A murderous look appeared in its cold eyes. The unicorn ice snake king screamed into the sky. At the same time, the blue horn on its forehead shone brightly. A power that made one's heart tremble was emitted from the horn. The power was too strong. It definitely surpassed the level of a level 3 honorable. Perhaps only a level 4 honorable could release it. In the next moment, the horn was aimed at Xianxia. Not good. Xianxia was shocked. He felt like he was on the verge of death. Without hesitation, he quickly pulled out the Lone Star Sword and activated the Dragon Sword Soul to its maximum. Then, he slashed out with his sword. At the same time, the Unicorn Ice Snake King released a blue ray of death that tore through the void. The two collided, creating a terrifying scene. Buzz. Crack, the Lone Star Sword combined with the Great Dragon Sword Soul had an extremely powerful attack power that directly shattered the blue ray. Then, he stabbed out with his sword again. The terrifying sword chi slashed at his opponent's body and tore open a terrifying wound. Kid, control it. Leave the rest to me. Seeing this, the Crimson Dragon howled in delight. It dashed to the side of the Unicorn Ice Snake King and quickly slithered away to set up a formation. Then, he sat in the middle of the formation and tried his best to activate it. Roar, although the array was unknown, it was very magical. In an instant, the Unicorn Ice Snake let out a miserable cry. Its body twisted crazily, trying to break free from the Dragon Catcher hands and the array. However, in the next moment, it was struck again, and its entire body was almost split in half. At the same time, a mysterious power was released from the formation and attached to its body, causing its life force to quickly drain away. Not long after, the light in the Snake King's eyes faded. Its body swayed, as if it would collapse at any moment. Kid, that's enough. Let go, the dark red dragon said. Hearing this, Lin Xian put away her Lone Star Sword and Dragon Catcher hands. She stood to the side and watched quietly. The Crimson Dragon continued to activate the formation, causing the Unicorn Ice Snake King to fall unconscious. Then, it opened its mouth and swallowed the snake whole. Kid, Ben Huang is full. I'm going to rest for a bit, the Crimson Dragon said, then went back into the demon beast pouch. Lin Xian shook his head and ignored it. He then looked down, his eyes burning with passion. In a flash, Lin Xian came to the front of the ice snow lotus. He grabbed it with his 5 fingers, and suddenly, 7 fist-sized blue lotus seeds floated in the air, emitting a cold light. Although the cold air was cold, it gave people a very comfortable feeling. After giving 3 lotus seeds to Little Snow Monkey, Lin Xian kept the remaining 4. He then took a step forward and sat on the lotus with his legs crossed. According to what he knew, the ice lotus seeds were very magical, so he planned to use them immediately. Holding one of the lotus seeds in his hand, Lin Xian activated the art of longevity to absorb the energy in his body. Waves of pure ice energy flew out of the lotus seed and entered Lin Xian's body. Then, it flowed through his meridians. Not long after, the cold air flowed through his body. Lin Xian's body became crystal clear, covered with a layer of blue light. He opened his eyes and felt the spiritual energy in his body become even purer. With a smile on his face, Lin Xian turned to look at the little monkey. Suddenly, his face froze. This little guy directly treated the frost lotus seed as a jelly bean and ate it directly. Soon, the 3 lotus seeds were swallowed by the little monkey. The little monkey let out a satisfied cry. In a flash, the little monkey climbed onto Lin Xian's shoulder, curled up into a ball, and narrowed its eyes. I wonder what will happen if I eat them. Seeing the little monkey's actions, Lin Xian suddenly had the idea of eating them. In the past, these ice crystals were all absorbed by holding them. Very few people would eat them. Now, he decided to try it. Taking out another ice lotus seed, Lin Xian ate it. Soon, a strange cold energy exploded in his body. It flowed like a wild current. Suppress it. Lin Xian snorted. He activated the art of longevity with all his might and quickly calmed the cold air. It had to be said that the art of longevity was very mysterious and powerful. Under his activation, the wild cold air was quickly suppressed and flowed according to a specific path. At the same time, Lin Xian felt a strange energy in his body. That energy was not a physical existence, but Lin Xian could clearly feel it. This situation seemed to be a concept. That's right, it was a concept. Lin Xian had already comprehended several concepts, so he was very familiar with this feeling. He was very surprised. He did not expect that eating a snow lotus seed would allow him to comprehend a trace of ice concept. Before this, he had never come into contact with ice attribute energy. However, a single snow lotus seed allowed him to directly comprehend ice concept. As expected of the snow lotus, it's really powerful. Thinking of this, Lin Xian was overjoyed. He quickly swallowed the remaining 2 lotus seeds. In the next moment, the cold energy became more obvious, and it allowed his ice concept to reach the minor accomplishment realm. This snow lotus seed is amazing. Lin Xian opened his eyes, full of shock. He got up and looked at the snow lotus under his feet. Strictly speaking, those lotus seeds were just fruits, but this snow lotus was the real body. What would happen if he ate the snow lotus? Thinking of this, Lin Xian plucked a crystal-clear lotus petal and took a bite. This action startled the little monkey. The little monkey stared blankly at Lin Xian with its black gem-like eyes and kept scratching its head. It stuck its head out and took a bite of the lotus petal before quickly spitting it out. Not only that, it kept spitting with a look of disdain. Then, the snow-white fox looked at Lin Xian with disdain. It snorted twice before curling up into a ball and squinting its eyes. F***ck. I'm being looked down on by a monkey. Lin Xian's mouth twitched. However, he did not give up because the concept of ice in his body had increased once again. It's indeed effective. Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised and could not help but increase his devouring speed. If someone was here and saw this scene, their jaw would drop. It's fine if you ate the lotus seed, but now you're even eating the lotus. This is a little crazy. Lin Xian did not care. He was now comprehending the concept of ice in his body. In just a short while, his concept of ice had reached the greater success stage, and he had only eaten 2 petals. Forget it, I'll eat it all. Lin Xian looked at the remaining lotus platform, and lotus roots with a fiery gaze. In the depths of Frost Valley, the ground was cracked and terrifying cracks spread out in all directions. This was caused by the previous battle. However, a person was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the ruins. This person was dressed in a black robe and had a cold expression. He carried a large black flag on his back that flapped loudly in the wind. This martial artist was one of Xiaomei's team members. At this moment, he had been left behind to continue monitoring this place. Xiaomei had ordered him to monitor this place for a day. If he did not find anything unusual after a day, he was to return. From this, it could be seen how big Xiaomei's obsession was. She really wanted to obtain the yang energy, however, this martial artist in black robe did not care. He only sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate, not caring about what was happening around him. This was because in his opinion, a second heaven supremacy had no chance of surviving after entering the icy world below. One had to know that even a third heaven supremacy would have frozen to death after such a long time. However, due to the orders, he could only stay here for a day. Time passed and half a day had passed. The martial artist in black robe was getting impatient. Damn brat, even in death you can't stop worrying. The black-robed cultivator snorted coldly. He couldn't wait to find the other party's corpse and whip it a few times. However, in the next moment, the ice surface in front of him began to tremble slightly. The ground that had already cracked open became hideous once again. What? Is there a situation? The black-robed warrior was stunned. Then, he quickly stood up and looked ahead with a dignified look. In the next moment, a sword ray flew out from below and soared into the sky. The black-robed cultivator focused his gaze and looked up at the sky. At the same time, his body shook and an incredulous expression appeared on his face. What? That kid was still alive. How is this possible? He was too shocked. One had to know that it was extremely cold under the ice. Even a third-rank venerable would have frozen to death after staying there for such a long time. But now, a second heaven-exalted realm brat had actually come out unscathed. This was simply too shocking. Impossible. Could it be that this brat has been hiding all this time and didn't go under the ice? The black-cloaked martial artist was bewildered. He didn't believe that this young man had rushed up from beneath the ice. He thought that this young man must have been hiding somewhere, and now that he had come out, it was obvious that he wanted to escape. Lin Xian also saw the black-robed cultivator below and his face immediately turned gloomy. He didn't expect that the other party had not given up and had actually sent a martial artist to stay here. Since you're here, then stay here. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Brat, how dare you escape? Today, you'll die. The black-robed cultivator snorted coldly. He flipped his hand and pulled out the large black flag behind his back and waved it quickly. Boom, black fog filled the air and quickly dispersed. It was as if a dark cloud had shrouded the entire area. A deep roar was heard and a huge black dragon loomed in the clouds. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Brat, die. The black-robed cultivator sneered and waved the large black flag with all his might. Suddenly, the huge dragon in the sky stretched out its dragon claws and grabbed at Lin Xian. You want to fight? That's good. I can test my new martial soul. Lin Xian sneered. He raised his arm slightly and circulated his spiritual energy. Then, the void behind him blurred and a blue lotus quickly condensed. The lotus was crystal clear. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a cold aura that froze the surrounding air. Lin Xian looked up at the void and looked at the incoming black dragon. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the dragon. Ka ka ka, in the next moment, the blue ice lotus shadow and the huge black dragon claw collided. A terrifying sound was heard. Clouds of cold air gushed out and wrapped around the black dragon's claw, freezing it. Then, the terrifying cold air flowed along the dragon's claw and quickly spread throughout the dragon's body. Ice seal. Lin Xian said coldly. The blue lotus behind him rotated and released an extremely cold aura that instantly froze the dragon. What? How is this possible? The black-robed cultivator was shocked. He didn't expect that the black dragon would be frozen in an instant. This was too shocking. This brat's strength is terrifying. The black-robed cultivator was shocked. He swallowed his saliva with difficulty and looked up at the sky. Suddenly, his pupils constricted and he stared at the lotus. Ice snow bewitching lotus. Damn it, this brat got the demonic ice snow lotus. In an instant, he understood that Lin Xian must have had a fortuitous encounter and got the demonic ice snow lotus. This greatly increased his strength and allowed him to freeze the black dragon. I must report this to the young Mississippi. We must get rid of this brat. The black-robed cultivator was shocked. He decided that he must send this important news back. Holding the black flag, the black-robed cultivator turned into a black smoke and rushed into the distance. Don't you think it's too late to leave? Lin Xian sneered and stepped on the air. Behind him, a blue lotus spun quickly. I seal the world. He waved his arm and his cold voice spread in all directions. The blue lotus flew into the sky and released thousands of icy auras, freezing everything within 100 miles. Open! The black-robed cultivator roared and threw a punch at the blue ice seal. However, he still underestimated the icy aura. The terrifying punch didn't break the ice seal. Instead, the icy aura slowed his movements and his entire body seemed to be frozen. He still wanted to resist, but in the next moment, the blue lotus had already arrived above his head. It spun gently and instantly froze him. Lin Xian's footsteps flashed and he arrived beside the black-robed cultivator. He took the black flag away. He gently tapped the ice sculpture with his finger. Countless cracks appeared on the ice sculpture and it shattered with a loud bang. The black-robed cultivator's body also cracked and fell to the ground. As expected of the ice lotus martial spirit. It is indeed powerful and has endless uses. Lin Xian smiled with satisfaction. That's right, the blue lotus shadow behind him was his second martial spirit, the ice lotus martial spirit. In the underground ice layer, Lin Xian swallowed the entire demonic ice snow lotus. What shocked him was that after swallowing it, he actually condensed the ice lotus martial spirit. Originally, he only wanted to raise the ice concept. He didn't expect to condense the ice lotus martial spirit. This was really a surprise. Now, he was no longer a cultivation newbie. Of course, he knew that martial spirits could be twinned because there were some special warriors in the world who had twin martial spirits. But he didn't expect that he would also condense a second martial spirit. I wonder if the other essences can also become martial spirits? Lin Xian had a glimmer of hope in his heart. If the essences of wind, thunder, and fire could also be condensed into martial spirits, then his strength would be terrifying. Of course, he was just thinking about it. Even if he could succeed, the process would be extremely difficult. Putting away the ice lotus martial spirit, Lin Xian's figure flashed and flew out of the ice frost valley. At this time, he had already swallowed the ice frost bewitching lotus. There was no reason to stay in this place. Moreover, he had to find Bing Ling and the others, as well as the other king's treasures. Lin Xian quickly flew out of the ice frost valley. He used his soul power to explore the surroundings and then flew towards the north. Along the way, Lin Xian saw many warriors flying towards the same place. Puzzled, he also followed behind. There should be treasures in the place where so many people were going. If Bing Ling and the others were nearby, they should also be going there. Thinking of this, he sped up. Gradually, vegetation appeared in front of him. It was no longer bare ground. First, there were pine trees, then snow trees, and finally, there was a group of unknown plants. Most of them were white, forming a snow forest. Those warriors were running towards the depths of the forest. After passing through the dense forest, Lin Xian found that the area in front of him suddenly became spacious. Under the 1,000-foot-tall ice mountain, there were a few hundred-foot-tall caves. The warriors in front of him saw the icy caves and were overjoyed. They couldn't help but speed up. These people were all good at finding treasures. According to their experience, there should be some rare treasures in these caves. With a flash, Lin Xian also went in. Sure enough, there was another world inside. It was like a palace. There were halls, stone rooms, cultivation rooms, and all kinds of things. It should be a ruin left by the ancient people. After passing through many stone corridors and several halls, Lin Xian didn't stop. He kept running towards the depths. This distance had already exceeded the distance of the mountain range. He guessed that it should lead to the underground. Boom, a low and deep voice rang out in front of him. Like muffled thunder, it quickly spread in all directions, accompanied by a violent spiritual energy. In front of him, several martial artists were unable to dodge in time and were swept by the fierce and violent spirit qi, and were immediately sent flying. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He flicked out a ray of sword qi from his finger and immediately split the spiritual qi apart. A vacuum appeared where he was standing, and on both sides, strong winds blew, blowing against the stone walls, causing them to shake violently. Up ahead, there was a fork in the road, one on the left and one on the right. Lin Xian stood at the fork in the road, thinking about which way to go. At this moment, a shout came from the left passage. Scram! Accompanying this voice was a wave of scorching spiritual energy. It was indeed very strange for such a heat wave to appear in this world of ice and snow. Lin Xian frowned, because he found that the sound was made by the eastern phoenix. With a single step, his body swayed as he rushed towards the left side of the passage. At the same time, angry laughter came from the front again. Haha, I didn't expect to see you here again. Little beauty, be obedient and let me have my fun. Maybe I'll let you go. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. You should have thought of today's ending if you dared to provoke our White Sharks gang. Another arrogant voice rang out. At this moment, in a large hall on the left passage, countless martial artists were gathered. Some were lone wolves, some were in small teams, and all kinds of forces were gathered here. However, among the many forces, there was one that was the most powerful. There were about 20 people in this team, and the two leaders were a bald man and a scarred man. Their powerful auras shrouded the entire space. These people were from the White Sharks gang that Lin Xian and the others had met before. Where they stood, no other martial artists dared to approach. In front of them, there were several huge stone statues. The one in front was a woman carrying a sword case on her back. Her hands were supporting the sky, and her feet were stepping on lotuses. Beside the stone statue, there was a fiery red figure. It was a beautiful woman with delicate features and an impressive figure. She wore a red soft armor that accentuated her exquisite curves. Around her, there were countless flames dancing, forming a halo. This woman was Dongfeng Phoenix. At this moment, she was holding a crimson-red whip in her right hand, and a foot-long short sword in her left hand. Her delicate face carried a trace of anger, and her beautiful eyes were burning with anger. If I were you, I wouldn't resist. The ending will be the same anyway. If I resist, I'll just suffer more. The bald man looked at Dongfeng Phoenix, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile. The scarred man coldly shouted, "Stupid girl, hand it over quickly." Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Tui, I was the one who found it first, and you guys took it. Now you want to take what's in my hand. Do you have any shame? Dongfang Phoenix was so angry that she stomped her feet. Her beautiful eyes were filled with intense anger. She wished she could burn all of them to ashes. However, although she was angry, she did not act rashly. This was because the scarred man's strength had reached the third heaven of the Venerable Realm, and the bald man was also a top second heaven of the Venerable Realm. Dongfang Phoenix had a chance of winning against any one of them. However, the situation was dangerous when the two of them worked together. Moreover, the other party had a group of strong underlings. If they really fought, she might be besieged. You don't know how to appreciate favors. When I catch you, I'll play you to death. The scarred man snorted coldly, and then took a step forward. There was a green sword in his hand. Under the stimulation of his spiritual power, it emitted a dazzling green light. The light was so dazzling that it almost dyed the entire space green. An extremely sharp aura quickly gushed out from the light. When the surrounding martial artists saw the green sword, many of them were enraged and swallowed their saliva. They naturally knew that the green sword in the scarred man's hand was the treasure he found in the main hall. To be exact, he obtained it from the female stone statue. However, he was not the one who found it. He was the one who snatched it. The first person to find the green sword was Dongfang Phoenix. She found the green sword in the sword case on the female stone statue's back. After Dongfang Phoenix arrived at the main hall, she quickly searched and then looked at the female stone statue. When she opened the sword case on the female stone statue, a green light and a red light gushed out, and immediately lit up the entire main hall. Along with it came a frighteningly sharp aura. This phenomenon caused a stir in the entire main hall. These people knew that only a top-grade spirit-grade artifact could emit such an aura. This kind of artifact was already a top-grade artifact. Apart from the half-Earth-grade artifacts, it was the most precious spirit artifact. Under normal circumstances, only people from large factions would possess such a top-grade artifact. Ordinary martial artists, even third-level honorables, might not be able to obtain a top-grade artifact. One could imagine how precious a top-grade spirit-grade artifact was. At this moment, two top-grade artifacts had appeared in the main hall at the same time. How could the crowd not be tempted? Countless people's eyes burned with passion as they rushed toward the stone statue. However, in the chaotic battle, the scarred man used his third-level honorable martial artist strength to snatch the green sword. As for the red short sword, it was protected by Dongfang Fenghuang. However, the green and red swords were originally a pair of mother-son swords. They could only unleash their greatest power when combined. If they were separated, their power would be greatly reduced. How could the scarred man be willing to give up after obtaining the green sword? Therefore, he set his sights on Dongfang Fenghuang. They were determined to obtain the green and red mother-son swords. Moreover, Dongfang Fenghuang was extremely beautiful. It was difficult for them to raise her. Regardless of the reason, they would attack Dongfang Fenghuang. Stinky girl, I advise you to surrender. Otherwise, you'll be in for a treat later. The scarred man's voice was cold. He was the leader of the White Sharks gang. His strength had reached third-level honorable martial artist. He was quite famous in the Blackwater River Basin. At this moment, he was about to attack, causing the entire place to tense up. Dongfang Fenghuang was trembling with anger. The other party was too shameless. Not only did he snatch the green sword, but he also wanted to snatch the red short sword in her hand. Did he really think she was easy to bully? If he wanted the short sword, he would have to exchange it with his life. Dongfang Fenghuang said through gritted teeth. In the next moment, the divine flames on her body danced and formed a phoenix shadow that enveloped her entire body. The power was terrifying. It swept out in all directions, causing the originally cold space to heat up. Countless ice melted rapidly in the surroundings, forming water droplets. Then, they evaporated and formed a white mist that covered the entire space. This scene shocked the surrounding martial artists. It seemed that the girl in red was not a pushover. However, the bald man sneered disdainfully. Little beauty, I admit that you are very strong. I'm afraid no one can completely subdue you in a one-on-one battle. But no matter how strong you are, you're only one person. You absolutely can't escape from the palm of our hands. The bald man laughed evilly, then turned to look at the scarred man. Boss, hurry up and make a move. Capture this chick so that we don't have to worry too much. Yes. The scarred man nodded. He was originally a bandit, so he didn't care about the morals of the Jianghu, nor did he know how to fight alone. Moreover, this was a king's treasure trove. There were many treasures here, so he couldn't waste too much time here. He had to end this quickly. Seeing the scarred man nod his head, the bald man grinned. Then, his aura erupted. Insolent laughter reverberated in the surroundings. Everyone was shocked and shook their heads. The White Sharks gang was a notorious bandit gang in the Heishui River region. This kind of person would not care about anything. Now, it seemed that with the two gang leaders taking action, the red-clothed girl would not be able to escape. Dongfang Fenghuang gritted her teeth when she saw the two of them step forward. Her eyes were filled with determination. It would be difficult for her to deal with the two of them alone. However, even if she had to risk her life today, she would not let them have it easy. Thinking of this, she channeled all her spiritual energy. The flames outside her body became more vigorous. The red soft whip in her hand turned into a red dragon, roaring ferociously. The red short sword in her left hand also released a fierce aura. Go. Let's do this. The scarred man said coldly. Then, his body moved violently, and like an afterimage, he quickly pounced forward. The long sword in his hand danced, forming a green sword screen that quickly shrouded the area in front of him. The bald man also roared and quickly followed up. He reached out his white jade-like palm to grab the area in front of him. In an instant, a terrifying energy spread out in all directions. The surrounding martial artists all retreated. Dongfang Fenghuang also shouted and quickly swung the treasured weapon in her hand. An earth-shattering collision sounded, causing the entire hall to shake. However, the combined strength of the scarred man and the bald man was too terrifying. Dongfang Fenghuang could only hold on for a moment before she was sent flying. Little beauty, I'm coming. Hideous laughter rang out as the two figures quickly approached. Am I going to die here? Dongfang Fenghuang revealed a trace of sadness. She was ready to fight to the death. She would not let them have their way. In the next moment, she was about to burn her spiritual energy. Suddenly, the void trembled. Countless amounts of cold air condensed and formed an iceberg above the hall. It pressed down on the scarred man and the bald man. Although the iceberg was not big, it emitted a monstrous chill, causing people to tremble uncontrollably. The scarred man and the bald man suddenly raised their heads, revealing a trace of shock. Then, they roared and quickly attacked. Boom, a terrifying collision sound reverberated. The scarred man and the bald man were blocked, especially the bald man, who was forced back by the icy cold aura. What? We're saved? Dongfang Fenghuang's beautiful eyes were shocked. Looking at the iceberg that suddenly appeared, she breathed a sigh of relief. In front of her, the blue iceberg blocked the scarred man and the bald man. Who is it? How dare you interfere with the White Sharks gang's business? Come out and face your death. The bald man was pushed back and roared madly. The scarred man's expression was also cold, his eyes looking around. Who are you, sneaking around? Come out. Hee hee, what White Sharks gang? Shameless indeed. Two big men bullying a little girl. Is your face grown on a dog's body? A sharp voice of mockery rang out and reverberated throughout the hall. Everyone was shocked. Not many people dared to say such things to the White Sharks gang. That mysterious person was really bold. The White Sharks gang members were also infuriated as they clamored. The scarred man and the bald man's expressions were gloomy. Their bodies emitted a cold murderous aura that swept across the hall. I don't care who you are. You're dead for interfering with the White Sharks gang's business. Is that so? That voice sounded again. But I think the ones who will die will be you. In the next moment, a figure appeared on the iceberg. It was a handsome young man. He sat on the iceberg and sneered as he looked below the White Sharks gang. Kid, it's you. Seeing the other party, the scarred man and the bald man's pupils shrank as they cried out in surprise. But when they saw that the other party was alone, they sneered again. Lin Xian! Dongfang Fenghuang also cried out. Her worried expression was replaced by joy. She didn't expect that it was Lin Xian who saved her. Lin Xian appeared in front of Dongfang Fenghuang in a flash. Looking at her pale face, he asked softly, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Dongfang Fenghuang shook her head and said in a low voice. "If the two of us work together, we should be able to break through their siege. When I meet up with senior sister Bing Ling and the others, I will definitely take my revenge. There's no need to wait for them. I'll avenge you now," Lin Xian said with a smile. Then, he turned around and looked at the White Shark's gang members. His expression turned cold. "Leave the treasured swords you took and hand over your storage rings. Then, I can spare your lives. As for the two of you," he stared at the scarred man and the bald man. "If you want to live, then destroy your own cultivation." Hearing this, the surrounding martial artists were in an uproar. All of them widened their eyes in disbelief. Many of them even suspected that their ears were damaged. A young man dared to threaten the White Shark's gang? Was his brain damaged? They thought that some powerful figure had arrived, but it turned out to be a lunatic. If that was the case, the White Shark's gang would suffer a miserable fate next time. Many people shook their heads. On the other side, the White Shark's gang members were furious. All of them stared at Lin Xian and roared crazily. They could not wait to kill him. On the other hand, the scar-faced man and the bald man laughed crazily as if they had heard the funniest joke ever. "Kid, if all of your companions were here, we might not be afraid. But now that you're alone, how dare you speak such big words? You're courting death." The two stopped laughing and their gazes turned cold. "You're the first one who dared to threaten the White Shark's gang. I'll let you know that there are some words that cannot be said. You'll have to pay the price for saying them." The scar-faced man stared at Lin Xian with a strong murderous intent in his eyes. "Kid, how dare you meddle in the affairs of the White Shark's gang? I'll let you know what it means to wish you were dead," the bald man said fiercely. The two of them were furious and filled with murderous intent. It was obvious that they wanted to kill. The White Shark's gang had been fighting in the Blackwater River zone for so many years and no one had ever dared to look down on them. But now, a second Sky Honorable Realm kid dared to provoke them. He was courting death. "Second brother, you go install that stinky girl. I'll take care of this stinky kid myself," the scar-faced man said coldly. "Don't worry, boss. I can still do this." The bald man nodded. He then looked at Eastern Phoenix and revealed a sinister smile. "Be careful." Eastern Phoenix's beautiful eyes showed a trace of worry. "Don't worry. They can't hurt me." Lin Xian smiled. His smile was filled with confidence. "What shameless boasting. I'll let you know my true strength in a while." The scar-faced man took a step forward and his aura rapidly increased. The green sword in his hand emitted a dazzling light like a green moon. It was extremely cold. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. I can only say that it was a very foolish decision to make a move." Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back, completely ignoring the murderous look in his opponent's eyes. The surrounding cultivators were also shocked as they shook their heads one after another. In their opinion, a young man at the second sky of the Honorable Realm who dared to challenge the scarred man was undoubtedly seeking death. The knife-scarred man revealed a sinister smile as he looked at the young figure. He licked his lips with his scarlet tongue as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. His reputation was not undeserved. In these years of fighting in the Blackwater River, many powerful opponents had died in his hands. There were at least 80, if not 100, little brats like him. He knew that these people were all young geniuses, and all of them had their eyes at the top of their heads, and didn't put anyone in their eyes. However, he had been fighting all year round, and his experience and strength were extremely powerful. He definitely wasn't someone a little brat could compare to. In the next moment, the scar-faced man brandished his sword and slashed out. The sword chi turned into a huge shark that quickly rampaged through the void towards Lin Xian. This was an attack that belonged to a third sky of the Honorable Realm. In addition to the power of a top-grade artifact, this attack was extremely powerful. Everyone was shocked and retreated one after another. They felt that the shark had turned into a real demon king that was emitting a terrifying aura. Looking at the shark sword chi that was rushing towards him, Lin Xian's eyes also focused. A cold chill quickly gushed out from his body. A blue aura surged and covered his body, forming a ball of blue light. At the same time, the cold aura that was released caused the temperature of the entire space to continue to drop. With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian activated the cold aura and the great dragon sword soul, striking out an ice phoenix. Buzz, the blue aura surged and quickly condensed in the void, forming a huge ice phoenix. The huge body emitted a cold aura that covered the entire hall. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Even the void couldn't withstand it and started to tremble violently. In the next moment, the blue ice phoenix collided with the shark sword chi. Boom, this attack was extremely terrifying. The crisscrossing sword chi intertwined and created a shocking explosion. The void shattered, and countless cracks appeared on the ground, spreading out in all directions. A terrifying gust of wind swept in all directions, causing everyone to be unable to open their eyes. When everyone regained their vision and looked over again, they took a deep breath and their eyes were filled with shock. A terrifying deep pit appeared in the center of the area. The scarred man and Lin Xian were standing on both sides of the pit. The two of them didn't seem to have suffered any injuries. This kid can actually withstand the attack of a third heaven supremacy? How is that possible? Countless people gasped in disbelief. One had to know that although the difference between a second heaven and a third heaven was only one heaven, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to break through such a level of suppression. Only peerless skyprides could challenge someone of a higher level. The handsome young man in front of them was also a skypride. At the thought of this, everyone's mouths and tongues went dry. They were greatly shocked. Even the members of the White Sharks gang were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe it. The scarred man was also stunned. Then, he sneered, "Skypride? No wonder you were so arrogant. However, you're unlucky to have met me. I've even killed skyprides before. Today, I'll use your blood as a sacrifice to my newly obtained sword. Humph, a third heaven supremacy is nothing to me. At least, you don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me," Lin Xian said proudly. His eyes flickered with confidence. Before this, he had already killed a third heaven supremacy. Now that he had a second martial soul, his strength had greatly increased. It wouldn't take much effort to kill his opponent. Moreover, time was precious in the king's treasure. He didn't want to waste any more time. Therefore, Lin Xian summoned his Ice Lotus martial soul. The space in front of him fluctuated. A blue lotus quietly bloomed, emitting a chilling aura that made one's soul tremble. With a wave of his hand, the blue lotus was raised into the air. It quickly grew in size and formed a huge shadow. It was like a giant blue mountain that floated above everyone. The blue aura surged and quickly descended. Every single one of it made people tremble. The scarred man's pupils shrank when he saw this. His heart sank. His opponent's strength made him wary. In the next moment, he summoned his martial soul as well. A white shark jumped out from the void. It opened its bloody mouth and let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth. However, Lin Xian didn't care about his opponent's actions. His fingers moved and quickly formed a seal. Then, he blasted it forward. In the next moment, the lotus in the void rotated. The 9 petals trembled and formed 9 rays of blue aura. Each ray condensed into a blue ice sword that emitted an extremely strong sword chi. Ice Lotus, sword formation. With a low shout, Lin Xian waved his hand. The giant blue ice lotus in the air trembled. 9 ice swords quickly pierced out and tore the void apart in an instant. The terrifying sword chi rolled over, emitting a supreme energy that seemed to be able to pierce through everything. White Shark Slash. The scarred man roared and raised his strength to the maximum. Together with the white shark martial soul behind him, he quickly slashed out with his sword. Boom, in the next moment, the 9 streaks of sword chi collided with Su White Shark. An extremely powerful energy wave exploded and swept across the surroundings. The cold light of the sword chi swept out, and the entire hall was shaken violently by the terrifying impact. You want to compete with my martial soul? Go to hell. The scarred man sneered. Once again, a surge of chi gushed out from his body and poured into the white shark martial soul. Instantly, the white shark martial soul emitted a silver light and formed a powerful impact. However, he was still no match for the 9 ice swords in the empty palace. These ice swords were formed by the Ice Lotus martial soul and contained the power of the great dragon sword soul. It could be said that the attack was extremely powerful. Such power could definitely tear through everything. Therefore, in the next moment, the two did not last long before the huge white shark martial soul was pierced through by the ice swords. Ah! With his martial soul damaged, the scarred man suffered a backlash and spat out a mouthful of blood. His miserable voice reverberated as he was sent flying and slammed into the wall behind him. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect the scarred man, who was at the 3rd heaven of the honorable realm, to lose to a kid at the 2nd heaven. This was too shocking. It was completely beyond everyone's expectations. Especially the gang members of the White Sharks gang. They all looked up in horror. The scarred man was their gang leader. In their eyes, he was a godlike existence and had never been defeated before. But now, he had been defeated. Moreover, he had been defeated by a youth whose cultivation level was lower than his. This scene was like a bolt of lightning that struck them unconscious. Even the bald man who was fighting at the side cried out in horror. He could not believe that his big brother had been defeated. Dongfang Phoenix was also shocked. Although she knew that Lin Xian had defeated a 3rd heaven honorable realm, she was still shocked when she saw it again. In the void, Lin Xian looked at the injured scarred man on the ground and sneered. His palm moved and quickly formed a seal. The blue lotus in the void rotated again. Clearly, he planned to continue attacking and kill his opponent. The scar-faced man crawled up from the ground and quickly suppressed the injuries in his body. A similar look of shock appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, he saw that Lin Xian was about to continue attacking, and his heart trembled violently. "Damned brat, I'll kill you!" He roared at the sky as if he had gone mad. It was too sullen, too much of a failure. He was the leader of the White Sharks gang, a dignified 3rd layer venerable. Yet, he couldn't even win against a young brat. It was truly shameful. With a furious roar, he once again activated the green sword in his hand and charged forward. The green sword chi shot out like a mountain, like a green river, quickly falling down in the air. At the same time, he roared angrily and quickly swallowed a pill to fuse with the injured white shark martial spirit. Roar! A terrifying roar rang out, shaking the entire area. Then, a shocking killing intent spread out. The scar-faced man's aura suddenly skyrocketed, much stronger than before. Furthermore, his entire appearance had changed. White scales appeared on his body, and a gigantic silver fin appeared on his back. His originally thin face now had 2 fish gills, making him look extremely ferocious, like a merman. Lin Xian frowned. His opponent's aura had skyrocketed so much that even he was a little shocked. His ability to fuse with his martial spirit also surprised him. "Little bastard, die!" The scar-faced man roared angrily and pounced forward like a demon king. Boom, the ground couldn't withstand it, and abyss-like cracks appeared. A terrifying aura enveloped the entire space. "Big brother has fused with his martial spirit, haha. Brat, you're dead meat. How dare you provoke the White Sharks gang? No one in this world can save you." Beside him, the bald man laughed loudly when he saw the scene. "Lin Xian, be careful." Dongfang Phoenix was also shocked because her opponent's aura was too strong, far stronger than before. "I'll take care of him now and snatch the green sword for you," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. In the next moment, his body shook, and like a ray of light, he rushed out. On his body, the red lotus armor condensed, forming a bright red armor that covered his entire body. Dragon-catching hand. He stretched out his palms, and an icy aura surged, forming 2 ice dragons that quickly spiraled forward. The ice dragons roared and tore through the void, arriving in front of the scar-faced man in an instant and binding him. Traces of icy aura quickly spread, forming a frost zone. Soon, the scar-faced man's speed slowed down. His entire body was covered with a thick layer of ice, and even his movements became sluggish. "You're courting death. Open!" He roared angrily, and the spiritual energy in his body exploded. With a terrifying force, he shattered all the ice. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out a ball of light that quickly rushed out. The ball of light was so fast that it sent Xianxia flying. Haha, brat, how dare you go against me? This is your fate. Seeing that his opponent was hit, the scar-faced man laughed loudly. His voice was filled with arrogance and pride. The disciples of the White Shark's gang behind him cheered to their heart's content again. The surrounding martial artists shook their heads and sighed. Sure enough, the scar-faced man was not to be trifled with. To be able to become the leader of the White Shark's gang and stand tall for so long, he definitely had a secret manual that could save his life. It seemed that the young prodigy was too careless. Hee, little beauty, your companion is already dead. You should obediently allow yourself to be captured. The bald man also had an evil smile on his face. Second brother, why are you wasting your breath on him? Hurry up and capture him. Once we complete the set of the rainbow dual swords, our strength will increase greatly, and we will be able to obtain more treasures here. The scales on the scar-faced man's body flickered, and he looked like a murloc. Dongfang Phoenix's face was pale, but her beautiful eyes were filled with determination. Even if she were to die today, she would drag one of them down with her to avenge Lin Xian. Is this your strength? You're really nothing much. Suddenly, a mocking voice was heard, clearly reaching everyone's ears. What? That brat is still alive. Hearing this voice, everyone was shocked and turned their heads to look. Dongfang Phoenix's face was also filled with joy. That's great, Lin Xian is still alive. The scar-faced man's body also stiffened, and his face was filled with disbelief. Not dead? How is this possible? He quickly turned around, and his eyes were filled with coldness as he stared ahead. This brat is really lucky. He can't even be killed? The scar-faced man's expression was cold. He decided to strike again, and he must shatter his opponent. He opened his bloody mouth slightly, and a ball of white energy quickly condensed. However, when he saw the figure in front of him, he suddenly froze. The white ball of light that had condensed into the size of a fist also quickly faded. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. The scar-faced man shook his head frantically, and his face was filled with shock. He could not believe what he had just seen. The bald man also cried out in alarm, and his expression was filled with boundless fear. Impossible, how can you not be injured at all? It was too shocking. The energy ball just now was enough to kill a third heaven honorable. However, the other party was not injured at all after being hit head-on. It didn't make sense. Nothing is impossible. Your attack was too weak and couldn't break through my defense. Lin Xian stepped on an ice lotus and floated over quickly. Next, it's my turn to attack. His voice suddenly became sharp, and his expression was cold. In the next moment, a powerful sword aura exploded from his body, as if it could pierce through heaven and earth. What? What a powerful sword aura! Could he be a swordsman? Everyone was shocked and looked at the void in a daze. Originally, when they saw the other party using an ice martial soul, they thought he was an ice-type martial artist. However, at this moment, a powerful sword aura suddenly surged from his body. This was clearly a sword aura that only a powerful swordsman could possess. Swordsman, he was actually a swordsman. The scarred man's face was also filled with shock, and there was a trace of fear in his expression. Among all martial artists, swordsmen were famous for their powerful attacks. He didn't expect the other party to be a swordsman. Furthermore, from the aura of the sword aura, he was definitely a terrifying swordsman. Wait, I admit defeat. I'll give you the cyan rainbow sword. The scarred man suddenly shouted. We were wrong this time. I apologize to you and return the cyan rainbow sword. Furthermore, none of you are injured. Why don't we stop here? Anyway, there are many treasures in this king's treasure. Why should we fight over a treasure aura and waste our time? The scarred man said in a deep voice. What? Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe their ears. The dignified leader of the White Shark's gang was begging for mercy. The bald man also retreated and came to the scarred man's side. He gritted his teeth and said, Big brother, why do you have to do this? Why don't we fight it out with them? Shut up, what do you know? The scarred man shouted and then squeezed out a smile. "I'll give you the cyan rainbow sword now." He waved his arm and threw the cyan rainbow sword in his hand to Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, the White Shark's gang members were stunned. They didn't expect their gang leader to really beg for mercy. Lin Xian stretched out his hand and caught the sword. He played with it for a while before throwing it to Dongfang Fenghuang. "Lin Xian, thank you very much for this matter. I owe you a favor," Dongfang Fenghuang solemnly said as she received the green sword. "It's nothing," Lin Xian said with a smile. Then, he turned to look at the White Shark's gang again, thinking about how to deal with these people. Seeing Lin Xian's gaze, the knife-scarred man's face stiffened. He then lowered his head slightly, but his eyes were spinning rapidly. He kept shouting in his heart, just a little more time. As long as he waited for them to arrive, he would be able to make a comeback. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside the hall, and the ground trembled slightly. It was as if quite a few people were rushing over. Hearing that voice, the scarred man's face lit up, and his eyes lit up. In the next moment, he took the bald man and retreated quickly. Once again, he laughed sinisterly. "Brat, don't think that this matter is over. Next, I'll let you know the consequences of offending the White Shark's gang." Lin Xian frowned. The other party's unpredictable changes made him suspicious, but in the next moment, he understood. Because at the entrance, another group of people walked in, and they had a thick blood aura on them. Walking at the front was a burly man with a full beard. He had a strong aura, and every step he took made the ground tremble. Behind him, there was a huge purple blade on his back. "It's the Frenzied Blade Gang. They're here too." Seeing the group of martial artists, countless people exclaimed, and their eyelids twitched. The Frenzied Blade Gang has a good relationship with the White Shark's gang. They must be here to help the White Shark's gang. No wonder the knife-scarred man acted like that. He was trying to stall for time and wait for reinforcements. Seeing the people from the Frenzied Blade Gang, the bald man and the rest of the White Shark's gang laughed maniacally. Their eyes were filled with madness. They were too excited. The Frenzied Blade Gang was one of the bigger forces in the Blackwater River, and their strength was no weaker than theirs. Moreover, the relationship between the two parties was very good. With them here, they would definitely be able to get rid of that despicable brat. Despicable. Despicable. Dongfang Phoenix was so angry that her face turned pale. Lin Xian's face was also gloomy. The other party had actually called for reinforcements to attack them. It seemed like he would not be lenient this time. "Haha, brother Lu Fei, are you alright?" The burly man with a full beard laughed. His voice was deep, and it caused the air to tremble. "I'm fine. I was careless this time and suffered a loss. However, with Brother Frenzied Blade, we can definitely kill that brat." The burly man with a full beard was called Frenzied Blade. His Frenzied Lion Blade technique was very fierce. At the same time, he was also a third-level honorable realm. The scarred man, Lu Fei, believed that if the two of them worked together, they would definitely be able to kill that brat easily. At that time, not only would he seize the Qinghong Mother Sword, but he would also let Lin Xian know what it meant to live a life worse than death. "Brat, how dare you offend me? I'll let you know what regret is." The scarred man, Lu Fei, looked at Lin Xian with endless madness in his eyes. On the side, the bearded Frenzied Blade also stepped out. His aura was sharp, as if a heavenly blade had appeared, and it suppressed the surroundings. When the two third-level honorables worked together, the momentum created was extremely terrifying. The air in the entire hall seemed to have condensed, and it was extremely oppressive. The surrounding martial artists retreated with pale faces. Under such pressure, even breathing was difficult for them. If the surrounding people were in such a state, one could imagine how much pressure Lin Xian and Dongfang Phoenix were under. Lin Xian was still fine. He had the Great Dragon Sword soul and could withstand the pressure. However, Dongfang Phoenix's face was slightly pale, and her forehead was covered in sweat. Seeing the situation, Lin Xian wanted to reach out and pull her over to share some of the pressure. However, in the next moment, a wave of energy exploded from Dongfang Phoenix's body. On her delicate body, flames danced and suddenly expanded, turning into a flaming phoenix. It enveloped her, and with a flap of its wings, it directly tore apart the huge pressure. At the same time, a wave of pressure also came from Dongfang Phoenix's body, causing people's hearts to tremble. That aura was not inferior to a third-level honorable realm at all. "This is the power of the bloodline," someone exclaimed, and his face was full of shock. "The power of the bloodline?" The scarred man, Lu Fei, and Frenzied Blade's faces darkened, and their expressions turned grave. They did not expect that the other party had hidden such a move. However, so what? Their strength was not as simple as releasing pressure. Even if the other party had the power of the bloodline, they were not afraid. Lin Xian was also shocked. He was the closest to Dongfang Phoenix, and he could clearly feel the power of the bloodline. That surge of power was simply too powerful. Dongfang Fenghuang used her bloodline power and unleashed a powerful force that shocked everyone around her. On her body, a huge shadow of a phoenix swayed, carrying with it a monstrous flame. Lin Xian also focused. Sword chi gushed out from his body as if it was a peerless divine sword that could destroy everything. Four powerful forces collided and instantly tore the void apart. A terrifying force spread out in all directions and swept through the entire hall. Buzz, a low sound came from the hall as if something had awakened. A cold aura gushed out and spread out in all directions, making people tremble. Lin Xian and the others were also stunned. They stopped fighting and looked around cautiously. They also felt threatened. Boom, a crimson light lit up like a lamp in the dark, instantly illuminating the entire space. "It's alive!" In the distance, someone exclaimed and trembled. He pointed in a direction of the hall with a horrified expression as if he had discovered something terrifying. Everyone looked over and sucked in a breath of cold air. Their faces were filled with shock. The female stone statue in front of them suddenly opened her eyes. Red light bloomed from the stone eyes as if she had come to life. Not only her, but the other stone statues around her also did the same. Several gazes met in the air with a mysterious and eerie aura. "Who dares disturb the Cemetery of Kings? Trespassers of the Cemetery of Kings, die!" A cold voice sounded without a trace of emotion, which made people shudder. Scar and Quang Dao's expressions were grave as they stared ahead in bewilderment. Lin Xian also frowned as his eyes flickered. "These stone people are alive?" Dongfang Fenghuang was also shocked. She did not expect such a situation. Lin Xian did not say anything, but his brows were tightly knitted. "Kid, run!" At this time, the Crimson Dragon sent a voice transmission. It did not explain anything, but its voice was extremely solemn. Lin Xian's pupils shrank and his heart trembled violently. He had never seen the Crimson Dragon with such a solemn expression. "Let's go." The next moment, he pulled Dongfang Fenghuang and retreated. Just as he moved, the cold voice sounded again. "Trespassers, die." Then, black fog gushed out from the stone statues like dark clouds, covering the sky and covering the sun. In an instant, it filled the entire sky. Roar, shrill cries rang out from within the black fog. Countless crimson eyes lit up from behind the trees, filled with bloodlust as they looked at the crowd below. Boom, the black fog exploded and turned into black monsters that pounced down. Ah! For a time, countless screams sounded. All the martial artists who were touched by the black fog were severely injured. Those who were unlucky died on the spot. This sudden turn of events shocked everyone. "Run! Monster!" Countless people screamed as they ran outside. However, they were still a step too late. The entire hall was sealed. The martial artists closest to the stone statues bore the brunt of the intense attacks. Boom! Bang, Scar and Frenzied Blade were also attacked. Two balls of black fog rushed towards them, and black arms reached out to grab them. It was as if they were reaching out from hell. Scram! Frenzied Sword roared as he pulled out the purple saber on his back and slashed at the black fog. "Damn it, what the hell is this?" Scar's expression was ugly. He did not expect such a strange thing to happen in the hall. F*CK, this is so strange. He sent a black monster flying with a punch as he cursed in a low voice. "Didn't you say there was a treasure? Where is it now?" Frenzied Blade's expression was gloomy. "It's in the hands of that girl. As long as we catch them, we can get it," Scar said. That's a top-tier spiritual artifact. It's absolutely precious. Why don't we catch that kid first? The two discussed and decided to make a move amidst the chaos. Lin Xian brought the Eastern Phoenix to the edge. He had been warned by the Crimson Dragon in advance and had retreated first, so he had not been attacked until now. However, this situation could not last long because the black fog in the hall was increasing. It had almost covered half of the hall, and the entire hall was sealed. At this rate, it would not be long before they were targeted by those strange black creatures. Damn it, what is that black fog? Lin Xian asked. Death Qi. It's something produced by the corpse of a powerhouse after they die, the Crimson Dragon said. Kid, let's go. I feel that there's a big guy here. Big guy? Lin Xian's mouth twitched as he prepared to leave. However, at this moment, Scar and Frenzied Blade flew over and blocked the path. Kid, hand over the rainbow sword. Frenzied Blade snorted. I'll let you know the consequences of offending me. Scar sneered. Idiot. Lin Xian scolded. He was not in the mood to fight with these two. If the Crimson Dragon was telling the truth, then he was in a dangerous situation. Don't fight with them. Find a chance to leave. He whispered to the Eastern Phoenix. Okay. The Eastern Phoenix nodded. Although she had used her bloodline power and her strength had greatly increased, she was still a girl. She was afraid of such strange things. Dongfang Quanren's body flickered as he tried to leave. Want to leave? Stay here. Frenzied Blade sneered. He already knew that the top-grade spiritual artifact was in his opponent's hands. How could he let him leave? Therefore, he quickly slashed with his blade. Bang, an ice lotus spun and released the power of ice, blocking the purple blade. You want to touch her? You'll have to ask me first. Lin Xian stood in front of him. You're courting death. Get lost. Scar snorted as he waved his hand. A white shark phantom appeared and bit at Lin Xian. Buzz, a sword light flashed and split the opponent's attack apart. Frenzied Blade, let's work together and take down this kid first. Scar said. Anyway, this place is sealed. That girl won't be able to escape for a while. Okay. Frenzied Blade nodded. Then, he stared at Lin Xian, his eyes flashing. Kid, how dare you interfere with my business? You'll die a horrible death. After saying that, he waved his purple blade and slashed at Lin Xian. Boom, a great battle broke out. Lin Xian challenged 2 third-level sovereigns by himself. The terrifying aura caused the space to shake as if it was about to split open. He activated his Ice Lotus Martial Soul to restrain Scar and used his Great Dragon Sword Soul to fight against Frenzied Blade. For a moment, he actually blocked the attacks of the two. What? The people who were escaping in the distance were shocked when they saw this scene. Is he still human? A second Heaven Venerable blocked the attack of 2/3 Heaven Venerables. No one would believe it if they said it out loud. Scar and Frenzied Blade's faces turned ugly. Especially Frenzied Blade. This was his first time fighting with Lin Xian. He didn't know how strong Lin Xian was, but his opponent's aura was only at the 2nd level. Obviously, he didn't put him in his eyes. However, he couldn't accept the current situation. Kid, die. Frenzied Blade roared and used his ultimate skill, Mad Lion Slash. End of chapter 877. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.